Kill me. Kill me. I really have nothing left in my space. How can you torture me like this? Do you have any humanity? No, don't. Is it really edible? I haven't bathed in 3 years. Oh. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Lin Feng woke up abruptly from the bed, clutching his crotch. It was now the middle of the night. Lin Feng looked around in confusion. Why was everything so familiar? He suddenly realized, isn't this my home before the apocalypse? He reached out to turn on the light, then quickly looked down to check. Phew. Thank goodness. My little brother, you're still here. Without you, how could I survive the rest of my life? Seeing that his little brother was intact, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling the scene, just now cold sweat trickled down his back. Lin Feng never dreamed that it would be his goddess. She really showed no emotion at all. This wasn't just a blow, it was a fatal strike. Lin Feng rubbed his head and began to recall carefully. January 1st, 2050 was supposed to be a nationwide celebration, but then solar flares kept erupting, destroying the Earth's ozone layer. This directly caused global temperatures to soar. In a certain cheat-enabled country near the equator, daytime temperatures even reached over 80 degrees Celsius. The holy waters of the Ganges dried up, drinking cow urine was useless, and even the gods couldn't save them. The mortality rate reached 90, and the cheat-enabled country was wiped out. Due to solar radiation and persistent high temperatures, over 80 of animals and plants died. Humans with wealth and resources continuously migrated to the North and South Poles. That year, the overall human mortality rate was only 50. Then the following year, an asteroid 1 kilometer in diameter struck the beautiful country, wiping it out. Violent plate movements triggered a volcanic frenzy across the Earth. The volcanic eruptions in the country of the rising sun directly wiped it out. Volcanic ash filled the stratosphere, blocking direct sunlight. Although the Earth no longer had direct sunlight, it entered an ice age. Global temperatures plummeted to minus 50 degrees Celsius, and the North and South Poles dropped to below minus 100 degrees. These unlucky folks who had fled to the poles to escape the heat died 90 in the first wave of cold snaps. They had brought only summer supplies. Who could have expected a cold wave? Russia was wiped out. On the other hand, those who stayed in the south barely survived, just scraping by. In the third year of the apocalypse, volcanic ash gradually settled, sunlight shone on the Earth again, ice and snow melted, and the Great Flood era began. Almost all island nations were wiped out. Almost everything edible on Earth had been consumed. In the end, only humans were left. Perhaps due to biological adaptation to the environment, or perhaps due to radiation mutation, plants and animals resistant to extreme cold and heat appeared along with various mutated creatures. Humans also began to awaken supernatural abilities. In those years, it wasn't hard to get a taste of paralysis. Just treat mutated boar meat as ordinary pork. After eating it, some only needed a short stay in the ICU, while others needed to sleep underground for a lifetime. Those who hadn't eaten wanted to try, those who had eaten wanted to survive. Obviously, Lin Feng belonged to the former. He hadn't yet acted. Lin Feng also awakened the rarest space-type ability, but that was after the apocalypse, and there was basically nothing left for him to store. The basic ability of space-type power was only storage. What advanced skills might come later, Lin Feng didn't know. Perhaps spatial tear, spatial cut, spatial jump. Lin Feng hadn't lived long enough to find out which direction it would develop. Moreover, Lin Feng's storage space was small, only a few cubic meters, enough to hold only a limited amount of things. There were thousands of abilities, and at that time they were all over the streets. There was no need to hide the fact that one was an ability user. Only Lin Feng's space ability. When he revealed it, even dogs wouldn't want him. If you team up with a dog, it can bite enemies when in danger. Dogs are easy to feed. Give them poop, give them corpses. Dogs are not picky. In a critical moment, when food runs out, you can even kill and eat the dog. What can a space type do in a team? Waste food. So Lin Feng became a transporter in a large team because his deliveries were safe and reliable. After all, if other people saw the supplies being transported, it would surely lead to a bloody fight. They had been fighting for 3 years, everyone was exhausted, and nobody wanted to fight unless absolutely necessary. Relying on his position as a transporter, Lin Feng barely managed to survive the apocalypse, and he would occasionally save some good food for his goddess Fang Qian, barely keeping himself alive. This was the daily life of a simp in the apocalypse. A smile, a blown kiss, or a caring word from the goddess could make his blood boil. But as supplies dwindled, Lin Feng had no more to give. The bitch Fang Qian, receiving no more supplies from Lin Feng, turned her face against him. Fang Qian had long clung to the team leader Wang Long's thigh. All it took was an expired ham sausage. Moreover, Fang Qian would do anything for any man who gave her a ham sausage. Play however you want, do whatever. Only Lin Feng had silently given her supplies for 3 years, yet she wouldn't even let him touch her finger. Finally, when Fang Qian was starving, she reported to Wang Long that Lin Feng had secretly stored a lot of supplies in his space. After 7 days and nights of torture by the team leader and members, Lin Feng ultimately didn't produce anything. Lin Feng was bitter inside. He really had nothing. Unfortunately, his space couldn't hold people, otherwise he would have let them in to search for themselves. Team leader Wang Long saw that Lin Feng probably really had nothing, but everyone was starving, so the scene from the beginning occurred. They decided to eat Lin Feng. Fang Qian, also desperately hungry, asked Wang Long for Lin Feng's head to make meat soup. But Wang Long knew that Lin Feng was Fang Qian's simp, so he deliberately played a malicious prank on both Lin Feng and Fang Qian. He said to Fang Qian, "You can eat him, but you can only eat that thing." As a result, Fang Qian truly shattered Lin Feng's worldview. 6 Roots Pure. Eternal elimination of troubles. It directly caused Lin Feng to die from pain. Recalling everything from the past 3 years, Lin Feng felt as if he had experienced a very long, very terrifying nightmare. Thinking of that final scene, a chill ran through his crotch. Am I reborn? Or am I still having a nightmare? Lin Feng picked up his phone and looked at the time. December 1st, 2049. Only 1 month until the apocalypse. I need to confirm whether I'm reborn or just had a nightmare, but how can I prove it? With that thought, his mind moved. A burst of spatial power erupted from Lin Feng's eyes, and then he actually stored the heavy solid wood bed in front of him into his space. Then the nightstand, the wardrobe, everything his eyes fell upon was absorbed into the space. Then with a thought, the things in the space were returned to their original places intact. Lin Feng couldn't believe it and repeated it several times. Finally, Lin Feng believed it. Not only was he reborn, but he had also brought back his space ability. Thank goodness. My little brother was also brought back. Otherwise, this rebirth would be a complete failure. This time, let's see who still dares to say that bringing a space-type ability user is worse than bringing a dog. Damn it. I'm really reborn. Fang Qian, you bitch, wait for me. And my neighbors, my teammates and leader, my uncle. After the apocalypse begins, none of you will escape. To kill is only to take a life, but you tortured me to death. Do you have any humanity? You even didn't spare my little brother. My little brother has followed me through thick and thin for 20 years. He may not have great achievements, but he has endured hardships. And you defiled him like this. I must take revenge on these beasts. But the premise is to ensure my own safe survival. He glanced at the time, midnight. Lin Feng felt no trace of drowsiness. There was only 1 month left to prepare. Within this single month, he had to gather every supply necessary to survive the coming apocalypse. Yet this tiny storage space of just a few cubic meters seemed a little too large. Would it even be enough? Whether it was or not, he would fill it first and think later. In the next 3 years, there would be 1 year of scorching heat, 1 year of extreme cold, and 1 year of catastrophic floods. What awaited afterward, Lin Feng did not know. He had never lived long enough to see that far. If he did not prepare now, he would still die when the world ended. He checked the balance on his bank card. 14 million remained. A dull ache spread through his chest. His parents had left him an inheritance of over 10 million, 60% of the shares in Lin's real estate company, a large villa, and several sports cars. Yet after slavishly pandering to Fang Qian for 3 years, he was left with only 14 million, a single sports car, and this villa. Several cars had already been sold off, either to buy Fang Qian luxury brand bags, diamond rings, necklaces, high-end dresses, cosmetics, or to pay for the full price of an apartment he had purchased for her. He had been the very image of a pathetic sycophant, and in the end was left with nothing. Only later did Lin Feng discover that Fang Qian was Lin Tian's secret mistress. To suppress Lin Feng, Lin Tian had deliberately instructed her to keep him dangling. Only a fool like Lin Feng, still in university and ignorant of how cruel society could be, would continue to grovel. He learned the truth only shortly before his death. Fang Qian had sabotaged him in secret, deceiving his feelings, while Lin Hao also maneuvered in the shadows, causing the stock assets left by Lin Feng's parents to plummet in value and diluting the proportion of shares in Lin Feng's hands. Those shares had fallen from 60% to the 30% he held now. Over the years, his uncle Lin Hao reported real estate losses year after year. The shares that had once been worth 60 billion at 60% were now reduced to 30%, valued at 20 billion. Lin Hao was no decent man either. He had been padding the accounts and funneling the money into his own pocket. Lin Feng simply had not known. When the apocalypse descended, Lin Hao finally dropped the act. He admitted that it was he who had hired a killer to tamper with Lin Feng's father's brakes. The brakes failed, the car veered off the highway and plunged down, taking 2 lives, both of Lin Feng's parents. Enough, Lin Hao. You have burned through my father's money for so many years. It is about time you repaid your debt, Lin Feng murmured. Having decided what he needed to do in the coming month, he rose and dressed. Tonight he would first prepare some basic food. Once the apocalypse arrived, no amount of money would buy anything. Money was only money when someone accepted it. If no one did, it was not even worth using as toilet paper. Gold bars, antiques, none of it would matter. They would all become useless junk. He left the villa and got into his car, savoring this long-lost feeling that had become so hard-won. Good days would last only another month. He would cherish each day as it came. I can finally relax for a month and really enjoy myself, he exclaimed. Lin Feng drove to a night market where the air was filled with raucous voices and dazzling lights. How long had it been since Lin Feng had seen such vibrant down-to-earth bustle? In the past, as a rich second-generation heir, he would never have come to a night market to eat. But now he had once been so starved in his previous life that he had even eaten human flesh. What food would he possibly refuse to eat now? His first mission tonight was to buy as many snacks as possible, whether delicious or not. He would buy them all. Handsome, what can I get you? Our grilled lamb testicles are legendary. Want a few skewers to try? The barbecue stall owner called out when he saw Lin Feng step out of a limited edition sports car. He might not recognize a Lamborghini, but he certainly recognized a supercar when he saw one. Boss, grill 100 lamb testicles, 100 big kidneys, 1,000 bull penises, 1,000 lamb penises, 1,000 dog penises, 10,000 oysters, and 10,000 bundles of chives. Lin Feng did not even glance at the menu. The order spilled out in one breath. The owner had just lifted his pen to write when his face darkened. You're not here to eat. You're here to cause trouble. The owner snapped, raising his kitchen knife as if ready to charge. Just then, ding. Alipay. Payment received 20,000 yuan. A notification chimed from the speaker behind them, making the stall owner freeze on the spot. Good heavens, sir. What are you doing? He blurted. Lin Feng casually patted the dust from his clothes and said, I actually preferred that rebellious look you had just now. If you don't have that much stock, just grill as much as 20,000 yuan can cover. Just grill whatever you have here. I'm taking it all. If the money runs short, call me, and I'll transfer more. Lin Feng was truly extravagant, sweeping 20,000 in one go. His storage space was frozen in time. Whatever was placed inside would never spoil. The temperature would remain exactly the same as when it went in. That was why he had come in person. If he ordered delivery, everything would be cold by the time it arrived, and noodles and spicy soup would congeal into clumps. How could that still be tasty? Better to trouble himself a little by directly from the stall, and then store it in his space immediately. These 20,000 yuan's worth of barbecue. 3 months from now, even if you spent 100 million, you would not be able to buy them. Oh my good sir, please come inside. We're all family here. Talking about money just ruins the mood. Now that the payment had been received, the balding owner's attitude flipped in an instant, his wide grin stretching nearly to his ears. The sight startled Lin Feng. On instinct, he covered his crotch. Could this guy be planning to bite his manhood too? The whole ordeal with Fang Qian had left him with a psychological shadow. For 20 years he had guarded his sword, yet the first time it was drawn it bled. Others drew their swords and shed someone else's blood. His first draw had shed his own. That shadow would likely haunt Lin Feng for the rest of his life. He would never again dare let anyone near him with their teeth. I won't sit. Just start grilling for me first, or I'll come back to pick it up in a while, he said. Lin Feng clutched his crotch and hurried away, leaving the balding stall owner scratching his head in confusion. He checked his stock. Freezers full of meat, skewers, squid, various seafood, eggplants, chili peppers, greens, and chives. If he grilled it all and sold it, he might make just over 20,000. For Lin Feng, he would give a discount and grill everything for 20,000. An easy 14,000 profit. That was how lucrative barbecue could be. Honey, wake up. No more sleeping. Overtime. Thaw and skewer everything quickly. Take that batch of cheap frozen goods the factory's been pressing on us for years. String it all. There was no helping it. Some snack stalls were simply like that. Those with a conscience could still make money using good meat. Those without one made even more. Lin Feng knew this, of course, but he had a taste for it all the same. Besides, with the end of the world about to arrive, what was the point of being picky? Soon people would not just be eating years-old frozen meat. Being able to eat moldy rice at all would already be a blessing. Lin Feng, of course, had not run away. He had simply gone on to the next hamburger shop. Fried chicken burgers, chicken wraps, all kinds of pizza. After asking about their stock, he transferred 18,000 on the spot. That was how wildly he spent. Next came a stewdoffel shop, a beef giblet stall, a spicy hot pot, stand a crossing the bridge, rice noodles, shop, a Xilong Bao stall. The owners along the entire street were dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? Did he have to be this outrageous? Yet after asking about stock and prices, Lin Feng paid each one without hesitation. Soon an astonishing scene unfolded. The entire street ran out of goods. Boss, how much for your Xilong Bao? Not selling. Sold out. Boss, how much is your stinky tofu? Go ask next door. Ours is already gone. Everyone was utterly baffled. It was not even 1 in the morning. A nightlife had barely begun. How could everything already be sold out? Meanwhile, Lin Feng leaned against his Lamborghini, one hand holding a skewer of lamb testicles, the other cradling a box of grilled chives, eating and crying at the same time. Some of his tears were from excitement. How long had it been since he had eaten something this good? Others flowed from regret. Was he insane? Would it not have been better to keep the good things for himself? Throwing it all at Fang Qian, he had been a complete fool. Brother, I'm sorry, he whispered. Not only did I fail to let you enjoy any of this, I even let someone bite you off. Have a few skewers of lamb testicles to make it up to you. A group of passers-by saw Lin Feng so overwhelmed, he was talking to himself, while crying, and cursed him an idiot under their breath. Were rich people all this dumb? Where exactly was the gap between themselves and this wealthy fool? Just then at the intersection, a young beauty around 20 years old was strolling through the night market with her best friend. Both of them looked equally bewildered. Usually at this hour they could grab whatever they wanted right outside their school, so why was everything sold out tonight? Chow Chow, what's going on today? Is the night market being shut down? Ying, I have no idea. How come there's nothing to eat anywhere? As the two beauties passed by, a crowd of admirers turned their heads to gawk. It was December, and Chow Chow wore white see-through leggings under a white dress paired with a white down vest. Standing at 175 centimeters, she had long slender legs and flowing hair, with a delicate oval face adorned by pink lipstick and light makeup. She looked like a fairy descending to earth. Li Ying, in contrast, was dressed all in black, with heavier makeup. Though slightly less stunning than Chow Chow, she was undoubtedly a top-tier beauty in her own right. They both rubbed their stomachs, having planned to grab a late-night snack after their school's winter break began, but what on earth was happening tonight? Chow Chow, look. That guy over there is eating grilled chives. Let's ask him where he got them. Li Ying pointed at Lin Feng in the distance, a hint of longing in her eyes. They were indeed hungry, but there was nothing available anywhere. All right, let's go ask. Chow Chow, being bold and outgoing, grabbed Li Ying's arm and walked over. Wah, bro, I'm so sorry. Once this apocalypse is over, it'll make sure you live in luxury. Lin Feng was eating and crying at the same time, leaving Chow Chow and Li Ying utterly confused as they approached. How exactly did your brother die to make you cry like that? Chow Chow, maybe we shouldn't ask him. He seems weird. What apocalypse? Is he mentally ill? Li Ying was getting nervous. This guy might actually be unhinged. Don't worry, I'll ask him. I've trained in taekwondo and kickboxing. Chow Chow, being straightforward and fearless, pulled Li Ying along and walked over. Excuse me, I wanted to ask, where did you buy that? We're hungry and want to get something to eat. Qiao's words snapped Lin Feng back to reality. He glanced at Chow Chow and nodded. With looks like that, she's worth 2 ham sausages. Li Ying was even more baffled by his comment. We want to buy food. Ham sausages are junk, we wouldn't eat those. Lin Feng nodded slightly, then said in a serious tone, remember what you just said. With looks like that, in a few months you won't even be able to trade for a single ham sausage. Chow Chow and Li Ying were speechless. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out 2 grilled ham sausages and handed them to the girls. Today I'll treat you to these ham sausages for free, but in a month, if you want one, you'll have to pay. Chow Chow and Li Ying were utterly confused. What was he talking about? Hey, we never said we wouldn't pay you this time. With that, Lin Feng clapped his hands and turned to leave. Sure, these 2 girls were pretty, but in a month, what kind of woman couldn't he find? 1 ham sausage for a night. Finally, my brother can enjoy himself. I've awakened such a vast space, can't I indulge a little? Meanwhile, Li Ying glanced at the Lamborghini supercar and had an idea. Strike while the iron is hot. Opportunity knocks, but once. Come on, Chow Chow. Let's follow him. Chow Chow froze for a moment, then grabbed Li Ying's hand. Ying, why are we following him? That's illegal. But Li Ying was determined. She wanted to marry a rich man, and Lin Feng was the wealthiest person she had ever met in her life. She couldn't give up. Chow Chow, how much does your brother make slaving away on construction sites all year? This guy is worth hundreds of millions. Don't you want to know how he made his money? Let's follow him. He bought so much stuff, what's he planning to do? Maybe we'll find our own opportunity. Li Ying made up nonsense on the spot, and Chow Chow believed her. I'm curious too. How do rich people actually make their money? After thinking it over, she quietly followed Li Ying after Lin Feng. Lin Feng took 2 deep breaths. This long-lost feeling of peace was relaxing, but these good days wouldn't last much longer. Then Lin Feng walked into a barbecue restaurant carrying a black bag. Due to the shortage, there were no customers inside. Seeing that no one was around, he went to a corner and stuffed the skewers the owner had grilled into his bag. But in reality, he was putting them into his space. Boss, I'm taking these. Keep grilling. The owner was busy and didn't pay Lin Feng any mind. All right, he'll leave the grilled ones over there. Just come grab them. Lin Feng then went from shop to shop. Since it was nighttime and the stores were busy with no customers inside, Lin Feng would go to the corner to pack things, moving to the next shop after just putting items in his bag. At each next shop, they assumed the bag was empty, so nothing seemed out of the ordinary. No one noticed that Lin Feng's black bag seemed bottomless. Having just returned from the apocalypse, he hadn't fully adjusted to normal life. During those years, abilities were so common that Lin Feng had always packed things this way. Only Chow Chow and Li Ying, secretly following Lin Feng from a distance, stood with their mouths wide open staring at him. Oh my god, is he a magician? Things are vanishing into thin air. Their jaws dropped in shock as they watched from afar, even though they couldn't see where Lin Feng was putting everything. But it looked just like street magic. Lin Feng made a full round collecting all the food. He had no choice. The food wouldn't taste good once it got cold, so he had to put in the effort. Besides, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His cooking skills were nowhere near those of shop owners who had been at it for decades. Chow Chow and Li Ying's eyes were wide as they followed Lin Feng from afar, never once able to see where all those things were going. Chow Chow, is this haunted? Li Ying was scared. This was too bizarre. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must be hiding them somewhere we didn't notice. He's definitely a street magician, and a high-level one at that. Look around. There must be someone filming. The two finished their grilled sausages and continued following Lin Feng. Sure enough, no one can escape the law of the truth tastes good. 1 second, they said they wouldn't eat ham sausages, the next they were enjoying them. Lin Feng didn't notice that these two girls had been tailing him the whole way. With so many people in the night market, how was he supposed to know they'd rather be interested in him than eat their sausages? Lin Feng turned around and saw the two girls staring at him with their mouths wide open. Instantly a chill ran down his spine. He had psychological trauma from this. Now whenever he saw anyone open their mouth, he felt a cold shiver. Why are you two following me? Don't think I don't know. You want free food. I'm telling you, impossible. Absolutely impossible. This goofball pointed at them and shouted. You two have dangerous thoughts. Wanting free grilled sausages. No way. Xiao Xiao and Li Ying exchanged glances. This guy was definitely not right in the head. The sausages you gave us weren't even that good, just average tasting, like would be desperate for them. Are you performing street magic? Or is this a real-life prank? Where's the camera? I've been looking everywhere and can't find it. Xiao Xiao, being outgoing and curious, decided to ask. Lin Feng realized had been too careless. He hadn't taken his ability seriously because during those years abilities were so common that there was no need to hide them. Everyone knew. Hearing this, Lin Feng snapped back to reality. Had been careless, forgetting that the apocalypse hadn't started yet. With the apocalypse still to come, had been too relaxed. He needed to keep his ability hidden. Had been so focused on enjoying life that had forgotten to watch his surroundings. No choice. He had to keep hiding it. Having survived 3 years in the apocalypse, how could he have lived so long without vigilance? It's staged. Every passerby you see could be filming, and of course you two are in the shot too. Your shocked expressions are all recorded. If you don't want to show your faces, you'd better stay away from me. Lin Feng didn't want to cause trouble prematurely, and he had a bigger plan in motion. He couldn't blow his cover. Returning to his car, he took a look. Once the scorching heat arrived, with temperatures regularly hitting 50 degrees and occasionally spiking to 70 or even 80, this piece of junk would definitely break down. Better to sell it while I can and trade it for food. That's the practical move. Li Ying followed Lin Feng's gaze to the limited edition Lamborghini. This car was worth over 30 million. Why was it at a night market? Handsome, is this car yours? Li Ying's eyes widened as she came over to ask. Their filming crew was way too extravagant, wasn't it? It's not mine. You two should leave. Don't hold up our shooting schedule. Women like this. Lin Feng had seen too many after the apocalypse. He didn't want to bother. Wasting my time. Xiao Xiao. Lin Feng pulled out several skewers of grilled kidneys from his bag to replenish his vital energy. He was also terrified that that bitch Fang Qian might have bitten it off and wondered if there would be any lasting consequences. Li Ying was surprised by Lin Feng's refusal. Was she not attractive enough? Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao with a swift move snatched the black bag from Lin Feng's hand and shook it vigorously. It was completely empty inside. Where had all those things gone? Skewers and such could be easily hidden, but how could such a large pile of burgers and chicken wraps just vanish? What are you doing? This is robbery. I can call the police and have you arrested. This is my livelihood. Lin Feng snatched the bag back. He had to convince these two girls that he was a magician, or else they'd film him and post it online, which would ruin everything. After all, the apocalypse hadn't started yet, and Lin Feng still wanted to do some free shopping. I'm sorry, I was just curious. I've never met a magician before, and I wanted to know how it works. Xiao Xiao quickly returned the bag. She was just very inquisitive, as what Lin Feng did seemed to defy common sense. She had assumed the bag was a magic prop. Xiao Xiao had seen David Copperfield's trick of making a locomotive disappear, but that was just a video and definitely involved props. However, what happened today was real and right before her eyes. Driven by curiosity, she acted impulsively, and now she felt genuinely sorry. Street magic is a secret. Goodbye. No need to see you off. Lin Feng made a please leave gesture which irritated the two girls. After thinking it over, they realized they were in the wrong and decided to leave. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. If possible, I'd like to compensate you. Please forgive my rudeness. Compensation. Upon hearing the word compensation, Lin Feng's gaze drifted towards Xiao Xiao's 36D. Compensation is not out of the question. I can indeed study and learn with you about software hardening engineering, rice irrigation engineering, and pipeline unclogging engineering. Xiao Xiao was confused by Lin Feng's words. What did he mean? That has nothing to do with my major. I'm studying architecture design. Li Ying, however, understood Lin Feng's implication. Looking at his handsome face and the supercar, her heart fluttered with excitement. I think I can do it. Can we add each other on WeChat? We can learn slowly later. Lin Feng glanced at Li Ying. Her makeup was too thick. Who knew if there was a monster under that mask? Forget it, I don't have time. Please leave now, or I'll call the police and report you for trying to rob me. Lin Feng waved his hand, while Li Ying looked utterly disappointed. So rich men really had such picky tastes. He was into Xiao Xiao, not her. I can compensate you in another way. How much money do you think is appropriate? Xiao Xiao felt she was indeed at fault and decided to compensate him. She was about to say something else, but Ling didn't want Xiao Xiao to get ahead of her. If she couldn't have such a high-quality handsome guy, she wasn't going to let Xiao Xiao have him either. Let's go Xiao Xiao. His car costs tens of millions. Our little bit of money isn't worth making a fool of ourselves. Xiao Xiao glanced at Lin Feng, becoming even more interested in him. Why would someone so wealthy be performing street magic? Alright, let's go. Xiao Xiao and Li Ying left, and Lin Feng didn't care. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. There would be plenty of women later. But thinking about Xiao Xiao, Lin Feng felt like he had seen her somewhere before yet couldn't remember where. Since he couldn't remember, he stopped thinking about it. He checked his watch and decided to go back to his car for a nap before getting the next batch. It wasn't until 4 a.m. that Lin Feng finally packed everything up. There were still 2 shops left unfinished, but Lin Feng generously said he didn't need them. Before leaving, Lin Feng kindly told them to stock up quickly as he would return on the night of December 31st and buy everything they had again. This made the vendors overjoyed. It was as if the god of wealth had descended. Whether Lin Feng would actually show up on December 31st was uncertain, but kindly telling them to stock up more wouldn't hurt. Even if he didn't come to buy their stock goods would help them survive a few more months. Lin Feng had survived 3 years in the apocalypse and still had a bit of conscience, but not much. Because Lin Feng had already planned it all out. While my neighbors stockpile food, I stockpile guns. My neighbors are my food warehouse. But where was he going to get guns? Lin Feng didn't have any connections. Back at the villa, the first batch of supplies was complete. 680 yuan worth of various fast food was enough to feed him for over a decade. Back home, he sent a WeChat message to his uncle Lin Hao. Uncle, this is Lin Feng. I'm a bit short on cash lately. I want to cash out my 30 shares. Give me a price. The apocalypse was coming soon, and those shares wouldn't even be worth an expired ham sausage. He had to ruthlessly swindle Lin Hao now. In his past life, Lin Hao with his cash reserves had hoarded supplies frantically in the first month of the apocalypse, raised a gang of thugs, and was incredibly arrogant in Huanghai City. Moreover, Lin Hao's son Lin Feng's cousin Lin Tian later awakened the flame ability and also lived a very successful life. Since the apocalypse hadn't started yet, Lin Feng estimated that Lin Hao had at least 2 billion in cash. He had to drain him completely. Let's see him try to trade stocks and houses for rice then. After sending the WeChat message, Lin Feng went to take a shower. He hadn't bathed in 3 years and had almost forgotten what it felt like. He focused on cleaning his and checked to make sure everything was functioning properly, hoping there were no lasting effects. After the shower, Lin Feng felt relieved. It seemed to be okay. He just needed to wait for a chance to test it out in the field. Back in the room, he turned on his phone. Lin Hao had replied. Fenger, why are you in such a hurry to cash out? If you need money, just tell your uncle. I can give you a few million to tide you over. Looking at the message, Lin Feng let out a contemptuous sneer. Tisk, so fake. If I hadn't heard with my own ears how you schemed against my parents, I might have actually believed your bullshit. Then Lin Feng started typing. No need. I've been losing some money gambling online recently. I've sold the family cars and lost all the money. This is the last bit. I need to try and win it back. He sent the message and waited for a response. Oh dear. Fenger, you mustn't touch gambling. But if you really need the money, your uncle will give you 800 million for your shares. He'll come to your place at 8 a.m. tomorrow to sign the contract. Seeing Lin Hao's message, Lin Feng was instantly overjoyed. This old fox was still so obsessed with the shares of Lin's real estate. He definitely had to fleece him this once. 800 million. Uncle, you must be joking. 7 billion, not a cent less. Otherwise I'll hold an auction tomorrow. I could probably get at least 5 billion for it, right? After all, 30 of the Lin group should attract quite a few interested buyers. He sent it again. Soon a reply came. Your uncle will give you 5 billion. I really can't go any higher. I don't have that much liquid cash right now. The real estate business has been tough these past few years. You should understand your uncle's position. Playing tricks with an old fox, huh? Lin Feng was quite satisfied with the 5 billion price. After all, it was cash, and it was swindled from Lin Hao. 5 billion was a substantial amount. Moreover, an auction would waste time, and there weren't many people who could pull out 5 billion in cash at once. It wouldn't be easy to sell. Money was important now, but time was even more critical. They'll draft the contract now. Bring the money tomorrow at 8 a.m. and well sign. After sending the message, he tossed his phone onto the bed and went straight to draft the share transfer agreement. When you find that your property deeds and shares can't even buy a bag of rice, you'll realize what a stupid thing you've done. On the other end of the phone, Lin Hao was slapping his thigh with laughter. Ha ha. Lin Feng is such an idiot. He believes whatever I say. That 30% of shares is worth at least 2 billion. Even though the real estate market has been rough these past few years. But what's the actual construction cost? They're still making money selling apartments at 500 yuan per square meter in He City. It's the same reinforced concrete. The only difference is the land price. Just build a few more floors, and you'll make it all back. Lin Feng, you're a complete fool. Lin Hao let out a squealing laugh, then immediately made a call to start raising funds. Lin Feng, however, didn't even glance at his phone. He knew his stock was worth far more than 2 billion, but he simply couldn't be bothered to audit the accounts. After all, his uncle Lin Tian held 50% of the company now, and Lin Feng hadn't set foot in the office for years. He had no people on the inside, so a proper audit was impossible. 5 billion was more than enough, though. Lin Feng had already figured out how to drain his uncle dry. Lure this 5 billion over, then scheme to get the rest. When the apocalypse comes, they'll be left with nothing, unable to buy a single supply in that first month. How will they afford their thugs? How will they keep throwing their weight around? Ding dong. Lin Feng slept soundly until 8 in the morning when the doorbell startled him awake. Woof, 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 woof. The massive Tibetan Mastiff Anbei in its cage in the yard started barking ferociously. If it hadn't barked, Lin Feng might have forgotten he even owned a dog. In his past life, when the apocalypse struck, he didn't take it seriously, thinking it would blow over in a few days. For the first month, he ate whatever the dog ate. In the second month, he stared at the dog food helpless. He was starving. So he ate the dog food and fed his own waste to Anbei. He didn't starve, and Anbei survived on his scraps. By the third month, Lin Feng clutched his stomach, looked at the dog, and tears of hunger welled in his eyes. It was time to eat the dog. Without Anbei, Lin Feng wouldn't have survived to see today. That dog had saved his life. Lin Feng rubbed his eyes, resolved to take better care of his savior this time around. Anbei could survive on almost anything, a true lifeline in a crisis. He got up, got dressed, and headed out. As he opened the front door, Lin Hao and Lin Tian walked in from the yard, their faces beaming with joy. Well, Fenger. Long time no see. You've put on some weight. Lin Hao said warmly, walking over to embrace Lin Feng, while Lin Tian looked around the villa with keen interest. This place was in the most prime location in all of Huanghai City, worth 850 million yuan. It was built during the peak of his parents' real estate empire, a property of immense value. It wasn't just the main house either. There was a swimming pool, a game room, a home theater, a wine cellar, a study, a gaming room, and a formal reception hall. Out front was a high-end residential block, and behind it all was a sprawling 800-mu private golf course. If he could get his hands on this land and build another villa complex, the profits would be astronomical. But this fool Lin Feng is sitting on a gold mine and begging for scraps. His brain is beyond saving. Let's go inside, uncle. As long as the money's right, we can talk. Lin Feng gestured for them to enter. Just wait until I've drained your entire cash flow. Let's see you try to trade your houses for food in a month. Ma Yin said a lot of nonsense, but one thing he said was absolutely true. In the future, houses will be as cheap as scallions. And he wasn't wrong. A single scallion could buy you a house. Lin Feng had actually done it. Had traded this very villa for a single scallion. If it hadn't been for that scallion, he would have starved to death. I've brought the money, don't worry. Let me see the share transfer contract. If it's in order, he'll sign. Lin Hao was itching to get this done. Had been waiting for this day for over 30 years. From this moment on, Lin's real estate would finally be his. All right, uncle, come in. He'll get the contract for you. Lin Feng motioned them inside and closed the door behind them. Looking at their backs, a murderous intent blazed in Lin Feng's eyes. If killing them now didn't mean prison time, he would have done it without a second thought. His spatial ability could store almost anything, but not people. Not even the dead. He knew this from experience. Had tried before. People couldn't be stored, and neither could mutated plants or animals. It seemed like any higher life form was off limits. Killing them would be easy, but disposing of the bodies was a problem. A man who cannot bide his time is not a wise man. Go ahead and buy up all the shares you want. You'll regret the day you did. They went inside, and Lin Hao's eyes lit up at the sight of the share transfer agreement on the table. It looked like Lin Feng was serious about selling. Lin Feng noticed Lin Hao's gaze and picked up the contract, handing it to him. Uncle, take a look. If everything's in order, you can transfer the money, and we'll both sign and fingerprint to make it official. All right, let me see. Lin Hao excitedly put on his glasses and meticulously examined the agreement. Satisfied there were no hidden traps, Lin Hao took out an ink pad and placed it on the table. Finger, it all looks good. Let's sign and make it official. Lin Feng shot him a look. You old fox, trying to get something for nothing. I invented the 0 yuan shopping spree. Because Lin Feng had sensed two people in Lin Hao's car outside. He found this strange. When did he develop such a keen perception? He pushed his senses out further and further and further. Holy crap. Even this got upgraded with my rebirth. He shouted, startling both Lin Hao and Lin Tian. But then he realized this wasn't just perception. It was his spatial ability. He had awakened a second skill, spatial perception. He could clearly sense everything within the area his space could encompass. So this was spatial perception. His ability had evolved. In his past life, his space was only a few square meters. But now its radius was 1,000 kilometers. Do you have any idea what that means? He knew the exact contents of everything within that area. This was better than radar. The thought struck him, and he froze for a second. A bold idea formed in his mind. He had to make a trip to Russia. He had to store Lake Baikal in his space. In his past life, Lake Baikal had become the world's most vital survival base for the rich and powerful and the backbone of Russia's own survival. Lin Feng had been too poor to get there. His stocks were worthless and cash was useless. The bases at Lake Baikal and the Arctic Circle only accepted gold bullion. This had turned Russia into the world's sole superpower given its high-latitude cold climate and access to Lake Baikal, which held enough fresh water to sustain the entire world's population for 50 years. And the lake was teeming with fish. They had food and water in abundance, just waiting for the apocalypse to end and the temperature to rise so Russia could conquer the globe. But their good fortune lasted only a year. The second year brought a brutal cold snap that froze 90% of them to death. The third year brought catastrophic flooding that breached Lake Baikal's banks, wiping Russia off the map entirely. This time I'm taking your precious lake. Let's see how you Russians strut around after this. As the thought crossed his mind, a searing pain tore through his brain, and his vision went black. He realized his mental energy wasn't strong enough to maintain such a vast spatial expansion. In that single instant, his spiritual power had been completely drained. Lin Feng clutched his head, seeing stars, and slumped onto the sofa. It was clear he couldn't casually expand his spatial ability to its maximum. His mental fortitude couldn't handle the strain, and it would lead to a complete mental collapse. Fenger, what's wrong with you? Seeing Lin Feng suddenly sit down, Lin Hao panicked. The contract wasn't signed yet. If you're going to faint, at least wait until after the contract is signed. I'm fine, just a bit of low blood sugar. He'll be okay after a walk outside. Lin Feng made up the lie, without a second thought, spouting nonsense, without caring whether it was plausible or not. With that, Lin Feng got up and walked into the courtyard, opening the dog cage. There were 2 people in that car, and they were armed with knives. Having suddenly exhausted his mental energy, he couldn't even focus his mind. He really couldn't handle 4 people on his own. Abe, come out and play. We have guests. Abe was a purebred Tibetan Mastiff standing 1.3 meters tall at the shoulder and weighing 180 gene. Lin Feng had spent over 3 million last year to buy him from a herdsman in a Tibetan region. Tibetan Mastiffs aren't the sharpest tools in the shed. They only recognize one master in their lifetime. Otherwise, if it hadn't starved and gone mad later, Lin Feng wouldn't have had the heart to eat it. Fortunately, since Lin Feng had raised Abe since he was a pup, the dog could understand many of his commands. With a single order from Lin Feng, Abe would bite whoever he was told to bite. Anyway, if he bit someone to death, he'd just pay some compensation, and that would be the end of it. Even the police had no hold over Lin Feng. Woof, 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 woof. The moment Abe came out of his cage, he barked ferociously at the door. His territorial instincts were strong. It seemed he had already sensed the people in the car. Fenger, what are you doing? Why let the dog out all of a sudden? Lin Hao and Lin Tian inside the house were getting nervous. This stupid dog only listened to Lin Feng, and it wasn't even afraid of wolves. There was no way the few of them could handle it. It's fine, uncle. Abe doesn't bite. He's very well behaved. As he spoke, Lin Feng rubbed Abe's head, and the dog obediently sat down. Inside the house, Lin Hao and Lin Feng were both at their wits' end. It looked like today's freebie hunting trip was going to end prematurely. Uncle, if there's no problem, just transfer the money, right? He'll sign the contract as soon as the money comes through. Entering the house, Lin Feng was overjoyed. He was genuinely happy. His previous life space was only a few cubic meters, not enough to store much supplies. With such a large space in this life, if he still managed to die, then he truly deserved to die. Alright, I'll transfer the money now. Lin Hao had no choice. Buying the shares for 1.5 billion wasn't a loss for him, so he directly took out his phone and made the transfer. Ding! A minute later, Lin Feng's phone buzzed with a text message, a bank notification. Lin Feng opened his mobile banking app and carefully counted the zeros after the 15. He confirmed it 3 times. It really was 1.5 billion. Only then did he put down his phone, walk to the table, and directly sign and press his fingerprint. Fenger, you're certainly decisive. Well, uncle should be going now. Your dog, it won't bite me, will it? After signing, Lin Hao picked up the contract and pointed at Abe outside, feeling a bit nervous. A Tibetan Mastiff of that size was not something his old bones could contend with. It's fine, Abe doesn't bite. Uncle, you can leave with peace of mind. As he spoke, Lin Feng opened the door with ill intent and made a gesture of please. Woof, 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 woof. Abe was well behaved, still lying on the ground, but he barked a few times upon seeing the strangers. Lin Hao and Lin Tian, father and son, were terrified. Couldn't he at least put the dog on a leash? Leaving it loose like this? How are we supposed to leave? The 2 of them tiptoed past Abe as if they were thieves, finally reaching the main gate and breathing a sigh of relief. Lin Hao was just about to open the gate when Lin Feng smiled maliciously. It was time to collect a little interest. Abe bite his butt. Lin Feng's voice wasn't loud, but a dog's ears are sharp. Woof, 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 woof. Then Abe charged forward with a sudden burst of speed. He clamped his jaws right onto Lin Hao's buttocks. Lin Feng, keep your dog under control. Seeing this, Lin Tian was startled. He pushed open the main gate and started pulling Lin Hao out. The 2 bodyguards in the car also rushed out to pull their boss. If something happened to the boss, who would pay their wages? Three people were pulling Lin Hao out while Abe held on with a death grip, refusing to let go. Lin Feng smiled wickedly, closed the door, and went back inside pretending he hadn't seen anything. Tianer, hurry, pull harder. It's biting my butt. Lin Hao also pulled with all his might, but every tug sent a searing pain through his rear. With the massive jaws of that Tibetan Mastiff clamping down, who could withstand that? To be fair, those two bodyguards were indeed effective. With their height of 1.85 meters and weight of over 160 Gene, with their combined strength, they managed to pull Lin Hao and the dog right out of the main gate. Although Abe was brave and invincible, the other side had too many people. With a loud riot, Abe tore Lin Hao's cotton-padded trousers to shreds. For bloody holes were left on Lin Hao's buttocks, and the flesh was even torn open. Woof woof woof. Abe was thrown a good distance away, but then he tried to lunge at Lin Hao again. If he got another bite in, he would definitely tear off a chunk of flesh. Quick, close the gate. Don't let it out. Lin Hao frantically opened the car door and got in while the two bodyguards hastily shut the main gate, blocking Abe's attack. Woof woof woof. Abe still wanted to bite, but the four people were already in the car, which sped off into the distance. Damn it. That little bastard did that on purpose. Ouch. My ass. In the car, Lin Hao didn't dare sit down at all. These four big gashes were bleeding profusely. There was no way they'd heal in less than a month. Dad, don't worry. They'll take you to the infectious disease hospital right now. Lin Tian drove straight to the infectious disease hospital, and at that moment Lin Feng also sent a WeChat message. Ding. A WeChat transfer of 2,000 yuan. Lin Feng. What is the meaning of this? Why are you transferring me 2,000 yuan? Lin Hao furiously sent a voice message. The fact that he wasn't cursing showed he was exercising great restraint. Uncle, I'm so sorry. I didn't watch the dog properly, and he bit you. I've transferred you 2,000 yuan. Go get a rabies shot quickly. Even if you don't get one, it should probably be fine. I remember Abe got his rabies vaccine. Listening to Lin Feng's voice message, Lin Hao squeezed his phone until it creaked. Who did Lin Feng think he was dealing with? Did he care about a measly 2,000 yuan? Did he think he could just set his dog on someone and get away with it? Dad, don't get angry. I think Lin Feng did this on purpose. Could it be that he's found out about what happened back then? Is that why he's in such a hurry to cash out and run? Lin Tian asked suspiciously while driving. There was no need to keep secrets from the two bodyguards in the car. They were the ones who did the dirty work, including what happened to Lin Feng's parents. I think there's a possibility he's planning to run. Otherwise, with Lin Feng's personality, why would he want so much cash instead of going to fawn over his goddess Fang Qian? Unless it's the end of the world. Is he stocking up on supplies? Lin Hao voiced his thoughts while sticking his butt out, and Lin Tian laughed along with him. Haha, Lin Feng is such an idiot. He doesn't even know that his goddess Fang Qian is actually my mistress, and the one who told her to string him along. He still thinks she's some kind of goddess. I'm so sick of her I could puke. Lin Tian sneered. In his eyes, Lin Feng wasn't worthy of inheriting all that money. Just because he had a good father. Otherwise, wouldn't he still be a broke nobody? Son, after you drop me off at the hospital, call that mistress of yours. Have her go probe for information. What exactly is Lin Feng up to? Why does he need so much money in such a hurry? I don't believe his story about needing 1.5 billion to recoup his losses from online gambling. Who would believe that? Lin Hao with his but in the air wanted to know Lin Feng's next move, and Lin Tian was also grinning wickedly. Okay, Dad. He'll call Fang Qian in a bit. I've spent so much money keeping her, besides being good in bed, it's time she did something useful. Lin Tian stepped on the gas, heading straight for the hospital. Anbei is such a good boy, a fine dog. Hey, race a lamb leg for you. Lin Feng took a frozen lamb leg from the fridge and tossed it to Anbei. His two large freezers were stocked entirely with chicken, duck, fish, pork, and beef for the dog. Of course there was dog food at home, but Anbei didn't care for it, and Lin Feng rarely bothered to feed it to him. In his past life, it was precisely this meat that had sustained him through the first month and the dog food that got him through the second. But in this life, the future was destined to be rewritten. Ha ha ha. Anbei wagged his tongue, waiting for Lin Feng's reward. In Anbei's eyes, Lin Feng was his god. Lin Feng tossed the lamb leg into the kennel, and Anbei dashed in after it overjoyed. Lin Feng then latched the cage shut. He had other matters to attend to. His second task was to secure visas for Russia and the States. Fortunately, he held a Canadian passport, which simplified things considerably. All he needed now were the visas. For ordinary people, getting a visa took about 10 to 15 days. But Lin Feng had the power of money on his side, and he aimed to have it done within 3. A trip to Russia was essential. If he could store the waters of Lake Baikal into his spatial realm, his livelihood would be secured for good. An endless supply of fresh water and aquatic life, enough to last until the end of time. Moreover, Lin Feng had to procure some Russian arms. Russian weaponry was renowned for its rugged durability, unlike the delicate American arms that failed in extreme temperatures, jamming, or bursting. A single trip to Russia should be enough to equip 10,000 men. He had to visit the States as well. He'd regret it for the rest of his life if he didn't take advantage of the massive supermarket and warehouse chains. He got in his car and headed straight to apply for a tourist visa. Tourist visas were the fastest and easiest to obtain. Lin Feng was not one to hesitate, so he spent 10,000 yuan to grease the wheels. A mere tourist visa, 10,000 was more than enough. The staff was delighted and promised to expedite the process, guaranteeing it would take 3 days at the earliest and 7 at the latest. They told him to just wait for their call. With the second task complete, it was time for the third to dismantle Lin's real estate and, by the way, swindle. No, earn some money for supplies. With that thought, Lin Feng wanted to test his zero-cost shopping ability. He pulled the car to the side of the road and attempted to open his spatial realm, trying to see if he could store the bottled water in the back seat. He tried for a long time, his head spinning from the effort, but it simply wouldn't work. However, when he turned his gaze to the bottle of water, it vanished into his space, without any strain. What about the bottle in the trash can further away? Still nothing. After much experimentation, Lin Feng roughly deduced the conditions for storing objects in his space. 1. He had to see the object with his own eyes. 2. It had to be within 100 meters of him. 3. Living creatures could be stored, but they would not survive the process. For he could not store people nor objects held or worn by them, and even corpses were forbidden. It was the same in his past life. He himself could never enter the space. With this, Lin Feng had mapped out the rules of his spatial realm. Snatching a weapon from someone's hand was clearly impossible, just like before. He could not store people nor weapons they held or wore. Well, I still have a few days before heading to Russia. I've got time to prepare. Let's go set up a company first. Driving his limited edition Lamborghini worth 30 million, Lin Feng followed his memory to a small, struggling real estate agency. The property market was in a slump, and this agency was barely hanging on having not closed a single deal in half a month. As soon as Lin Feng stepped out of the car, a saleswoman in stockings rushed over to open the door for him. If he could afford a 30 million yuan sports car, he could certainly buy a 100 million yuan villa. Sir, are you looking to buy a house? Welcome to Jiahao Realty. Lin Feng glanced down at this saleswoman, who was barely 5 feet tall, around 25 years old, with delicate features, a doll-like face, and a pair of glasses. She was rather cute. Not bad. You can come to me when you want a ham sausage. You're worth one. Lin Feng nodded, giving his assessment, and then headed straight for the boss office. A mere salesperson wasn't worth his time. Ham sausage? Why would I want a ham sausage? The saleswoman's son Fang scratched her head, then quickly led the way. This was a big client and had to be treated well. Boss, we've got a big client. He wants to see you. Wu Yong, the owner of Jiahao Realty, was fretting over his mounting unsold properties and severed cash flow when he saw the supercar outside. His face lit up with joy as he hurried to greet the guest. Hello, sir. I'm Wu Yong, the owner of Jiahao Realty. What kind of property are you looking for? Lin Feng didn't reply, just fiddled with his phone. After a moment, he shoved the screen displaying his mobile banking balance in front of Wu Yong. How much to buy your entire real estate agency, Jiahao Realty, as a package deal? He'll take it. Upon hearing this, Wu Yong was overjoyed. Finally, someone to take it off his hands. This man was his savior. Our agency is just a small one with 46 employees. We hold deposits. How much to buy your entire real estate agency, Jiahao Realty, as a package deal? He'll take it. Upon hearing this, Wu Yong was overjoyed. Finally, someone to take it off his hands. This man was his savior. Our agency is just a small one with 46 employees. We hold deposits or down payments on 246 properties. Including this office building, how about 50 million for the whole package? Wu Yong had padded the price a bit. The current market value of the package was around 47 million. He was afraid that if he asked for too much, Lin Feng might check the books and walk away. This was an asset Wu Yong had bought for 60 million during the housing boom. He was already accepting a loss and just hoped to minimize it now. A man willing to cut off his own arm to survive. Ruthless. Draw up the contract. You're coming with me to register the name change. Once it's done, he'll transfer the money. Wu Yong was stunned. This was a true tycoon. No haggling. Head met his benefactor. Yes, Grandpa. He'll write the contract right now. Wu Yong scurried off to draft the contract, while the pretty saleswoman's son Fang was left dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? Was this guy just burning money? Why would anyone buy a real estate agency on the verge of bankruptcy? Grandpa, what do you think of this contract? If it's acceptable, we can sign and fingerprint it right now, and then head over to transfer the ownership. Wu Yong was extremely subservient, for he had no choice. He was the one who had lost money, and the other party had the power to help him out of this predicament. There's no need to transfer the house ownership. Just note down the number of properties and their total value. Change the legal representative of the company to me, and then I'll hire you as the general manager with a monthly salary of 1 million. The other salespeople will get a base salary of 10,000 plus a 1% commission on sales. That shouldn't be too demanding for you, all right? At that single sentence, the entire family and all the real estate salespeople were stunned. Their previous base salary was only 2,500. This new boss had just quadrupled it. I can do it. Absolutely can. How could this be demanding? Long live the new boss. In an instant, Wu Yong and all the employees erupted in cheers and jubilation. What kind of person was this boss to offer such high wages? Wu Yong was so moved, he almost cried. A monthly salary of 1 million. What level of treatment was this? Boss, I have no complaints. I promise to lead Jiahe Real Estate to greatness for you. I will never let down your high expectations. Wu Yong was completely convinced, having fully resolved to follow Lin Feng in building a grand enterprise and creating new glories. Come on, let's go change the legal representative. From now on, I'll be the legal face of this company. You'll do as I say, and I, Lin Feng, will bear all legal responsibilities. After signing the contract, Lin Feng immediately took Wu Yong with him. Wu Yong wouldn't dare to proceed without the legal representative being changed. As for their wages, Lin Feng had no intention of paying them at all. He could promise a monthly salary of 10 million right now, but that would be too absurd for them to believe. As Wu Yong got into Lin Feng's car, his hands were trembling with excitement. While Lin Feng drove, Wu Yong asked, "Boss, how should I sell houses from now on? The real estate market isn't doing well right now. Properties aren't easy to sell." Lin Feng continued driving as he replied, "We're not selling houses anymore. We're switching to a full rental model. Tenants only need to pay a deposit of 50% of the property's price. They can live in the house for free for as long as they want. They'll cover their own water, electricity, gas, and internet bills, while we'll pay for the property management, elevator, and heating fees. We'll sign a contract. If they want to move out, they can get their deposit back anytime. If we default, the house goes to the tenant." After Lin Feng's explanation, Wu Yong was baffled. Was this business? This was practically charity. What? Boss, are you kidding me? We'd lose our shirts. Wu Yong now, with his $1 million monthly salary, naturally wanted to protect his new job, didn't he? Shouldn't he consider the company's interests? Even if Lin Feng had won 5 billion, or even won 5 trillion, he couldn't afford to play around like this. Running a company is of course about making money. We take the 50% deposit as rent, then go to the bank for a mortgage with a 20% down payment. With that we can buy 5 properties. Then we rent out those 5 properties at 50% of their value. With that money we can get loans to buy 25 more properties, and then we continue to take out loans and rent them out again. Can you understand that before long at least half of the properties in the entire Royal Sea City will be under our Jiahe Real Estate's name? And once we have that monopoly, can't we just raise prices whenever we want? Do you understand what a monopoly means? Lin Feng's words struck Wu Yong like a sudden enlightenment. Only you rich folks know how to play the game. Boss, I get it now. All your 1.5 billion needs to do is pay the mortgage on time every month. As long as property prices keep rising, we'll never lose. Seeing that Wu Yong had caught on, Lin Feng nodded, satisfied that the brainwashing was successful. Pay the mortgage. Lin Feng had no intention of doing that. A month from now, when the mortgage payment was due, the apocalypse would already be here. Who in their right mind would be paying off loans then? Playing it this way in the final days, Lin Feng would just use the money to buy supplies. With good advertising, wouldn't he be able to rake in tens of billions? Wouldn't that much supplies be enough to feed hundreds of thousands of people for a lifetime? He drove to the Industry and Commerce Bureau, changed the legal representative, and transferred 50 million to Wu Yong. This time Wu Yong felt much more at ease. The legal representative was Lin Feng. He just had to handle the renting and buying. Even if Lin Feng lost so much money, he wouldn't recognize himself. Wu Yong would still get his fixed million a month. All he had to do was work. Hey, race another 10 million. Start advertising now. Jiahe Real Estate, giving the whole nation a half-priced home. After receiving another 10 million from Lin Feng, Wu Yong nodded. All right, boss. He'll head to the TV station right now to place the ads. Then he'll contact major streamers on all platforms. I guarantee the ad will be all over the country within a day. No need to drive me. He'll take a cab to the TV station. Wu Yong was full of confidence. If he couldn't sell properties at 50% of their price, he'd be utterly useless. Then he really would be a useless Wu Yong. All right, but don't buy any properties from Lin's Real Estate. They're my competitors. If you're short-staffed, go ahead and hire more people. New recruits get a base salary of 5,000 with a 1% commission for each rental. Everyone's salary will be held back for a month. Go on now. Lin Feng waved his hand, giving Wu Yong these final instructions. Got it, boss. Take care. Wu Yong didn't think much of it. Holding back a month's salary was normal. He sometimes held back 2 months himself. Lin Feng then drove off. There was nothing left for Lin Feng to manage. Lin, how you wanted 80% of my Lin's Real Estate shares, didn't you? He'll spend 60 million just to make your market value plummet by at least half. And from now on you won't sell a single house. He'll play you to death. Lin Feng drove away, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He'll make sure you, Lin, how are penniless when the apocalypse arrives. Lin Feng then drove to the Hulong Security Company. This security company was also a major force in Royal Sea City after the apocalypse. They didn't have much money, but they had a lot of people. All of them were young and strong, armed with stun batons and riot shields. They had looted plenty of supplies and lived quite comfortably. The most crucial part was that the general manager of the Hulong Security Company's Royal Sea City branch was none other than Wang Long, the captain who had killed Lin Feng. If Lin Feng didn't pay Wang Long a special visit, his life would have been in vain. He drove to the Hulong Security Company and parked the car. Hulong Security was one of the largest security companies in China. They not only handled various security contracts, but also built the most secure villas for the wealthy, so they were the perfect choice for his needs. Hello, sir. Welcome to Hulong Security Company. How may I assist you? The beautiful receptionist was delighted to serve Lin Feng. Seeing his 185 centimeters height, handsome face, and designer clothes, he was clearly a rich second generation. This kind of aura wasn't something one could just fake. I'm here to see your general manager Wang Long. I have a 3 billion deal to discuss with him. Hearing this, the receptionist was stunned. A 3 billion deal. That was enough to build an atomic bomb. Sir, I'll take you to see our general manager right away. This isn't something a low-level employee like me can decide. The beautiful receptionist could see that Lin Feng wasn't joking, so she quickly led the way. Lin Feng followed her to the 28th floor. This Dragon Protection Security Company indeed had strength. Their headquarters occupied a 30-story building. General manager, there's a guest here to discuss a 3 billion yuan deal with you. The receptionist knocked on the door. Inside, Wang Long, who was puffing on a cigar, was stunned for a moment. 3 billion. Is he planning to build a rocket launch silo or a military base? Although Wang Long was taken aback, he quickly regained his composure. Come in. He put down his cigar, curious to see what this was about. Lin Feng pushed the door open and walked in confidently. Sure enough, it was Wang Long. Lin Feng smiled faintly to himself. If I don't bankrupt you today, my life would have been lived in vain. Hello, General Manager Wang. I'm Lin Feng of Lin's Real Estate. Lin Feng introduced himself first, and Wang Long immediately knew who he was. Lin Feng held 30 of Lin's Real Estate's shares valued at 2 billion yuan. If he said he wanted to discuss a 3 billion yuan deal, it was entirely plausible. After all, aside from his shares, Lin Feng also had cars, villas, and cash. Young Master Lin, what brings you here? Please have a seat. Wang Long hurriedly rose to greet him. Lin Feng indeed had the capital to negotiate such a massive deal. I'm not one for idle talk. I want to build a villa covering 100 square meters, 3 stories above ground, and 2 below. No cement anywhere, full steel structure. The walls must be 1 meter thick steel plates clad externally with half a meter of titanium alloy. Inside, a 10 centimeter lead lining for radiation shielding and half a meter of aerospace grade panels for insulation against heat and cold. No operable windows, just fixed glass embedded in the walls for light. The glass must be 10 centimeter thick bulletproof glass with a 1 centimeter anti-blast inner layer, also UV resistant. 13 layers total, making it 5 meters thick, embedded entirely within the walls. Built-in radiation-proof curtains, also providing thermal insulation. The main door must be titanium alloy, at least 5 meters thick. It shouldn't shatter even if hit by a missile. The roof will be covered in solar panels, ensuring no power outage regardless of weather. The entire villa perimeter will be surrounded by high-voltage electric fencing with firing ports included. The firing ports must be titanium alloy resistant to being easily shot out. The villa will have its own independent LAN, but also connect to the internet. It needs cooling, heating, power generation systems, as well as a gas dispersal system and air purification. Full smart home integration, but also with a manual control console. What I want is that even if a nuclear bomb hits Imperial Sea City, as long as it doesn't land directly on my villa, the structure might be blown away, but not shattered. Can you do that? Wang Long. This your business certainly wasn't easy. This 3 billion deal wasn't going to be easy. Who the hell had ever built something like this? Wang Long wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This request was absurdly extreme. Young Master Lin, are you building a doomsday nuclear bunker villa? These requirements. With 3 billion, I don't think there's much profit for me, right? Wang Long dared not calculate the costs, and frankly he couldn't. Who had ever undertaken such a massive project? Come, let me do the math for you. The footprint is 100 square meters, 5 stories at 15 meters high. Even if it were solid steel, that's 1500 cubic meters of steel. 1 cubic meter of steel weighs 785 tons. Current steel price is 3,000 yuan per ton. Multiply that 5 billion. But my villa is hollow inside. Other materials might be pricier, but titanium alloy is only 100 yuan per ton now. But with 3 billion, you'll definitely make a profit building my villa. Conservatively, you'd earn at least 300 million. Lin Feng pulled out his phone and started confidently tapping away at the calculator in front of Wang Long. Wang Long looked at the numbers, thought for a moment, and nodded. The math checked out. It was almost 2050 and China had a titanium production surplus. Prices weren't as high anymore. Wang Long estimated he could probably make 500 to 800 million. This deal was worth discussing. Young Master Lin, I can see you're serious and not just messing with me. But 3 billion is a huge sum. How do you plan to pay? Wang Long was tempted. This was indeed a massive contract. They'll give you a 1-month construction period. You won't need to dig the foundation. I'll have it ready. After we sign the contract, they'll pay 30 up front. Upon inspection, another 30. Within 3 months, if I confirm the house has no issues, he'll pay another 30. If there are problems in between, you'll have to fix them right. The final 10 will be paid 1 year after final inspection. What do you think? If it's agreeable, we can sign the contract now. Wang Long found the payment terms quite appealing. The 60 should cover material costs, and the remaining 40 would account for labor and profit. Getting 30 in 3 months and the final payment in a year seemed very reasonable. But building such a huge villa in 1 month, the timeline was too tight. Young Master Lin, I can accept your payment terms, but the time frame is too short. Can I have 3 months to complete it? Wang Long wanted the contract, but he genuinely didn't think his Imperial Sea City Dragon Protection Security Company could build what Lin Feng asked for in just 1 month. You can request support from other Dragon Protection Security branches, right? They're not doing anything anyway. Might as well make some money together. I must move in before January 1st, 2050. If your Dragon Protection Security can't handle it, you'll find someone else. With that, Lin Feng stood up, making a move to leave. Wait, young Master Lin. We can do it. He'll request headquarters support. We'll definitely get it done. Requesting headquarters support meant sharing a portion of the profits, but given the situation and Lin Feng's urgency, it was necessary. Alright, shall we sign the contract then? You can start construction this afternoon. Lin Feng was quick to set the trap, waiting for him to fall in. Hold on, young Master Lin. This is a 3 billion deal. My upfront investment is too large. Can you provide some collateral? In business, we need to address the worst-case scenario up front. If you back out after I'm done, the 30 down payment won't even cover my material costs. I'd be ruined. Indeed, Wang Long had some sense. He wasn't about to accept the loss. Fine. Pay race the deed to the West Mountain Villa District land, 800 mu. They'll leave it with you as collateral. I don't need to tell you its value, do I? Even if you finish the villa and I refuse to take it, you could sell it for scrap metal and still not lose money. With that, Lin Feng pulled the prepared land deed from his chest. Wang Long's eyes widened. Every local in Imperial Sea City knew that land. It was a private golf course, worth at least 850 million yuan. If it were all developed into buildings, commercial areas, schools, hospitals, how much money could be made? This Lin Feng must be an idiot, putting up his entire family fortune just to build a doomsday villa. Could the world really be ending? Young Master Lin, you're certainly decisive. Let's sign the contract right now. Confirming the deed was genuine, Wang Long took the bait. Lin Feng smiled faintly. I'd give you this land for free right now. When the apocalypse comes, build whatever you want. My only worry is that you won't be able to afford it. The two signed the contract, sealing it with signatures and fingerprints. Lin Feng immediately transferred the 30 down payment, 900 million yuan, to Wang Long. Lin Feng wasn't worried in the slightest. Even if the apocalypse didn't come, he wasn't afraid. Worst case scenario, bankruptcy, liquidation. Had spent 3 billion to protect the world's people. That was great merit. As the saying goes, if I don't enter hell, who will? At worst, had sacrifice himself for others. Alright, General Manager Wang. Send your crew to the West Mountain Villa site this afternoon. Start calling in manpower, materials, and construction equipment now. And hurry up with the building designs. I want it 100 meters by 100 meters square with 4 entrances. Lin Feng shook hands with Wang Long amicably. Go ahead and build it. When it's done, you'll be ruined. Anyway, after this villa is built, either you die or I die. One of us is going down. Yes, young Master Lin. He'll contact the head office for support. They'll have the designs drawn up, immediately start sourcing materials now, and run 2 shifts day and night to guarantee completion within a month. You'll be moved in before the new year. Wang Long was equally delighted. A 3 billion project. Once this was done, he'd make several small fortunes. Leaving the Guardian Security Company, Lin Feng let out a deep sigh. If the apocalypse comes, he'll be a god. If it doesn't, he'll be a fool. Moreover, he was the legal representative of Harmony Real Estate. So if the apocalypse failed to arrive, how would he handle all those rental properties? It was essentially a Ponzi scheme, and he'd likely spend the rest of his life behind bars. Lin Feng scratched his head, admitting to himself that a flicker of panic was inevitable. But an arrow once shot cannot be recalled. He was all in. Lin Feng had seen it all before. Had witnessed his own brother being bitten by Fang Qian. This was hardly enough to shake his resolve. Driving back to the villa, he used his spatial power to excavate a pit beside his original home, measuring 110 meters long, 110 meters wide, and 8 meters deep. He dug a bit extra to leave room for construction. This was why he demanded a site of 10,000 square meters. His space could seemingly hold objects of that size, though he wasn't entirely certain. He'd find out for sure when he tested it in Russia. After all, this entire plot of land belonged to Lin Feng, who he could build wherever he pleased. He knew his old shabby villa had walls made of lightweight bricks that an 80-year-old could crumble with a hammer. It wasn't worth renovating, so he decided to build a new one from scratch. Those stories about surviving 30 days and rebuilding villas were pure nonsense, lacking any common sense. Modern buildings use frame structures. After pouring the load-bearing beams, you fill in the gaps with lightweight bricks. Want to add steel plates? Where would you even put them? Would the beams support it? So Lin Feng decided to start over. and Wang Long was indeed capable of finishing within a month. His shelter was essentially just stacked steel and welding, simple as building blocks. With sufficient steel materials, you stack layer upon layer and weld it all together. The foundation was dug in minutes. Checking his phone, Lin Feng saw he still had over 540 million yuan in his account. He needed to get 2 specially modified vehicles. He couldn't just hole up at home forever, could he? That would be far too boring. He drove straight to the largest special-purpose vehicle manufacturer in Huanghai City, where his good friend Zhao Jun served as the factory director. Zhao Jun was also a modification enthusiast and a close friend of Lin Feng. Though Lin Feng didn't know how Zhao Jun had fared in the last apocalypse, these 2 vehicles would earn him a handsome profit. He'd tell him to stock up on supplies. As for bringing Zhao Jun into the shelter, Lin Feng hadn't considered it. They were good friends, but not brothers. He had witnessed too much human depravity after the apocalypse, people even eating their own children. Could he sleep soundly with Zhao Jun in the shelter? What if Zhao Jun, overcome by misplaced compassion, opened the door for someone while Lin Feng was asleep? So at most had warned Zhao Jun to stockpile supplies. Whether Zhao Jun did so, and all other matters would have to wait until the apocalypse actually arrived. Driving to the Huanghai City Special Vehicle Manufacturing Plant, he went straight to find Zhao Jun. Well, if it isn't young Master Lin, what brings you here? Zhao Jun knew Lin Feng was wealthy and greeted him enthusiastically. I've got a good job for you. Build me 2 specially modified vehicles. Hearing that Lin Feng wanted vehicles built, Zhao Jun was even more delighted. 2 of them. This was a major deal. Young Master Lin, just tell me your requirements. He'll make it happen. Zhao Jun patted his chest in assurance. He was an expert at vehicle modification. What unexpected demands could Lin Feng possibly have? The first vehicle must withstand temperatures of 70 degrees Celsius with at least 10 wheels, 4 in the front and 6 in the back, all fitted with high-temperature-resistant explosion-proof tires. It needs dual engines with one as a backup in case the other overheats and seizes. A water-cooled radiator system must ensure the engines never blow. The body must be made of 2 centimeter thick titanium alloy plates with extra reinforcement at the front, at least 10 centimeters thick. Even hitting a wall at 180 miles per hour should punch a hole through the wall without damaging the vehicle. Explosion-proof, bulletproof laminated glass. The undercarriage must withstand even an anti-tank mine blast. It also needs air conditioning and built-in high-temperature insulation materials. Zhao Jun was speechless. The second vehicle must be a snow-tracked vehicle also with dual engines, but this one needs insulation materials to withstand temperatures as low as minus 70 degrees Celsius. It must start in extreme cold. You can use extra high-capacity batteries, install as many as needed as backups. The underside needs skis to increase the contact area with the snow and prevent sinking into snow pits. The glass must be cold-resistant, bulletproof, and explosion-proof. Same titanium alloy body. Hitting a wall should knock the wall down without damaging the vehicle. Prepare at least 10 sets of spare parts for both vehicles and 100 or even 1,000 units of commonly used components. Finishing both vehicles within a month. That's not too much to ask, is it? Zhao Jun was completely stunned by the requirements. How much would it even cost to build these things, let alone all those spare parts? And these requirements? Not too much. Can you do it or not? Say something. If you can't, I'll find someone else. Lin Feng was in a hurry. He had other things to do. I can do it. Even if I have to run 2 shifts around the clock, he'll get it done. But young Master Lin, with requirements like these, my conservative estimate is at least 200 million. I don't even dare quote a price because I've never built anything like this before. Ding. Alipay transfer received 300 million yuan. Just then Zhao Jun's phone buzzed with a notification. He pulled it out, looked at it, and his eyes went wide. Holy crap. Young Master Lin. 300 million. You're not joking. You're serious. I don't have time to joke around. Get it done within a month, or I'll sue you for breach of contract. Don't skimp on materials. Use only the toughest stuff. If you run out of money, call me, and I'll send more. Lin Feng's commanding tone made Zhao Jun feel like he was looking at a deity. With 300 million for 2 vehicles, how much profit would he make? At least 30 million. Earning 30 million in a month. Where else would he find a deal like that? All right, young Master Lin. He'll cancel every order in the factory right now and prioritize yours. Don't worry. If I don't deliver both vehicles to your doorstep within a month, he'll deliver my head instead. Zhao Jun's solemn vow put Lin Feng's mind at ease. Zhao Jun was a man of good character, though Lin Feng wondered if that character would hold up after the apocalypse. I'm leaving. Deliver the vehicles and parts to the Shishan Villa district within a month. Get to work. Take care, young Master Lin. Zhao Jun excitedly kissed his phone, 300 million, and he'd get to build the 2 most badass vehicles in the world. It was a dream come true and a payday all in one. Meanwhile, Lin Feng glanced at his phone balance. Money sure didn't last long. In just one day had gone from 1.5 billion down to 242 million. Housing and vehicles were settled. Next up, medical supplies. The balance on his phone would just be a string of numbers once the apocalypse hit. He had to spend it now? Otherwise, when the end came, many wealthy people would discover life's greatest tragedy, dying with money still in the bank. Hundreds of millions, and you couldn't even buy a single ham sausage. All you could do was stare at your former glory in the banking app before starving to death. Pocketing his phone, Lin Feng felt a pang of hunger. Had been busy all day, or it was already 5 p.m. Getting into the car, he pulled 2 burgers and a bottle of milk tea from his spatial storage to tide himself over. The war wasn't over yet. There was still a long road ahead. He drove to the First People's Hospital of Huanghai City, went straight to the director's office, and pushed the door open. Director Li Yuan was about to pack up for the day when he saw Lin Feng and froze. "Hello, can I help you?" the director asked, politely, unsure if Lin Feng was a patient or something else. Lin Feng, never one for beating around the bush, spoke directly. "I want to order a batch of medical equipment and various medications according to your grade A tertiary hospital standards. Give me 10 sets of every piece of medical equipment you have in this hospital." "How much would that cost?" Li Yuan was speechless. He picked up the phone and called the head of psychiatry. This kid must be insane. The sooner he gets treated, the better. "Hello, Chief Zhao of psychiatry. Bring 2 nurses to my office. There's a lunatic who wandered in. We need to contact his family and get him admitted." Lin Feng was speechless. Had been too hasty. Director Li had mistaken him for a madman. Lin Feng pulled out his phone, opened the mobile banking app, and held it up for Li Yuan to see. "I'm not joking. I'm building a grade A tertiary private hospital in the Xishan Villa district. Give me a quote, and I'll send you a deposit." Seeing the balance on Lin Feng's phone, Li Yuan was still skeptical. He took the phone, closed the app, reopened it, and confirmed the balance wasn't a screenshot. Only then did he believe Lin Feng. "Young man, by our hospital's standards, 1 complete set costs over 100 million. 10 sets would be over 1 billion. Do you have that kind of money?" Hearing this, Lin Feng paused. Even with medications factored in, his 200 million deposit wouldn't cover it. "Then he'll take 5 sets plus 500 million worth of medications based on your hospital pharmacy standards. Focus on bandages, gauze, hemostatics, anti-inflammatories, burn cream, anti-infection, and anti-frostbite medications. That's 1 billion total. They'll give you 200 million as a deposit now. Have everything ready within a month and the balance will be paid upon delivery. If that works, we sign the contract and I'll transfer the money." Hearing that, Lin Feng wasn't joking. A smile spread across Li Yuan's face. This was money walking right through his door. The profit margins on pharmaceuticals and medical equipment were over 90%. Even if Lin Feng never paid the balance after the deposit, Li Yuan would still pocket 100 million. "Sign the contract. Transfer the money." Li Yuan was overjoyed. He couldn't sign fast enough. After leaving the hospital and paying the 200 million deposit for medical supplies, Lin Feng had only 42.3 million left in his card. He took a deep breath. Fortunately, the most crucial items, the shelter vehicles, medicine, and medical equipment, were all secured. Lin Feng wasn't worried about food. When the apocalypse came, he could just grab a gun and take his neighbor's supplies. While the neighbors stocked food, he stocked guns. The neighbors were his personal pantry. He had lost count of how many times had engaged in zero-cost shopping during those 3 years. His skills in that regard were exceptionally refined. Medicine was far more precious than food. Whether it was for fighting infections from heat or treating frostbite from the cold, these drugs were things you couldn't even trade for with food back then. When the apocalypse arrived, even a minor headache or fever could be a death sentence. This was not just an empty phrase. A close friend of Lin Feng's had stepped on a nail in the high-temperature environment, injuring his foot. The wound got infected, leading to sepsis, and he was gone within 2 days. No one could do anything. That's why Lin Feng had to spend money to get the hospital director to stockpile various medications. Otherwise, when doomsday struck, where would he find such readily available medical equipment and drugs? Even if he looted every hospital in Huanghai City, the existing drug stockpiles wouldn't be nearly enough. He had to prepare more in advance. With a month to go, Lin Feng had a plan for food, a zero-cost shopping trip to the beautiful country's distribution centers. They were famously wealthy. Their warehouses had everything, supplying several large supermarkets each. Hitting those distribution centers would be the fastest way to stock up. Driving back to his villa, he saw a figure standing at the entrance from a distance. As the headlights illuminated her face, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Wasn't this Fang Qian, the sharp-tongued one who would eat anything? Normally, she never spoke to him unless he was fawning over her. What wind had blown her here today? Lin Feng got out of the car, still feeling a chill. He had to admit the shadow she cast on his heart would probably never be erased. Lin Feng, what a coincidence. I was just passing by and didn't expect to run into you. Fang Qian smiled sweetly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. Fang Qian had heard from Lin Tian that Lin Feng had cashed out his shares for 1.5 billion today. Could she maybe get this simp to buy her a few handbags too? Perhaps he could even buy her a villa. Yo, what a coincidence. What's up? Looking at Fang Qian's face, Lin Feng was fully aware of the trick behind her hair tuck. Wasn't this just to make his heart flutter, so had become her simp again? But starting today, don't call him Lin Feng the simp. Call him the war wolf. He glanced around. No one was watching. Should he kill her right now? Lin Feng thought about it, then gave up. If Fang Qian suddenly disappeared, that bastard Lin Tian would definitely call the police. His storage space couldn't hold living people or corpses. Killing her would leave evidence. It was almost 2050, he shouldn't underestimate the police's investigative skills. Caution was the better part of valor. He'd wait until after doomsday. It wasn't worth the risk to kill her now, just a month away. Besides, wouldn't killing her now be letting her off too easily? Didn't this green tea bitch like finding men? When the time came, he'd find 10,000 men to have their way with her. The reward would be a single ham sausage. He would make Fang Qian wish she was dead, but unable to die. He'd make her regret ever being born, make her experience the despair of the apocalypse, and still not kill her. He'd torment her endlessly. Fang Qian seemed to sense the coldness in Lin Feng's tone, and his gaze was no longer the clear, foolish look of a simp. Fang Qian thought about it, and understood. Lin Feng was rich now. With 1.5 billion, he could have any woman he wanted. It was true that men changed when they got rich. Her simp had 1.5 billion now, and he had gone bad too. Oh dear. It's been so long, can't I just hang out with you if I have nothing else to do? Where are you headed next? I happen to be free. Fang Qian, thinking of that 1.5 billion, her future villa, luxury car, handbags, diamond rings, and necklaces, suddenly hooked her arm around Lin Feng's and started acting coy. Lin Feng felt a wave of nausea. If he hadn't personally witnessed just how powerful Fang Qian's teeth were chomping down and sending him to the afterlife with blood filling her mouth, he might have almost believed this green tea act. He had no doubt that if the apocalypse came again, she'd betray him again just for a bite of his sausage. Although Lin Feng had no fondness for Fang Qian, now this wasn't the right time to kill her. Thinking it over, Abe's meat was almost gone, so today, he might as well tire out this green tea bitch. I'm going to the mall to buy some meat. There'll be a lot of stuff. Want to come along? Lin Feng didn't really need to buy anything, everything important was already ordered. But since Head decided to take good care of Abe, he needed to get some food for the dog. After all, he couldn't let Abe eat shit every day, right? That dog had saved his life. Wouldn't that make him utterly inhuman? Okay, I'll come with you. Fang Qian didn't realize the severity of the situation. She clung to Lin Feng's arm. Even though she was exhausted from her bloody encounter with Lin Tian and waiting for Lin Feng all afternoon, she was determined to stay by his side. Perfect, I need to buy some things too. Let's go to the mall, it's on the way. Lin Feng got straight into the car. Fang Qian was confused. He was just buying some meat, how much could he possibly get? After he's done buying meat, it'll be my turn to buy bags, right? They drove directly to the Walmart. Lin Feng didn't say a word during the drive, while Fang Qian was plotting how to steer him towards the imported handbag section. 1.5 billion, that's 1.5 billion little goals. How many bags could that buy? But as soon as they entered the supermarket, Lin Feng grabbed 2 shopping carts and pushed them right in front of Fang Qian, not giving her any chance to buy anything else. Fang Qian shot Lin Feng an annoyed look. Lin Feng, why are you so clueless? Even when Lin Tian asked for my help today, he had to reason with me, appeal to my emotions. He bought me a bag first, then we discussed feelings. Now you have 1.5 billion. If you want to have a deeper connection with me, it's not entirely out of the question. All I want is a villa, just a few tens of millions. Is that too much to ask? Lin Feng had zero sexual interest in Fang Qian. If she got hungry, she'd eat anything. This trauma would take Lin Feng a lifetime to heal. He went straight to the fresh food section, and ignoring whether it was pork, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, or goose, he grabbed items and piled them into Fang Qian's cart. Soon Fang Qian's cart was packed to the brim. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Are you expecting guests at home? Fang Qian struggled to push the cart. The meat was heavy, and the cart was overflowing, weighing at least 200 or 300 gene. Feeding the dog. Lin Feng uttered 2 words flatly. And he wasn't wrong. Abe's 2 freezers were nearly empty and definitely needed restocking. Fang Qian was full of questions. She knew Lin Feng had a dog, but was there really a need to buy this much? Even if a dog could eat a lot, say 5 gene a day, that's only 150 gene a month. This was almost 300 gene. There was no need to buy this much at once, was there? Lin Feng ignored Fang Qian. Seeing that her cart was completely full, he started loading his own cart. Then Lin Feng's cart was also piled high to the top, leaving no empty space. Lin Feng and Fang Qian pushed their shopping carts toward the checkout, drawing the stares of every shopper they passed. They had seen people who could buy, but never anyone who could buy like this. The meat piled on their 2 carts had to weigh over 500 pounds. An ordinary person couldn't finish that in 3 years. Are you stocking up to wait for zombie meat? Fang Qian had originally planned to steer Lin Feng toward the imported leather bag section, but pushing a cart full of meat had already drained 80% of her strength. Push this cart to the bag section. She simply didn't have it in her. Helpless Fang Qian dripped with sweat, while cursing, inwardly trailing behind Lin Feng to the checkout counter. Hello, sir. That comes to 23382 yuan. Do you have a membership? The cashier smiled sweetly, and Lin Feng simply pulled out his phone for her to scan the payment code. Payment successful. Enjoy your shopping. It was still the signature smile, and Lin Feng pushed the cart to the parking area. Opening the rear door, the 500+ pounds of meat would fill it to the brim. They'll have a smoke. You start loading the car. But Lin Feng didn't care. He opened the back seat and had Fang Qian unload the goods, using a limited edition Lamborghini supercar to haul meat. It seemed like a crazy move, yet there was nothing wrong with it. After the apocalypse, the streets would be full of abandoned cars. Whoever pried one open got to keep it. A Lamborghini wouldn't even trade for a pound of meat. Meat you can eat, but car you can't. Lin Feng pulled out a pack of Huazi cigarettes, walked aside, and started smoking. Fang Qian was fuming. She had been a kept woman for all these years and had never met such an idiot. A woman throws herself at you, and you don't take the bait. You make me haul cargo. I've never been so humiliated in my life. Yet for Lin Feng's 1.5 billion for the villa for the handbags, she had to move. Lin Feng, like a chain-smoking fiend, kept puffing away without the slightest intention of helping Fang Qian lift a single piece. It wasn't until 20 minutes later, when Fang Qian was utterly exhausted and had loaded all the meat into the car, that Lin Feng finally strolled back, with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Lin Feng, after all the work I've done today, shouldn't you treat me to a meal to show your appreciation? Fang Qian sat on a stone bollard outside the supermarket, panting heavily. She was genuinely worn out, more drained than a fierce battle in the bedroom. A handsome man tires like a stud, a beautiful woman suffers like a beast. Fang Qian, pampered since childhood, had never endured such hardship. I've already eaten today and am heading to Russia for business soon. When I get back, I'll treat you to dinner at Tianhai Hotel. They'll reach out to you then. Lin Feng had pushed that plan thousands of miles away, or by the time he returned from Russia, Tianhai Hotel might not even exist anymore. Fang Qian wiped the sweat from her forehead, finally gleaning a useful tidbit. She had heard from Lin Tian that Lin Feng might be skipping town. So it was Russia? Guess it was true. All right, I'll wait for your good news. Fang Qian nodded in agreement, keeping her composure. But Fang Qian couldn't figure it out. If Lin Feng was about to flee, why buy so much meat? Was he really planning to feed it to the dog? Get in, we're heading back. Lin Feng tossed his cigarette, and got into the car, not giving Fang Qian a chance to ask for a handbag. Fang Qian took a few deep breaths. The December weather was freezing, yet she was drenched in sweat. Perhaps in the near future, Fang Qian would truly be covered in men. Shishan was a sprawling estate divided into 3 sections: the ordinary residential area, the upscale residential area, and the villa district. Lin Feng lived in the villa district, while Fang Qian resided in the upscale area. Of course, Fang Qian's apartment was bought by Lin Feng, the devoted simp, and it was registered under her name. Even a lawsuit wouldn't get it back within a month. Ordinary housing ran about 10,000 yuan per square meter, upscale, about 30,000, and villas could hit tens of thousands to over 100,000 per square meter, a considerable gap. Shishan was the largest residential complex in Huanghai City, combining villas, upscale housing, and ordinary apartments to house over 100,000 people. Driving into the estate, Lin Feng pulled straight up to his own doorstep. He had no intention of playing the devoted simp and driving Fang Qian home. He got out, opened the gate, and once inside the villa, he opened the 2 large freezers and pulled out another pack of Huazi, lighting up. Fang Qian shot him a glance. How could such a small pocket hold so many packs of Huazi? I'm too tired from driving, I'll have a smoke. Just put the meat in the freezers for me. With that, before Fang Qian could refuse, Lin Feng's cigarette in mouth slipped off to the side to smoke again. Fang Qian was livid. Just because you've got some money, you forget who you are. But for the sake of 1.5 billion, she rolled up her sleeves and started hauling. Who can argue with money? Lin Feng snuck off to smoke, while Fang Qian huffed and puffed, carrying the meat. Over 500 pounds with a 50-meter trek from the yard to the villa, it was plenty to keep her busy. After a long while, the neighbor Aunt Yu Jing strolled by Lin Feng's gate with her little mutt and brazenly let it lift its leg and pee right at his front entrance. Yu Jing had never been a decent sort. Her son worked in violent demolition, and within a few years had scraped together a 20% down payment on a villa in Huanghai City, making them Lin Feng's neighbors. Oh, Lin Feng, you've bought so much meat. You want finish it before it spoils. Let Ani take some off your hands. Spotting the meat in the yard, Yu Jing marched boldly into Lin Feng's property and grabbed several vacuum-sealed packs of chilled beef, trying to stuff them into her clothes. Yu Jing was a woman with no morals, always grabbing petty advantages and letting her dog crap and piss wherever it pleased, often on Lin Feng's tires. Lin Feng used to be a pushover with a weak spine, terrified of Yu Jing's violent demolition son Zheng Dehai, so he never dared to speak up. In his past life, he had stored enough meat to last himself and Abe over 3 months, but when Yu Jing's household ran out of food, her son Zheng Dehai repeatedly came with a samurai sword to rob him, leaving him starving within a month. Later, when Lin Feng had no meat to give them, Yu Jing's son Zheng Dehai brought a few thugs, smashed down his front door, broke in, and robbed all his food, leaving only dog food. In other words, without Yu Jing and Zheng Dehai, Abe might never have died. Remembering what happened before, Lin Feng was furious. He threw down his cigarette and strode over. Put that down. That's for my dog. You've got the nerve to snatch food from a dog. Lin Feng grabbed the beef and tossed it straight into Abe's cage. He hadn't fed the dog yet tonight, so this was convenient. You? What do you mean? Who are you calling a dog? Yu Jing was livid. When had that coward ever dared to talk back to her? I never insult people. Whoever fights my dog for food is the dog. The world was about to end anyway, so Lin Feng saw no point in tolerating Yu Jing any longer. Think you can call your son Zheng Dehai back? I'm not the man I used to be. Zheng Dehai want to settle this onion or gang style. Your pick. Da Huang. Bite him. Yu Jing was furious, dragging her dog to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Da Huang with a contemptuous sneer. This, a scrawny little mutt weighing less than 50 pounds. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger himself. It would be beneath him. Woof, 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 woof. As Da Huang lunged, Lin Feng turned and casually used his spatial power to open the dog cage. Then just as Da Huang was about to sink its teeth into him, the cage door swung open. Woof! Anbei let out a single bark and Da Huang immediately cowered. This 180-pound Tibetan Mastiff was not a foe a little mutt like Da Huang could hope to defeat. Then Anbei charged at Da Huang like the wind. One bite. Locked onto its neck. Yelp! Yelp, yelp, yelp. The villa district echoed with pitiful canine cries as Anbei clamped down on Da Huang's neck and shook it with brutal, relentless force. Anbei, weighing over 180 pounds, tossed around Da Huang, who weighed less than 50, like an adult playing with a baby. Lin Feng, you. Tell your dog to stop. If anything happens to Da Huang, it'll make your life hell. Yu Jing hadn't expected Anbei to burst out. Hearing Da Huang's miserable yelps, her heart bled. Da Huang was 8 years old, had guarded Yu Jing's door for 8 years. Apart from her son, she was closest to Da Huang. Meanwhile, Lin Feng listened to the pitiful cries, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it. He had surveillance cameras on his property. Even if Anbei killed Da Huang, Lin Feng wouldn't have to pay a single cent. After all, you trespassed on my property, tried to steal my stuff, and even set your dog on me. You've been spoiled rotten. Yelp, yelp, yelp. Da Huang's cries grew weaker and weaker, gradually fading into silence. But Anbei, as if it had found a new toy, continued to tear at Da Huang, shaking its head violently. In a careless moment, it ripped off a large chunk of flesh, sending blood splattering, some of it hitting Yu Jing directly in the face. Splattered with dog blood, Yu Jing froze for a few seconds, then pulled out her phone, pointed it at Lin Feng, and screamed in fury, Lin Feng, I'm calling the police. Your dog killed my Da Huang. This isn't over unless you pay up, or I won't let this go for less than $1 million. But Lin Feng ignored her completely. He walked up and kicked her, sending her sprawling out the front gate. Get out and make your call. This is my home. Did I invite you in? Bang! Yu Jing landed headfirst in the flower bed by the door, sprawling awkwardly, and sat right on the spot where Da Huang had just urinated, her pants soaked. Then Lin Feng picked up the lifeless Da Huang, tossed it onto Yu Jing, and slammed the gate shut. Fang Qian, hiding inside the house, didn't dare come out. Seeing Anbei covered in dog blood, she was terrified. This dog was too fierce. If it bit her, she'd be dead in one snap. Go back, Anbei. Good job guarding your master. Extra chicken leg for you tonight. Anbei swaggered back to its cage with its head held high. Who dares mess with my master? They'll have to get through me first. Da Huang. Da Huang. How will I live without you? Outside the villa, Yu Jing hugged Da Huang's lifeless body, sobbing uncontrollably, as if she had lost her own son. Tisk, so fake. Lin Feng shot Yu Jing a disdainful glare. He clearly remembered that when Yu Jing's food supplies ran low on the second day of the shortage, she had her son Zheng Dehai strangle Da Huang and cook it for meat. Yu Jing was the first person in the entire neighborhood to eat a pet. And after eating the dog meat, Yu Jing even posted photos in the neighborhood group sharing tips on how to boil water to remove the fur and how delicious the dog meat tasted. This directly inspired all the residents of Shishan Villa to buy their own or others' pets. Every pet in the neighborhood was eaten except for Anbei. Cats, hamsters, lizards, snakes. When hunger struck, they ate whatever pet they had. It wasn't that no one had tried to go after Anbei, it was that Anbei was too fierce, and no one dared. After all, even if you had a butcher knife, would you dare take on a 180-pound Tibetan Mastiff? Lin Feng, later eating Anbei, was also influenced by Yu Jing. He harbored a deep hatred for that old hag Yu Jing. Hello? Is this 110? I want to report a murder. Villa 108, Shishan Villa District. Please hurry. Someone is trying to use a dog to kill me. He's already killed my dog. I'm next. At that moment, Yu Jing, outside the gate covered in dog blood, was on the phone with the police. Fang Qian, seeing Anbei back in its cage and hearing the police report, quickly slipped away. Lin Feng, there's not much left. Can you handle the rest yourself? I just remembered I left my electric blanket on at home. I need to go turn it off, or it might catch fire. Seeing Fang Qian about to leave, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with this two-faced bitch. You just run at the first sign of trouble, don't you? You can't even stay and testify for me. Lin Feng said nothing, just opened the gate wide. No point wasting words on a woman like her. Fang Qian hurried out and scurried home. She didn't want any trouble, especially with the police on their way. Lin Feng closed the gate, looked at the remaining meat in the car, took out 2 chicken legs, and tossed them into Anbei's cage. A promise of chicken legs meant chicken legs. He couldn't be bothered to store the rest in his spatial dimension, so he picked it up, put it in the fridge, and planned to feed it to Anbei over the month. Anbei was well behaved in its cage. After finishing the chicken legs, it started tearing at the beef packaging. Honestly, Anbei was truly dumb. It gnawed at the packaging, leaving teeth marks everywhere, but couldn't tear it open. Alright, Anbei, I'll open it for you. Lin Feng's cigarette dangling from his lips couldn't watch anymore. He took each package, tore it open, and fed Anbei. Lin Feng, you still have the nerve to feed your dog. You just wait. The police are on their way. Even if you don't die, you'll make your dog pay for Dawang's life. Outside the gate, Yu Jing was still screaming as if she thought she was in the right. If his spatial power could store corpses, Lin Feng would have considered turning off the cameras and dealing with Yu Jing right then and there. Just endure it. Only 1 month left. Lin Feng ignored her, sat on the steps, and calmly pulled out his phone to pull up the surveillance footage. He found the moment a minute before Yu Jing entered his courtyard and paused the video. He lit another cigarette and waited quietly for the police. Less than 10 minutes later, a police car, sirens blaring, sped up and stopped right in front of Lin Feng's house. Seeing the police, Yu Jing perked up again, thinking that because her dog was dead, she was in the right. Ma'am, are you the one who called? Are you seriously injured? Should we call an ambulance? The officer got out, saw Yu Jing covered in blood, and immediately crouched, drawing his pistol and scanning for threats, assuming they were dealing with a violent criminal. Seeing the pistol, Lin Feng's heart stirred. Russian weaponry seemed too far off. Getting a few pistols for self-defense would be a good start. But when he tried to use his spatial power on the gun, nothing happened. His spatial power couldn't take anything that was being held or worn by a person. In other words, Lin Feng couldn't snatch a weapon from someone's hand, nor could he strip anyone naked with his spatial power. Officer, you have to help me. That man inside, Lin Feng. He set his dog on mine. Look, my Dawang was so gentle. And he had his dog kill it. With that, Yu Jing picked up Dawang's corpse, tears streaming down her face. The 4 armed officers relaxed upon hearing this. So it was just dog blood. A dog-eat-dog squabble. Minor issue. 4 police officers rose to their feet, holstered their pistols, and then pointed at Lin Feng, saying, Comrade Lin Feng, open the door. We're here to check the situation. What exactly is going on? They watched Lin Feng calmly smoking in the courtyard, then glanced at Abe, who was gnawing on a piece of beef, and tried to ask for an explanation. They were professional officers, knowing that the one who calls the police isn't always in the right. Lin Feng stubbed out his cigarette, rose to open the door, and then pulled out his phone, handing the surveillance footage to the officers. He said with a dismissive air, this old hag broke into my home, stole my stuff, and set her dog on me. I acted in self-defense. See for yourselves. 1 officer took the phone while the other 3 crowded around, and the surveillance video began to play. Lin Feng's home was equipped with top-tier cameras featuring night vision and audio, so the situation became clear at a glance. It started with Yu Jing letting her dog urinate at Lin Feng's doorstep. Then she spotted Fang Qian moving meat, entered the yard to take some, and when Lin Feng refused, she set her dog on him. Then for some unknown reason, perhaps Abe's cage wasn't properly secured, Abe suddenly burst out, mauling the other dog to death in a frenzy. Then Lin Feng kicked Yu Jing out of the yard and tossed the dead dog out, not missing a single detail. From start to finish, the 4 officers witnessed everything clearly. Lin Feng had done nothing wrong. It was his yard, and she had broken in to steal and unleashed her dog on him. Who was in the right here? This is brutal. Look, officers. Look at my Dawang. He died so miserably. Lin Feng should be sentenced to death. I want Lin Feng to pay with his life for my Dawang. Yu Jing, who had also seen the footage, broke down, crying again at the sound of Dawang's pitiful yelps. The 4 officers looked at Yu Jing, speechless, her face smeared with dog blood. This whole affair was entirely her fault. Even if the dog had killed her, Lin Feng wouldn't be breaking the law. It was self-defense. Lin Feng, is this a large aggressive breed you're keeping? It's not allowed in a residential area. The lead officer didn't return the phone. Instead, he took out his own enabled screen recording on Lin Feng's phone and transferred the surveillance footage to his device via Bluetooth. Officer, I own 800 mu of land behind my house, so this isn't a residential area. I have a dog license, so this is all quite legitimate, isn't it? As he spoke, Lin Feng pulled a dog license from his pocket. Well, actually from his spatial storage. The officer took the license, opened it, and confirmed it was indeed for this Tibetan Mastiff. The other 3 officers looked up at the 800 mu golf course behind Lin Feng's house, a surge of irritation welling up inside them. You're ridiculously wealthy beyond reason. I work my tail off just to afford a tiny apartment, and your backyard is over 800 mu. Reincarnation is truly a skill. Comparing yourself to others is infuriating. Here you go, Comrade Lin Feng. We got the full picture now. Everything you did was self-defense, and Ms. Yu Jing is entirely at fault. As for her stealing your beef, do you wish to press charges? If so, we'll need to retrieve the meat to assess its value. Lin Feng hadn't considered this. He glanced over at Abe, who was just finishing the last bite of beef. The 4 officers also turned to look at Abe, then fell into a speechless silence. The surveillance was too distant to make out the exact cut, but the packaging suggested it was quite expensive. The officers were seething with resentment. Here we are slaving away for the country and the people, and we don't even eat as well as this guy's dog. Where's the justice in that? Forget about the theft. Just give her a warning. Tell her to stay away from my place. If she gets killed, I can afford the compensation, but it'll be her who loses her life. Lin Feng wasn't unwilling to press charges, but the evidence had been devoured by Abe, making it far too troublesome to pursue. Besides, his time was precious, and he had no intention of wasting it on a lawsuit with Yu Jing. He'd rather spend that time stocking up on more meat. Ms. Yu Jing, you were the one at fault here. Since Mr. Lin Feng has chosen not to press charges, we must ask you to refrain from harassing him from now on. The officer addressed Yu Jing formally, but she immediately threw a fit. Oh, Da Wang, how can I go on without you? You died so tragically, and no one cares. I might as well die with you. She hugged Da Wang's corpse and collapsed to the ground, thrashing and wailing. A crowd of neighbors had already gathered, drawn by the police presence. Some whipped out their phones, filming the scene and posting it to the residents' group chat. The group erupted with likes. Lin Feng had handled this brilliantly. Da Wang, that mongrel, had no decency whatsoever, always urinating on people's tires. They couldn't confront Zheng Dahai, so they had to swallow their anger. Moreover, Da Wang would defecate wherever he pleased, often right at the entrances of residential buildings. Many had stepped in it. Today that vicious dog had finally met its end. Officer, she accused me of attempted murder. Isn't that a false report? And she's making a scene at my doorstep. Can I sue her for creating a disturbance? Lin Feng stroked his chin and asked the four officers. This put them in a tough spot. They were committed to resolving matters peacefully, preferring private settlements over legal action whenever possible. But here the victim wasn't even pressing charges for trespassing, theft, or the dog attack. So why was Yu Jing still kicking up a fuss? Don't think I'm just some old lady you can push around. Do you know who my son is? My son is Zheng Dahai. Just try to lay a hand on me. My son will find out and he'll destroy you. So what if you're police? Think you can just do whatever you want? My son will come for you all the same. It was clear that Yu Jing, lacking any class, was also profoundly ignorant. Her son Zheng Dahai might be a big shot to ordinary folks, but these were police officers. Did she really think they'd be intimidated? It was almost 2050. He could easily end up behind bars himself. Are you threatening the safety of police officers? Cuff her. The four officers weren't about to indulge Yu Jing. They produced handcuffs and secured her wrists, then shoved her into the police car. Bravo. Well done. The vicious dog is dead and the wicked woman is arrested. Your son thinks he's so tough. Let's see him come bail you out now. The neighbors erupted in applause, finally releasing a breath they'd been holding for too long. Mr. Lin Feng, would you like to press charges? If not, you need to come to the station for a statement. I've already saved the footage to my phone, and that evidence is more than sufficient. The officer asked Lin Feng one final time, but Lin Feng simply shook his head. His time was precious. Why waste it on suing Yu Jing? Besides, if Yu Jing actually ended up in jail, she might be gathered into an official shelter when the apocalypse struck, making her even harder to kill. No need. Just detain her for 15 days to cool off. Officer, let's add each other on WeChat. If she comes after me again, when she's out, I'll contact you directly. Lin Feng pulled out his phone, and the officer didn't decline. Sure. I've never met someone as magnanimous as you. If everyone with your wealth and generosity were like this, would have a lot less trouble. Dongwei. Feel free to reach out to me if anything comes up. Dongwei took out his phone, and the two exchanged WeChat contacts. Lin Feng wasn't adding Dongwei for nothing. If he couldn't secure weapons and ammunition from Russia, he'd have to raid the Huanghai City Public Security Bureau's armory upon his return. When the apocalypse comes, who doesn't prepare an escape route? It was all about being prepared for any eventuality. Officer, take care. Lin Feng waved his hand as Dongwei and his men tossed the dead dog Da Wang into the trunk before escorting Yu Jing back to the police station. It wasn't that they craved dog meat. Rather, the carcass was crucial evidence that had to be taken away. Watching the police depart, the gathered crowd gradually dispersed. Yu Jing had committed countless misdeeds, and her fate was well-deserved. Everyone applauded her downfall. Lin Feng closed the door and headed to the foundation pit beside his villa, wanting to check on the construction progress, given its proximity to his property. Dozens of workers from the construction crew had already arrived, and what's more, all the equipment had been transported, and including 2 excavators. However, the excavator operators were baffled upon arrival. Whose masterful skill was this? The pit, measuring 110 meters square and 8 meters deep, was excavated with perfect precision and sharp corners without a single error. It seemed their machines were no longer needed here. They could head back. You must be young Master Lin. Chiao phoned the construction foreman. The equipment has arrived, and we'll begin work as soon as the materials are delivered tomorrow morning. As Lin Feng approached, a young man around 25 years old immediately stepped forward to greet him. Have the villa blueprints been completed? I need to see them. Lin Feng glanced at Qiao Feng, wondering if this fellow was Duan Ye's long-lost brother. My apologies, young Master Lin. You only requested them this morning, so we haven't finished them yet. But I expect they'll be done soon. My sister is working on the design diligently. It's her specialty after all. She's actually better at this than I am because she's obsessed with designing apocalypse-proof bunkers and has researched a lot on the subject. That's why I entrusted her with this task. Xiao Feng spoke truthfully. He was a professional villa designer, but his sister was undoubtedly more proficient when it came to safe rooms. If anyone asks what you're building, don't say it's a safe room. Tell them it's a private top-tier hospital. Lin Feng's words left Xiao Feng bewildered. Why claim it's a private top-tier hospital? What difference does it make? Understood, young Master Lin. The workers don't know what we're constructing yet, and I'll instruct them to say it's a hospital once we start. Xiao Feng dared not take this lightly. This was a massive 3 billion yuan project, and completing it would net him several million. And that was just for a month's work, equivalent to what he'd usually earn in a year. How could he not be cautious? As for the workers, they were just earning 200 yuan a day, working 3 shifts without meals. What did the boss profits have to do with them? Bro, I'm here. I've finished the blueprints. I'm exhausted. Why is the construction site right in our neighborhood? At that moment, a tall, graceful young woman bounced over from a distance. She appeared to be around 20 years old, perhaps still a university student. Lin Feng turned his head and froze for a second. Then they both exclaimed in unison, "It's you, sausage." Xiao Feng. He was utterly confused. What sausage? How could you two have such perfect synchronicity? As a fiercely protective older brother, Xiao Feng's gaze towards Lin Feng turned murderous. His eyes clearly harbored the intent to cut Lin Feng down. Lin Feng was incredibly wealthy. How could such a man not be a womanizer? Standing at 185 centimeters, handsome and worth billions, he could have any woman he desired. What if he seduced his sister and then abandoned her after having his fun? What if his sister got pregnant by accident and in despair after being cast aside took her own life? What if Lin Feng had a venereal disease and infected her, ruining her life forever? There were too many what-ifs. Xiao Feng quickly grabbed his sister Xiao Xiao and pulled her protectively behind him. How many women in this world could resist a 185-centimeter tall, a devastatingly handsome man worth billions, who was also an orphan? Xiao Feng came from a working-class background. He had built numerous villas and seen the homes of countless wealthy people, and every one of them kept a bevy of women hidden away in their mansions. Xiao Feng had no intention of letting Lin Feng ruin his sister's life. They were working-class people who didn't aspire to marry into the upper crust. It was an impossible dream. To his credit, Xiao Feng was quite realistic. Bro, what's wrong? Here are the blueprints. Xiao Xiao was bewildered as she handed over a stack of drawings. Why was her brother reacting so strangely all of a sudden? Lin Feng ignored Xiao Xiao. Had only met her once, had no particular feelings, and considered their prior encounter a trivial matter. Taking the blueprints, he began to examine them. The design was impressive. They not only included floor plans for each level, but also detailed wall cross-sections, thickness specifications, material distribution, and window placements, all clearly marked. The purpose of every room on every floor was logically and efficiently designed. The only point of dissatisfaction for Lin Feng was that Xiao Xiao had added an attic to the rooftop. Perhaps it was a space-saving design, but Lin Feng's requirement was for 10,000 square meters across 5 floors, totaling 50,000 square meters. Space was already ample. In the event of an apocalypse, the attic would need to be filled with insulating, heat-proof, and fire-resistant materials. Otherwise, under the scorching sun, that metal box of a house would be a fire hazard. Remove the attic and fill the space with insulating, heat-proof, and fire-resistant materials. Proceed with the rest of the construction as planned. They'll be supervising closely. Lin Feng handed the blueprints back to Xiao Feng, who nodded, took out a pen, and jotted down the revised requirements. Young Master Lin, if there's nothing else, I'll start construction as soon as the materials arrive tomorrow morning. Xiao Feng asked respectfully, and Lin Feng nodded in confirmation. The deadline is 1 month as stipulated in the contract. If you fail to complete it, you won't see a single cent of the remaining 70% of the payment. Xiao Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Was this the aura of the ultra-wealthy? 1 month it is. Such ruthless extravagance. Lin Feng turned and walked away, for he had other matters to attend to. Time was precious, and he didn't want to waste a single second. Well, bro, you're busy, so I'll head home too. Xiao Xiao glanced in the direction Lin Feng had gone, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. All right, go on, Xiao Xiao. Stay away from that Lin Feng in the future. He's not right in the head, spending 3 billion on this kind of thing. It's almost 2050, and he still believes in that apocalypse nonsense. Xiao Feng warned his sister before turning his attention back to the blueprints. Time was tight, and the task was formidable. Over the next month, he'd be lucky to get 3 hours of sleep a night. This 3 billion yuan project couldn't afford any mistakes, or he'd never be able to cover the losses. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao stealthily followed Lin Feng, marveling at his wealth. He'd driven a supercar worth over 30 million that morning. It wasn't his money she was after. Her brother made a few million a year, and she had more than enough for herself. But Xiao Xiao was genuinely curious about how he had made so many things vanish into thin air this morning. Where had he hidden them all? Was this young billionaire worth 3 billion also a magician? And what was the real purpose of spending 3 billion on this bizarre structure? Qiao Qiao crept along behind Lin Feng, her curiosity threatening to get the better of her. Lin Feng meanwhile kept his head down, glued to his phone. He was furiously placing orders on a food delivery app. He went through every restaurant listed in the Starving to Death app one by one without regard for quality or even what they sold. Head tap into each one, input an order for 50 of every item, pay, and then move on to the next. He refrained from ordering more at each place, mainly to avoid the hassle of merchants not having enough stock and having to call back for cancellations. With over 1,000 delivery options in Huanghai City, he could just blindly order from all of them. Phone in hand, Lin Feng returned to his courtyard. Instead of going inside, he pulled out a cigarette, sat on the doorstep, and continued his frantic ordering spree. He still had over 40 million yuan left to spend. How much food could he order with that? Hiding in a corner, Qiao Qiao continued to observe him. Was he playing a game? He seemed so focused. After about 10 minutes, Lin Feng's first food delivery order arrived. Is this Villa 108 in Shishanbi Yuan? How did you order 50 servings of sausage rice? The Blue Knight Rider, true to his title as a delivery god, had somehow managed to strap all 50 orders onto his electric scooter and actually deliver them. The rider was ecstatic. With a delivery fee of 2 yuan per order, this single trip earned him 100 yuan. In 2050, the delivery fee rules for the Starving to Death app had long been changed. Fees were now charged per order, and packaging was billed separately. After all, Starving to Death had a monopoly now. If you don't like it, don't use the service. There's construction next door, lots of workers. Just leave them here, Lin Feng said casually, pointing to the neighboring site where a crowd was indeed present. The rider didn't overthink it, set the food down, and sped off to his next job. As soon as the rider was out of sight, Lin Feng opened his spatial storage to pack the food away, only to freeze. His spatial sense detected someone nearby. He turned and caught a glimpse of Qiao Qiao peeking at him furtively. She quickly ducked back, hoping he hadn't seen her. This woman seems suspicious. Is she eyeing my sausages? Should I just offer? Fortunately, his spatial power could sense everything it could store, or his secret would have been exposed today. Without any weapons, and with the apocalypse still not here, if this got out, the authorities would surely dissect him for research. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng sighed. The 50 sausage rice orders were a loss now. He carried them towards the construction site, while Qiao Qiao hid behind a villa, continuing to observe him. Arriving at the site, he set the food down and called out to everyone, time to eat. One for each of you. The workers were deeply moved by the sight. This client was so considerate. He even ordered takeout for them. If they didn't do a perfect job, how could they deserve this meal? A generous boss like this, they wouldn't envy his wealth. Qiao Feng was also stunned, then waved his hand and shouted, eat up. We'll continue after the meal. Though he didn't know why Lin Feng had brought food, he too felt a surge of gratitude. In all his years of construction projects, which client had ever fed the workers? It was already a blessing if they didn't find faults and dock pay. Qiao Qiao was even more surprised. Was this guy really this kind-hearted? He even fed the workers, and had offered her sausages the first time they met. Was he some kind of philanthropist? As the workers happily took their meals and started eating, Lin Feng walked over to Qiao Feng and asked in a low voice, Qiao Feng, is your sister mentally unwell? Qiao Feng's mind went blank. Is my sister infertile? Or has she fallen ill behind my back? What's wrong with my sister? Can someone tell me? Mr. Lin, well, what do you mean by that? Qiao Feng was genuinely panicking. Could it be that this man had already done something to her? For a sister-obsessed brother like him, this was a devastating blow. Look over there. Lin Feng pointed, and Qiao Feng looked. His sister Qiao Qiao was peeking at Lin Feng, but immediately ducked her head when she met her brother's gaze. If she's not crazy, why does she keep following me? I may be handsome, charming, and irresistible to countless women, but am not someone she can just have. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. After the apocalypse began, many women had thrown themselves at him, but had rejected them all. In those lawless times, people did whatever they pleased. Casual encounters were commonplace. But Lin Feng just couldn't get past his own mental block. He had a psychological aversion to it, finding them unclean, and refused to participate. And right now Qiao Qiao was acting just like those obsessive fans who used to chase him. I understand, Mr. Lin. He'll handle this. It won't disturb your daily life or the construction progress. Qiao Feng was furious. He pulled out his phone and called Qiao Qiao directly. Qiao Qiao watched her phone ring and vibrate, not wanting to answer. But she had no choice as she had already been caught. Hello, brother. What's up? Get home right now. Don't come to the construction site. And stop following Mr. Lin. That's an order. Immediately. Right now. Qiao Feng was genuinely angry. As a sister-obsessed brother, if Lin Feng were pursuing Qiao Qiao, he could tolerate it. But it was clear Lin Feng wasn't interested, and it was his own sister chasing after him. What self-respecting sister-obsessed brother could stand for that? Oh, fine. I'm heading back now. Qiao Qiao replied helplessly. It seemed she wouldn't uncover Lin Feng's secret today. I just wanted to know how those things disappeared. Who's chasing him? She hung up and reluctantly headed home. Their parents had died early and her brother had paid for everything. Her tuition, her living expenses, all of it. Her brother was like her parent. Xiao Xiao loved him deeply and would always listen to him. But she was truly curious, this rich guy Lin Feng who could do magic tricks and spent 3 billion on this project, what was he after? Could it be? Could the apocalypse really be coming? Curiosity is a good thing, but it can be deadly. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. The troublesome person was taken care of. Eat well and work well. Rest is important too. Don't overwork yourselves. His words warmed the hearts of the laborers. It wasn't about the food itself, it was the gesture that mattered. This project would be completed with top-notch quality, no doubt. Back in his villa, Lin Feng had no idea that a single meal order had elevated the quality of his safe house by a whole level. Looking in the direction Xiao Xiao had gone, Lin Feng paused. Oh, no wonder she looked familiar. Isn't she the beauty from the building opposite that was gang raped and cooked and eaten? The video even circulated in the community group chat. So she lives right across from me, just a few dozen meters away. Lin Feng finally remembered who Xiao Xiao was. It had been 3 years, so his memory was fuzzy. She had a perfect face and figure. After the apocalypse, she could be a potential transactional partner. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, finding a virgin who hadn't been violated was harder than finding an unloaded warehouse, let alone a top-tier prize like Xiao Xiao. Those scumbags spared no one, from 8-year-old girls to 80-year-old grandmothers. He watched her return to Building 1. So she lived on the 2nd floor, close enough to see with the naked eye. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. If she ever couldn't hold on, the deal would come to him. Once she was inside, he confirmed she wasn't watching from her window. The delivery orders kept arriving, and he had them bring everything straight into the villa. After closing the doors and windows and drawing the curtains, he finally stored everything from outside into his space. He sat inside frantically ordering more food. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to milk it for all it was worth. Finally, he had ordered from every restaurant in Huanghai City 50 portions of every single dish. That half night of ordering cost over 3/8 yuan. Just the food alone would last him 20 years. At midnight, the clock struck 2049, December 2nd. Still not satisfied, Lin Feng opened the Pinduoduo grocery app and started ordering from the top of the list all the way down. If you sell it, I'll buy it. Order today, delivered tomorrow. Order before 6 p.m., and it arrives between 8 and 10 a.m. He spent another 500 yuan on groceries, buying everything available, leaving nothing unsold. Finally, at 3 a.m., he couldn't shop anymore. Clutching his phone, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning at 8 a.m., Lin Feng woke up. The delivery truck had already arrived and was unloading crates of vegetables into his courtyard. Had forgotten to lock the main gate last night. He didn't care. He got up and went to receive the deliveries. The unloading didn't stop until 10 a.m. Now, with all the takeout and groceries, Lin Feng had enough to survive alone for the rest of his life. Seeing this, he felt much more at ease, since the trips to Russia for Lake Baikal and to America for warehouse supplies were full of uncertainties. What had bought with his own money was the most reliable. After finishing his grocery shopping on Pinduoduo, Lin Feng had his next move planned. Gas, petrol, diesel. He hadn't stocked up on any of it yet. Without sufficient fuel, how would he survive the bitter cold of the second year? With 41 million yuan still in his account, Lin Feng decided on his next course of action: by a few gas stations. The zero-cost acquisition plan was a bit too risky to rely on entirely. What if it failed? He couldn't just wait to die. Having survived 3 years in the apocalypse, Lin Feng had become extremely cautious. He couldn't afford a single mistake. After lunch, he went straight to a top-tier gas station in Huanghai City and purchased it outright with full payment. A top-tier gas station held about 300 cubic meters of fuel. Including equipment and buildings, the cost was less than 5 million yuan. The 300 cubic meters was barely a drop in the bucket for Lin Feng. In a single day, he bought 8 gas stations outright, amassing 240 cubic meters of fuel, leaving his account balance at 1 million yuan. He didn't buy fuel directly, because pumping that much fuel liter by liter would take forever and attract unwanted attention. Buying the stations and storing them directly into his space was much faster. But he was running low on money, and he still needed to travel to Russia and the States. He couldn't leave himself penniless. Yet even after acquiring all 8 top-tier stations, the total of 240 cubic meters felt insufficient. Lin Feng had no choice. Once the fuel was gone, he hung up a sign and closed the doors. He filled the tanks with tap water to keep the pressure gauges steady, and put up banners saying renovating for a grand reopening and closed for business adjustments. Huanghai City had plenty of gas stations, losing these 8 wouldn't matter. Besides, Lin Feng was broke now, so this would have to do. 240 cubic meters of fuel would last him a long time. After all, the extreme cold was only a year long. It should be enough to burn through. Just as he was about to leave, a new idea struck him. Lin Feng went straight to loan sharks, mortgaging the 8 gas stations to borrow 30 million yuan. He also mortgaged his car, securing another 20 million. The terms were steep: 3% monthly interest, upfront interest deduction, and full repayment within 3 months. Then he hit up every online lending platform he could find, Huaba Jiba Luba Kansaoma, and scraped together another 50 million yuan. Being a wealthy man with a high credit score, the loans came through in a flash. He also maxed out his bank cards and cashed out an additional 20 million, finally scraping together enough. With 120 million yuan, he placed an order with an oil company for 400 cubic meters of petrol and 300 cubic meters of diesel scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Combined with his existing 2400 cubic meters, he'd have 940 cubic meters in total. That should finally be enough. His visa still hadn't come through, and Lin Feng, ever the cautious one, had to be prudent. What if the zero-cost acquisition overseas failed? He didn't want to take that risk. Buying it himself was the safest bet. But if the apocalypse didn't come, he was completely ruined. Kansaoma's loan sharks would hunt him down, dismantle him, and sell his parts. On December 3, 2049, with no money on his phone, he stayed home lying flat. That evening he went to the gas stations to collect the petrol and diesel, and the day passed. Lin Feng had milked every resource dry. House, car loan sharks, online loans, credit cards. Everything was mortgaged to Kansaoma, stripped clean and utterly thorough. Meanwhile, at the Lin Group, things were buzzing. Lin Tian had long received word from Fang Qian about Lin Feng's likely escape to Russia with 1.5 billion yuan. But Lin Tian had no time to deal with Lin Feng. The Jaha Realty rental scheme had hit the national news. Who could resist buying a house at half price? Just pay half the market value as a deposit and live for free. No property fees, no heating fees, no elevator charges. Stay as long as you want, get the deposit back when you leave, and it's all in a signed contract. If they breach it, the house is yours. Some were skeptical, but others began to act. At first, a dozen or so people came to Jaha Realty to view houses, pay deposits, and sign contracts. To protect themselves, they recorded everything. Then after signing and receiving the keys, they were stunned. Could it really be true? Free housing at half price. When these videos hit the internet, more people came to Jaha Realty to try their luck. Within just 3 days, all 200-plus properties under Jaha Realty were rented out. With the money in hand, Wu Yong, acting in Lin Feng's name, put down a 20 down payment and bought 500 more houses on loan. After all, Lin Feng would be the one paying the loans. Why would Wu Yong care? The news went viral overnight. In 3 days, Lin's real estate didn't close a single deal. Lin's real estate was a giant with a market value of nearly 8 billion yuan. Lin Tian and Lin Hao stared grimly at the stock prices on their screens, too distracted to worry about Lin Feng's possible escape. In just 3 days, the stock plummeted from 8 billion to 6 billion. Lin Hao's heart was bleeding. 2 billion yuan, gone in a puff of smoke. And the stock showed no signs of stopping its slide. Within moments, the national headlines screamed the future houses as cheap as scallions. Lin Hao stood before the computer, his backside aching, but his heart ached even more. Lin Tian, have you found out what Jaha Realty is up to? Who's behind it? Lin Hao's heart was on the verge of giving out. If murder weren't illegal, he would have already gone after the owner of Jaha Realty. Father, the legal representative of Jaha Realty is Lin Feng. No wonder he sold his shares so cheaply. He must know we killed his parents. He's determined to take us down with him. Over the past few days, Lin Tian had uncovered Jaha Realty's background. Lin Feng had played a dirty hand. Now the entire Huanghai City real estate market was crashing, dropping 10 in just 3 days. Not only were prices falling, but nothing was selling. Anyone with money to buy or rent was flocking to the half-price rentals. No property fees, no heating fees, no elevator charges. How could anyone compete with Jaha Realty playing like this? Lin Feng. Has he lost his mind? What does he gain from crashing the housing market? Doesn't he own property too? Isn't he losing money as well? Lin Hao clutched his chest on the verge of a heart attack. He thought buying Lin Feng's shares for 1.5 billion was a steal, but now he was losing so much he might actually kick the bucket. Father, look on the bright side. We've only lost 2 billion. Biguan and Fang Hao are hurting way worse. Biguan lost 15 billion, Fang Hao lost 13 billion. We're actually in a decent position. Lin Tian rubbed Lin Hao's back, having no other way to comfort him. Misery loves company, right? At least there were companies worse off than Lin's real estate. It wasn't just them losing money. Everyone was. Lin Tian, is there any way out? We can't keep bleeding like this. If the stock gets cut in half, we'll lose everything. Lin Hao tried to sit down and rest, but his backside was too sore to bear the weight. Father, I think we don't need to do anything. Lin's real estate might be number 1 in Huanghai City, but this crisis has spread nationwide. Do you think Biguan and Fang Hao Realty will just sit back and do nothing? I think Lin Feng's move has pissed off everyone with a stake in this game. He won't survive more than a couple of days. Once he's dead, his assets become ours. He has no other relatives, right? So don't worry, Father. The ones who should be panicking are Fang Hao Realty and Biguan. Hearing this, Lin Hao nodded. This son of his was sharp. Indeed, compared to those giants, Lin's real estate was nothing. Tiana, you're right. Lin Feng has 150 million in cash, a supercar, and 800 mu of land, total value of 2.4 billion. We've lost 2 billion, but once he's dead, we'll still net a profit of 400 million. Lin Hao felt more at ease, but he had missed one crucial detail. Lin Feng's debt situation was so tangled, it would make Lin Hao's scalp crawl. Lin Feng had only 1 million yuan in his account, owed money to everyone he could, and was drowning in debt. Want to claim Lin Feng's inheritance? You'd have to pay off all his debts first. Lin Feng wasn't a billionaire anymore. He was a billionaire in the red. He hadn't hit the repayment deadline yet, but when he did, he'd be slapped with a high consumption restriction, unable to even take the high-speed rail. How could he possibly pay back those loans? Right now, if Lin Feng claimed to be the nation's #1 debtor, no one would dare challenge him for the title. And as Wei Yong kept renting out properties, Lin Feng's debts only grew. The bubble would burst in at most 2 months. After all, there's still a 30-day grace period on overdue loans. While Lin Hao and Lin Tian were still in the office dreaming of inheriting Lin Feng's fortune, Lin Feng himself lay on a lounge chair in the courtyard, savoring grilled lamb testicles and cold beer, utterly content. Despite being a billionaire in debt, Lin Feng showed not a hint of worry. After all, he had his spatial storage and supplies. Even if he ended up in jail, he could just dig a tunnel and escape to Myanmar. Besides, he was a free man with no family to burden him, and with food and drink aplenty, he could enjoy life anywhere. Lin Feng, get out here. You actually had my mom thrown in jail. If I hadn't come home today, I wouldn't have even known. At that moment, Zheng Dehai, Yu Jing's son, arrived at Lin Feng's doorstep with a group of thugs. Zheng Dehai was bald with a scar across his head, stood 180 centimeters tall, and was broad and burly with a massive gut weighing a full 200 jin. His fierce face marked him as someone not to be trifled with. The thugs behind him all wielded baseball bats. If they ran into the police on the way claiming they were off to play baseball, seemed perfectly reasonable, right? Scram. Lin Feng took a sip of beer and uttered a single word dismissively. This arrogant attitude infuriated Zheng Dehai and his crew. There were 8 of them. You're way too cocky. Brothers, smash the door. Break his legs. He'll take full responsibility. At Zheng Dehai's command, the thugs began battering the door with their bats. Unfazed, Lin Feng picked up his walkie-talkie and said, Xiao Feng, bring 50 workers over. Someone's smashing my front door. On the other side, Xiao Feng, who was overseeing construction, heard the walkie-talkie crackle to life and immediately directed the workers to head over. Lin Feng had been treating them to take out meals every day. This little favor was nothing. Over 300 young sturdy workers at the site grabbed rebar and marched toward Lin Feng's gate, which was conveniently just next door. Zheng Dehai and his thugs, seeing the formidable procession of uniformed workers approaching, halted their door smashing in fear. They were in the demolition business and knew better than to mess with construction crews. Interfering with their work was akin to smashing their rice bowls. If someone got killed, they'd be tossed into a foundation pit, and by the time the building went up, the body would never be found. Xiao Feng, just break their legs. That's my self-defense. Lin Feng pointed to the security camera, signaling Xiao Feng not to cause any fatalities. Seeing this, Zheng Dehai's bravado evaporated. Avenging his mother required the capability to do so. 8 against 50. And there were still over 200 more at the construction site. That was like eggs smashing against stones. Damn it. Lin Feng, you just wait. I don't believe your construction will go on forever. Don't you dare move away. Zheng Dehai was the first to bolt, with his thugs quickly following suit, lest they truly get their legs broken. Young Master Lin, should we chase after them? Xiao Feng asked, but Lin Feng shook his head. Just an annoying fly. Scare it off, that's enough. Go back and don't delay the construction. If anyone causes trouble, have your men break their legs. Medical bills are on me, I'll reimburse you. Construction was the top priority now. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with Zheng Dehai. He wasn't moving anyway. In a month they could play their game slowly. Got it, young Master Lin. Call me if anything comes up. Xiao Feng waved his hand, and the workers returned to their duties. Lin Feng continued lounging there, having not moved an inch the entire time. Enjoying his barbecue and beer, life was looking more and more like a prison sentence waiting to happen. Suddenly Lin Feng's phone buzzed. Glancing at it, he saw an unfamiliar number and answered. Hello? Who's this? Hello? Is this Mr. Lin Feng? Your visa has been processed. Please come pick up your passport tomorrow. Alright, got it. Thanks. Lin Feng hung up and sat up. He had less than $1 million left in his account, but that would suffice. Time to book a flight. Departing tomorrow. Lake Baikal, here I come. Lin Feng opened his phone and started booking his ticket. Head drive to the capital first, then fly from the capital airport to Irkutsk Oblast in Russia. The 3 p.m. flight would land at 8 p.m. Economy class cost 8,300 yuan. With only $1 million in his pocket, he needed to be frugal, though the arrival time was the same regardless. He paid instantly, without a moment's hesitation. Getting up, he opened the gate and got into his car. Since he was heading to Lake Baikal to collect water, preparations were essential. Diving suits, oxygen tanks, climbing ropes, snowmobiles, down jackets, and so much more. These were undeniably the toys of the wealthy, and Lin Feng ended up spending over 1,800 yuan. Fortunately, Huanghai City was a coastal northern metropolis, so diving suits and snowmobiles were readily available. After shopping, he went home and slept soundly. Starting tomorrow night, rest would be a luxury. The next morning, after feeding Anbei, Lin Feng thought about finding someone to look after the dog. He had no idea how many days he'd be away, and the best candidate was Xiao Feng. Lin Feng didn't have a housekeeper. A monthly cleaning service visit was enough, convenient, and hassle-free. He picked up the walkie-talkie and called Xiao Feng directly. Xiao Feng, I'm going to Russia for a business trip. Can you feed my dog for me? There's meat in the fridge. Don't worry about the water. The automatic water is set. They'll treat you to a meal when I'm back. No problem, young Master Lin. Leave it to me. Xiao Feng didn't find it troublesome at all. It was so close he could feed the dog in the time it took to take a piss. Lin Feng filled up the tank and drove to pick up his passport and visa. That was a quick errand. Just name yourself, and it was done. With passport in hand, he drove straight to the capital airport, a journey of about 4 hours. At the capital airport, Lin Feng parked in a corner without surveillance, got out, and stored his car directly into his spatial dimension. Then he passed through security, entered the waiting lounge, and awaited the 2 p.m. departure. Since he carried nothing but his documents, the inspection was exceptionally fast, even for an international flight. Once on the plane, he slept. When he opened his eyes and looked out the window, all drowsiness vanished instantly. From afar, Lake Baikal shimmered like a crescent moon under the moonlight, casting a silvery glow. And in Lin Feng's heart, there was only one thought. Mine, mine, all mine. He was well rested from the afternoon nap. Tonight the operation begins. It was now or never. Lin Feng stepped off the plane, and it was already nightfall. Russia, situated at high latitudes, was in the depths of winter, with temperatures plummeting to minus 35 degrees Celsius. The moment he disembarked, Lin Feng shivered. No wonder that even during the apocalyptic heatwave, when Huanghai City sweltered at 60 to 70 degrees, so many human survivors remained near Lake Baikal. It seemed this place would only reach about 50 degrees here. Although still hot, it wouldn't be deadly for most. His fellow passengers, clad in thick winter coats, looked at him as if he were a fool, flying to Russia in the dead of winter. Without any luggage, just a thin cotton jacket. Did you think you were still in Kyoto, treating this like 0-degree weather? What an idiot. Why didn't you freeze to death? Lin Feng shuddered, but paid them no mind. The cold was biting, yet he could still endure it. When the extreme cold hit the following year, outdoor temperatures would drop to minus 60 or 70 degrees. This was merely indoor weather by comparison. Lin Feng was already accustomed to such conditions. This was nothing. If any of you manage to survive until next year, you'll regret staying here. Surrounding him were tall, blonde, blue-eyed Russian flight attendants. He had to admit their figures were stunning. Though Head heard they had a certain odor, he wasn't here to sample foreign delights. Besides, he had no money, and they wouldn't spare him a glance anyway. No point wasting time. Finding a secluded corner, Lin Feng retrieved a down jacket and pants from his spatial storage and put them on, finally allowing his body to warm up. He then materialized his vehicle, removed the license plate, and got in, starting the engine. Soon the car's interior was warm. No license plate. So what? This wasn't China. This was Siberia, a vast uninhabited wilderness. Who cared about plates here? Sitting in the car, he pulled out 2 fried chicken legs and a cup of milk tea and began his dinner. Head missed the in-flight meal because he was sleeping, but that didn't matter. After finishing his meal, he drove south from Irkutsk International Airport along the highway, knowing that Lake Baikal lay ahead. At an intersection, he spotted a broken-down car. He got out to inspect it, but found it empty. The owners had apparently left. Lin Feng removed its license plate and attached it to his own vehicle. I'm just stealing a plate. You don't need to call the cops, right? Besides, reporting it would be useless. By the time they did, Head likely be long gone from Russia. With the plate secured, he got back in and continued southward, heading for Lake Baikal. It was winter, the roads were nearly empty, and his old car could only manage about 100 kilometers an hour anyway. He encountered only a few cars along the way, countable on one hand. This was Siberia, almost completely desolate. He stopped midway to refuel, and after another half hour of driving, the road came to an end. Scratching his head, Lin Feng stored his car and brought out a snowmobile, grateful for his thorough preparations. He headed straight for Lake Baikal, finally arriving around midnight. The temperature had plummeted to minus 40 degrees, and Lin Feng was freezing, his hands turning purple from the cold. Even his Chinese down jacket couldn't withstand the Siberian wind. He regretted not buying a second one. Riding the snowmobile was unbearably cold. He never wanted to do it again. He found a sturdy tree, tied a climbing rope to it. He had bought a full 2,000 meters of rope, not just for this trip, but for potential future needs. Enduring the minus 40-degree cold, Lin Feng changed into a diving suit. He knew the water would be warmer around 0 degrees, which was the warmest he could find. He secured the rope around his waist, donned his oxygen tank, and activated his spatial storage, beginning to absorb the ice from the lake's surface. With a splash, 5 meters of thick ice vanished, and Lin Feng plunged into the lake water, which felt considerably warmer. Then he unleashed his spatial storage at full power. A whirlpool 100 meters in diameter formed like a giant water pump. It began frantically absorbing water. The suction was incredibly fast. As the currents surged, a massive water tornado was born in the middle of Lake Baikal. Aquatic creatures sucked into the vortex died instantly upon entering his space. Lin Feng didn't care, they would have died in the apocalypse anyway a day sooner or later. I don't produce water, I'm just a mover of nature's bounty. With a thunderous crash as the water level dropped, the ice on Lake Baikal collapsed. The 5-meter thick ice seemed sturdy, but it couldn't withstand the sheer scale of the lake. The thunderous roar alarmed residents around Lake Baikal. Could it be an earthquake? The very ground seemed to tremble. Lin Feng knew he had to hurry and accelerated his efforts. While he wasn't afraid of being discovered, it was better if no one noticed. Huge chunks of ice were also being pulled into his spatial storage. Various items were stored separately. Although Lin Feng couldn't enter his space, it had an automatic sorting function. The colossal whirlpool at the lake's center continued to suck in water at an astonishing rate, the water level visibly dropping. Fortunately, it was the middle of the night with temperatures around -40 degrees, so almost no one was near the lake. Of course, a few Russians drunk from the night happened to witness the scene. Where did all the water in Lake Baikal go? They shook their heads, convinced they were just hallucinating from the alcohol. It was time to go home and sleep. Lake Baikal drying up. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It was an inconceivable notion. Even if all the water in the world dried up, Lake Baikal wouldn't. At this hour, only drunks would be out, which gave Lin Feng the perfect advantage of time, place, and opportunity. With the climbing rope secured around his waist, Lin Feng swam deeper into Lake Baikal. Every living thing he encountered was swept into his spatial storage for later consumption. Sensing the contents of his space, Lin Feng was immensely satisfied. With all this fish, shrimp, and water, he could survive for 10,000 years without running out. Indeed, hoarding supplies was the right call. By 3 a.m., Lin Feng had reached a depth of 1,000 meters. Everything above was devoid of water and life. But since he had come all this way, why leave anything for the Russians? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Feng continued to dive deeper. He had already collected enough water to supply all of China for 100 years. But he kept absorbing more purely out of spite, even if it did him no good. At this depth, no fish or shrimp could survive, only a few low-level aquatic organisms, and very few at that. Lin Feng didn't spare them either, continuing to descend and collect until 4 a.m., when he reached his maximum depth of 1,300 meters. The deepest point of Lake Baikal was said to be 1,600 meters, but this area only reached 1,300 meters. So I'll leave you 300 meters then. It's almost dawn, and I don't have time to collect more. It wasn't that Lin Feng was incapable. The lake was simply too vast for one man to drain completely, leaving some for the Russians. Finding that 1,600-meter deep spot would take him days if not weeks, and he had no time to waste. The lake bed was much warmer, shielded from the freezing wind. Lin Feng shed his diving suit, changed into his down jacket, and began to retract the climbing rope into his space. As the rope was pulled into his spatial storage, it dragged him upward. He was careful not to retract it too quickly, fearing he might slam into a rock wall and die. It took him half an hour to ascend the 1,300 meters. Once at the top, he untied the rope, stored it, and mounted his snowmobile, gunning the throttle to full speed. A zero-cost acquisition of Lake Baikal, and then a swift escape. What a thrill. The next day, residents along the entire coast of Lake Baikal were in an uproar. Had Lake Baikal sprung a leak? Gone overnight? Countless reporters received calls and rushed to cover the story. It was utterly baffling. They'd sooner believe the U.S. had suddenly launched nuclear weapons at Russia. They found it harder to believe that Lake Baikal could run dry overnight. Meanwhile, the culprit Lin Feng had already returned to the city and checked into a hotel to warm up. Turning on the TV, every Russian channel was broadcasting the news of Lake Baikal's overnight disappearance. The event was simply monumental. Lin Feng pulled out his phone and opened a translation app. It was almost 2050. Going abroad required no interpreter, just a phone. Good day, sir. I heard you witnessed the disappearance of Lake Baikal last night. Could you please describe in detail what happened yesterday? A tall, blonde, blue-eyed Russian female reporter clad in a winter coat was interviewing a weary Russian man who clearly hadn't sobered up. Last night, after drinking with friends, I was on my way home passing by Lake Baikal when I heard a thunderous boom. The earth trembled. It knocked me right off my feet. I thought it was an earthquake. When I got up and walked to the shore, I saw what looked like a massive whirlpool in the middle of the water. I was drunk then, thought I was seeing things, so I didn't dwell on it, and went home to sleep. This morning my wife woke me up, and when I came to see, sure enough, Lake Baikal was dry. I suspect it must be plate tectonics. The water all drained deep into the Earth's crust. How else could this happen? You can doubt whether Russia might be bombed by US nukes. But you absolutely cannot doubt how much water Lake Baikal holds. The man spoke with great fervor. As a native of the Lake Baikal region, he simply couldn't believe it had dried up. Lin Feng smiled faintly. It seemed his plan for a zero-cost acquisition of Lake Baikal was going off without a hitch. These Russian experts would never dream that this was Lin Feng's doing. Turning off the TV, Lin Feng curled up in bed with the electric blanket on to warm himself. Last night had chilled him to the bone, or it would take at least 2 days to fully recover. But Lin Feng couldn't afford to idle. Only a third of his mission in Russia was complete. He had the water, he had the aquatic products, but he hadn't gotten his hands on weapons yet. Regardless of how sensational this was in Russia or worldwide, Lin Feng directly activated his spatial realm, expanding it to its maximum. Lin Feng wasn't trying to swallow the entire city. It was populated, so that was out of the question. With a radius of 1,000 kilometers, he began scanning for Russian military bases. He felt like his head was about to split, but for the sake of weapons he gritted his teeth and endured. Found it. Right there. Lin Feng locked onto the location and quickly shut down the spatial realm. This Russian military base turned out to be a missile launch site. He had only pinpointed its position, not the number of troops personnel or its defensive capabilities. It'd be perfect if there were nukes. Lin Feng rubbed his head, which was now throbbing with pain. Russia was known to possess over 5,000 nuclear warheads scattered across the country, their exact locations a closely guarded secret. If he could find a few, he wouldn't fear biological mutations or even an alien invasion. Lin Feng took a sip of hot vodka to warm himself. Then, opening the map on his phone, he pinpointed the military base's location. It was 800 kilometers to the northwest. Driving there was out of the question, and the map showed no nearby airport. So it was a secret military base hidden in the wilderness. The nearest city was over 100 kilometers away. Approaching such a covert base by land would surely be detected, and what if there were minefields? Lin Feng stared at the map, deep in thought. This required cunning, not brute force. If military bases were that easy to infiltrate, they wouldn't be called military bases. The moment he got near on a snowmobile, alarms would blare, and he'd be riddled with machine gun fire. This has to be done with wit, not force. Lin Feng set down his phone and downed another glass of hot vodka. He'd deal with it tomorrow. He needed a day of rest, both mentally and physically. The vodka was indeed potent. Within moments the alcohol hit him, and Lin Feng, wrapped in his blanket, drifted off into a hazy sleep. He slept for an entire day, waking only on the morning of December 6th, his body fully recovered. He went downstairs and bought dozens of Russian winter coats. He dared not use his zero-cost trick here. If the military took notice of dozens of coats vanishing into thin air, it would be a loss outweighing the gain. Prices in Russia were quite low. The dozens of coats cost him only 6,000 yuan. It was a testament to China's strength that one could even use Alipay abroad now. After stowing away the coats and buying a train ticket, he set his sights on the next city. He enjoyed an authentic Russian meal. After all, he was ostensibly here as a tourist. The Borodinsky bread was hard and unappetizing, and the borscht, both sour and sweet, wasn't to his liking either. But their smoked meat and red sausages were truly delicious. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng cleared the store's entire stock of smoked meat and sausages, spending 2,000 yuan. The shop owner was overjoyed. Chinese tourists truly were the most generous. At 9 a.m., he checked out of the hotel and boarded a train for the next city. At 5:30 p.m., the slow Siberian green train finally arrived. Lin Feng hailed a taxi and headed north. The driver was puzzled. Why go further north in this freezing weather? We're about to leave the city. Where exactly are you going? Lin Feng opened the map on his phone, pinpointed a village, and signaled the driver to stop. He wanted to go there. The driver nodded, his suspicion easing. A tourist coming to see the village. Such visitors existed, though not in large numbers. After paying the fare via translation app and watching the driver leave, Lin Feng walked deep into the forest. Confirming he was alone, he used his spatial power to dig a 5-meter-wide hole in the ground. Pulling out his Lamborghini, he drove straight north through the tunnel. If the surface roads were a dead end, then he'd take the unconventional path. Lin Feng had his spatial realm. He'd simply absorb the earth into it and burrow directly into the military base from underground. He hadn't started digging immediately upon getting off the train, partly due to exhaustion and partly because he wasn't sure if the plan would even work. But now that he'd tried it, it actually worked. Having a vast spatial realm was a blessing. Lin Feng sped along at 70 miles per hour, feeling free and unfettered, heading straight for the underbelly of the Russian military base. Even if they buried mines, he didn't care. He'd just absorbed them all into his spatial realm. After driving for over an hour, Lin Feng pinpointed the base's location, parked the car, and took a brief rest. The base housed roughly 3,000 personnel and was indeed a missile launch site. Whether it contained nuclear warheads, Lin Feng had no idea. He wouldn't recognize one even if he saw it. Lin Feng decided to make his move at 3 in the dead of night, when fatigue and drowsiness would be at their peak. After a bowl of spicy hot pot, he set an alarm and went to sleep. At 2:30 a.m. the alarm blared, and Lin Feng rose to begin his work. Unfolding his spatial domain, the entire missile base layout became crystal clear to Lin Feng. His first priority was the surveillance room. Committing such a grand act left no room for evidence. Inside, 2 Russian soldiers were munching on pickles and downing vodka, utterly oblivious to the danger lurking beneath their feet. After all, it had been decades since any war had broken out, and Russian soldiers simply couldn't function without alcohol. No drinking, no working, they might even go on strike. To enjoy their drinks in peace, they had disabled the surveillance cameras that monitored the surveillance room itself. That way their superiors couldn't catch them red-handed. Perhaps this was a classic case of hiding in plain sight. The commanding officer, of course, was well aware of the situation, but chose to turn a blind eye. That's just how Russian soldiers were. Even before charging into battle, they'd each down a bottle of vodka, shout, "Ura!" and then advance. Lin Feng crept to a spot a meter directly beneath the two soldiers' seats, his nerves on edge. They were armed with live ammunition, and his spatial domain couldn't store living beings. How could he not be tense? He used his space to excavate a pit 100 meters deep. At that height, no one could survive a fall. Then, sidestepping to avoid being directly under them, Lin Feng used his spatial power to instantly vanish the floor beneath their seats. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two dark silhouettes flashed past him, and without a single sound they plummeted into the depths and went silent. They could never have dreamed that someone would ambush them from below and dig a 100-meter-deep pit. Their deaths were utterly unjust. Who could have foreseen such an end? Lin Feng then filled the pit with earth, burying them 100 meters down. At that depth, no one would ever find them, right? Climbing into the surveillance room, Lin Feng immediately swept everything inside into his spatial domain. Now let the games begin. This would surely become an unsolved mystery. He crawled back into the tunnel, replaced the floorboards perfectly, and burrowed his way toward the armory. Arriving beneath the armory, Lin Feng extended his spatial senses to confirm the iron door's interior was devoid of people. Then he dug through the floor and climbed up. Jackpot! Even if the apocalypse never comes and I end up in prison, I could bust out with sheer force. Lin Feng switched on his flashlight and began collecting weapons: pistols, submachine guns, rocket launchers, RPGs. Anything the beam touched was instantly whisked into his space. Truly a Russian missile base. There were even vehicle-mounted missiles in this arsenal. Tanks, attack helicopters, and 2 fighter jets. Lin Feng was overjoyed. These weren't things you could just buy even before the apocalypse. He dared not make any noise, so it took him a full hour to empty the place completely. At this late hour, no one would suddenly come for weapons. Besides, his spatial domain was on constant watch, head detect any approach. After collecting everything, he slipped back into the tunnel, replaced the floor, and packed the earth back. Flawless work. But Lin Feng wasn't satisfied. Through his spatial perception, he sensed 5 missile launch vehicles still outside. After a moment's thought, he decided to go big. Not taking these home would make his trip to Russia a complete waste. He tunneled beneath one of the launch vehicles, confirmed the area was clear, climbed out, swept his gaze over them, and absorbed all 5 missile launch vehicles into his space. These were the bayonets of the land. Their very presence made anyone tremble. Done. He leaped back into the tunnel, refilling the earth he had removed as he went. Then he sprinted, packing the soil behind him as he ran. It was all about the thrill. As for the massive intercontinental ballistic missile he passed along the way, he certainly couldn't leave that behind. He directly absorbed the entire missile silo plus a spare missile. Then he filled the pit with dirt. He sped off in his Lamborghini, retracing his original route while filling in the tunnel behind him. He had dug 50 kilometers to get here. If you've got the guts, dig 50 kilometers yourself and come after me. When the missile silo vanished, the sentry on duty snapped to full alert. Then he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Losing Lake Baikal a few days ago was one thing. But this thing could go missing too. How absurd was this? He knew this missile absolutely could not be lost. This was the SS-18 Satan intercontinental ballistic missile. Nicknamed Satan. With a range of 1800 kilometers, it could strike anywhere on the globe. And this Satan was armed with 10 nuclear warheads. It was stationed here specifically to deter the ever-strengthening Huaxian nation. If this thing couldn't be found, the whole world might as well be doomed. Holy shit. I didn't believe it when Lake Baikal disappeared. I thought it was media hype. But today the Satan vanished right before my very eyes. In his panic, the Russian soldier blurted out in Huaxia language. These days, everyone in the world spoke Huaxia. Whoa. The soldier immediately triggered the air raid siren, and the entire base's personnel assembled in less than 5 minutes. The moment they saw the empty missile silo, everyone was dumbfounded. Satan was gone. And then the 5 missile launch vehicles were also missing. And then all the weaponry in the armory was gone too. And then the spare Satan next to the silo was also missing. How could this be so ridiculous? Those idiots in the surveillance room, what the hell were they watching? How could they not raise the alarm when Satan went missing? The commander of the missile launch brigade was so furious he nearly had a heart attack. This was utterly baffling. He stormed into the surveillance room, and unsurprisingly the surveillance room itself was gone too. All that remained were the lonely, useless cameras scattered around the base. He immediately called his superiors regardless of the hour. If those Satans were ever detonated, the Earth would be on the brink of destruction. And there were 2 Satans, 20 nuclear warheads, 1 missile silo, and 5 launch vehicles involved. If the beautiful nation ever got wind of this, they'd start a nuclear war with Russia. This was no laughing matter. When the superior officer heard the news in the dead of night, he aged decades in an instant. Scared witless, he practically shrank into a child. He hadn't believed the Lake Baikal story a few days ago, but now Satan was missing too. Terrified, he hurriedly called his own superior. In a single night, thanks to Lin Feng, every high-ranking Russian official had aged decades in fear. Even the beautiful nation didn't know about this missile base, so who the hell could have done this? Meanwhile, Lin Feng, filling the tunnel as he went, made his way back to his starting point. A cigarette dangling from his lips, he had no idea those two missiles were Satan's. After all, he couldn't just leave empty-handed, could he? Upon receiving the news, President Jinpu of Russia immediately imposed a strict news blackout. He then flew directly to the missile launch base on a special plane overnight to assess the situation. This was utterly baffling. The disappearance of Lake Baikal could be attributed to crustal movements, but how on earth could a Satan missile along with its entire launch silo vanish in a thin air? The incident was too significant, and the military's strict information lockdown meant other missile bases were unaware of what had transpired. This gave Lin Feng a golden opportunity to make his bold move. Driving his latest limited edition Lamborghini supercar at a blistering 380 kilometers per hour, he sped from the underground towards the next missile launch base. For the first time, Lin Feng realized the true purpose of a supercar. With space cleared ahead, the path was a straight shot, and his fuel was plentiful. Pedal to the metal. Just go for it. Lin Feng felt that his 30 million yuan supercar was finally worth every penny. It seemed this flashy car was worth keeping after all. It was like a personal underground jet. Since he was traveling beneath the Earth's surface, who could possibly discover his movements? By the next night, Lin Feng had stealthily claimed another missile base. When Jinpu heard this news, he was utterly stunned. He flew to the base to inspect, finding everything identical. Except this time it wasn't two people who were missing, but 8. No trace of them alive or dead. It was clear Lin Feng was growing bolder. Jinpu wasn't foolish. He realized this culprit was specifically targeting missile bases. He immediately lifted the news blackout and ordered all missile bases to operate around the clock with double shifts. He declared that anyone who lost another missile would be shot. Forgiving them was God's business. Jinpu's job was to send them to meet God. Yet 2 days later, another catastrophe was reported. This time the base wasn't stolen, but flooded. How was this even possible? It was minus 40 degrees Celsius in Siberia at night. Where on earth did all this water come from? Over 3,000 personnel at the base perished. In such freezing temperatures, who could survive being drenched? When Jinpu arrived on his private jet, he seemed to have aged decades in an instant, looking like a man over 200 years old. He had faced countless battles in his lifetime, seen every conceivable horror, but never anything this absurd. The entire base personnel dead, and all the missiles, weapons, tanks, aircraft, and supplies gone again. Jinpu felt a deep sense of despair. Was heaven trying to destroy Russia? At this rate, Russia was doomed. Having stolen from 3 Russian missile bases, Lin Feng decided to stop. The main reason was that the third base was incredibly difficult to infiltrate. Over 1,000 people were patrolling even in the dead of night. The guards in the armory were equipped with night vision goggles and assault rifles, maintaining constant vigilance. Lin Feng spent the entire night underground, unable to devise a stealthy way to spirit away the missiles. With no other option, he released a tiny fraction of Lake Baikal's water, flooding the entire base. After all, water was the one thing he had in abundance. After the flood, Lin Feng began the tedious task of cleaning up the battlefield. Weapons were scattered everywhere, and he wasn't even sure if the flooded missile silo was still functional. However, the ammunition should be fine, as Russian military equipment was notoriously durable and reliable. Several fighter jets had also been submerged, and their condition was uncertain. Lin Feng slightly regretted not having targeted the Russian food depot first. It was filled with valuable supplies: cold weather gear, frozen goods, military rations, fuel. He had missed out on a fortune. However, he made sure to clear out the depots on his second and third visits. Although the third warehouse was flooded, the upcoming hot weather would dry everything out within a day. Passing by an oil field, he couldn't resist that either. There was no heavy weaponry there, and with missiles at his disposal, what did he have to fear? He emptied all their reserves of gasoline, diesel, and natural gas. There was so much he couldn't even keep track. He also took the underground oil and gas reserves, ensuring he would never run out of fuel again. He didn't spare the refining equipment, fuel depots, or gas pressure storage tanks either. If his fuel reserves ever ran out, he could even start his own refinery. Along the way, he also excavated 2 coal mines, so he wouldn't have to worry about heating during cold snaps. On December 14th, Lin Feng arrived at Moscow International Airport. He was done with Russia. His next destination was Washington. Russia was in an uproar. While the general public was unaware of the 3 missing missile bases, they knew about the loss of Lake Baikal and the oil fields. They were still in the dark about the coal mines, as Lin Feng had dug them out from underground. It might take months or perhaps forever for anyone to discover they were empty. Jinpu was becoming numb to the losses. Compared to the oil fields and Lake Baikal, his most pressing concern was figuring out how the 3 missile bases had been discovered. Could there be a traitor in their midst? This couldn't be publicized and the losses couldn't be admitted. If the US found out, it would surely lead to nuclear war. And then everyone would be doomed. Could this be some hex-tech black technology from the US? That didn't make sense either. Even if they had such tech, stealing the Satan missiles could be understood. Taking the oil fields for money made some sense, but why on earth would they take Lake Baikal? Wasn't the water from the 5 Great Lakes in America enough for them? Jingpu had fought wars all his life, but he was completely stumped by this mystery. At least the loss of military bases seemed to have stopped after the oil field disappeared. A small mercy perhaps. Lin Feng had gathered enough supplies for the extreme cold. Now he needed to acquire a couple of aircraft carriers to prepare for the impending heavy rains. Russia had only one, and it was old and dilapidated. Lin Feng had no idea where it was, and finding it in such a vast country was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Besides, Lin Feng's standards had risen. He wasn't interested in that old relic. But America had plenty of aircraft carriers. Asking for just 2 wasn't too much to ask, was it? This time security at Moscow International Airport was extremely tight, with armed police in full gear everywhere. Although no one knew the specifics, of palpable tension filled the air across Russia. Ordinary citizens began stockpiling guns, food, and supplies, fearing another war. Lin Feng's security check was quick, however, as he only carried his ID and phone, without even a single piece of luggage. Who would suspect him of being the mastermind behind the missing missile bases? Once on the plane, he faced another 10-hour flight. Exhausted, Lin Feng fell asleep immediately. Upon landing, he found Washington much warmer than Siberia, and vastly more bustling with skyscrapers and crowds everywhere. Unlike Russia, America was unaware of the missing Satan missiles. They had only heard news reports about Lake Baikal drying up and oil fields being depleted. America paid it no mind. Russia's loss was America's gain. If Russia was unhappy, America was happy. So America was completely unprepared. After all, who would dare target the US? Did they want economic sanctions or a carpet bombing? Lin Feng found a hotel and booked a standard room on the first floor. With only 500 left in his pockets, Lin Feng had to be frugal. Besides, being on the first floor made it easier for him to make his move. Lin Feng's primary objective was to steal an aircraft carrier. He had already gathered most of his supplies, and even if he ran out of food, the fish in Lake Baikal were so abundant that he could never finish them all. Activating his spatial perception, he directly sought out the American carrier base. Target the east. After a few minutes, Lin Feng confirmed his target. It was almost 2050, and the world had been at peace for so long that the American carriers no longer patrolled the globe, too costly on fuel. They were better off docked near Washington, guarding the capital. To the east of Washington lay a U.S. Navy base housing not just 2 aircraft carriers, but also over a dozen destroyers and dozens of supply ships. Lin Feng was ecstatic. Was this a grand opening celebration with a buy one get a bunch free deal? He promptly collected everything from his current location and began digging a tunnel at a speed of 380. Feeling as free as the wind. At this pace, he reached his destination in less than half an hour. Lin Feng dug directly beneath the naval base, changed into a diving suit, used his spatial power to pinpoint a deserted stretch of coast, and dug his way up. Sealing the tunnel behind him, he dove straight into the sea. Plan: collect the carriers first, then the other ships. Grab as many as possible, and if discovered, make a run for it. Diving into the water, Lin Feng couldn't help but note the geographical advantage of America. All its coasts were ice-free ports. He swam with his oxygen tank directly beneath the largest aircraft carrier and activated his spatial power. Whoosh. With a whoosh, a carrier worth billions of dollars vanished into thin air. Splash, splash, splash. At the same moment, several figures plunged into the water like dumplings. It appeared there were sentries on the carrier's deck. Lin Feng had really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. There were people. Fortunately, only the deck was manned. If the interior had been occupied, he wouldn't have been able to collect it at all. A decisive man, Lin Feng moved to seize the second carrier before they could react. They weren't wearing oxygen tanks. And in the pitch-black water, who could possibly see him? Sure enough, the American soldiers' first instinct was to swim upwards. What did losing a carrier matter to them? In America, human rights come first. Free America. Gunfire every day. Lin Feng hurriedly attempted to collect the second carrier, but it wouldn't fit, meaning it was occupied. He turned and swam towards a nearby supply ship, instead managing to collect it, thankfully empty. Whale! 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 At that moment, the air raid sirens blared across the U.S. naval base. They had discovered the sudden disappearance of one carrier. Countless searchlights swept across the water looking for a possible enemy attack. But where was the enemy above? Radar was activated, but within 1,000 miles there was no enemy signal. Lin Feng knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The security at the Russian base had tightened each time after had hit it. The bold are fed, the timid starve. He had 20 trillion tons of Lake Baikal water in his space. If necessary, he could flood the entire base. Emboldened by his vast water reserves, Lin Feng grew bolder. Even with the air raid sirens blaring, he didn't flee. Instead, he continued to pilfer their frigates, destroyers, supply ships, The commander of the U.S. naval base watched in utter disbelief. A carrier weighs at least 1,000 tons. A destroyer starts at 3,000 tons. How could they just disappear? Could there be something in the water? Quick, dive, find that carrier. I want the ship, or I want the wreck. This base commander had a head on his shoulders. It couldn't be a problem on land, so it must be in the sea. A group of American soldiers scrambled to get their diving gear to go underwater. If they didn't find the carrier today, they'd all face disciplinary action. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having collected half the ships while the other half were two-man, set his sights on the nuclear submarines nearby. The bold are fed, the timid starve. I, Lin Feng, want the carriers, and I want the nuclear subs too. He decisively swam over to collect them. There were 8 nuclear submarines and over a dozen conventional subs. Activating his spatial power, he managed to take 3 nuclear submarines and 8 conventional submarines. The rest were occupied and couldn't be taken. Thank goodness America hadn't fought a war in decades. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have gotten anything today. Splash, splash, splash. American soldiers began jumping into the water like dumplings, and they were all armed with submachine guns. Lin Feng knew he was in serious trouble. If they spotted him, they'd riddle him with bullets. As formidable as he was, he couldn't fight thousands of soldiers at a naval base. It looked like he would have to release a little bit of water today. Splash. With a surge of his spatial power, a massive wave surged forth, sweeping the American soldiers back. Those preparing to dive were sent flying dozens of meters by the giant wave, their fate unknown. Even the base commander was stunned into silence by the colossal wave. Where on earth did such a huge wave suddenly come from? Then Lin Feng pulled off another slick move. Taking advantage of the deserted shore after the wave, he crawled ashore and immediately started digging. He sealed the tunnel behind him as he pulled out a car from his space and floored the gas pedal. He sped towards the base's supply depot. With all the American soldiers searching for the carrier by the shore, it would be a crime not to raid their home base. Besides, how long could the destroyers run on the fuel they had? A cautious guy like him wouldn't pass up the chance to stockpile some supplies. Arriving at the supply depot, it was empty, just as had hoped. Everyone was out looking for the carrier. Heavy fuel oil, aviation gasoline, aviation fuel. They had everything. Opening his space, Lin Feng took it all. He also cleared out the base's arsenal. This was the last time for a zero-cost military grab. Time to hurry. If he didn't move fast, it would all be gone. After emptying the naval base's arsenal, he couldn't leave the logistics depot alone either. He had to admit the American military rations were far superior to the Russians. But from now on they were his. Various military rations, cold weather gear, frozen fruits, and meats, canned goods, grains, and oils. After collecting everything, he dug his way back home. When the commander was informed that the supply and arsenal depots had been cleaned out, he was completely shell-shocked. I still haven't found the carrier, and now we're losing things again. He rushed to the surveillance room to check the monitors. Under the American surveillance cameras, he saw a hole suddenly appear in the ground, and a man in a diving suit crawled out of it. The man moved as if he had superpowers. Wherever he went, he left nothing behind. What the FCK? The commander was now certain. This man was undeniably connected to the disappearance of the carrier and submarines. Lin Feng didn't target the surveillance room this time, not because he couldn't, but because the situation was different. The carriers were in the sea, the surveillance room was on land, the distance was too great, and the American soldiers weren't big drinkers. If Lin Feng had gone for the surveillance room first, the base would have been immediately put on high alert, and he might have lost his chance at the carriers. So he chose to steal the carriers first. What did it matter if they had footage? In half a month the world would be over anyway. America couldn't even manage its own affairs. How could it interfere with matters in Huaxia? Back at the hotel, Lin Feng began to inspect the night's haul. He had to admit America was incredibly wealthy. A single aircraft carrier carried 62 fighter jets, and they were all fully fueled. He could fly one, abandon it, and take another for 2 months straight. Man, this feels damn good. Lin Feng sealed the cave, replaced the floorboards, and tidied everything back to its original place. Midnight had passed. It was now December 15th. Only half a month remained until the apocalypse. The feeling of being fully stocked with supplies was immensely satisfying. He took out a bottle of vodka and dozens of steaming hot grilled oysters to warm himself up, enjoying a simple midnight snack. By morning the States would be in an uproar, but amidst such a vast sea of people, who could possibly find him? Besides, he had worn goggles to cover his face. They were all just humans, 2 shoulders and 1 head each. How could anyone know it was him, Lin Feng? After eating and drinking his fill, he slept soundly. Lin Feng was asleep, but the high-ranking officials of the States were destined for a sleepless night. They wouldn't bother calculating the other losses. The aircraft carrier and its carrier-based aircraft alone were worth over 300 billion in Huaxia currency. And on top of that, it carried strategic nuclear missiles. If the Russians found out, wouldn't they start a nuclear war over it? The States was wealthy and enjoying the good life. Who would want to engage in a deadly struggle with a broke nation? All the high-ranking officials stared in disbelief at the figure on the monitor who had crawled out of the cave in a diving suit. They watched as their weapons and supplies vanished into thin air. They zoomed in on the surveillance footage, zoomed in again and again. Looking at this masked figure with diving goggles, they gathered the following information. According to the footage, this guy was probably human. They couldn't discern any other useful information. What the F? Puchuan slammed his fist on the table, cursing loudly. According to statistics, in just one night, they had lost at least a quadrillion in Huaxia currency worth of weapons, equipment, and supplies. It was almost 2050, and the Huaxia currency had become an international currency. The whole world was using it for transactions, and the States was no exception. States, from this moment on, seal the borders. No one in or out. Any aircraft crossing into our airspace and any ship entering our territorial waters will be shot down or sunk. All bases are on 24-hour alert. The special forces will conduct person-by-person checks. I want that aircraft carrier found. Puchuan slammed the table again in the Pentagon, immediately issuing the presidential order. It wasn't that Puchuan was overreacting, but rather that this carrier thief was utterly inhumane. He had just stolen from a naval base defending Washington. Who knew if he would target other bases? Lin Feng had gotten incredibly lucky. He had only found this base because he had flown to Washington, as his ability only allowed him to locate things within a 1,000-kilometer radius. With the Pentagon on high alert, the entire nation went into motion. This person must be eliminated. A great threat loomed. While some worried, others rejoiced, and while some suffered, others celebrated. Jingpu suddenly received a phone call in the dead of night, startling him. He wondered, don't tell me another missile base has gone missing. Upon answering, Jingpu was overjoyed. It was a message from his spy in the Pentagon. The States had lost an aircraft carrier and half a carrier fleet's worth of equipment, with direct losses exceeding $1 trillion in Huaxia currency. You've done well. Keep listening, and you'll be rewarded. Jingpu put down the phone with a relieved expression. This mysterious person had finally stopped targeting his Russia and had moved on to the States. However, his joy lasted only a few minutes before he was frowning again. 3 missile launch bases had been lost, and the culprit had still escaped from Russia. Who was this person? Jingpu picked up the phone and called the Defense Bureau, directly ordering them to investigate the list of all personnel who had flown to the States in the last 3 days. Any one of them could be the one who stole the aircraft carrier. This person had to be found. The items they had stolen were enough to arm an entire nation. It had to be said that Jingpu's security was much better than Puchuan's. No one knew that Jingpu had lost 3 missile bases, but it wouldn't be long before the whole world knew about Puchuan's lost naval base. Jingpu was determined. This person must be recruited into Russia. He could even be made the next president. This guy was definitely a genius. And I, Jingpu, have no successor. No one could refuse such a generous offer as the Russian presidency. After all, Russia was still the world's largest country by land area, and the 3rd most powerful military. With this person's help, what couldn't Russia achieve, even uniting the earth? Lin Feng, however, acted as if nothing had happened and slept soundly until dawn. The moment he stepped out the door in the morning, he saw a group of fully armed U.S. soldiers. It seemed there was no chance to raid another U.S. military base. Lin Feng didn't want to cause a bigger stir, so he decided it was best to hurry back to his safe house and lay low. Next year, an asteroid was going to hit the States. A kilometer-wide asteroid that would wipe the entire country out. Even a titanium alloy safe house wouldn't survive that. Even if the house could withstand it, could his mortal body. It was safer back in the Huaxia nation. He should go back and hide for a couple of years. He took a taxi to the airport, bought a ticket home. With the States on such high alert, it was best not to steal from their storage centers. That would just be adding fuel to the fire and asking for trouble. The fish from Lake Baikal were more than enough. He didn't need more. Lin Feng had decided to return home, but when he got to the airport, he was stunned. The States had sealed its borders. He had gotten in fine, but now he couldn't leave. Lin Feng scratched his head anxiously at the airport. The apocalypse was in half a month, and he didn't even have a house here. With less than 500 in his account, what could he do? He couldn't even buy a rundown shack. It wasn't that Lin Feng didn't consider robbing a U.S. bank vault, but all that money, in cash, untraceable. Even gold bars have serial numbers. Could he even spend trillions in stolen goods? Only a complete idiot would try to steal and spend cash. Suddenly spending $1 trillion. Even an idiot would know that money was stolen by me, Lin Feng. What about gold? They lose 1,000 tons of gold, and I start spending it right after. Even a fool would investigate where my gold came from, right? Moreover, the States didn't ban guns. Once the apocalypse hit, he'd be homeless and unable to sleep well, and might even end up dead in a ditch. Lin Feng hadn't expected the States to overreact so severely. It wasn't like he'd stolen a tiny bit of their supplies, and a single aircraft carrier. Was closing the country really necessary? As Lin Feng left the airport, his heart was racing despite his attempts to stay calm. Firstly, he didn't know how to fly a plane, drive a ship, or pilot a submarine. Secondly, he didn't dare reveal what he had stolen. The apocalypse hadn't started yet, and if he was discovered, wouldn't Russia and the States be launching missiles at him? Finally, it was 1,200 kilometers from here to Kyoto. Even if he dug a tunnel and drove all the way back, he couldn't make it in 15 days. There was half a planet and the Pacific Ocean in the way. There were ocean trenches, underwater volcanoes, and the crushing pressure of water thousands of meters deep. He'd be dead if he encountered any of those. The unknown risks were too great. Then a flash of inspiration hit him. The States had sealed its borders, but Canada hadn't. And Ottawa wasn't far from here, just 800 kilometers away. Fortunately, his passport was for a trip to Canada, so it was still valid for entering the country. Alright, States. If you're going to be ruthless, don't blame me for being unrighteous. I was willing to leave, but you wouldn't let me. Fine, let's have some fun then. You forced me to rob your storage centers. With his plan set, Lin Feng left the airport, took a taxi to the suburbs, and began the hunt. Over 8 days, starting from the warehouses and supermarkets of Washington, Lin Feng stole everything in sight as he moved northward. Oil companies, storage hubs, mega supermarkets, hospitals, clothing factories, cold storage plants, machinery works, and munitions factories. Anything that seemed remotely useful he swiped along the way. Passing by Liberty Island, he even made off with the Statue of Liberty itself. This was a monumental event. For America, it was no less shocking than if Russia's Lake Baikal had run dry. The Statue of Liberty was America's very soul. The entire nation erupted in outrage. With their national icon stolen, it was a resounding slap in the face to President Puchwan. His approval ratings plummeted, and citizens flooded the streets of New York in protest. Down with the lockdown. Return our Statue of Liberty. Puchwan was under immense pressure, utterly clueless about the mysterious thief's next move. Everything from colossal aircraft carriers to everyday supermarkets, even the entire stock of TT factories, had vanished. The northeastern states were being stripped bare. Only the banks remained untouched, not a single cent taken. A small mercy in the catastrophe. And why steal the Statue of Liberty anyway? You can't eat it, can't drink it, and you certainly can't display it at home. Don't they know about the power of America's Minuteman missiles? No one could predict the thief's path. One day Washington, the next New York, then Boston. He was everywhere and nowhere, leaving no trace to follow. According to Puchwan's rough estimates, the combined value of lost military equipment and civilian supplies in the northeastern states had exceeded $1 trillion. $1 trillion in goods. Can you fathom that scale? The region was already beginning to face shortages and famine. They had been picked clean to the bone. Fortunately, the western states were unaffected. But Puchwan refused to believe that with America's 2050 technology, they couldn't catch this man. On December 24, 2049, after hoarding a tiny bit of supplies, Lin Feng tunneled his way to Ottawa International Airport. Once in Canada, Lin Feng kept a low profile. He couldn't afford to cause such chaos here that Canada would also lock down. Then how would he get home? With no entry record, he spent all his remaining money to bribe his way onto a flight bound for Kyoto. America was in turmoil, but Canada couldn't care less. As a Commonwealth nation, having lost nothing themselves, they had no interest in America's problems. Besides, with America's constant troublemaking, who could even trust their outlandish claims? You say all the TT factories in your northeastern states were stolen. That's an absurd amount of TT. There wouldn't be enough left to go around. Who on earth would believe that? The boy who cried wolf had been heard too many times. You lost $1 trillion in goods. That's a joke. Even if you let people loot freely, they couldn't move that much in days. Lin Feng boarded the plane in 14 hours, ahead be back at his long-awaited safe house. These 8 days had been utterly exhausting. Every night tunneling out, leaving nothing behind, not even a needle or thread. It was time to catch up on sleep. The plane took off, heading straight for Kyoto. He slept soundly. Customs there was lax, as China had reported no losses. Lin Feng rubbed his chin, pondering. He couldn't just show up now. He was about to pick up his ordered medical equipment and pharmaceuticals. If he suddenly appeared in Huanghai City, wouldn't that be telling the world exactly where he was? So he decided to create a diversion, stirring up chaos in China as well. He took a cab to the outskirts and began tunneling again, diligent as a groundhog. This time his targets were less critical. Tobacco factories, distilleries, logistics centers, breweries, drone factories, and warehouses full of phones and computers. He had enough survival supplies. Now it was time for the non-essentials. In a single night, several factories around the capital were emptied. Though significant, these were civilian goods, not enough to escalate to an international incident. The authorities launched an investigation, wondering if the factories had made enemies, if it was an inside job, a publicity stunt for internet fame, or hoarding to drive up prices. A special task force was formed, applying all their logical and scientific analysis. As is often the case, as long as no one was killed, they considered it a minor issue. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had returned to Huanghai City. He swapped the Russian plates back, drove home, and glanced at his pet Anbei, who seemed to have gained more weight. Xiao Feng must have been feeding him plenty of meat. He grabbed a bunch of takeout and headed to the construction site to treat the workers, checking on the progress. Lin Feng was pleased the project was nearing completion. Xiao Feng had multiple crews working inside and out, promising delivery by month's end. Despite his satisfaction, he still owed 900 million. If he didn't pay, would Wang Long let him move in? It wasn't that he feared Wang Long. He could always blow up his tower with a missile, but Lin Feng preferred to stay cautious. He didn't want to reveal his trump card before the apocalypse truly began. With Russia and America scouring the globe for him, he couldn't afford to slip up. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then picked up the phone and called Wu Yong. Surely he'd have some cash by now. Hey Wu Yong, it's Lin Feng. I need 900 million. Do you have it available? Lin Feng cut to the chase. Yes boss. You're incredible. The Renton program is a massive hit. I've sold over 30,000 units. We're rich. Lin Feng did the math. Even at 2 million per unit half price, at 1 million minus the 200k down payment and various fees, each unit nets about 500k. 500k times 30,000. That meant Wu Yong had roughly 15 billion on hand. Alright Wu Yong, transfer all the after-tax money to me. We're ending the Renton program in 3 days. Sell whatever's left. Wu Yong was stunned. Why stop such a lucrative business? Boss, we own a quarter of the real estate in Huanghai City now. Are you planning another big move? Wu Yong, knowing his place, still had 50 million of his own and hoped for a share. Stockpile some food and supplies. You've seen the news, things are getting unstable. Hoarding will pay off. Lin Feng spoke truthfully, and Wu Yong, having followed the headlines about Russia and America, nodded vigorously. I understand, boss. The money will be in your account by morning. Meeting you, I have no regrets in life. Satisfied with Wu Yong's answer, Lin Feng hung up. 15 billion, 12 billion after taxes. In these final 5 days, he could still stockpile a mountain of supplies. There was no turning back now. Worst case, he'd just have to break out of any prison they put him in. He could flee to Myanmar, and with enough weapons to arm a nation, easily establish himself as a warlord. If the apocalypse didn't come, he'd just change the script, build a warlord army, unify Myanmar, supply arms to underground forces in Southeast Asia, and take over Laos, Vietnam, Thailand, and Cambodia. Then expand and dominate, eventually unifying the entire planet. If he needed more weapons, he'd just steal them. With his 1,000-kilometer space, he could find anything they hid, even underground. How could they possibly fight him? With his contingency plan ready, Lin Feng felt calm. He began checking prices, preparing for his final big move. With 12 billion and pork at 3,000 per ton, that's 4,000 tons. But he wouldn't just hoard pork. Sunburn cream, frostbite, ointment, oxygen tanks, machetes, phones, computers, and various construction materials. Lin Feng planned to stockpile it all. Ding! At that moment, his phone buzzed with a bank notification. Wu Yong, despite his name meaning useless, had proven quite useful. 12 billion transferred so quickly. With the money in hand, Lin Feng frantically contacted suppliers. He had to buy before it was all gone. Online shopping was convenient, but 12 billion vanished quickly. He focused on stocking up on ham, sausages, various foods, weapons, sunburn cream, and frostbite ointment, crucial for offense, defense, and survival. Back home, lying in bed, he ordered until his hand ached, leaving only 5 billion. He still needed to reserve funds for the shelter's final payment and the 1 billion worth of medical equipment he had. Just then Lin Feng's phone rang. Seeing it was Zhao Jun, he answered directly. Young Master Lin, I'm sorry to say this, but we've exceeded the budget. I can build the car for 300 million, but the 1,000 sets of parts you requested are truly impossible to gather. Hearing Zhao Jun's voice, Lin Feng knew exactly what was going on. He had been too cautious. 1,000 sets of parts was indeed asking for too much. Is the car built yet? How much more for the parts? Lin Feng was direct, asking about the car's progress. The car will be finished tomorrow. Once I've tested it, I'll deliver it to you. But about those 1,000 sets of parts. I thought it over. Shouldn't we also keep some spare glass body panels and engines? At least 10 sets, right? Mass production is cheaper. Just transfer me another billion. I guarantee delivery before the end of the month. Hearing Zhao Jun's voice, Lin Feng felt much more at ease. Indeed, the first unit was always the most expensive. A mass production was cheaper. Got it, Zhao Jun. I'm sending the money now. Before the end of the month, the last 5 days, you must deliver on time. With that, Lin Feng hung up. He opened his mobile banking app and transferred 1 billion to Zhao Jun. Rich. That's just how extravagant it was. After the transfer, Lin Feng began to worry about his safe house. It seemed safe, but what if something broke? How would he fix it? After thinking it over, he picked up the phone and called Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was a decent guy. After all, he had raised Abe to be so fat. Hello, young Master Lin. It's so late, what can I do for you? Xiao Feng hadn't expected a call so late, having just checked the construction progress. I need some parts for my safe house: titanium alloy steel lead plates, blast-proof glass, aviation-grade panels, plus replacements for the equipment inside. It needs to last 100 years without failing and withstand 3 instances of external structural damage. How much do you think that would cost? Xiao Feng was stunned. This client was cautious to the point of absurdity. A steel fortress nearly 2 meters thick. And he still felt unsafe. Young Master Lin, you know labor isn't expensive, it's the materials that cost a fortune. With your additional requirements, this would be at least 3 billion. Xiao Feng had been working for nearly a month and knew the material costs well, so his quote was accurate. Can you gather 3 billion worth of materials in 5 days? If you can, I'll transfer the money right now. With time running out, Lin Feng looked at the remaining 4 billion in his account. When else would he spend it if not now? Yes, Your wish is my command, young Master Lin. Just say the word, and the mission will be accomplished. Xiao Feng wasn't stupid. With 3 billion in materials, how much would he profit? Good. I've recorded this call. I'm transferring the money now. If you can't get it, I'll sue you for breach of contract. With that, Lin Feng hung up. Then he transferred 3 billion to Xiao Feng. There was no time to sign contracts. He had to trust whoever seemed reliable. Anyway, when the apocalypse came, the money in his account was just numbers. It didn't matter to give it away. For the last 1 billion, he gave Wang Long 900 million, keeping 100 million for emergencies. He had to set aside the final payment for medical supplies just in case the zero-cost acquisition failed. After the transfer, Lin Feng put down his phone ready to get a good night's sleep. He hadn't slept properly in a bed for days. Once he was in the safe house, things would be better. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he checked his storage space and sensed a suspicious figure creeping towards the villa. First, the figure threw a bottle of sleeping gas into the yard, knocking out Abe. Then, wearing a gas mask and carrying a bag, the person jumped into the yard. Lin Feng was instantly alert. Who was this? Russian? American? He had come all the way home. How could someone still be trying to assassinate him? Had his identity been exposed? Lin Feng rushed out of bed and hurried downstairs. Just then, he saw the man press a button on the bag, and a timer bomb began to count down. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, but as the man ran off, he quickly stored the bomb in his storage space. Once inside, the countdown would stop. The man climbed over the wall, and Lin Feng followed right behind. Who could possibly want Lin Feng dead? He had to find out. Lin Feng took a pistol from his storage, attached a silencer, and followed closely. The man weaved through alleys, then ducked into one and covered his ears. Pew! Seeing the man stop, Lin Feng fired without hesitation. The bullet tore through his shoulder. The man froze silent and cautiously scanned his surroundings, unaware of what had happened. This alley had no surveillance, so Lin Feng wasn't worried about being exposed. He walked over and pressed the gun to the man's head. Who sent you to kill me? Confess, and I'll spare your life. The man was stunned. How could there be a pistol in China, especially a silenced one? Despite the shock, he clutched his shoulder, believing Lin Feng wouldn't dare shoot. A rich second-generation kid, would you really kill someone in China? Would you give up your comfortable life? Go ahead, kill me if you can. He'll never say anything. He tried to act tough, but Lin Feng clamped a hand over his mouth and grabbed his most vulnerable spot with the other. In an instant, the pain was so intense the man nearly flew. His world was crushed. What man could endure such agony? Talk, or he'll crush it. He'll make you the last eunuch in China. Lin Feng had to get the answers. And with no one around and no cameras, there was no need to hold back. Boss, I'm sorry. He'll talk. He'll talk. Fang Hao Real Estate paid me $1 million to do this. I've been watching your place since you've been away. As for the exact reason, I really don't know. The man had lost his earlier bravado and started telling the truth. Lin Feng released his grip and shook the hair from his hand. Fang Hao Real Estate. He hadn't offended them. Why would they want him dead? After a moment, it clicked. He had encroached on their territory. $1 million. You've been staking out this place long enough to know how valuable my life is. They'll give you $5 million. Not only will I spare your life, but if you eliminate the person who hired you to kill me, he'll give you another $5 million. Lin Feng didn't have time to haggle with Fang Hao Real Estate. The apocalypse was imminent, and solving this with money was faster. You're serious? The assassin asked, one hand clutching his wound, the other his shoulder, his face full of disbelief. Get your phone. They'll transfer the money. Lin Feng said, pulling out his phone with a serious expression. The assassin hesitated, then let go of his wound and fumbled for his phone, opening his WeChat payment code. WeChat Pay. 5 million yuan. The notification made the assassin's eyes widen. This was terrifyingly rich. Ridiculously rich. Get out of here. Once you've dealt with that guy, come find me, and he'll give you the other 5 million. Lin Feng waved his hand and turned to leave. And the assassin, empowered by the sheer force of money, defected on the spot. Killing Lin Feng paid 1 million. Killing the employer paid 5 million. And there was even 5 million in startup capital. Even an idiot would know which choice to make. With 5 million, I could get guns and cannons. I refuse to believe I can't take out my old employer. Boss, I guarantee you'll get the job done. Who among assassins has any principles? As long as you pay enough, I can change my principles at will. Clutching his shoulder, the assassin disappeared into the night. A man who can casually transfer 5 million, would he really miss the other 5? Lin Feng, yawning, put away his pistol and went back home. An assassin without even a pistol. That's just pathetic. Hey, raise 5 million for gear. Come find me after you've leveled up. Back home, Lin Feng still couldn't bring himself to sleep. After thinking it over, he used his storage space to pull in 100 meters of earth, sealing the entrance to his hideout. At this depth, even a bomb couldn't reach him right. He sat down a bed and deep in the earthen hole fell into a deep sleep. On the morning of December 26th, Lin Feng woke up feeling refreshed and invigorated. He stepped out of his underground bunker, filled the earth back in, and headed to the courtyard to feed Abe. However, the moment he entered the yard, he was taken aback. Chow Chow had let Abe out of his kennel and was teasing him with 2 chicken drumsticks. And that dog Abe was a total traitor. He was drooling all over the place, completely swayed by her. Lin Feng was furious. No wonder Abe looked fatter. It was this girl who had been feeding him all along. Abe, get back in your kennel. Lin Feng's command made Abe hesitate, casting a reluctant glance at Chow Chow, his big doggy eyes filled with longing. This only infuriated Lin Feng further. Looks like this dog's life was hanging by a thread. You've actually betrayed me. Hey, Lin Feng, have you no compassion? Keeping him locked up all day is so cruel. Your yard is huge. Why not give him some freedom? He's a living being too. Chow Chow hugged Abe's neck, showing no fear of Lin Feng. She was clearly an animal lover, otherwise she wouldn't dare let Abe out. He's lucky to be alive. Abe, this is your last chance. Get in the kennel or face death. Lin Feng had already decided that if Abe didn't obey, he'd be having dog hot pot tonight. He only kept dogs that listened to him. If you don't obey, why keep you at all? Abe understood Lin Feng perfectly. He broke free from Chow Chow's embrace and promptly returned to his kennel, even shutting the door himself. This infuriated Chow Chow. Lin Feng, you're so heartless. You raised this dog? There should be some bond. And you'd actually kill him. Lin Feng, I thought you were a kind-hearted capitalist for feeding the workers, but I never imagined you could be so cold-blooded. What did Abe ever do wrong? You'd kill him over this. Chow Chow poked a finger at Lin Feng's nose, fuming. But Lin Feng ignored her, picking up his walkie-talkie to call Chow Feng. Chow Feng, do you still want that 3 billion material deal from last night? Your sister is at my place again. If you don't handle this, the verbal contract is off. Chow Feng was stunned into silence the moment he heard the walkie-talkie crackle to life. He had finalized the 3 billion material contract last night, paid a 1 billion deposit with the remaining 2 billion due upon delivery. The manufacturer, impressed by the scale, had promised Chow Feng a 200 million rebate. If Lin Feng backed out now, those 200 million would vanish into thin air. Understood, young Master Lin. I'm on my way. I'll resolve this immediately. Chow Feng rushed to the villa in a panic, looking like a frightened child. Without a word, he grabbed Chow Chow's hand and pulled her outside. Young Master Lin, I apologize. My sister loves dogs and yours is quite rare. She's on winter break and has been stopping by. I promise you. From now on she will never appear before you again. With that, Chow Feng dragged Chow Chow away. Lin Feng had only been bluffing about the 3 billion materials. He absolutely needed them. He just found Chow Chow annoying and overly sanctimonious. If you raise a dog, you can love it however you want. You could treat it like your father for all I care. But I, Lin Feng, only keep dogs that obey me. If they don't listen, there's no point in keeping them. No wonder you ended up fried and eaten in your last life. People like you wouldn't survive 3 days after the apocalypse. Lin Feng secured the dog kennel and placed a heavy padlock on it. Abe needed to go hungry for 3 days. I was only gone a few days, and you've already fallen for someone else. 3 days of fasting is just a warning. Next time it's dog hot pot. Abe lay in his kennel staring at Lin Feng with pitiful eyes. He felt he had done something wrong, but he wasn't sure what it was. Better not to provoke Lin Feng's anger, or his doggy life would be over. Brother, why are you dragging me away? I need to teach him a lesson today. That's a life we're talking about. And he'd just kill it without a second thought. Chow Chow was still defiant. It was a good thing they lived in a peaceful society. If the apocalypse had come and she had let Lin Feng's dog out like that, he would have killed her on the spot. Chow Chow. He's rich. How he raises his dog is none of your business. Now get home. And don't ever come back to this villa. Do you know young Master Lin placed a 3 billion custom material order with me last night? The manufacturer's giving me a 200 million rebate. Wang Long and the others don't know about this. If they found out, Wang Long would have someone come after me. Do you know how cruel the world of the rich is, eh? I started as a construction worker. You think it was easy clawing my way up to where I am today? I'm risking everything for this deal. Once it's done, I can finally start my own construction company. Is your brother's life more important, or the life of Lin Feng's dog? As he spoke, tears welled up in Chow Feng's eyes. That was 200 million. He worked his ass off all year for just a few million. He might never earn 200 million in his entire lifetime. To have a 200 million deal ruined over a dog, Chow Feng would regret it for the rest of his life. He regretted letting Chow Chow feed the dog after Lin Feng left. He thought it was harmless since Lin Feng wasn't home. He never expected Chow Chow to get so attached. Brother, I didn't know. I'm sorry. I won't go see Lin Feng anymore. Please don't cry. I was just curious. How did he make all that money? We work hard all year and earn so little. He makes a fortune. Why can't we? I think I can make more money too. Then you wouldn't have to work so hard out in the sun and rain running around construction sites all day. Chow Chow was still a university student and she had no idea how tough the working world was. If Chow Feng missed this deal with Lin Feng, he might never get another chance like it. Enough Chow Chow. The world of the rich is different from ours. They make money with money. Everything they touch turns to gold. We don't have that kind of destiny. But if I can net this 200 million rebate, I can change my fate and step through the gates of the wealthy world. Our parents passed away early. As long as you're doing well, I'm at peace. I've asked around. Young Master Lin's dog cost 3 million. If you like it, I'll get you one too. I can afford it now. From now on, tell me whatever you want and I'll buy it for you. But stay away from those rich folks. Their circle is far more complicated than you imagine. Once my construction company is up and running, you can come work for me after you graduate. They'll show you how the wealthy live and you'll understand in time. Xiao Feng, a tough man, shed tears, having acted as both father and mother to his sister, worrying endlessly. He pulled out his phone and transferred 20 million into Xiao Qiao's account, determined to give her some financial security. Xiao Qiao wasn't one to waste money, but he couldn't risk her being swept off her feet by some guy with a tense off the Sansiwan diamond ring and ending up in a cheap motel. Brother, I don't want this money. I still have a few tens of thousands. That's enough for school. Xiao Qiao tried to refuse, not wanting her brother to overwork himself. Keep it. If I ever run short, I'll ask you for it. Remember what I said, stay away from those rich people. I'm only looking out for you. Xiao Feng turned and headed back to the construction site. The final inspection was coming up and he was about to realize his dream. This project had to be completed flawlessly without a single error. Xiao Qiao stared at the balance in her account, unable to snap out of her daze. 20 million. She had never seen that much money in her life. How do rich people even make their money? Lin Feng spent 3 billion on a villa and 3 billion on materials. Was his family running a mint? Xiao Qiao decided. She was going to start her own business. She would turn these 20 million into 200 million, then 2 billion, then 20 billion. Xiao Qiao was young and inexperienced, but she wasn't stupid. She had her startup capital now. Whatever Lin Feng did, she'd do the same. She had no business experience, but she could learn. So what if she couldn't go to the villa? She didn't live far. If she could learn from him, she'd succeed. Xiao Qiao purchased a night vision telescope and hid in a corner to spy on Lin Feng's activities throughout the day. How exactly did he amass such wealth? After all, they were neighbors across the corridor, a mere few dozen meters apart, in a straight line. She could see everything. After a day of surveillance with no sign of activity, Xiao Qiao grew hungry and pulled out some bread she had prepared, eating while continuing her observation. I must learn how you rich folks make money. I'm just a university student with no business experience. I'm not stupid. Whatever you do, I'll do the same. How could I possibly fail at copying your methods? That would make me utterly useless. Lin Feng spent the entire day lounging in his yard, soaking up the sun, drinking beer, eating barbecue, and playing with his phone. This distance of a few dozen meters across the corridor didn't even require the telescope to see clearly. At that moment, a few cars pulled up. As soon as they arrived, Lin Feng pointed towards the golf course in his backyard. A group of workers emerged and began installing a prefabricated metal shed. The metal shed was erected, quickly completed within an afternoon. It was vast in area and surprisingly inexpensive. Looks like a warehouse. Why would Lin Feng build a warehouse on his golf course? Is he just abandoning such a nice putting green? Xiao Qiao was puzzled and winced at the sight of the golf course being torn up by the vehicles. She thought such a beautiful course, meticulously cared for by others, yet you're being so wasteful with it. By evening, Xiao Qiao saw more trucks arriving. These were unmistakable. They belonged to the Shuanghui group. Lin Feng pointed towards the warehouse and the trucks drove in one by one to unload their cargo. Peering through her telescope, Xiao Qiao was astonished to see they were filled with ham sausages. Oh my God, has Lin Feng lost his mind? He bought 10 truckloads of ham sausages. How long would it take to eat all that? Xiao Qiao was speechless, but she still pulled out her notebook and jotted down Shuanghui ham sausages 1 truckload. She had made up her mind. Even though Lin Feng was cold and merciless, he certainly knew how to make money. He'll stockpile whatever you stockpile. And when you sell, he'll sell too. I refuse to believe you'd willingly lose money. After the sausages were unloaded, Lin Feng got up, went to the warehouse, and came back to continue drinking beer in the yard. A little while later, 10 more trucks arrived. This time there was no doubt it was bottled water, as the trucks weren't covered. Xiao Qiao recognized the brand name Ice Dew. Xiao Qiao pulled out her notebook again and wrote Ice Dew mineral water 1 truckload. She had decided that when Lin Feng sold his goods, she would have her brother shamelessly ask where he sold them. If Lin Feng could sell this much, the buyer wouldn't mind taking her smaller share as well. By midnight, Xiao Qiao's little notebook was filled with dense scribbles. It was all items Lin Feng had purchased, mainly food, canned goods, snacks, dried squid, beef jerky, mineral water, and self-heating hot pots. These were items readily available in stock from factories around Huanghai City, and since Lin Feng wasn't stealing them, the deliveries naturally came quickly. Having splurged a colossal 10 billion yuan, he had nearly bought up all the food supplies in Huanghai City. Late at night, Lin Feng returned home to sleep. Seeing the lights go out, Xiao Qiao also headed back with her notebook. Xiao Qiao lived on the 2nd floor. The 1st floor was a building materials warehouse bought by her brother Xiao Feng. Having it right below was very convenient. Arriving at her building, she opened the warehouse Xiao Feng had purchased. The building materials inside were almost entirely used up by him, leaving plenty of space. Xiao Feng, being in construction, naturally stocked building materials, but this time Lin Feng's order was so massive that it completely cleared out his inventory. The main structure of the house was made of steel and titanium alloy, but the interior still required materials like sand, cement, tiles, and flooring. You couldn't just use steel for everything, could you? Seeing there was space to stockpile goods, Xiao started searching online for factory phone numbers one by one. If you're stocking up, so am I. I refuse to believe Xiao can't make money. After ordering supplies, she spent down her 20 million until only 600,000 remained. Some of the snacks Lin Feng bought were quite expensive. A single pack of beef jerky cost 40 or 50 yuan. Imagine how much a whole truckload would cost. Xiao paid online, urging them to deliver as soon as possible, and the merchants generally promised delivery within 3 days. After all, Huanghai City wasn't far from the capital's logistics hub, making transportation very convenient. Back home, Xiao thought about and Bei Lin Feng's dog, and decided she wanted one too. With only 600,000 left, was that enough? She opened an app and started searching for Tibetan Mastiffs. Impure breeds cost a few thousand, while purebreds range from tens of thousands to over 100,000. After all, not everyone was like Lin Feng, who would spend 3 million on a dog. Xiao spotted a Tibetan Mastiff that looked similar to Bei. She clicked the link and saw it was priced at 188,000 yuan, non-negotiable. It was 180,000 if picked up in person, and only serious inquiries were welcome. The puppy looked beautiful, about 3 months old. Xiao saved it to her favorites, noted the address, and decided to go check it out tomorrow. After all, her supplies wouldn't arrive until then anyway. On December 28, 2049, 3 days remained until the apocalypse. Lin Feng continued to wait at home for his supplies while Xiao went out to buy a dog. She took a ride-hailing car for over 300 kilometers to reach a villa on the outskirts of the capital. After explaining her purpose, she was shown the dogs. There were 2 of them, a male and a female, both over 3 months old, and indeed purebreds. Xiao happily paid for the female puppy. She returned home by ride-hailing, arriving in the afternoon. Once home, she thought for a moment, then called a meat processing plant and ordered 50,000 yuan worth of various meats. Lin Feng feeds his dog meat. My dog's food can't be any worse than his. The delivery was scheduled for the next day. Xiao also bought 5 large freezers for no particular reason other than pure spite. I might not outdo you in other things, Lin Feng, but my family will have more meat than yours. And more freezers too. We're both human. If you can do it, so can I. Women can hold up half the sky. I just have less capital. They'll surpass you, you heartless profiteer. I will imitate Lin Feng. Become Lin Feng. And then surpass Lin Feng. First, a small goal. Turn 20 million into 100 million. After getting everything ready, Xiao bathed the puppy and named her Fangzi. Whatever Lin Feng did, Xiao would imitate. She still refused to believe she couldn't make money. At home, she obsessively copied Lin Feng's actions to defeat him. Meanwhile, Wu Yong, the so-called mastermind, had also become Lin Feng's devoted follower. That brilliant move of renting out all the houses had earned Lin Feng a staggering 12 billion yuan. Wu Yong had never seen that much money in his life. It was impossible not to be tempted. Fortunately, he was still Lin Feng's top lieutenant. Lin Feng was using 12 billion to stockpile supplies. Well, didn't Wu Yong also have 50 million? And Wu Yong knew Lin Feng had spent 3 billion on construction. Using his position, Wu Yong had secured a villa for himself too. Where else could you find a deal like that for rental scheme? How could Wu Yong possibly miss out? After all, Lin Feng never said Wu Yong couldn't rent a place for himself. Fearing an audit, Wu Yong didn't dare to acquire too many. He just put 1 villa under the company's accounts. If Lin Feng found out, he could just buy it himself, right? Wu Yong spent a few million to reinforce it like Lin Feng did, and used the remaining 40+ million to stockpile water and other supplies. He had already missed one golden opportunity. He couldn't miss this one. If Lin Feng wasn't worried after stockpiling 12 billion worth of goods, why should Wu Yong be afraid of a few tens of millions? When Lin Feng starts selling, he can easily offload my supplies along with his. Anyway, the boss has so many brilliant moves up his sleeve, all I have to do is follow his lead right. If I can't even copy my homework correctly, then I'm truly useless. Wu Yong was in high spirits. With over 40 million in supplies, he could surely make a few million profit, right? The boss had made 12 billion in less than a month. Compared to that, 40 million was nothing. And eventually those rents would bring in another 70 to 80 million. He'll make the decision for the boss and stockpile supplies with all of it. If I still need to bother the boss with a matter of a few tens of millions, then what's my purpose here? Some rejoice while others despair, some imitate while others lose their shirts. The Lin Group, now reduced to a market value of just 3 billion, due to the full rent scheme, is barely hanging on. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the full rent scheme ended after its final 3 days. Otherwise, the stock price would have plummeted further. Father, I have good news. The boss of Baguiuan jumped off a building this morning. The owner of Fanghao Real Estate has offended someone and keeps getting ambushed. He's too afraid to leave his house now, and he's been restricted from high consumption. No high-speed rail, no leaving the country. Lin Tian handed his phone to Lin Hao. Despite losing 5 billion, they managed to stabilize thanks to their cash flow. As a result, they were left with just a few million, but compared to Beguian and Fang Hao real estate, they had weathered the real estate winter. It's finally over. That Beguian boss couldn't handle the pressure, could he? Lin Feng's game was obviously unsustainable. Wait and see. Within a month, Lin Feng will be bankrupt and liquidated. We should seize the opportunity to buy those foreclosed properties at low prices. That's over 30,000 units in Huanghai City. If the price rises by just 30, we'll recoup the 5 billion we lost this month. Lin Hao finally saw a glimmer of hope after all these days. Once these two real estate giants fall, my Lin's real estate will take half the market in Huanghai City and become the largest real estate group in the country. I think so too. This month has been a nightmare. I haven't even dared to eat at a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Lin Feng's good days are numbered. This is a classic Ponzi scheme. I've heard that the authorities have already started investigating him. If Lin Feng can't repay the loans next month, he'll never get out of prison. Lin Tian also saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Lin Feng's full rent scam had swindled over 10 billion. His future was looking more and more incarcerating. New Year's Day is coming. Book a good table at Tianhai Hotel and let's celebrate. Lin Hao felt relieved too. After all, it wasn't him who was scammed. Those idiots who rented Lin Feng's full rent properties would have their day of tears. Alright, father will book it right away. I wonder what Lin Feng was thinking running off to Russia. If it were me, I wouldn't come back. He's doomed this time. Lin Tian happily went to book the table, while Wang Long stared at the bills in his hand with a worried expression. Building the safe house for Lin Feng had already cost Wang Long 1.8 billion in materials. The 900 million Lin Feng paid was gone in less than 10 days. Now the Hulong Security Company's cash flow was completely severed. Damn it. I'm losing money. At this rate, it'll only make 300 million when it's done. And I won't even see that until next year. Lin Feng, you calculated this perfectly. You said I'd make 300 million, and that's exactly it. Not a penny more. Wang Long tore the bills to shreds in a fit of rage. He was about to invest 1.8 billion and only make this much. There was no way out. The contract was signed and the land deed was with Wang Long. He had to finish the construction even if it killed him. He didn't dare breach the contract. Fortunately, the inspection was coming up soon and had received another 900 million upon acceptance, with a final 900 million 3 months later. Waiting a year for the 300 million profit was tolerable. His mood improved slightly at the thought. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng was on the phone with Lin Feng, beaming with joy. Young Master Lin, we're ready for the inspection. The 3 billion worth of materials you requested have arrived. Where should I put them? Lin Feng sat up from his chair and said to Xiao Feng, just unload them in the warehouse. He hung up and went to check if the spare materials were worth the 3 billion. Watching truck after truck of steel plates, titanium alloy plates, special glass panels, and aviation-grade materials roll in, Lin Feng was satisfied. Even if they weren't worth 3 billion, they were definitely worth over 2.5 billion. You couldn't expect Xiao Feng to work for free, could you? What middleman doesn't take a cut? Unload them and close the door when you're done. Lin Feng waved his hand, directing them to the warehouse. What Lin Feng didn't know was that Xiao Feng was an honest man. The 3 billion worth of materials was actually worth 3 billion on the market. The 200 million Xiao Feng earned wasn't a markup, it was a referral fee. After all, for such a bulk order, wouldn't the manufacturer offer a discount below market price? Who else could buy such a massive quantity at once? Having survived the apocalypse, Lin Feng saw the worst in people. In his eyes, there were no good people left. But in reality, there were still plenty of principled individuals. Xiao Feng smiled, looking at the 180 million balance on his phone. He could finally establish his own construction company. Xiao Feng drove off smiling to register the company. The project was almost finished anyway, his presence wasn't needed. He had his eye on a piece of land for a long time. Originally worth 330 million, its price had plummeted this month due to Lin Feng's antics. He could snap it up for just 170 million now. Xiao Feng hurried to sign the contract. With his years of experience, even if he left the land untouched for 6 months, he could easily sell it for over 200 million. He had to buy it now. Unless the world was ending tomorrow, this was a sure thing. Could the land price drop further? Could it rot in my hands? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The full rent scheme is over, so land prices will definitely rise. Xiao Feng excitedly signed the contract and transferred the money. This land was his now. From today on, he was a boss. What a score. I'm going to be rich. Back at the warehouse, once the workers had finished unloading and left, Lin Feng went and stored everything in his space, and then came out and locked the door. The warehouse was just for show. After all, having so many materials with nowhere to put them would be too conspicuous, wouldn't it? At that moment, Zhao Jun pulled up in a massive truck, over 2 meters tall, with temporary plates and 10 tires. The moment Lin Feng saw it, he fell in love. Those 300 million were worth every penny. Zhao Jun, you're a true brother. Get out. Let me try it. Lin Feng waved his hand, but Zhao Jun's eyes were filled not just with excitement, but with a gleaming light. This was a work of art. And I made it. This is the greatest achievement of my life. Seeing the redness in Zhao Jun's eyes, Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy. It was clear Zhao Jun had barely slept this past month to get these 2 vehicles done. Zhao Jun, do you trust me? Lin Feng patted his shoulder, deciding to give him a warning. I do. I believe everything you say, young Master Lin. The snow vehicles and spare parts will arrive shortly. After you inspect them, I need to go home and sleep for 3 days straight. I'm so tired I nearly dropped dead. Zhao Jun's eyes were bloodshot. He was truly exhausted. If you trust me, work 2 more days. I have a feeling that water, rice, flour, salt, instant noodles, ham, sausages, and various canned fruits and meats are about to go up in price. I don't care how much you've made off me. If you believe me, take all your savings right now and go stock up. Mortgage your factory too and hoard goods. You have the warehouse space in your modification shop. If you believe me, this is the last chance you'll get to get rich in this lifetime. Zhao Jun was stunned. He found Lin Feng's words baffling. What era was this? It was almost 2050. This wasn't a time of scarcity. Unless there was a war, how could there be shortages of food and water? All right, young Master Lin. After you test the vehicles, I'll go back and prepare. Zhao Jun nodded, half believing, half doubting. No need to watch me. Go to Walmart right now and place an order. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Lin Feng put his arm around Zhao Jun's shoulder and started ushering him out. If he told Zhao Jun the world would end in a few days, he'd surely think he was insane. If Zhao Jun still didn't stock up after this warning, then it was no longer Lin Feng's concern. Zhao Jun left the villa area with lingering doubts, hailing a taxi to head to Walmart. With the sale of these vehicles and the parts Lin Feng needed, Zhao Jun had earned 50 million yuan. Zhao Jun had no substantial savings. His modification shop was a money pit with expensive equipment consuming all his earnings over the years. Once Zhao Jun was gone, Lin Feng got into the car to test its handling. He started the engine and floored the accelerator, ramming straight into his old villa. A thunderous crash echoed as the front of the car plowed into the building. The sudden impact startled Zhao Jun, who hadn't gone far. Lin Feng must be insane. Even with a new house, the old one was worth tens of millions. How could he just smash it without a second thought? Lin Feng shifted into reverse, the car's powerful engine roaring as it backed out. He exited the vehicle to inspect the damage. The windshield was intact, but the paint on the front was scratched, revealing the titanium alloy underneath along with some scuffs. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Zhao Jun's craftsmanship was impressive. He drove the car at full speed around the 800-mu golf course, completely tearing up the grounds without a hint of remorse. He's lost it. Young Master Lin has truly lost his mind. Zhao Jun watched in disbelief as Lin Feng sped around, wondering how someone so wealthy could suddenly go so crazy. Zhao Jun shook his head and decided to leave. They were good friends, but this was beyond his control or authority. He'd wait a few days for Lin Feng to come to his senses, then advise him to see a psychiatrist. How could someone so young and healthy just snap like this? This kind of illness was best treated early for a full recovery. Lin Feng tested the car's top speed, which was only 200 km/h due to its heavy weight. Still, he was quite satisfied it was sufficient for his needs. Just then, trucks loaded with parts and accessories arrived at the villa area. Lin Feng drove over to greet them, pointing to the warehouse as they began unloading. A quick check of the inventory confirmed Zhao Jun's reliability. He had already reminded him about stockpiling supplies. The rest was up to Zhao Jun. After unloading, Lin Feng started up the snowmobile to test it. Since the ground was grass, not snow, and the vehicle had tracks, the turf went flying as it tore across the golf course, utterly destroying it. After a couple of laps, he noted the top speed was a modest 60 km/h. On snow, this thing would likely take off. Lin Feng was pleased, driving it into the warehouse, closing the doors, and storing it in his space. He had everything ready now except for the safe house. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Wang Long, holding the keys, arrived at the safe house and called Lin Feng. Seeing Wang Long's call, Lin Feng ignored it, left the warehouse, and went straight to the safe house. Young Master Lin, it's finished. Come and inspect it. Wang Long was bewildered by the ruined golf course and the villa with its demolished wall, but it wasn't his concern. He was there to collect the 900 million yuan payment. Comforting himself with the thought that he'd recoup his investment in another 3 months, Wang Long felt better. All right, let me take a look inside. Lin Feng followed Wang Long through the house, inspecting each room. True to form, Xiao Feng's work was reliable. The quality was impeccable. A ding sounded from Wang Long's phone. He checked the message and saw the 900 million had arrived. His face lit up with joy as he handed the keys to Lin Feng. Young Master Lin, you're certainly decisive. The place is yours for these 3 months. Call me if there are any issues. They'll have someone fix it right away. Lin Feng took the keys and nodded. 3 months. Wang Long, drowning in debt, might not even survive that long. All right, I want to invite you to dinner. I want to test out the living experience here. Understood, young Master Lin. They'll have the workers leave. Wang Long was content as long as he got paid. He still held the deed to the land as collateral, so he wouldn't lose out either way. As Wang Long and his crew departed, Lin Feng pulled out his phone and dialed Tianhai Hotel. With 95 million yuan left in his account, Lin Feng felt an itch to spend it all. He immediately ordered 1500 top-tier banquet tables. Starting tomorrow morning, 500 tables for breakfast, 500 for lunch, and 500 for dinner, all to be delivered to the warehouse at Villa 108, Shishanbi Yuan. The manager was stunned. Each top-tier banquet cost 300 yuan, making 1500 tables a total of 45 million. That was enough to buy their entire hotel. Suddenly, the payment notification sounded ding. Alipay received 45 million yuan. The manager quickly asked the boss if the payment had indeed arrived. The boss nodded and the manager immediately agreed. Right away, Mr. Lin. He'll start preparing now. We'll deliver on time. The manager confirmed, and Lin Feng hung up to call 110. He reported that 10 billion yuan worth of supplies had vanished from his warehouse, alarming the police. Given the recent spate of mysterious disappearances in the capital, had it now reached Huanghai City, Lin Feng's trick of crying wolf was brilliant. If he reported things stolen, no one would suspect he was the thief, and no one would come begging for handouts or supplies. He opened the warehouse doors for the police, showing them the empty interior. 10 minutes later, several police cars arrived with sirens blaring. Initially skeptical, the officers were convinced after seeing his purchase records and the vehicle logs from the past few days. Lin Feng, with 10 billion yuan worth of supplies in this warehouse, didn't you have a single security camera? The officers were suspicious. The entrance camera showed trucks bringing in supplies, but inside there was no security presence or cameras. I had cameras installed, but they were stolen too. The officers were speechless. Lin Feng's claim didn't seem unreasonable. If 10 billion in supplies could vanish, losing a few cameras was plausible. All right, Lin Feng, we'll open a case. Have you had any recent disputes or made any enemies? The officer asked while taking notes. Lin Feng thought for a moment and decisively named Lin Hao. Officer, I suspect Lin Hao is behind this. My all-rent housing initiative was meant to benefit the people, freeing them from mortgage burdens, but it caused Lin's real estate stock to plummet. Lin Hao must have orchestrated this. However, I'm just providing a lead. Please keep it confidential and ensure my safety. I paid 3 billion in taxes this month alone. I'm a conscientious entrepreneur. Lin Feng's scheme was devious. Not only did he clear his own name, but he also pinned the blame squarely on Lin Hao. Even though the apocalypse was imminent, he relished adding another layer of difficulty to Lin Hao's game. Lin Feng's plan was truly ruthless. He not only cleared himself of suspicion, but also framed Lin Hao completely. Although the apocalypse was imminent, he was happy to add more challenges to Lin Hao's fate. Rest assured, Mr. Lin Feng, we will keep your confidentiality. We will immediately investigate the Lin Group and Lin Hao. Keep your phone on during this period and try not to leave Huanghai City. We will notify you once there's any news about your supplies. The officer gave Lin Feng a few more words of advice, and Lin Feng simply nodded. Even if they asked him to leave Huanghai City, he wouldn't. Thank you for your trouble, officer. Please contact me as soon as you find anything. Otherwise, my capital chain will break, and I won't be able to pay off my loan next month. The officer cast a disdainful glance at Lin Feng, thinking that this wasn't a valid excuse for defaulting on a loan. However, he kept quiet, as it wasn't his business whether Lin Feng repaid his debts. His job was to investigate the mysterious disappearance of 10 billion yuan worth of supplies. A team of officers began scouring the area with state-of-the-art equipment, searching for footprints, hair strands, and any other suspicious clues. Lin Feng, however, couldn't be bothered with them. They could search all night. For all he cared, had be gone by morning. Losing goods wasn't like losing a life. In Huaxia, as long as no one died, it was all minor. Lin Feng returned to his old villa, made sure no one was watching, and activated his spatial ability to absorb the damaged wall, then released it back to block the hole. Of course, he just shoved the bricks back in place. The wall was still cracked. The villa was practically useless now, and patching the wall was just to keep prying eyes away. Then he dug a pit directly beneath the villa. He had to go retrieve his medical supplies. This time, it wasn't a zero-cost grab. He had already paid a 200 million yuan deposit. Under the cover of night, Lin Feng headed straight for the surveillance room of the first hospital. An old security guard was dozing off inside. Lin Feng didn't wake him, simply taking the entire surveillance mainframe. Then he made his way to the hospital's warehouse. One look, and he knew had struck gold again. It wasn't just the billion yuan worth of supplies had ordered. There were also new equipment and medicines ordered by the first hospital itself. Combined with the hospital's existing stock, Lin Feng had hit the jackpot. It seemed Director Li Yuan, flush with the 200 million from him, was also upgrading his equipment and stocking new medicines. Taking it all, this batch of medical supplies was worth at least 1.5 billion on the market. Leaving it behind would be an insult. He packed everything and went home. An hour later, the police received another report. The hospital warehouse had lost 1.5 billion in medical supplies, and the surveillance system was gone too. The police were getting used to this by now. Lin Feng had lost 10 billion in supplies. Losing 1.5 billion seemed almost reasonable. Lin Feng returned home and entered his safe room. He pulled out a dozen or so phones and set up 10 computers. It was his last day time to download games, TV shows, and books. Once the solar flares hit and damaged a third of the satellites, the internet speed would drop from 6G back to the 3G era. Downloading and browsing would become painfully slow. That night, Lin Feng was a busy little bee downloading everything he could to stave off boredom during the apocalypse. He stayed up until the wee hours, finally falling asleep with several phones in his hands. He was jolted awake the next morning by the ringing of his phone. Mr. Lin, this is Tianhai Hotel. We'll be arriving at your residence in 10 minutes. Is it convenient for you to receive the goods now? Lin Feng rubbed his eyes and replied, convenient. I'm home. He hung up, checked the time. It was already 7:30 a.m. He got up, left the safe room, and opened the warehouse door. 10 minutes later, 5 trucks rolled in and drove straight into the warehouse. Just leave them in the warehouse. They'll have someone pick them up, Lin Feng said, stepping aside. The manager from Tianhai Hotel produced a receipt for him to sign. It was for 500 banquet tables, 6,000 dishes along with some wine and other extras. Even as takeout, the plating was exquisite. They even threw in the plates and cutlery, which weren't worth much anyway. The 6,000 dishes were individually packaged and secured on wooden racks neatly arranged in rows. Lin Feng noted that each rack held exactly 12 dishes and 2 bottles of wine, 1 table's worth. Easy to tally up, there were 500 racks in total. Mr. Lin, if everything looks good, please sign here, so I can get back and report, the manager said. This 500 table order was worth 15 million, so she had to be careful. Lin Feng took the pen and signed without a second thought, but his mind was on what to buy with the remaining 50 million. Your food is excellent. I'm having a housewarming and plan to host a 2-day banquet. Tomorrow I'll need another 1,500 tables served 3 times a day. He'll transfer the payment now. Tell your boss to start preparing immediately. With that, he transferred another 45 million. The money was burning a hole in his pocket, and he just had to spend it. Yes, Mr. Lin, we'll get right on it. Your order will be ready on time. The manager was ecstatic. Another massive 45 million order. She worked on commission a whole 1%. 90 million in total meant a 9,000 commission. She'd even warm his bed tonight if he asked. Go on, don't keep my guests waiting. Lin Feng waved her off. He still had 5 million left. What should he buy? Today was December 31st. Tomorrow the apocalypse would begin. But on the first day of the apocalypse, besides damaged satellites and rising temperatures, there were no major disasters. Lin Feng remembered that on that first day the temperature in Huanghai City reached a staggering 30 degrees Celsius in January. Of course, it would only get hotter day by day. The authorities could manage in the beginning, but eventually they'd be overwhelmed. How could they feed the masses when they couldn't even secure their own supplies? So Lin Feng placed another order for the next day. They'd still be able to deliver tomorrow, but the day after that would be iffy. The manager and her crew left, and Lin Feng closed the warehouse door, storing all 500 tables of food and drink. 3,000 tables total. That should be enough to last him a few decades, right? It was just average, not even as plentiful as the fish in Lake Baikal. Back home, Lin Feng pulled out 2 youtiao and a cup of soy milk from his space, then continued downloading study materials. European, American, Japanese, Korean, domestic. Everything from artillery loading techniques to rice hybridization technology to postpartum care for sows, he couldn't miss a thing. From now on, learning would be a solo offline endeavor. That day, whenever the food deliveries arrived, he'd go receive them. In between, he had dozens of phones and computers downloading study materials simultaneously. The 6G speeds were certainly fast. He then applied anti-radiation film to all his windows, 1 layer inside, 1 layer outside. The glass itself was already explosion-proof and radiation-resistant, a full 1.5 meters thick. But Lin Feng still felt it wasn't enough, so he added 2 more layers. He was being overly cautious. With his current stockpile of supplies and weapons, he could practically start a revolution, but he was still terrified of death. Late that night, Lin Feng also hit the night market, buying out their entire stock for 2.3 million. A man's got to keep his word. He said he'd come on the night of December 31st, and he did. It was a busy, fulfilling day. At 2 a.m. on January 1st, 2050, Lin Feng packed up everything in the old villa, pots, pans, sofas, floorboards, leaving nothing behind. He then buried a few tons of explosives beneath the villa, just to be safe. Lin Feng opened the dog cage holding Abe, who had been starving for days and looked listless and thin. He tossed a lamb leg into the safe room, and only then did Abe start wagging its tail. Lin Feng locked the titanium alloy door, which required not only a key, but also a password and facial recognition to open. Once this door was sealed, no one but Lin Feng could open it. Want to force your way in? Feel free to try. Lin Feng sat by the window, opened a bottle of red wine, and drank quietly. He had to confirm whether the apocalypse would truly come, and he wanted to witness it with his own eyes. If the apocalypse didn't come, Lin Feng would have to flee to Myanmar. With all the debt he owed, once thrown into prison, it would be impossible to hide that he was the thief. To escape, he'd have to use his spatial ability, which would immediately expose him. Then he wouldn't just be a con artist. The authorities might dissect him for research, and both Russia and America would nuke him. If the apocalypse didn't come, head switch plans in Myanmar, build a warlord force, keep a harem of thousands, harvest organs, rule the mountains, and live like a local tyrant. With his current arsenal, crushing the weak Myanmar government would be trivial, let alone a few feeble warlords. If his ambitions grew bigger, he could unify Southeast Asia, and then the whole world. No weapons or supplies. Just steal them while sneaking across borders. Unifying the planet should just be a matter of time. After settling on his backup plan, Lin Feng sat by the window, sipping wine, his heart pounding as he stared outside. It was impossible not to be nervous. Lin Feng both anticipated the apocalypse and feared its arrival. This world was so beautiful. Once the apocalypse came, it would turn into a living hell. Even with endless supplies, he couldn't escape the ugliness of human nature. In the apocalypse, there are two things you must never look at directly: the sun and the human heart. Lin Feng knew this all too well. At 2:30 a.m., he stared wide-eyed at the pitch-black sky. Suddenly, a blinding white light illuminated the entire night. It bathed the entire solar system in light as bright as day. It's here. The solar flare has erupted. In an instant, all the phones and computer screens in Lin Feng's room began flickering with static. Every electronic device failed. This was the terror of solar flares and magnetic storms. Lin Feng knew that from this moment on, human technology would regress a century. The eruption had destroyed a third of all satellites, severely damaging signals. Even satellite phones would be affected. And from now on, it would only get worse. After the apocalypse, no nation would have the capacity to launch new satellites. The magnetic storm had also begun tearing at Earth's ozone layer. Fortunately, it only damaged the ozone layer. It didn't completely destroy it. But from tomorrow's sunrise, the sun's energy would strike Earth without any barrier. The lethal UV radiation would make it impossible for any living creature to face the sunlight during the day. From now on, sunlight would be deadly to humans. Lin Feng downed a glass of wine, filled with anticipation for the coming apocalypse. Tomorrow he could still collect one more day of supplies. Once people realized the horror of the sun, no one would dare go outside during the day. About a minute later, the white light vanished from the sky. This was the sun's terror. In just that 1 minute, countless creatures on the other side of the earth must have perished. Many in Huanghai City had seen the minute-long flash as bright as day, but though they didn't understand it, they didn't think much of it. Most people had no idea. At 2:30 a.m., the vast majority were deep in sleep. China was lucky this time, managing to weather the first wave. But on the other side of the globe, America was in complete chaos. That single minute caused global electronic failure, with countless vehicles spiraling out of control and crashing into each other. Power outages, network blackouts, explosions, fires, screams, weeping, moans, cries for help. The other side of the earth had become a living apocalypse. President Pu Chuan, who still hadn't found his lost aircraft carrier, aged decades in that instant, looking like a man of 200. Is heaven trying to destroy America? What is happening to this earth? The American High Command stared at the chaos unfolding on the streets. The losses from that single minute were beyond calculation. This was exactly why Lin Feng had to return to China. Russia was no place to stay either. The extreme cold was coming next year. Finally, after an all-out emergency repair effort, communications began to gradually restore over an hour later. The police, fire departments, and hospitals were flooded with calls from citizens. Crashes were everywhere, injuries and fires were rampant. The entire country had become a tangled mess. China was affected too. Many vehicles lost control and plunged off highways and overpasses, with no small number of fatalities. But at 3 a.m., traffic wasn't at its peak, and with communications down, many people slept through it, completely unaware of what had happened to the world. Lin Feng finished his wine, feeling much more at ease. Given China's repair speed, communications should be restored by 6 a.m. tomorrow, right? But from now on, it was goodbye to 6G. Having 3G would be a luxury. Seeing the apocalypse arrive right on schedule, Lin Feng felt a weight lift from his heart. No need to flee to Myanmar to build a warlord army. He could just hunker down at home. No rush to repay the bank loans either. As for the loan sharks had killed, good luck coming to collect now. If you dare come ask for your money, you'll gladly give it back. Exhausted from the day, Lin Feng finished his wine, lay down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Inside this safe room, he felt much more secure. While Lin Feng slept soundly, China's networks were gradually coming back online. China now had an isolated, exclusive network. Satellites were too damaged to connect with the outside world. Even the authorities had no idea what was happening on the other side of the planet. Even satellite phones couldn't get through. What happened at 2:30 in the morning? For a moment, I thought I saw my great-grandmother waving at me. Did the sun explode? Why else would we lose power and internet? I saw that intense light. It's the end of the world. I don't know if the sun exploded, but I know the gas station outside my neighborhood did. The blast shattered my windows. I couldn't even reach 119. The fire burned all night before it stopped. Good thing it was night. Otherwise, a lot of people would have died. Can anyone save me? I'm under the bridge at the 35-kilometer mark of the Huanghai Expressway. I've been stuck here for hours. Emergency calls won't go through. Tons of cars crashed off the highway. My leg's broken and I'm trapped in the car. They'll pay $1 million to anyone who gets me out. Online discussions and pleas for help flooded in endlessly. There were too many accidents. Huanghai's police force was stretched far beyond its limits. It wasn't just Huanghai. The entire country was the same, with out-of-control vehicles piling into each other everywhere. The unlucky ones closed their eyes and never opened them again, their lives ending in a single night. The lucky ones closed their eyes and never opened them, escaping the horror altogether. Why were the ones who never woke up considered lucky? Those who survived all regretted not having been on the highway that night. Now, with networks down and no way to call for help, the only lifeline left was the all-powerful internet community. Lin Feng slept until broad daylight. When he checked his phone, the network had indeed been restored, back from 2G to 3G. Good enough for streaming or a video call. He pulled a case of beer and a few skewers of grilled kidneys from his spatial storage, then scrolled through Weibo and forums, which were nearly exploding with last night's events. Before long, virtually every social media platform simultaneously pinned an official notice at the top. The Chinese government was always swift to respond, but Lin Feng knew that this catastrophic disaster was beyond anyone's ability to save the world. Attention citizens of China, at 2:30 a.m. on January 1, 2050, Beijing time, a solar flare caused global communication equipment to fail simultaneously. Authorities are working around the clock to manage the resulting incidents. From January 1st to the early morning of January 4th, 2050, all employees nationwide will have a 3-day collective holiday. Non-essential travel is discouraged to avoid hindering rescue operations. To ensure normal life continues, all food retailers, including supermarkets, grocery stores, restaurants, hotels, and water stations, must remain open and are strictly forbidden from raising prices. Violators will be prosecuted. Avoid gatherings and unnecessary outings to prevent secondary injuries from overcrowding. Authorities will prioritize restoring water, electricity, gas, and communication systems to ensure residents' daily lives are unaffected. Due to the severity of the disaster, please refrain from calling emergency services for non-essential matters to conserve resources for those in need. Issued by the Beijing Disaster Relief Headquarters at 6:30 a.m. on January 1, 2050. Lin Feng finished reading and shook his head. The government was indeed quick to respond to disasters, but they were still underestimating the impact of this one. A 3-day holiday. Just wait and see. Things aren't as simple as you think. He scrolled through the forums, which were buzzing with activity. Oh, a holiday. 3 days off. I can play games again. Who can stop me now? The guy above must be an idiot. With 2G you think you can game. You'd lag out playing a match 3 game. Wait, no. Did it go back to 3G? That fast? A holiday? How can we have a holiday? I've got a mortgage, a car loan, online loans, and loan sharks all waiting for my money. What am I supposed to eat? Shouldn't the government hand out relief supplies and work stoppage compensation? Gambling addicts deserve no sympathy. It's the new year anyway. We've got plenty of food and drinks at home. Time to catch up with the family. Wah! Someone save me. My parents drove their big rig and never came back last night. I'm home alone and terrified. You people are just bored with nothing better to do. I'm a taxi driver. Have you all seen the highways and overpasses? Electronics failed last night. Who knows how many people died? I hope you all die even worse deaths than them. Don't listen to him. What do electronics have to do with cars? Too bad at driving and crashed off the highway. Don't blame gravity for that. The guy above is clearly a stupid female driver. It's 2050. Cars are basically all electronically controlled now. You think it's your old tractor that starts with a hand crank. You're so skilled. Why weren't you on the highway last night then? Lin Feng scrolled for a while, seeing both cheers for the holiday and endless curses. Sipping his beer, he watched it all unfold. This was one way to pass the time. This is only day one. You'll all slowly learn what despair really means. Buzz. Just then his phone rang. He swiped to answer. It was the manager of Tianhai Hotel. Mr. Lin, can we still deliver your meal today? We're already here. The communication failure doesn't affect our kitchen, but you've seen the notice, right? Don't go out unless necessary. Her voice was full of apology. She had no idea how to handle such a huge situation. This was a 45 million yuan order, so she had to call and ask. Deliver it. We're not badly affected here. You have to trust the authorities. This was basically the last of his supplies. He couldn't pass it up. If he wanted good food later, he'd have to cook it himself. 300 yuan a table now. Soon even 300 million a table would find buyers. Who wouldn't want one last good meal before dying? All right, Mr. Lin. If nothing happens on the road in 30 minutes, we'll definitely make the delivery. Hearing the manager's words, Lin Feng shook his head. These people really would risk anything for money. Do they have any idea how terrifying the ultraviolet radiation is after the ozone layer's destruction? I don't need to warn them. By tomorrow morning, all of China will know. Lin Feng took a bottle of sunscreen from his spatial storage and applied it to his face and any exposed skin. This little bottle might seem trivial now, but soon it could save lives. The lethality of UV rays. Beyond your imagination. After applying the sunscreen, Lin Feng prepared a sun umbrella and sunglasses. He wasn't about to die young. He had to be fully prepared. During his trip to the States, Head made a point of stocking up on American sunscreen from a cosmetics factory. Compared to domestic brands, the American stuff was noticeably better quality. Standing by the window, Lin Feng looked outside. Your good days are over now, and my good days are just beginning. He stood there gazing out at the world like an ancient emperor overlooking his domain. Lin Feng couldn't care less whether the ants below noticed him. I'm already invincible. What do I have to fear? If he wanted, he could release a tiny bit of water and wipe out everyone in Huanghai City, even unifying the earth. It was only a matter of time. It all depends on whether I feel like it. I am unmatched in this world. If not against heaven, then who do I fight? Invincibility, how lonely it is. A man needs vision. When you're invincible, why bother drawing the curtains? This life, it'll rule the world from my living room. It'll make the world my chessboard and all people my pieces, playing one grand game. Man, that sounds way too Chinibu, doesn't it? Even a brain-dead author couldn't write such cringe lines right. With that thought, Lin Feng shook his head. Truth be told, it's just boredom from staying home finding things to do. Who has that many dramatic one-liners? Draw the curtains. I'm invincible. Why would I hide from prying eyes? Then how would people discover if I died in here? I'm actually waiting for someone to come break down my door. Otherwise, being home alone would be way too boring. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao, who lived across the street facing Lin Feng's place, was lying on her balcony with a high-powered telescope watching him. The glass on his windows was too thick. Even from just a few dozen meters away, the view was blurry. But with a woman's intuition, she guessed what he was holding. Sunscreen, sunglasses, a sun umbrella. It's January. What's Lin Feng preparing those for? Xiao Xiao lowered the telescope, confused. Was Lin Feng secretly a delicate boy afraid of getting tanned? That didn't seem like him. Xiao Xiao, what are you looking at? We're all on holiday now. Let's go to the beach. Just then Li Ying, Xiao Xiao's best friend and classmate, walked over. She had come to Xiao Xiao's place to celebrate New Year's Day, never expecting to run into this mess. It's a disaster right now. Why would we go to the beach? Didn't you hear the official notice? Don't go out unless necessary. Xiao Xiao shot Li Ying a look. Don't you know what's important? Come on, please. The beach isn't far, just a few dozen kilometers. We don't even need the highway. We can take a cab. Li Ying started acting cute, and Xiao Xiao felt helpless. Li Ying was beautiful and kind-hearted with no ill intentions, but her brain just ran a beat slower than everyone else's. People died by the thousands last night, and you still want to hit the beach. Winter break doesn't end until March 1st anyway. They'll go with you once things get back to normal. For today, come with me to the supermarket. I need to buy some stuff. Hearing Xiao Xiao given, Li Ying smiled. Deal? You said it. But you have to promise me. Bring your brother along too. Xiao Xiao pinched Li Ying's nose and laughed. I knew you had designs on my brother. Too bad. He already has a girlfriend. You're out of luck. Li Ying got so flustered, she playfully pounded Xiao Xiao's chest with her little fists. The Xiao family had good genes. Xiao Xiao was 175 centimeters, and Xiao Feng was 190 centimeters. On top of that, Xiao Feng had a great job earning millions a year. It would have been strange if Li Ying didn't have any interest. Admittedly, Li Ying was a bit materialistic. The day she saw Lin Feng's supercar, she recognized it instantly. But is being materialistic really wrong? Who doesn't want an attractive, wealthy partner? Li Ying wasn't wrong. She just wanted a good match. What's wrong with that? Xiao Xiao rummaged through her belongings, pulling out her summer parasol, sunscreen, and sunglasses. Wherever Lin Feng goes, I follow. Walking the path of the wealthy surely means fewer detours. She then began applying sunscreen, planning to spend all her remaining money on more sunscreen, sunglasses, and parasols. With only 300 yuan left, this would be her final stockpile. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing with all that in the dead of winter? Li Ying stood nearby, her eyes full of suspicion. I'm not sure either. Want some? Xiao Xiao offered the sunscreen to Li Ying, who simply shook her head. No thanks, it'll ruin my makeup. Xiao Xiao shrugged, put the sunscreen away, donned her sunglasses, grabbed her parasol, and linked arms with Li Ying as they headed out. Come on, keep me company while I do some shopping. The two beauties walked out of the building hand in hand, and froze the moment they stepped outside. It was January. Why was it so hot? The temperature outside had to be at least 20 degrees Celsius. Wearing winter clothes was already making them sweat. Xiao Xiao didn't overthink it. She opened her parasol, and in the shade a gentle breeze swept by, bringing a pleasant coolness. The neighborhood was deserted. After all, it was the New Year's holiday with 3 days off, and the authorities had advised against unnecessary outings. Most people were obedient. Of course, the square still had plenty of elderly enthusiasts devoted to their square dancing. How could they miss out on such perfect weather? There were also speed walking crews making a racket through the streets. With hardly any cars around, when else would they get the chance to show off? In the past, no one dared to stop your square dancing or street parades, but now even heaven itself was intervening. The two arrived at the largest supermarket outside the neighborhood, and Xiao Qiao made a beeline for the sunscreen counter. The last 3,000 yuan. Going all in with Lin Feng. All in. That's wisdom. Besides, her brother still had 180 million stashed away. 3,000 was nothing. Li Ying watched in disbelief as Xiao Qiao loaded up her cart. Xiao Qiao bought 1,600 yuan worth of sunscreen, 2,000 yuan on sunglasses, and 2,000 yuan on parasols. At this rate, you'd have enough to last a lifetime. She paid, left her address for delivery, and pondered for a moment. Should she spend the remaining 1,000 on snacks and supplies? She then bought another 9,000 yuan worth of supplies, again arranging for home delivery. Li Ying was completely baffled and asked, Xiao Qiao, what exactly are you doing? How are you ever going to eat or use all that? Li Ying touched Xiao Qiao's forehead, unaware that her friend was already a wealthy woman. Her brother Xiao Feng had 200 million. This is an investment. Do you understand? It's going to make money. Do you have any cash? Invest with me. It's a guaranteed win. Xiao Qiao knew a simple truth: follow the flies, and you'll find the trash; follow the bees, and you'll find the flowers. Lin Feng might lack character, but he was undoubtedly a money-making genius. Xiao Qiao had no idea how much Lin Feng earned from his rental empire, but she knew that truckload of goods worth tens of billions, and those 3 billion in materials were all earned by him in a single month. Whatever Lin Feng does, I do. Sooner or later, Xiao Qiao will surpass you. No. Investing comes with risks. Caution is key. Li Ying shook her head. She had 3,000 yuan in her account, but she wasn't about to gamble it away on Xiao Qiao's wild ideas. Li Ying was saving her money for imported cosmetics, designer bags, dresses, and high heels. Shouldn't a woman spend her money on beautifying herself? Making your own money. That's way too slow. Better to find a wealthy patron. Xiao Qiao didn't push it. She wasn't sure if she'd win or lose, but she had confidence. Her brother still had 180 million. Even if I lost all 20 million, I could afford it. In business, there's no reward without risk. This little bit of risk is nothing I can't handle. Xiao Qiao and Li Ying left the supermarket. It was only 8 a.m., but the temperature had climbed again. It was clearly around 25 degrees now, and wearing a down jacket was unbearable. They wanted to shed their jackets, but underneath they only had on thick cotton sweaters. Even though the streets were empty, surveillance cameras were everywhere. They couldn't risk it. Sweating profusely, they finally made it back home and stripped off every layer of clothing the moment they got inside. The heating was still on, making it even hotter. They drew the curtains, wary of any peeping toms like Xiao Qiao herself. When Xiao Qiao finally took off her clothes, her figure was truly stunning. 175 centimeters tall, 36D, with a fresh, understated beauty that needed no heavy makeup. Li Ying wasn't bad either. 165 centimeters, 66C, though she was a bit insecure hiding behind heavy makeup. Still, she was undoubtedly a striking beauty. Both of them sighed in relief after shedding their jackets. What was going on with this weather? Why was January so hot? They checked the time and started preparing lunch. Where had Xiao Feng gone? He hadn't come home all night and his phone was unreachable. Was he even coming back for the holiday? Xiao Qiao's family was preparing a festive meal, and so were most others. After all, it was New Year's Day, and who wouldn't have some food and drinks ready? Most people had plenty of food and drink, and with the authorities having announced a ban on price gouging, nobody felt the need to hoard supplies. They'd just buy more when they ran out. Lin Feng, holding a parasol and wearing sunglasses, stepped out to sign for his delivery of festive food and drinks, leaving Tianhai, the manager, utterly bewildered. Sure, it was a bit warm, but did you have to be so cautious? You're a man. I'm not even using a parasol. Lin Feng ignored her completely. He was just being careful. He couldn't afford any mistakes. He had amassed all these supplies. If he died now, all that effort would have been for nothing. He signed for the goods. 500 tables for lunch and 500 for dinner. This was his final shipment. Back in the safe house, Lin Feng checked his phone and saw he had 7 million yuan left in his account. The itch to spend it all was unbearable. Was he just supposed to watch it sit there as a string of numbers? After some thought, a mischievous idea struck him. Going out for a free shopping spree now would draw unwanted attention from the authorities, and with staff on duty at every supermarket, it was too risky. Besides, he didn't lack supplies. He had cleared out dozens of warehouses and hundreds of supermarkets in the States, spending nearly 10 billion yuan on goods. He had more than enough. Why not have a little fun with the group members using this money? But now wasn't the time. The authorities had stabilized prices so they could still buy what they needed. He'd wait until prices spiraled out of control, and then he'd make his move. With that thought, Lin Feng headed home in high spirits. He signed for 500 tables at noon and another 500 in the evening. This was indeed the final feast. Afterward, he browsed the forums. Nothing new. Many were posting photos of lavish New Year's family dinners, while others lamented that their relatives had met with accidents that morning, turning a celebration into a funeral. Not much different from his past life. Just wait a couple more days, and you'll all see what true despair really means. On the morning of January 2nd, at Qiaoqiu's home, Xiao Qiao was startled awake by a piercing scream. She opened her eyes to find Li Ying shouting frantically in front of the mirror. Rubbing her eyes, Xiao Qiao got up to see what was wrong, and what she saw made her heart skip a beat. Li Ying's face, neck, and hands were covered in red blotches, making her look terrifyingly disfigured. What's wrong, Ying? Did you eat something that caused an allergic reaction? Xiao Qiao asked, her voice laced with concern. I don't know. I felt itchy yesterday, but didn't think much of it. When I woke up, I looked like this. Xiao Qiao, take me to the hospital. If my face is ruined, how can I ever get married? Li Ying was truly panicking. She had no intention of earning her own living. Her only goal was to marry into wealth. If her condition worsened, no rich man would look at her, and even an ordinary man would turn away. Don't panic. The hospital is definitely swamped right now. Let me search online. Maybe some anti-allergy cream will do the trick. Xiao Qiao remained rational. She picked up her phone and saw a system notification. Tapping on it, she found forums and social media flooded with photos of people in the same condition as Li Ying. Some people's faces were completely ulcerated with pus and blood streaming down. It was utterly revolting. After examining the situation closely, Xiao Qiao concluded it was ultraviolet radiation burns. Everyone affected was either an elderly person who had gone out dancing in the sun, a member of a street striding group, a frontline rescue worker, someone who had gone out for supplies, or a delivery courier. Those who stayed home gaming or binge-watching shows were mostly fine. Xiao Qiao, frightened, touched her own face, for no girl is indifferent to her looks. She checked the mirror and breathed a sigh of relief to see her face was unaffected. Thankfully, she hadn't listened to Li Ying's suggestion to go to the beach. A day in a swimsuit under this sun would be deadly. Oh my God! How is this possible? The authorities didn't even announce it, so how did that profiteer know the UV levels were off the charts? Xiao Qiao thought of Lin Feng. If she hadn't followed his lead, she'd be in the same state as Li Ying. Xiao Qiao, did you find out? What's going on? Is my face going to be scarred for life? Li Ying asked, rising in terror. If her face was ruined, she'd rather die. Don't worry. I found out. It's UV burns. I have some sunburn cream at home. Let me get it for you. Xiao Qiao rummaged through her belongings. Since her brother Xiao Feng worked outdoors on construction sites and often suffered from UV burns, they kept a stash of ointments. She handed one to Li Ying, who quickly applied it to her face, neck, and hands. As soon as the cream was applied, a cooling sensation soothed the unbearable itching. Feeling some relief, Li Ying relaxed. As long as her face wasn't ruined, everything else was manageable. Xiao Qiao, is there something you're not telling me? How did you know to wear sunscreen, sunglasses, and carry an umbrella? If my face ends up scarred, you'll be fully responsible. Li Ying was furious, pointing an accusing finger at Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao never expected such irrationality. She had told Li Ying to wear sunscreen yesterday, but Li Ying had refused, saying it would ruin her makeup. After a moment's thought, Xiao Qiao reminded herself that Li Ying was her childhood best friend. She was just anxious and not worth getting upset over. I just felt the weather was changing drastically, and it's always good to be cautious. Xiao Qiao didn't tell the truth. A nagging feeling told her Li Ying wasn't trustworthy. It wasn't about being fake friends, but Xiao Qiao was a fan of apocalyptic stories, often watching movies and reading novels about the end of the world. Li Ying's tendency to act holier than thou and judge others from a moral high ground. People like that never survive past the third episode. In an apocalypse, you have to eliminate the sanctimonious first. Xiao Qiao knew this well. Her thoughts drifted back to Lin Feng. Cold-blooded hoarding supplies, building a shelter. He was the quintessential protagonist of an apocalypse story. Could it be? Is the world really ending? Xiao Qiao shook her head frantically. An apocalypse? That's too absurd. Meanwhile, Li Ying nodded at Qiaoqiu's explanation. It made sense. Xiao Qiao had always been overly cautious, so it was typical of her to be prepared. Good thing you stocked up on so much sunscreen. We could use it for a lifetime. Alright, since we're sisters, I'll let this slide. But if there's a next time, I'll be really mad. Li Ying acted as if she were in the right. You wouldn't pay when asked, but now you want to use my stuff for free. Xiao Qiao was deeply annoyed. She absolutely couldn't let Li Ying know about the 19 million yuan worth of supplies hidden in the basement. You were trying to freeload off my 300 yuan worth of stuff now? If you knew about the 19 million in supplies, you'd probably kill me in my sleep. Qiaoqiu's mind raced. This friend was fine before the apocalypse. Great for meals, chats, and shopping. But if the apocalypse truly came, she'd be a ticking time bomb. With that thought, Xiao Qiao opened WeChat. Where are you, Xiao Feng? It's been 2 days since you last contacted me. She opened the app and saw a voice call from Xiao Feng in the middle of the night. She must have missed it due to poor signal or being asleep. Xiao Qiao, stay inside and don't go out. For some reason, the UV rays are dangerously high during the day. Yesterday, over a dozen workers on my site got their faces burned. The hospitals are full. You must stay home. Xiao Qiao felt relieved seeing this message. Her brother had probably moved on to another project and was safe. Got it, bro. Do you have enough money? Try to stock up on water and food. I have a bad feeling about this. She sent the message. A moment later, Xiao Feng replied. I have money, don't worry about me. Take care of yourself. It's not safe for a girl to be out. Xiao Xiao felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Knowing he was safe brought her peace. After a moment, Xiao Xiao saw Li Ying inspecting her face at the vanity, then picked up her binoculars to see what Lin Feng was up to. She had a feeling that following his lead was the right move. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, with nothing to do, was at home, enjoying beer and barbecue. He couldn't go out due to the extreme UV index, but he was well stocked. Today's temperature was expected to hit 40 degrees. Tomorrow 50. The day after 60. And it would stay around 60, occasionally spiking to 70 or 80. This wasn't nonsense, had been through this before. In a few days, water and power would be cut off with only 1 hour of supply each day at midnight. It wasn't a joke. An hour of trickling water. Barely enough for one person. High-rise buildings would lose water completely. So last night, the cunning Lin Feng had taken his underground mini-submarine to stealthily acquire 8 wind turbines. Better safe than sorry. Solar power wouldn't be enough once the cold wave hit. I have 800 acres in my backyard. I need to make good use of it. Sure, I have large generators, but they need fuel. Stealing those 8 big fans is the smarter move. Of course, no one knew about this except Lin Feng himself. He always moved at night. Who could watch him 200? With the natural disaster upon them, the loss of 8 wind turbines was no longer headline news, as human life had become the priority. On January 2nd, the most unfortunate were the local government workers. The day before, 90 of them had rushed out to rescue people and restore traffic and communication without any sun protection. Who could have imagined that the 30-degree weather could be so scorching? This directly led to 90 of the disaster relief workers suffering from severe sunburn and 80 becoming incapacitated. The hospitals were overflowing with severely sunburned officials. Sunburn medication was in critical shortage. After all, it was winter. Which hospital would stockpile sunburn cream? It wasn't exactly a common medicine anyway. The Huanghai City Hospital was in an even worse state, stripped bare by Lin Feng. The injured were sent there only to await death, with not even anti-inflammatory drugs available. Lin Feng knew this was the primary reason the authorities would lose control later. These government workers were the unluckiest. 80 lost their ability to work, and later, due to delayed treatment and infections, 30 of them directly perished. Don't underestimate sunburn. In 60-degree heat, it's absolutely lethal. If not treated promptly, the mildest outcome is disfigurement or peeling skin. In severe cases, it's a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Of course, those stubborn square-dancing elders and the roaring street-walking groups are now lying at home, nearly done for. Enjoy your square dancing. Enjoy your street marches. No one's stopping you now, but heaven has come to collect. Lin Feng scrolled through his phone. The residents' group chat was buzzing. Who has any sunburn cream? My son played downstairs yesterday, and his whole face is burnt to a crisp today. I took a taxi to the hospital last night. It was packed with police officers and firefighters. They had no medicine for my son. Can anyone spare a tube of sunburn cream? He'll pay 10,000 yuan for it. What's the panic? It's just a sunburn. Not a big deal. It'll heal in a few days. Bullshit. Why don't you go out in that sun for 2 hours, and then come back and bark? My mom went out for her square dancing yesterday. She's in a bad way now. Who has sunburn cream? He'll pay 20,000 for a tube. Serves them right for square dancing. Dancing day and night. And where's the street walking group now? This sun will roast you old bastards. Let's see who dares to disturb my sleep now. What's your building and unit number? Dare to share your address. If anything happens to my mom, you'll pay for it. At that, the chat went silent. 9 out of 10 households didn't have sunburn cream, and even those that did had only a partial tube. Everyone now understood its importance, and with family members suffering from burns, no one was willing to sell. Besides, it was clear that person was in a rage over their mother's condition, and no one wanted to provoke them. With the authorities half paralyzed, calling the police was useless even if something happened. Seeing the chat quiet, Lin Feng picked up his binoculars and looked towards the community gate. Sure enough, many people were thinking clearly. They were holding parasols or umbrellas, if they had no parasols, heading to the supermarket outside the community to buy food and sunscreen. Thanks to Xiao Xiao's hoarding yesterday, the sunscreen was sold out. But they didn't leave empty-handed, braving the 40-degree heat to buy rice flour, fruit, and vegetables. The pandemic years had left a deep scar on the nation. A great disaster is always followed by a great plague, so stocking up was better than being caught empty-handed. These people, mostly in their 50s and 60s, had lived through months of lockdowns and knew the drill. Fortunately, due to official price controls, and it being only the second day of the disaster, prices had risen, but were still within acceptable limits. Everyone was hauling large bags home. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. You're certainly prudent, but you've only bought yourselves a little more time. The end result will be the same. This disaster is far beyond your imagination. What you should be hoarding isn't supplies, but weapons. At your age, when those young folks get desperate with hunger, everything you've bought will be snatched away. He put down the binoculars. The group chat was silent. Online, it was all pleas for help from families, and some irresponsible bloggers were posting sun protection tips for clicks. Lin Feng had no interest in their tricks. The best strategy was to stay indoors during the day, and if possible, move to a lower floor for the shade and stretch out the official tap water for a few more months, barely clinging to life. And in a few months, the authorities won't be able to manage and everyone will be left to fend for themselves. He turned on the air conditioner and took a sip of iced beer. It was 40 degrees outside but a cool 23 degrees inside. Very pleasant. How comfortable. As for when temperatures exceed 50 degrees and the AC fails, Lin Feng had a plan. In his space, he had 300 square kilometers of 5-meter thick ice from Lake Baikal. He could just take out a chunk and place it in the room to cool it down. This safe house was insulated against both cold and heat like a thermos. He wouldn't run out of ice in a lifetime. Buzz. Just then his phone rang. It was a message from Wang Guifan, the neighborhood committee representative. Everyone, don't panic, trust the authorities. It's winter. Experts say this heat wave will pass in a few days. I've noticed some elderly people are panic buying supplies. There's no need. It's 2050, not an era of scarcity. You're just wasting money on food you can't eat, and it puts pressure on official relief efforts. Please trust the government and the committee. Don't go out unless absolutely necessary. Don't cause trouble for the authorities. Lin Feng laughed at Wang Guifan's foolish words. This woman was bad news. In his past life, she had hoarded a significant amount of official relief supplies, leading to many deaths. And now on the second day of the apocalypse, you could still buy supplies with money. Tomorrow, it'll be 50 degrees, the day after 60. When you want to buy then. You have money. But who's selling? No one's stupid. Compared to money, life is more important. In this extreme heat, even ACs fail, water and fans are more effective. Do you know how many will die from heat stroke? Lin Feng stayed silent, just watching. Soon this Wang Guifan would become the target of the entire community's anger. When they could buy supplies, you told them not to. Just wait, and see if they don't break down your door and tear you apart. Lin Feng didn't respond, but other residents did. Sister Wang, were all from the 90s generation. Didn't you also live through the pandemic years? What if we run out of food at home? Exactly. It's so hot with UV radiation. Just going out is a struggle. My family is out of food. Am I supposed to live on air? Even if I could live on air. It's not too much to ask to go out and buy some water, is it? It's 40 degrees in this damn weather. Don't I need to drink? Experts. Everything they say is bullshit. If you can trust an expert, you might as well trust a pig to climb a tree. Look at that guy on the agricultural channel. He said not to burn crop stalks because it pollutes the environment. But look at how rampant the pests and diseases have become over the years. Lin Feng watched the messages and said nothing. First, bacteria and viruses, as long as there's shade and living beings, they won't die out. Their vitality is countless times stronger than humans, and they adapt to environments first. If humans haven't all died, how can you expect bacteria and viruses to? There are countless flora in our guts too. Even when a body goes cold, the bacteria and viruses won't. Second, the high heat does accelerate spoilage for sealed, cooked food, meats and vegetables. But for instant noodles, rice and flour, their shelf life actually gets longer. The taste might get stale, but if it's edible, who cares? Third, food, medicine and water are indeed necessities, but you should be stocking up on weapons. Compound bows, machetes, cleavers. If you don't buy them now, you're just waiting to die. This was all Lin Feng's hard-earned experience, but he had no intention of sharing it. Let it be, it's none of my business. Even if I had the world's entire food reserve, could I feed everyone for years? The intense UV radiation is lethal not just to animals, but to plants as well. From this moment on, this earth will no longer yield crops. So all of you, feel the despair. Because of one everyone message from Wang Guifan, the group chat exploded. Wang Guifan sent a voice message angrily shouting, "Are you all rebelling? Are you causing trouble for the authorities and our neighborhood committee? With this kind of grabbing, prices will surely spiral out of control within 3 days. Then no one will have anything to eat. I, Wang Guifan, speak on behalf of the neighborhood committee. I'm going to the gate right now to take names. Anyone caught hoarding will be recorded. When this disaster is over, I will report you all for disturbing public order." Hearing Wang Guifan's words, Lin Feng gave her a thumbs up. Wang Guifan, you're truly bold. That was a brilliant banner to raise. With those 3 sentences, the group fell silent again. Although the Shishan Bun Villa area, high-end residential area, and ordinary residential area were adjacent, housing over 100,000 people, this heavy accusation was too much for anyone to bear. In a society governed by law, no one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out and offend Wang Guifan. Just then a resident posted a video. Lin Feng opened it and saw an old man sweating profusely, loading goods onto a tricycle in the shadow of a supermarket, filling it to the brim. Wang Guifan, that's your old manly dogwa. You can't even control your own husband, yet you're here barking orders at us. Instantly the group exploded again. Wow, I carried things back with my hands, and you call that hoarding? But your family uses a vehicle to haul it away. This is the magistrate may burn down the house, yet the common people cannot light their lamps. Wang Guifan, say something. Weren't you just being so arrogant? Now you're silent as a mouse. Enough, Wang Guifan. Prepare for a complaint. If the hotline weren't jammed, I'd be the first to report you. Wang Guifan stared at her phone, silent. She had just wanted to stock up on supplies at home before prices rose. The public didn't know, but official notices had been issued. The disaster was extremely severe, and to ease the pressure, water and electricity would be rationed within 3 days. So Wang Guifan had hurriedly sent Li Dagua to buy water and grain. It would be too late once everyone found out. Just as Wang Guifan was panicking, her door was pushed open and her daughter-in-law Zheng Xia entered. "Mom, you need to deflect this. What we bought is nothing compared to hoarding. Didn't you see the endless stream of supply trucks going to Lin Feng's villa backyard a few days ago? That profiteer is the real hoarder. Tell the residents about this. With so many people in our community, they can drown him in spit." Zheng Xia's words cleared Wang Guifan's mind. Is my tricycle load really that excessive? Lin Feng is the excessive one. He uses trucks to haul things home. That's real hoarding. Everyone quiet down. My husband bought supplies to help families in need during this crisis. But Lin Feng from the villa area? He is the true hoarder. I saw trucks unloading at his warehouse for days. Lin Feng, the residents here are in trouble. A good neighbor is better than a distant relative. I bought supplies to help our neighbors. Now that the disaster is here, shouldn't you also help your neighbors get through this? Lin Feng laughed upon hearing this. While you're playing dirty, you haven't cleaned up your own mess yet you're trying to smear me. Feeling bored, Lin Feng decided to toy with Wang Guifan. "Anyone, my family is starving. Your husband bought so many supplies. Could you spare some for me? He'll repay you tenfold after the disaster. I'm in a tough spot now and request aid from the committee." Wang Guifan and Zheng Xia were stunned by this message. "You claim to be a needy family with all that stuff in your warehouse. You're needy. Then who on earth isn't?" Then Lin Feng sent a video showing his warehouse was completely empty. Next he sent a police report form. It stated that Lin Feng had lost supplies valued at 10 billion yuan, and a case had been filed. Seeing this, the residents felt much better. Their families might be running out of food, but that heartless profiteer Lin Feng had lost 10 billion in supplies. His family was already out of food. Oh heavens! Oh earth! Which angelic sister avenged me? Lin Feng, you're rich, but cruel. You deserve it. Ha! Losing 10 billion in supplies. Hilarious. So satisfying. Oh my god. 10 billion in supplies. How long could that feed the whole community? Use your brains. If Lin Feng hadn't lost it, he could have helped us or sold it to us. Now that it's all gone, he's bankrupt and hungry, and so are we. The group buzzed with discussion again, but this time mostly with schadenfreude. They knew Lin Feng was rich, and seeing him lose so much brought them immense joy. After all, smiles don't disappear, they just transfer to our faces. What they didn't know was that their smiles were about to transfer to Lin Feng's face. I still have 7 million here. I don't have a sunshade at home. Anyone, could you have your old man bring me some food? They'll pay you a delivery fee, 5 yuan per pack of instant noodles, 5 yuan per ham sausage, 5 yuan per bottle of water. With that, Lin Feng sent a screenshot of his bank balance. Many in the group who had bought their homes with loans remarked admiringly, "A lean camel is still bigger than a horse." He lost 10 billion in supplies, and still has 7 million. Comparing people is infuriating. Lin Feng, you're rich. You don't count as a needy family. Our committee only helps those truly in need. If you want food, go buy it yourself tonight. Standing on her moral high ground, Wang Guifan was invincible. At that moment, others in the group chimed in. "Anyone, I bought my house and car on loans and my family has always struggled. No savings, no food reserves. Could you send me some? I live in building 8, room 1301. They'll pay you back when I get my salary. Sister Wang, my son isn't around and I'm not well. It's too hot to go downstairs. Could you buy some things for me? They'll transfer you the money. Anyone, I don't cook and always eat takeout, but no one is delivering today. Could you send me some food? I'll pay a delivery fee." As soon as Wang Guifan offered to help needy families immediately responded. Wang Guifan was so angry she turned off her phone. "What do I care if you live or die?" After a long silence from Wang Guifan, the chat erupted with insults. "That Lin Feng, always causing me trouble. Once this disaster is over, they'll find some way to get him locked up for 6 months." Wang Guifan turned off her phone, furious enough to want Lin Feng dead. But with her phone off, Lin Feng wasn't bothered either. It wasn't him being cursed at. Bored at home with nothing to do, Lin Feng decided to enjoy some Japanese and Korean study materials. As for rice cultivation and Sao postpartum care, what use would that be now? Better to study the human anatomy from Japan and Korea. He turned on the 3D projector. The viewing experience was truly immersive. Lin Feng watched utterly engrossed. "I'm just studying at home. That's not illegal, right? I've never eaten pork, but can I watch a pig run? Ugh, pervert." Through her binoculars, Chow Chow vaguely caught a glimpse of something she shouldn't have seen dozens of meters away. So this was the live broadcast of If You Are the One. She quickly lowered the binoculars, her face flushing crimson in an instant. This was not a show meant for a girl's eyes. Although she lived across from him a mere few dozen meters away, her home was on the second floor of a building, while Lin Feng's was on the first floor of the villa complex opposite, a distance of tens of meters. If not for Lin Feng's thick glass, she would have seen even more clearly. Through the first-floor window of Lin Feng's house, the view was not very clear due to the thick glass. But it was like a censored video. No amount of blurring could hide the true content. Did men only ever have one thing on their minds? With your billions in assets, what kind of woman couldn't you find, she muttered. Yet you sit at home alone watching educational material. Qiao Qiao dared not look again. She had never even held a boy's hand, having lived her entire life under her brother's protection. Was this something she needed to learn too? Wouldn't that make her just as twisted? She couldn't follow Lin Feng down that path of degeneracy. Her goal was to surpass him, to earn even more money, not to become a pervert like him. Qiao Qiao pondered, realizing she needed to make preparations now. Although the warehouse downstairs had a security door, it could deter petty thieves, but not armed robbers. She had to reinforce it. And she couldn't tell anyone, not even Li Ying. Ying, I heard alcohol can invigorate blood and reduce bruises. Let's have a drink with breakfast. Uitll help your face heal faster. Qiao Qiao brought out the liquor Qiao Feng had stored at home. Several cases of it, all reserved for his business banquets. Great idea, Qiao Qiao. We have a 3-day holiday anyway. Let's have a nice cheerful drink together. Li Ying felt the ointment had soothed her face, and her mood lightened. She agreed readily. Qiao Qiao fetched the wine and dishes. There were plenty of leftovers from yesterday's cooking, which Qiao Feng hadn't come home to eat. A quick reheat this morning would suffice. The two clinked glasses and drank, and before long Li Ying was tipsy. Qiao Qiao helped her to bed, watched her fall asleep, then took her keys, went downstairs, and headed to the warehouse. This warehouse, part of the Shishan Bun complex near the Villa District, was in a remote location right below her own home. It was adorned with renovation banners, phone numbers, and construction notices. No one in their right mind would suspect food was stored inside, which put Qiao Qiao somewhat at ease. Entering the warehouse, she took out a welding machine and various steel bars. All tools Qiao Feng used for construction. The equipment was complete. Qiao Qiao decided reinforcement was necessary, better safe than sorry. Even if the apocalypse didn't come, her 19 million yuan worth of supplies were stored here, warranting extra protection. Having grown up in poverty, Qiao Qiao knew how to use a welding machine. The steel bars were leftover materials from the warehouse. If her brother objected upon his return, they could be easily cut away. After a day's work, she welded the warehouse door completely shut and breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't fathom why Lin Feng was watching such material at home, but Qiao Qiao felt something was deeply amiss. From the very first day she met him a month ago, Lin Feng had been stockpiling supplies. He even claimed the end of the world was coming. And he said she was worth only 2 ham sausages. Li Ying was worth 1. And if she wanted ham sausages, she should go to him. Well, Qiao Qiao now had a warehouse full of food. Who cared about his measly 2 sausages? After reinforcing the warehouse, combined with the renovation banners outside, it should be safe for a while. Wiping away her sweat, she returned home. Li Ying was still sleeping, though her face looked much better, the ultraviolet burns visibly healing. Sitting down, Qiao Qiao began to think. Today the outdoor temperature had hit 40 degrees. This was beyond strange. In Huanghai City's entire recorded history, January had never seen such heat. When things are abnormal, something sinister lurks. As an apocalypse enthusiast, Qiao Qiao had personally designed Lin Feng's safe house. She couldn't dismiss the possibility of a real disaster. I have to get Li Ying to go home tonight. With her here, I'd rather be alone. Qiao Qiao made up her mind and decided to send her away. She had 200 yuan left in her card, and Li Ying didn't live far. Tonight, even if it cost a fortune in cab fare, she had to leave. Qiao Qiao, did I sleep through the whole day? How's everything today? Li Ying stretched lazily, and then asked Qiao Qiao. In Li Ying's view, this natural disaster would be resolved in a few days. The authorities wouldn't abandon them. Things are much better today, Ying. Let's eat. After dinner, I'll call a cab to take you home. Qiao Qiao had a plan, and was now putting it into action. Okay, I've been staying here for a few days now. My parents must be worried about me. Li Ying didn't overthink it, and nodded in agreement. Qiao Qiao went to cook, while Li Ying sat on the bed playing with her phone. Opening her phone, she saw a message from her mother. Ying, I've been trying to call you, but can't get through. Are you okay? Mom's worried. Is it safe where you are? Do you have food? If it's safe, don't come home. Our neighborhood is for common folks, crowded and unruly. The supermarkets are already stripped bare. What we have at home is only enough for your dad and me for 2 or 3 days. That classmate of yours, her family, is pretty rich, right? Tell her to stock up on more supplies fast. Once the big supermarkets near you are emptied, it'll be too late. Stay put until the disaster is over. Frowning at her mother's message, Li Ying wondered if things had truly gotten that bad. The primary cause of Huanghai City's extreme supply shortage was Lin Feng. He had bought so much, spending over 10 billion yuan, that 8 out of 10 warehouses around the city were emptied. Such was the terrifying power of sheer wealth. Moreover, the highways were still closed, preventing relief vehicles from other provinces from entering. This directly turned Huanghai City into a disaster zone, with severe shortages, and Lin Feng was the root cause. Though to his credit, he could have simply stolen the goods, but he actually paid for them. Mom, it's fine. We'll take a cab back after dinner. I have 3800 yuan in my account. They'll stop by a big supermarket on the way and bring some food home. This disaster will pass in a few days. Li Ying sent the message, and after a moment her mother replied. Ying, listen to your mother. Don't come back. Even if you bring things you want, get past the neighborhood gate. A bunch of thugs are blocking the entrance, robbing anyone carrying goods. Calling the police is useless too. For some reason the police station's phones aren't working at all. Your dad and I are fine. We can hold out for a week or two at home. If you have money, go to the supermarket and buy things now. Don't worry about the cost. If you run out, we'll earn more for you. Li Ying stared thoughtfully at her mother's message. She had painstakingly saved 3,800 yuan through frugal living. Just 2,000 more, and she could afford that bag. Spend that money on food. Then wouldn't all her saving have been for nothing? Anyway, Qiao had bought so much food. She couldn't possibly eat it all before it expired. She might as well help her out. Got it, Mom. Stay safe. They'll stay at Qiao's place for a few days and come back when the disaster is over. A moment later her phone buzzed with another message. Trust your mother. I don't know how much money you have, but money only counts when you can spend it. I have 2,000 here. I'm transferring it all to you now. Listen to me. Go buy food right now. No matter how expensive. Even if it's fermented tofu or stinky tofu, buy it. Be good. Trust your mom. A ding sound followed as a WeChat transfer of 2,000 yuan landed directly in Li Ying's phone. So Nagy, still as long-winded as ever. Huh. Another 2,000 in hand. Now I can afford that bag. Li Ying happily accepted the transfer. Seeing that Qiao was still busy cooking, and since it was now evening with no risk of sunburn, Li Ying's mind began to stir with ideas. Qiao, you go ahead and cook. I'm just going to run downstairs to buy something. They'll be right back. Qiao didn't refuse, assuming Li Ying was preparing to go home and wanted to pick up some things. Go ahead. Dinner won't be ready for a while. With that, Li Ying opened the door and headed downstairs. Li Ying descended the stairs in a mini skirt and black stockings. Despite her sunburn, she still cared deeply about her appearance. That evening, the residential compound was stifling hot, the temperature hitting a full 30 degrees, yet it was teeming with people. Everyone moved with urgency, clutching large and small bags mostly filled with food, drinks, and bottled water. The more astute ones had also stocked up on cold medicine, anti-inflammatories, and antibiotics, all hurrying back home. A bunch of idiots. It's just a little hot, isn't it? Can you even finish all that food? Li Ying snorted, wiggling her hips as she walked out. No one paid her any mind. People returned home, dropped off their goods, and promptly headed back out to the supermarket to buy even more. The owners of the small convenience stores in the compound were overjoyed. Years' worth of stock was completely sold out. Even expired canned goods, sausages, and instant noodles were snapped up at high prices. They had hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, the large comprehensive supermarket outside the compound was in a frenzy of panic buying. The food section, the fresh produce section, the grain and oil section, all were packed with people. Even though the authorities had ordered no price hikes, the merchants had their ways. Shopping bags were 100 yuan each. Every single item had to be placed in its own bag. Even if you bought just one head of garlic, it had to be bagged separately. I won't raise the price of the goods, but charging a clearly marked price for shopping bags is perfectly reasonable, right? This kind of thing kept happening in supermarkets across the disaster-stricken regions of Huaxia. Many streamers and bloggers were broadcasting the whole thing live to attract attention. But no one did anything about it. Calling the police was useless too. Yesterday, 80% of the police force had been severely sunburned during rescue operations, and a third of them were still in the ICU. Many of the weaker ones had already kicked the bucket. The public security system in Huaxia had completely collapsed. With so many people dying, who had the energy to deal with something as trivial as supermarkets forcing customers to buy overpriced bags? Many people were still lying in their cars on the highways and under overpasses. Those who were lucky died without much suffering and were buried directly. Those less fortunate were trapped in their vehicles, baking for 2 days before meeting their end. The truly unlucky ones were stuck in their cars, crashed into the bushes alive, but unable to escape their fate, most likely being death by thirst or heat stroke. The nation of Huaxia began recruiting volunteers. The number of disaster victims was too high, and the police system had collapsed. They had no choice but to enlist civilian help for rescue operations. Those who volunteered would get 3 meals a day and would be given priority for party membership in the future. Those with criminal records were not accepted. They rested during the day and performed rescue work at night. Many young people signed up, eagerly seeing it as their chance to protect their country and home. However, there were also many who couldn't get enough to eat and signed up out of sheer desperation. But this group was used to a life of idleness, lacking any discipline or organization, and the rescue progress was extremely slow. They were just there for the free meals, or what could you expect from them? Li Ying wiggled her way into the comprehensive supermarket. She didn't head for the food, but for the imported handbag section. The food area was packed to the bursting point, while the imported handbag section was eerily deserted, with only a single salesgirl and not a customer in sight. "Hello, miss, what are you looking for? Feel free to browse inside." The salesgirl was extremely enthusiastic at the sight of a customer. After all, it was the first one all day. How could she not offer the best service? I want this donkey brand bag. Wrap it up for me. Li Ying had her eye on that limited edition donkey brand bag for a while, so she made her choice quickly. Certainly, miss. This limited edition donkey bag is priced at 58,000 yuan nationwide. Will you be paying by cash or card? The staff from the bag section had all been reassigned to the food section, so there was no cashier. She was acting as both salesperson and cashier now. WeChat Pay. Here, scan me. As she spoke, Li Ying lifted her chin slightly and displayed her payment QR code. Payment received. Here is your receipt. We support 7-day Norwegian returns. Please keep it safe. The salesgirl happily wrapped up the bag and handed over the receipt. I don't need the receipt. I'm never returning this bag. Li Ying tore the receipt in half, slung the small bag over her shoulder, and puffed up with pride. Then she wiggled her way back towards Qiaoqiu's house. With that bag on her arm, she was so confident. When she got back to the entrance of the compound, the situation had become even more chaotic. At first, when things were still available, people maintained some order. Then as they realized prices were skyrocketing, panic set in. The higher the prices went, the more they bought. Now even those with money couldn't find anything to buy, and those without any options had resorted to looting. I'm starving to death. I can't pay my loans. Why should I care about rules anymore? In an instant, the area near the compound in trance descended into chaos. Many people had their goods snatched away before they could even carry them home. Luckily, these people were only stealing and not hurting anyone. Even though the police system was down, they still had some sense of reason. This was exactly why Li Ying's mother had told her to buy food quickly. This kind of situation had already been happening in the shanty towns and poorer neighborhoods. Li Ying nervously clutched her new bag, eyeing everyone with suspicion. My bag is so expensive, could someone actually try to take it from me? Whoosh! A man suddenly sprinted over. His target was clear. He grabbed Li Ying's bag and ran off without a second's hesitation. Oh, thief! He stole my bag. Why aren't you doing anything? Li Ying pointed at the man and screamed at the security guard. That bag cost me 58,000. I hadn't even had it for a minute before it was snatched. What do you want me to do about it? With the skimpy outfit you're wearing, looks like you're fake. Got popped, huh? Aren't you the one who usually looks down on me and yells at me to open the gate, calling me a stinking gatekeeper? You can come find me when the whole gate goes missing. That security guard had been bullied for a long time and had now completely given up. Li Ying, who not only dreamed of marrying into wealth, but also treated low-level workers like security guards with utter contempt, was instantly recognized by the guard as the woman who always called him a stinking gatekeeper. He shot right back at her. Even the cops have given up. I'm just a stinking gatekeeper. I make 2,500 a month. What am I risking my life for? You? Get back here. Give me back my bag. Li Ying saw the guard wasn't going to help, so she hurriedly chased after her bag. That 58,000 yuan bag was her life. It couldn't be stolen. After chasing for a few dozen meters, the man who had grabbed her bag, Song Chao, stopped. He felt the bag, sensing something was off. Song Chao opened it and found it completely empty. Damn it. This stupid bitch is hiding an empty bag so carefully. What a waste of my goddamn time. Ugh, screw this. Song Chao was just a street thug. How would he recognize a donkey brand bag? He spat into it and tossed it straight into the trash can. Besides, in this situation, who cares about a donkey bag? Even a horse brand bag was useless if it couldn't be eaten or drunk. You? How can you do this? Not only do you steal my bag, but you also throw it in the trash. Li Ying caught up, heartbroken over her precious bag. Song Chao was equally furious. It's just an empty bag, and you chase me all the way here. Are you out of your mind? Smack. Song Chao delivered a heavy slap across Li Ying's face, knocking her to the ground. Then came a barrage of kicks. Song Chao was a drifter with no savings to his name. With food prices soaring, how else was he supposed to survive if he didn't steal? Damn it. Making me waste my time. I don't even have any food. Lawyer Zhang said it himself. I could eat a giant panda right now and not be breaking the law. It's called necessity. Brother evasion, Song Chao cursed and kicked away. Li Ying, hurt and in pain, quickly begged for mercy. You want food, right? I have plenty of food at home. Please stop hitting me. They'll give it to you, okay? Hearing this, Song Chao stopped kicking. To him, nothing in the world was more important than, where do you live? Take me there. If there's no food, it'll kill you. Song Chao had no interest in the current Li Ying with her face covered in red spots. She looked somewhat repulsive. A full belly breeds lust, but hunger breeds thievery. Song Chao, unable to satisfy his hunger, had no thought for such desires. Alright, I'll take you there. They'll give you a box of instant noodles. Just don't hit me, and I won't call the police, okay, big brother? Li Ying stood up, rubbing her stomach. After the beating, she had become much more obedient. After all, calling the police was useless now, so she might as well accept her fate. A box of instant noodles. Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? You have to add a box of ham sausages. Song Chao raised his hand to give Li Ying another slap, but she covered her face and quickly agreed. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. He'll give it. He'll give it. Seeing Li Ying being so agreeable, Song Chao withdrew his hand. Lead the way. Li Ying nodded with a look of grievance and began to lead the way. As she passed a trash can, she pitifully picked out her designer handbag. How much could a box of instant noodles even cost? This bag cost me 58,000. It's a limited edition. If you had said you wanted instant noodles, why didn't you say so earlier? Did you have to kick me? Holding her bag, Li Ying shed tears. She was an only child, pampered her whole life. When had she ever encountered such a thing? Arriving at Qiaoqiu's doorstep, Li Ying said to Song Chao with a pitiful look, "You said you're my friend, but there are other people inside. Otherwise I'd be embarrassed to let you take things." All right. Stop dawdling. You can say you're my father for all I care. Just hurry up and give me the stuff. I only want food, I won't kill anyone. This is an act of necessity. Song Chao was still trying to justify his actions to himself. Besides, he was only taking a box of instant noodles and a box of ham sausages, enough to last him 8 or 10 days at home. He didn't want to be out robbing either. But his family had run out of food. Song Chao still had some humanity left. He was just pushed to extremes by hunger. This little bit of stuff wouldn't even be worth the police's time if Li Ying reported it later. Cases under 2,000 yuan wouldn't even be filed. Xiao, open up. It's me. Coming. Li Ying knocked on the door, and Xiao came to open it upon hearing the sound. As soon as Xiao opened the door, she saw Li Ying with red, swollen eyes and a strange man behind her. She felt a bit tense. What had happened? Xiao, this is my friend. His family has run out of food. Can we borrow a box of instant noodles and a box of ham sausages to tide him over? Li Ying said weakly while Song Chao scratched his head awkwardly. Song Chao was simultaneously amazed by Qiaoqiu's beauty and mortified by his own situation. In the past, he would have been eager to strike up a conversation with such a beautiful woman. But this time he was here to rob her of ham sausages. How embarrassing was this? Xiao looked at the strange pair at her door and became more cautious. But then she thought, it's 2050, right? Even if a solar flare erupted and global communications were cut off, it wouldn't mean the apocalypse had arrived, would it? Could it be that in just 2 days she had killed both of them? Wasn't that some kind of serious mental illness? Paranoia? Or schizophrenia? Xiao shook her head, trying to dismiss the thought of killing them. That was a dangerous idea. If she acted on a whim, she'd have a place to stay for the rest of her life, maybe even get a bullet to the head. Besides, isn't it normal for neighbors to borrow things? It's pretty normal, right? I can't just kill my best friend and neighbor over some food, can I? Forget me, could Lin Feng do it? Alright, I'll go get them for you. Xiao didn't want to give in her heart, but since Li Ying had asked and they'd been best friends for so many years, refusing such a small request would be inhumane. Xiao went into the inner room, brought out a box of instant noodles and a box of ham sausages, and came to the door. Song Chao was overjoyed to see the food and immediately took them. Thanks, beautiful. Once this disaster is over, Song Chao will repay you double. Xiao didn't reply, and Song Chao happily carried the food home. Song Chao had only himself to feed, so he was set. Surely the disaster would be over in 10 days. If not, the authorities would be completely useless, right? Li Ying lowered her head and said weakly, Xiao, was it wrong of me to bring a friend to borrow food from you? Figure out how much it costs, and he'll pay you back. Xiao glanced at Li Ying, her heart hardening with the resolve to make her leave tonight, though she didn't show it. She would let her leave after dinner. It's fine, it wasn't much. Come in and eat. What did you buy, Xiao let Li Ying into the house, and Li Ying walked in with her head down, not daring to mention she'd bought a handbag. The supermarket was empty. I couldn't buy anything. Xiao, my mom called and said it's not convenient for me to stay at home right now. Can I stay with you for a few days? We've been best friends for so many years, and you've stocked up on so much stuff. A few days won't make a difference, right? Hearing Li Ying's words, Xiao frowned, feeling that things weren't so simple. This plot was starting to feel more and more like those apocalyptic novels she'd read. Qiaoqiu's logic told her that Li Ying absolutely could not stay. But her emotions told her that Li Ying had been her friend since childhood all these years. How could she not help a friend in need? What would be the difference between her and Lin Feng if she didn't help her best friend? Don't be so formal with your words. You can stay until school starts if you want. Xiao shook her head, trying to dispel the unrealistic thoughts in her mind. The disaster wouldn't really spiral out of control, would it? She wasn't a cold-blooded capitalist like Lin Feng. She had to help her friends in need. Besides, it was only January 2nd. Even if the apocalypse were real, it couldn't move this fast, right? Everyone has at least 3 to 5 days of food stored up, don't they? Xiao calculated everything, but she hadn't accounted for one thing: the butterfly effect caused by Lin Feng's rebirth. Lin Feng had spent billions buying up almost all the food supplies around the city days in advance. Although Lin Feng didn't steal, it was almost as bad as stealing. Otherwise, Song Chao and the others wouldn't have resorted to robbery for a bit of food. They truly had no money and no food left. If they didn't eat, they'd starve to death, wouldn't they? Thank you, Xiao. I'll help you with the housework, laundry, and cooking during this time. I can't just freeload off you. Li Ying was very happy and immediately nodded in agreement. Alright, let's eat. The food will get cold if we wait any longer. The meal on the table was simple: a plate of shredded pork with green peppers and a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Vegetables don't last long, so it was best to eat them first. During the meal, the two of them even had some wine. Li Ying didn't have a high tolerance for alcohol, and before long Xiao Xiao had gotten her drunk again. Seeing Li Ying asleep, Xiao Xiao picked up her bag. Li Ying had been staying here for days, and she had never seen this bag before. Xiao Xiao wasn't very knowledgeable about designer brands. She picked up her phone, opened a shopping app, and did a photo search. Her eyes widened in shock. A designer handbag. Limited edition. Nationally priced at 58,000. Putting down Li Ying's bag, Xiao Xiao felt that Li Ying must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Li Ying came from an ordinary family. Her father drove a ride-hailing car earning 6,000 a month, and her mother worked odd jobs at a restaurant earning 3,000 a month. It would take their family without eating or drinking half a year just to buy this bag. If she were Lin Feng, it would be different. He could spend 58,000 on a single meal. Spending 58,000 on a bag. Can't you feel sorry for your parents? But there was nothing to be done. Buying the bag was Li Ying's choice, and Xiao Xiao wasn't her parent, so she had no right to control her. I feel like keeping you in my home was a huge mistake. Looking at Li Ying lying on the bed, Xiao Xiao let out a sigh. The apocalypse wouldn't really come, would it? That would be too absurd. Taking out her night vision binoculars, she decided to see what that profiteer Lin Feng was up to at home. If he started selling supplies, she'd have to do the same to make sure her stock didn't expire and go to waste. But when she looked outside, she was shocked by what she saw. The scene at the community gate was utter chaos. People were fighting wildly, and someone was lying in a pool of blood, alive or dead unknown. The outside world was getting more and more chaotic. People who couldn't get food were starting to use weapons to rob. Oh my God! What is happening to this world? Has everyone gone mad? Xiao Xiao was startled. She lived on the second floor, and the warehouse was right below. Not only was the second floor too low for safety, but if anyone found out about the supplies in the warehouse, what would the consequences be? Xiao Xiao didn't dare to think about it any further. Why did I buy a second-floor apartment for convenience during a power outage instead of a high-rise? Xiao Xiao deeply regretted not buying a higher floor. If she were on the top floor, no one could climb up, and she wouldn't have this worry. No time to sleep. I need to reinforce the house immediately, or it might be too late. Xiao Xiao had no time to check on Lin Feng. She got up, went downstairs, entered the warehouse, and grabbed supplies. A welding machine, steel bars, and an electric drill were all carried into her apartment. After hauling the tools and materials upstairs, the first order of business was reinforcing the door. Though the steel security door was of decent quality, it wasn't enough. An iron gate had to be added on the inside. It wasn't that Xiao Xiao didn't want to install it on the outside, but if she did, wouldn't everyone see that her door was different from the rest? Wouldn't that be broadcasting to the world that she had supplies inside? That would be like a thief covering his own ears while stealing a bell. She got to work immediately welding an iron gate inside the doorway. It didn't matter how it looked, safety came first. After 2 hours, the door was done, and Xiao Xiao began welding security bars on the windows. Her best friend Li Ying was still sleeping like a log, useless for anything except being cute. Xiao Xiao toiled through the night, reinforcing every door and window. Fortunately, as an architecture student, she knew how to use the tools, and her brother, who worked in construction contracting, had all the necessary equipment and materials. At 7 a.m. on January 3rd, Xiao Xiao finally finished after a sleepless night. She picked up her binoculars to see what Lin Feng was up to. This was no longer about copying his homework to hoard supplies and sell them for profit. This was now a matter of life and death. Lin Feng was playing with his phone, eating breakfast, and drinking red wine. Gazing at Lin Feng's indistinct dining table, Xiao Xiao swallowed hard. Was that an Alaskan king crab with a shell over a meter long? Even though it was blurry, she could still make it out. Truly, the breakfast of the rich was always so disarmingly extravagant. After a few bites, Lin Feng tossed the rest to his dog on bay, without even looking up, eating with such casual arrogance. Damn it. I've never even had king crab, and he's feeding it to his dog. She turned her head to glance at Fangzi, who was fast asleep. She shook her head. It seemed that in this lifetime Fangzi would never eat as well as Anbei. Both were dogs, so why was the gap so vast? Enough watching time for her own breakfast. The weather was so hot that the vegetables in the fridge bought days ago were already starting to spoil. Today it would be a vegetable salad and some cold dishes. Just then Li Ying also woke up, rubbing her eyes. Xiao Xiao, aren't there still a ton of meat in the fridge? Why do we eat such plain food every day? Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes at Li Ying's words. So many people are already out of food. You should be grateful you have anything to eat at all, and yet you're being picky. Do you think you're Lin Feng? Go find Lin Feng and eat his king crab then. But thinking of Lin Feng made Xiao Xiao curious. Wasn't he saying in the group chat that had lost 10 billion worth of supplies? How was he still leisurely eating king crab? He certainly didn't look like someone had lost his supplies. Xiao Xiao was also a resident of the community, so of course she was in the owner's group chat, but she only lurked and never spoke. It seemed that massive steel fortress occupying 10,000 square meters across 5 floors was probably packed to the brim with supplies. Thinking about this, Xiao Xiao felt her own small warehouse was a bit too shabby by comparison. But there was no helping it. She was just starting out. Once order was restored, she could sell everything and make a killing. She had to admit Lin Feng had an incredibly sharp eye. Following in Lin Feng's footsteps was certainly the way to avoid detours. This thought brought a smile to her face, but then she grew worried about Xiao Feng. If the community had already turned deadly over supplies, what was happening at the construction site? She placed the cold dishes on the table, ignoring Li Ying. Eat it, or don't. She wasn't going to cater to her. She picked up her phone to send a WeChat message to Xiao Feng. Her brother had 180 million. Surely had stocked up more than she had. Brother, how are things over there? The community is in chaos. People died fighting over supplies yesterday. Didn't you have 180 million? How much supplies did you manage to buy? At that very moment, Xiao Feng, with dried blood caked on his face, was sitting in the shade of an unfinished building eating a bowl of instant noodles. A dozen or so bodies lay not far ahead of him, while a group of workers sat around a large pot slurping noodles with fierce, ruthless looks in their eyes. I'm fine here. I've stocked up a ton of supplies. 180 million is enough for me to eat for a lifetime. What about you? Did you manage to buy food? Is the house dangerous? If it's really bad, I can bring you to the site tonight. Xiao Feng didn't want to bring Xiao to the site because his last purchase, spending 10 million at 10 times the market price for supplies, had been seen by the neighboring construction crew. That neighboring crew had run out of food, which was why they tried to seize their supplies. The fight had escalated wildly, and only after many deaths on both sides did they finally stop. Fortunately, Xiao Feng's group had more people and managed to drive them off, but he was still worried about Qiaoqiu's safety at home, though he feared the site might be even more dangerous. It seemed like overnight there was no safe place left on Earth. Hearing that her brother had bought 180 million worth of supplies, Xiao felt relieved. Compared to his 180 million, her own 20 million didn't seem worth mentioning to him, did it? When Lin Feng started selling supplies, she'd tell her brother to sell along with him. This wave was going to be a massive profit. Brother with 180 million. Her with 20 million. They could surely make a few hundred million in profit. Indeed, copying the rich man's path was the fastest shortcut to success. Suddenly Xiao felt much happier. The annoyance of Li Ying staying at her place also faded away. Brother with 180 million in supplies. Her with 20 million. Wasn't this the prelude to getting rich? Besides, Xiao Feng had plenty of people at the site, and supplies too. Surely he'd be fine, right? What Xiao didn't know was that the idiot Xiao Feng had spent 170 million on land. The 10 million spent on supplies at 10 times the market price hadn't yielded much in reality. If he truly had 180 million in supplies, he would have already come to take Xiao away. Would he be spouting off online? I'm safe at home, brother. I didn't waste the money you gave me. I spent it all on supplies. I've got 5 fridges full of meat, tens of thousands and snacks, and plenty of other stock. If you need food, just tell me. If you come home, there's definitely enough to eat. Seeing Qiaoqiu's message, Xiao Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing his sister ate better than he did was enough. With so many brothers relying on him now, he really couldn't go home. How long would that meat and those snacks even last? Xiao Feng had climbed his way up from a construction worker to a contractor, so he understood the hardships of labor as well. The workers were his brothers, and he couldn't bear to abandon them. The most crucial thing was, we can't go back. This is a road of no return. There's no way to bring his sister along. Xiao, start storing water right now. Fill the bathtub buckets, every container you can. Water supply will become intermittent starting today. Don't let anyone see the food in the house. If anyone asks to borrow food, tell them you're out. Listen to your brother. I won't lead you astray. If there's danger, call me immediately, and he'll bring people to get you to the site. Xiao Feng had killed someone last night, so he really didn't want to bring Xiao over unless it was absolutely necessary. Xiao Feng knew his life was already ruined. Once order was restored, he'd definitely end up in prison. That was why he didn't want to have contact with Xiao unless absolutely necessary. He didn't want to drag his sister down. Xiao was still in university with a bright future ahead. Being associated with a bunch of murderers would destroy her life, wouldn't it? Okay, I understand. Brother, if you need food, just message me. We have plenty at home, so don't worry. I've got 180 million in supplies. Why compare yourself to me? Just store water properly, and call me if anything happens. Even in this situation, Xiao Feng was still putting on a brave front. But as a devoted sister's brother, he had to keep up the act, even if it killed him. Brother Xiao, we've all got blood on our hands now. What are we going to do? After finishing the noodles, even the broth had been divided up. A worker asked Xiao Feng with a look of utter despair. Well, just take it one day at a time. Clean out all the iron barrels on the site, fill them with water, and store them in the dark corners. They came to rob us, and threw the first punch. We have the law on our side. Get the excavators and pile drivers over here. Everyone take precautions against the sun. If it gets too hot, and you can't handle it, get inside the building and rest. We don't know how long this disaster will last. We must dig out 10 wells before the water supply is cut off. Otherwise we won't even make it to prison. We'll die of thirst first. Xiao Feng put down his bowl, showing his decisiveness. If Lin Feng could see this, head definitely praised Xiao Feng. He was doing everything right. Water was the top priority now. Killing or not killing was a minor issue. Soon no one would dare claim to have been in the game without a few dozen lives to their name. Luckily, Xiao Feng's construction team had a full set of equipment. The workers applied sun protection and then started up the pile drivers to begin drilling wells. When it came to sun protection, these workers were quite experienced. They smeared a mixture of water and yellow mud on their faces, necks, and any exposed skin. It was dirty, sure, but it worked better than sunscreen. It was a good thing Xiao Feng had all the equipment, including pile drivers, who otherwise drilling tin wells wouldn't have been so easy. Even though the water from such wells came out black and murky, it was still better than having no water at all, right? An arrow once shot cannot be recalled. Xiao Feng's hands were already stained with blood, so there was no turning back now. It was fortunate that Xiao Feng's equipment was comprehensive, even including pile drivers, who otherwise drilling tin wells wouldn't have been so simple. Although the water from these wells was dark and murky, it was still better than having none at all. An arrow once loosed cannot be recalled. Xiao Feng's hands were already stained with blood, and there was no turning back. The severe disaster that had befallen Huanghai City this time was undoubtedly thanks to Lin Feng. He had essentially bought up all the edible supplies around the city, which hastened the onset of this catastrophe. Meanwhile, Li Ying, pampered and spoiled, was thoroughly displeased with the cold breakfast Xiao had prepared. After a few listless bites, she slammed down her chopsticks in a huff. Xiao's brow furrowed, but she remained silent, realizing Li Ying still failed to grasp the gravity of their situation. Silently, she finished her meal, even eating the half bowl of rice Li Ying had left behind, without a word of complaint. After cleaning up the dishes, remembering her brother's advice, Xiao filled every available container, and even the bathtub, with water. There was still a truckload of bottled water in the storage room, but Xiao didn't plan to use it unless absolutely necessary. Returning to the room, she found Li Ying clutching her phone, surrounded by open snack bags that had barely been touched. Ying, aren't you wasting food? I don't mind you eating, but you can't just open everything without finishing it. Xiao was genuinely angry now. Outside, people were fighting over a single pack of instant noodles, yet here, she was having refused to stockpile supplies when offered spending 58,000 on a handbag instead, and now squandering her resources. Xiao began to regret having let Li Ying stay yesterday. She had the temperament of a princess without the birthright to match. Her brother Xiao Feng earned millions a year, yet Xiao herself didn't buy excessive makeup or designer bags. She knew how hard her brother worked for his money. Not everyone could make money as effortlessly as Lin Feng. It was through frugality and years of saving that they had managed to buy this apartment and the warehouse downstairs outright. Li Ying, how much do your parents earn each month to have raised you so thoughtlessly? This tastes awful. I'm not eating this. Xiao, you've changed. You never used to boss me around. Li Ying began to act cute and plead, clinging to Xiao's arm and nuzzling against her. Xiao took a deep breath. If it weren't for their lifelong friendship from childhood all the way through university together, she would have kicked her out right now. Achieving Lin Feng's level of ruthlessness, where even his own dog could be killed without a second thought, was truly difficult. Besides, even if the world ended, the authorities couldn't manage everyone, but wouldn't they at least issue a warning? The government was always the first to release official notices. It couldn't possibly be that severe, right? Thinking this, Xiao decided to endure it for now. A few days of tolerance, perhaps it would all blow over. Li Ying, from this moment on, if you want to stay here, we're setting some ground rules. First, you can eat the food, but you must not waste it. You cannot start a new item until you've finished the current one. Second, you are not to waste a single drop of water. Only pour what you will drink. Third, you are absolutely forbidden from bringing any friends over to take food. What happened yesterday was the first and last time. Stunned by Xiao's outburst, Li Ying's eyes filled with tears. After all these years of friendship, was it worth less than a few measly bags of snacks? This was only because the disaster wasn't over, and I had nothing to eat. In normal times, I wouldn't touch this stuff, even if you offered it for free. Wah! Xiao, you yelled at me. Is it just because I ate a few of your snacks? If you can't stand me, you'll just go home right now? I'd rather die out there in this sun. Li Ying sobbed as she started packing her things, clearly still unaware of the severity of the situation. Though Xiao was on the verge of exploding, facing the obstinate Li Ying and recalling their years of friendship, she couldn't just watch her walk to her death, could she? The temperature outside had already reached 50 degrees today. If it weren't for the air conditioning, they'd be dead from the heat right now. Li Ying would surely die if she went out now. After all these years, can't you just listen for once? Am I someone who would harm you? Xiao shouted at Li Ying, and then she thought of Abe. That was exactly Lin Feng's attitude towards Abe: obey or die. Having experienced it firsthand, Xiao felt she was beginning to understand Lin Feng. If you don't listen to me, and I still keep you, what exactly am I getting out of it? Just asking for trouble. From belittling Lin Feng to questioning him, understanding him, becoming him, and surpassing him. This required time to adapt. Xiao had moved from belittling and questioning Lin Feng to now understanding him. What remained was to become him and surpass him. Li Ying, this is your last chance. The moment the government issues an official engulf world announcement, you are out of here. But there was no helping it. 3 days into the apocalypse, the whole of China was on holiday. A sliver of hope lingered in everyone's heart. Fine. They'll listen. But I have one condition: there must be meat at every meal. You've stockpiled so much meat, it'll go bad if frozen for too long. Li Ying was only pretending to comply, as she had no intention of leaving. Her mother had already told her their home was nearly out of food, and with all Chow Chow had, where would she get her next meal if she left? All right. Chow Chow waved her hand dismissively. This was the last concession she would make. She'd agree for now. Chow Chow still needed time to become as cold-blooded and ruthless as Lin Feng. After all, even a dog developed feelings after being raised for years, let alone a living person like Li Ying. Chow Chow, you're the best. Seeing Chow Chow relent, Li Ying quickly hugged her. As long as there was meat at every meal, the problems seemed minor. Just then Chow Chow's phone buzzed. Opening it, she saw someone was ing everyone in the group chat. Everyone in Shishan Bun, my father died last night. I can't reach the crematorium, and the hospital phone is dead too. What should I do? Wait until he's completely cold, then slice him up for a cold dish. What the hell? My dad is dead. Do you think I'm joking it? Which building, which unit, which room are you in? I'm coming over right now to slice you up. Following that, the resident who made the cold dish comment also posted a photo with a message. I wasn't joking either. My mom died the night before last. I don't know what to do. It's so hot, if I leave her at home she'll stink in a few days. What am I supposed to do? For a few minutes no one in the group chat responded. It seemed many families had suffered losses. The atmosphere was grim. Meanwhile, seeing the silence, Lin Feng decided to offer a piece of advice. Place them on the rooftop to dry out for future needs. This was a common practice for dealing with the dead after the apocalypse began. With 60-degree heat and intense UV radiation, a body could be baked dry in a day and completely desiccated in 3. When food truly ran out, one could take these mummies, slice them, and roast them. It tasted somewhat like ham, albeit a bit sour, but it could sustain you for a while. It was a desperate measure, but better than starving to death, wasn't it? Lin Feng thought for a moment, then deleted his message. Do whatever you want. I, Lin Feng the survivor, don't need to worry about your fates. Leave the bodies in the heat, let them rot, and spread disease. Then you'll know what to do. I suggest that residents who have lost family members not grieve too much, as no one is to blame for a natural disaster. The rooftops of each building are vacant. Families should place their deceased loved ones up there. The intense UV rays will kill all bacteria. Once order is restored, families can retrieve the bodies and take them to the crematorium for a proper burial. If left unattended at home, the bodies will decompose within days, breeding bacteria and potentially causing a new epidemic. The speaker was a person named Liang Qiuyu. Lin Feng tapped on her profile and saw she was a doctor. He nodded in professional approval. This was indeed the best solution for handling the dead right now. And if food ran out, they could serve as an emergency supply. What if I just dig a hole and bury my dad? Wouldn't that be disrespectful to him? Isn't that letting him die with his eyes open? The man who had lost his father was a filial son. Unable to bear the thought of his father rotting at home, burying him seemed the only option. Liang Qiuyu. At that moment, Wang Guifan from the neighborhood committee spoke up. This is a residential area, not your backyard. Are you planning to bury him here? In the flower beds or the green belt? Do you want everyone to be dancing on your father's grave once the disaster is over? You are harming yourself and others. Unfilial, unrighteous, and devoid of all virtue. Wang Guifan, absent for so long, had risen again, seizing the moral high ground and activating her invincible mode. The residents, seeing her speak, wanted to curse her. It was this old hag who had stopped them from stockpiling supplies, and by the time they tried, the supermarkets were already stripped bare. Now even money couldn't buy what they needed. Why didn't this old wretch just die already? Yet the topic was too heavy. So many had lost loved ones, and cursing her now would be a disrespect to the dead. The deceased come first, so they'd save their anger for another day. Dear resident, I completely understand your feelings, but am giving advice based on medical guidelines. Burying the deceased within the community disrupts everyone's daily life. It's neither reasonable nor legal. Moreover, the land here is limited. If every family did this, there wouldn't be enough space, and it would breed bacteria, easily triggering an epidemic. Take my advice, place them on the rooftop, record their identity, time of death, and cause, and once order is restored, we'll transport them to the crematorium for proper cremation. That's the right way. Dr. Liang Qiuyu continued to patiently counsel the grieving in the group chat, but most remained opposed to his approach. Though Liang Qiu's words were logical and convincing, who could bear to leave their own kin exposed on the rooftop under the scorching sun? The atmosphere in the group plummeted to freezing. Silence reigned, and an eerie tension hung in the air. Chow Chow set down her phone, glanced at Li Ying, and pulled her into the residents' group. Take a look at what's happening outside now. You'll understand why I set those ground rules for you. Li Ying checked her phone and scrolled through the chat history. In an instant, Li Ying's eyes widened in shock. Even the dead had nowhere to be buried now. What the hell were the authorities doing? Could they even handle this? If not, they should step down and let someone else take charge. Just then Lin Feng smirked and sent 2 exclusive red packets in the group to the residents who had lost their parents. 10,000 yuan each. I may not attend your funeral feast, Lin Feng said, but consider this a small token of comfort. My deepest condolences, the deceased come first. Please accept this. A moment later the 2 accepted the packets and saw the amount, 10,000. This Lin Feng was truly loaded. 10,000 could cover an entire funeral package. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Lin. My father's spirit will surely know of your kindness. Young Master Lin, they all say you're a heartless rich man, but from this gesture, I can see you're a businessman with a conscience. No, a true merchant. I feel your goodwill. As for that Wang Guifan from the committee, she's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Playing dead when it matters, popping up when it doesn't. Why hasn't heaven struck down that old hag and her whole family first? Where's Wang Guifan? Get in here and chip in like everyone else. Aren't you representing the officials? Say something, damn it. The group, fueled by Lin Feng's 20th annual consolation packets, erupted in praise for his brilliance and generosity while spewing venom at Wang Guifan. Many also sent photos. They too had lost family. They begged for Mr. Lin's comfort. Lin Feng, bored out of his mind, sent 10th annual packets to anyone who shared photos of their deceased. After all, his bank balance was just a string of numbers now. Soon 10,000 wouldn't even buy a ham sausage. Lin Feng flooded the group with consolation packets just for fun, and it drove Wang Guifan up the wall. The recipients in the same breath thanked Lin Feng for his generosity while trashing Wang Guifan's committee as utterly useless. This Lin Feng. Are you picking a fight with me? Think money makes you invincible. You think you can do whatever you want with it. Furious, Wang Guifan turned off her phone, unable to bear the insults. But Zheng Shuya furrowed her brow and said to her, Mom, why are you so upset? We've stockpiled 3 cartloads of supplies, enough for our family of 4 to outlast 2 months. Lin Feng may be rich, but he doesn't even have instant noodles at home. He'll starve in a few days. When he comes begging in the group, we'll teach him a lesson, then won't we? Hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Wang Guifan nodded. There was truth to it. Impatience ruins great plans. Let's see how long Lin Feng can keep up his arrogance. You haven't been outside, so you don't know. A single ham sausage is now going for 100 yuan. 100-fold increase and still impossible to buy. And you're still tossing money around in the group. You're a total fool. Fine, I won't stoop to his level. I'm off to boil some noodles for breakfast. We can afford it. With extra sausage and eggs. Wang Guifan found her confidence again, while Zheng Shuya smiled, eyes fixed on her phone. Zheng Shuya, 28, a former model with striking looks and a stunning figure. She had been married to Li Wu, 33, for 3 years, retiring from modeling due to age, and now a full-time housewife. Li Wu was a notorious crime boss in Huanghai City, wielding influence in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Zheng Shuya, a struggling small-time model, had succumbed to Li Wu's monetary advances and married him. Watching Lin Feng fling money around in the group, Zheng Shuya's eyes brimmed with disdain. These rich folks love showing off their power at times like this, saving screenshots to post online and boost their fame. But does anyone remember your kindness in the end? Soon you'll run out of food. When you're on the brink of starvation, see if any of those who took your money will lift a finger to help. Zheng Shuya put down her phone, ignoring Lin Feng's reckless spending. And everyone else, unaware of the underlying tensions, happily pocketed their 10th Yuan packets and took a few jabs at Wang Guifan. After hours of handing out money, Lin Feng still had 1.06 million yuan left in his account. No more photos of the dead. This was Lin Feng's twisted amusement. Since money was nearly useless now anyway, why not play? It was far more entertaining than some mobile game. Lin Feng picked up a king crab leg, took a bite. This time, he was truly full. He tossed the rest to Abe just because he could. Standing by the window, he glanced at the building across the way. How much longer could that Xiao Xiao hold out? Would she be fried, killed, and eaten within 3 days? He shrugged, didn't matter. Shishan Villa was vast, and women were hardly in short supply. Losing one Xiao Xiao was no great loss. Little did Lin Feng know as he stared across at the building. Xiao Xiao was peering through binoculars at his blurred figure in the window. She alternated between her phone and the binoculars. Was Lin Feng's money burning a hole in his pocket? Head blown over 1.5 million in just a few minutes. What was he even trying to achieve? Xiao Xiao scratched her head, tempted to mimic Lin Feng and send red packets to the group. But she only had 200 yuan in her account. With over 150 people, could she send 10 yuan each? That would be a joke. She'd just embarrass herself. For now, she'd copy Lin Feng's every move, even if she couldn't fathom his reasoning. Xiao Xiao gave up on sending packets. No money, no clout. Better to keep studying Lin Feng. Every step she'd followed him had been spot on. Clearly the wealthy see the world differently from the common folk. When are you finally selling supplies? The day you sell, I'll sell too. I refuse to believe I can't make a profit out of this. Ding. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. He picked it up and saw a friend request from a stranger. He tapped on the profile picture. It looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he had seen it before. Bored Lin Feng took a sip of red wine and accepted the request. Mr. Lin, remember me? We've met before. Ying. A message popped up from Liang before he could even respond. Lin Feng scratched his head wondering if he should be honest. Ying. The name rang a faint bell, but only just. Who are you? He typed out, deciding to be polite. The profile picture was striking, flowing long hair, a black skirt, and stockings. She was his ideal type, easily a 9 out of 10. Maybe she was just a girl who couldn't resist hunger and wanted to discuss some hardware engineering with him. Mr. Lin, you're so forgetful. A month ago, the night market. A sausage. Liang quickly mentioned the keywords, and it clicked. Oh, that girl, 55-inch, is certain figure all dolled up who had eaten his roasted sausage. Lin Feng thought for a moment. She was average. Her makeup was too heavy. Who knew what was hiding under all that paint? If she turned out to be a ghost, wouldn't his sausage be a total loss? Are you a virgin? One sausage, come over and spend the night with me. And I, Lin Feng, will keep my word. Liang was stunned when she saw his message. Was this the world of the rich? You're throwing around millions in the group chat, but you think you can get me with a single sausage? Are you crazy, or am I? This is an insult. You should at least offer 10 million. You've already given away over 1 million in red packets. What's 10 million more to you? For 10 million a night, how many cosmetics and bags could I buy? Even a used car depreciates after being registered, and am a living person turning into a used one. Liang pouted, fuming at her phone. She thought her looks would have him groveling. Unexpected. Seeing how he threw money around, she was even ready to marry him. And you offer me a sausage? Furious, she started typing, calling him a pervert. But just before sending, she deleted it. Rich people have their quirks, it's normal. She calmed down. I am a virgin, but Mr. Lin, isn't one sausage a bit too little? I've seen you send out millions in red packets in the group. Spending one night with you would ruin my life. Can't you offer a fair price? Liang was indeed a virgin, not because she didn't want to, but because she hadn't found a suitable buyer. Now that she had found a rich one, she had to set her price high. Her target was 10 million. If Lin Feng paid that, she wouldn't care how many people showed up, or if they were even human. Reading her messages, Lin Feng decided to check her moments. Her moments were filled with photos, stockings, fishnets, cosplay, travel, beaches, deserts. He had to admit her profile successfully piqued his interest. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Feng knew to keep his talents hidden, biding his time. Lin Feng was still a virgin, so he felt it was only fair to ask for a beautiful virgin in return. Was that too much to ask? He had a mental cleanliness issue. He didn't want anything used. Besides, once the apocalypse hit, STDs would run rampant. 9 out of 10 would be infected. Without a clean virgin, he couldn't even bring himself to act. I, Lin Feng, have hoarded all these supplies. Dying from an STD would be the ultimate tragedy. He left her moments and sent a message. To Liang. She stared at the 2 words, stunned. You were talking about sausages a month ago, and you're still talking about sausages now. Is your brain only filled with sausages? I have over 100,000 in snacks at home. What's not better than a sausage? Mr. Lin, stop joking. You live in a mansion worth hundreds of millions, drive a 30 million sports car, and you're offering me 2 sausages. Aren't you going too far? Liang was genuinely angry. 2 sausages wouldn't even fill her up for a meal. It was an insult. Lin Feng looked at the message, then back at her moments. Honestly, he was looking forward to his first time. It was supposed to be beautiful, and Liang wasn't bad looking. In a few months, finding a virgin who hasn't been taken will be harder than finding an unloaded warehouse. Any woman with a bit of looks will be taken. They won't even spare an 8-year-old. Thinking it over, Lin Feng decided to compromise a little. After all, it won't be long before Liang, virgin or not, gets taken too. What if she gets sick then? Wouldn't I lose another chance? Lin Feng would be stuck relying on study materials for decades without ever putting it into practice. Give me a straight answer. 1 box of sausages. Take it or leave it. If not, keep your virginity. Contact me when you're starving. Lin Feng was a bit anxious, but his bottom line was firm. 1 box of sausages, not 1 more. Otherwise, every virgin would be trying to price gouge me. How many times could I pay for it with my hoard of sausages? Click, click, click. Liang sent him photos of her supplies, sunscreen, mountains of snacks, and 5 freezers full of meat. Lin Feng looked at them and was instantly furious. You're not short on food, so why did you add me? Are you messing with me? Send me your address. They'll come over and take you right now. He was genuinely pissed. That much food could last one person for years. You added me, but you don't want my sausage. You're just playing with me. I was just starting to get interested. You were the one who didn't cherish the opportunity. Liang stared at his message, wondering what she had done wrong. Tears welled up in her eyes, making her look pitiful. I was just trying to tell you I don't need food, I don't want your sausage. I just gave away a box of sausages and instant noodles yesterday. What use do I have for that stuff? She rubbed her eyes, feeling wronged. She had finally added someone so rich, and this was how she was treated. You can send millions in the group, but you offer me a box of sausages. Are all rich people this irritable? Why are you yelling at me? I don't want sausages. I want money. Give me 10 million. And I'll spend the night with you. It's my first time too. You think a box of sausages is enough to get rid of me? Lin Feng read her message and felt his eyes darken, utterly speechless. Where did this idiot come from? It's been 3 days since the apocalypse started. And she still wants money. He thought about blocking her, but hesitated. He decided to keep her around. After all, it was rare for a virgin to add him proactively. Might be useful later. Even having her around as eye candy would be better than being bored alone at home, rather than relying solely on my own hand. He opened his banking app and saw his balance 1.06 million. He thought for a moment and sent her a message. 1.06 million, that's all I have. Spend the night with me, and it's all yours. Li Ying looked at the message through her tears, then shook her head vigorously. I only have one first time, and you're cutting the price from 10 million to 1.06 million. That's a brutal bargain. 8 million. That's the bottom line. It can't be less. This is the only time in my life. You can't push the price down so much. Looking at Li Ying's message, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine from her outrageous tactics. This girl may look pretty, but her brain seems completely absent. She values money over life. Lin Feng had already maxed out his loans, and now 8 million seemed utterly unattainable. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind spending 8 million to learn the engineering of body software hardening. From now on, money means nothing. Even wiping my bottom feels too harsh. Alas, how did I end up with such a bizarre person? Valuing money over life. Just 1.06 million, not a penny more. Villa No. 108 in the Shishan courtyard. If you can come, if not, just wait to be trampled. Lin Feng replied, and tossed his phone aside, genuinely too lazy to deal with Li Ying anymore. Would you even accept a box of hot dogs? When you get trampled, you'll realize your regret. Thinking of those suggestive photos, a dark fire ignited in Lin Feng's lower abdomen. All normal men have certain thoughts. It would be abnormal otherwise. He turned on the 3D projector, deciding to study some Western educational materials today. If Li Ying wants to come, fine. If not, whatever. I still have my 5th girl. My skills can't fall behind, but safety is still the priority. Is becoming a thief during the apocalypse a good idea? The consequences are unimaginable. Anyone who thinks they can afford to lose their life can try. Don't you know about syphilis and AIDS? Lin Feng went to study his ancestral skills, while Li Ying was curled up in her room, weeping uncontrollably. What's wrong with rich people? They casually shower hundreds of thousands in red envelopes in groups. Yet for me, an untouched flower, you only offer me 1.06 million. This is absolutely outrageous. Li Ying also tossed her phone aside, not wanting to reply to Lin Feng. This is simply an insult to her dignity. Xiao Xiao had been busy for a whole day and night. She was originally dozing off in her room, which was the perfect time to sleep during the day when she couldn't go out. However, upon hearing commotion from Li Ying's room, she got up to check on her. She saw Li Ying's head buried in the blankets, crying her heart out. Xiao Xiao was puzzled. Ying, why are you crying? What happened? Although Xiao Xiao was angry, she couldn't help but feel soft-hearted and went over to comfort her best friend. Xiao Xiao, there's not a single good man out there. Li Ying threw herself into Xiao Xiao's arms, crying tears like rain. Xiao Xiao was confused as she patted Li Ying's head, unsure how to comfort her, especially since she had no experience in love. Seeing Li Ying so heartbroken, Xiao Xiao brought her to her bed and kept patting her shoulder. After a while, Xiao Xiao felt sleepy, having been busy the whole night, and it was time for her to rest. Meanwhile, Li Ying cursed Lin Feng for being heartless while lamenting the unfairness of fate. Why wasn't I Li Ying born into a wealthy family? If my parents were rich, would I have to sell my dignity and bargain for my first time? Li Ying, aggrieved, wiped her tears on the bed, perplexed as to why Lin Feng was unwilling to give her 8 million. This is a once-in-a-lifetime offer. Li Ying would never agree to anything below this price. Boring, just average. After watching Western educational materials for a while, Lin Feng turned off the projector. He opened his phone's owner group, browsing the owner information, mainly to see which beautiful women were in the circle, thinking that if she was a virgin, it could lead to a profitable deal. Most of the owners in this group are over 30. After all, the property prices in Shishan Courtyard are not cheap, and the villa area is even more expensive. There was only one female doctor named Liang Qiuyu who looked decent. It's just uncertain if her photos were edited, but she appeared to be in her 20s. A doctor? That's somewhat useful. If I get sick or injured, I can't just go to the hospital anymore. Let's add each other as friends. If you don't agree, then never mind. Lin Feng clicked to add her, and after a few minutes, Liang Qiuyu accepted. Hello, I am Liang Qiuyu, a surgeon at the Second People's Hospital of Huanghai City. How can I assist you? Lin Feng glanced at this message, thinking she must have quite a few patients adding her right. Did she just copy and paste her reply? Lin Feng thought for a moment and didn't have any questions to ask. It's only been 3 days since the apocalypse began. Directly asking her if she wanted hot dogs or was interested in learning about body software hardening engineering didn't seem appropriate. He replied, I am Lin Feng. I see you're also quite busy. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to contact me. After sending it, Lin Feng started browsing Liang Qiu's social circle, mainly checking if she had a boyfriend and looking for photos of male friends. After flipping for a long time, Lin Feng's social circle looked very clean, documenting her life from middle school to high school, college graduation, and work with updates every couple of weeks. There were no revealing photos, just simple records of life, completely unlike Liang. Liang was clearly fishing for rich men, while Liang Xiaoyu was genuinely recording her life. Mr. Lin Feng, do you have any sunburn ointment? Burn ointment would also work. I have a serious sunburn patient looking for medication, but I don't have any stock at home. I can pay you, just name your price. Seeing Lin Feng's message, Lin Feng stroked his chin. Indeed, he needed to inquire more, or wasn't this business opportunity just arriving? Dr. Liang, I have both sunburn and burn ointment, but you need to answer me one question first. Are you a virgin? On the other side, Liang Qiaoyu was taken aback. When have patients ever asked their doctors such questions? She thought for a moment. Given the serious shortage of sunburn and burn ointments and her boyfriend being a transport officer who suffered severe sunburn while coordinating disaster relief, going to the hospital was impossible. Mr. Lin Feng, I have a boyfriend who is a transport officer. He suffered severe sunburn on the first day of disaster relief coordination. Please name your price to sell me a tube of sunburn ointment. This is also a contribution to the official disaster relief. Hearing this, Lin Feng lost all interest. There was nothing wrong with that, as she's a doctor 24, and having a partner is too normal. Nowadays, many young girls are already booking rooms at the age of 14 or 15. It's no surprise that someone her age has a child. Lin Feng lost interest and stopped responding to Lin Qiaoyu. With so many people suffering from sunburn worldwide, even if Lin Feng donated all my ointments, it wouldn't be enough. I might as well keep them for myself. Lin Qiaoyu anxiously waited, holding her phone for half an hour, but Lin Feng still did not reply. Lin Qiaoyu was a doctor. Though she was on leave at home, she knew the hospital situation all too well. A third of the official rescue personnel were already dead. Why else would the emergency line be unreachable and the hospital inaccessible? The hospital wasn't short on doctors, it was short on medicine. So Lin Feng's request to return to the hospital was denied. She was told to stay home and await orders. The patients there barely had anything to eat, and they could only wait for higher-ups to send support. But support couldn't arrive either. All of China was stricken. Only the sparsely populated high-latitude northern regions could barely sustain themselves. The south was hit harder, with temperatures already reaching 60 degrees. Vegetables, fruit trees, every plant in the fields, even the weeds, were scorched to death. Livestock and poultry had essentially become jerky. The relentless heat also sparked frequent wildfires. There weren't enough people to fight them, so they just had to let them burn out on their own. The mortality rate was even higher in the southern low-latitude regions. None of this had been made public for fear of causing panic in the north. As an official, Lin Qiaoyu knew this all too well, which is why she absolutely had to get her hands on the burn cream Lin Feng had. This was a matter of life and death for her boyfriend. Mr. Lin Feng, I don't know why you're asking this, but I am a virgin. How can I possibly buy your burn cream? I really need one. Lin Qiaoyu was at her wits' end. If she didn't act soon, her boyfriend would be gone. Even if he recovered, he'd likely be scarred for life, but she wasn't a woman who cared about looks. To her, those scars were like medals, a symbol of honor. How could she ever resent him for that? Lin Feng saw her message, and his face lit up with delight. So there really were women who held their ground before marriage. Spend the night with me, and I'll give you a tube of burn cream. This is a transaction. You're free to refuse. Come find me when you've made up your mind. Lin Qiaoyu was stunned by the message. Lin Feng, are you even human? This is outright profiteering. She was furious. If Lin Feng had asked for her house, she wouldn't have hesitated. A house is nothing compared to a life. But this pervert wanted her first time. Lin Qiaoyu was a woman of principle. Furious, she grabbed her phone to block him. But just as she was about to hit the button, she couldn't do it. He was the only one with the burn cream. If she blocked him, would she lose her only chance? Just then, the neighborhood group chat erupted in panic. Damn, it's 50 degrees outside. Why is the water and power out? Shit. So it's a blackout. No wonder it's so hot in here. Are they trying to kill us? I can't survive this heat without water and electricity. I heard the news. The grid and water supply are under immense strain. Starting today, there will be scheduled outages. Water and power will only be available from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. This will last until the disaster is over. Fuck. A blackout at 50 degrees. And we can't even go outside. Are they trying to kill me? I'm done for. My place is already 45 degrees. I live on the top floor and am getting roasted. I have to sit in the hallway just to catch a breeze through the window. Lin Qiaoyu looked at the messages, realizing that the events in the south were starting to spread northward. It wouldn't be long before the north lost control too. She knew from internal sources that the solar storm had breached the ozone layer. Without the ozone layer's protection, the Earth would become uninhabitable. And this was just the beginning. Ozone recovery is incredibly slow. It could take years or even centuries, no one knew for sure. To prevent even greater panic, the authorities hadn't released this information, only insiders knew. But whether they released it or not no longer mattered. People weren't stupid, they could guess what was happening. It couldn't be hidden. Liang Qiuyu panicked even more. Was her boyfriend doomed? She went back inside, found the deed to her house, and took photos. She sent one to the group chat and one to Lin Feng. Does anyone have burn or scald medicine? I need it urgently. They'll trade my house for it. It's on the third floor, 80 square meters. I bought it for 3,000 per square meter in full. Renovation cost 2,000. It's worth 2.6 million. I'm only asking for one tube of burn cream. This message sent the group into a frenzy. No one answered her. Everyone knew that once you were burned, burn cream was a lifesaver. When faced with a choice between money and life, no one chooses money. Suddenly Lin Feng sent a transfer in the group chat. It was for 1 million yuan, and it was for Liang Qiuyu. Dr. Liang is in trouble, and I want to help. This is my last million, and I'm giving it all to her. The group chat erupted. They knew money was useless now, but when it came down to it, they couldn't bear to part with their own savings. They had worked so hard for it. What if the disaster ended? How would they survive without money? Mr. Lin is truly righteous. No wonder he's so successful. Unlike that Wang from the committee. He's worse than a dog. Why are you comparing Wang to a dog? Are you insulting dogs? Hey Wang, say something. You should share the supplies you've hoarded with those in need. Or were you just talking out of your ass? In an instant, everyone's anger turned to Wang Guifan. She was so furious she nearly ground her teeth to dust. Lin Feng, are you just going to keep provoking me? Just wait until you run out of food. They'll make you kneel at my door and lick my shoes. Wang Guifan was truly shameless. Lin Feng hadn't done anything to her, yet she blamed him for everything. Liang Qiuyu, on the other hand, accepted the million from Lin Feng and raised her offer. A house plus 1 million. I just want one tube of burn cream. It wasn't that Liang Qiuyu was greedy, she accepted the money only to save her boyfriend. But it was useless. Burn cream was scarce, a few had stocked up on it. Half an hour later, Liang Qiuyu was in tears, staring at her phone with red-rimmed eyes. Just then a voice message came through from her boyfriend Zhou Kaiwa. Qiuyu, I think I'm done for. From now on you have to live well on your own. Make sure you use sunscreen before going out during the day. I got severely burned at 30 degrees, and now it's 50 degrees outside, which can kill in minutes. Live well. If there's a next life, I'll marry you. I'm sorry I can't walk the rest of the journey with you. They'll be watching over you from above. Woo woo woo. Hearing the message, Liang Qiuyu collapsed onto the table, sobbing uncontrollably. On one side was her lover's life, on the other was that profiteering pervert Lin Feng, demanding she sleep with him for the medicine. If I were dying, and you had to sleep with someone to save me, would you? The playful question couples often asked had suddenly become a horrifying reality. After crying for a long time, Liang Qiuyu made her decision. Her first time was important, but her lover's life was more important. If giving it up could save his life, she would accept it. Lin Feng, send me a photo of that sunburn cream. If you have it, it'll come over right now. There was no time to waste. Liang Qiuyu sent Lin Feng a message. Then Lin Feng sent back a photo of an imported sunburn cream. Although the label was entirely in a foreign language, as a doctor, Liang Qiuyu was certain it was the most effective one available. Lin Feng actually had it. Shishan Buyuan Villa District, Villa 108, the square 3-story building next to it. Come, and I'll give it to you. Lin Feng lounged with his legs crossed, overjoyed. His brothers had endured so much hardship with him, and now they could finally enjoy the good life. The good times had finally begun. Not every woman was a fool like Li Ying, who valued money over her own life. All right, I'm on my way. Keep that sunburn cream for me. Liang Qiuyu got up, quickly applied sunscreen, grabbed her parasol, put on her sunglasses, and headed out to find Lin Feng. To save her boyfriend's life, she would endure it. The temperature outside was a scorching 50 degrees Celsius. A wave of heat hit Liang Qiuyu the moment she stepped out, leaving her dizzy. Not a soul was outside. Everyone was hiding in the shade. Afraid of getting sunburned, she wore long pants, mesh shoes, and gauze gloves. As long as her parasol shielded her face, she figured she'd be fine. Sweating profusely, she finally arrived at the entrance of Lin Feng's villa. The journey had nearly cooked her alive. But when she saw the villa, she was stunned. Were rich people's houses really this ridiculously extravagant? How much money must it have cost to build something like this? No wonder he had no interest in my little apartment. Compared to this, mine was practically a shack. Seeing the doorbell by the iron gate, she pressed it. Ding dong. Hearing the chime, Lin Feng checked the monitor and immediately saw Liang Qiuyu. Even with her sunglasses on, her fair oval face was clearly that of a beauty. It seemed the photos on her social media weren't edited after all. She was very slim, almost bony, 160 centimeters tall, and weighing less than 50 kilograms. Lin Feng was thrilled, rubbing his hands together as he went downstairs to open the door. His brother's good days were starting today. Standing outside, Liang Qiuyu curiously tapped the iron gate with her finger. It was solid. This isn't iron. Is this titanium alloy? She grew increasingly shocked by Lin Feng's extravagance. Even the gate was titanium. Was this for real? Ding. Just then her phone buzzed. She opened it and saw a friend request. Reading the request message, she froze instantly because it said, I have sunburn cream. Does your offer in the group chat still stand? Liang Qiuyu immediately accepted. The person who added her had a female avatar. A woman couldn't possibly want her first time right. As soon as she accepted, the girl sent her a picture of sunburn cream. And it wasn't just one tube. It was a whole pack. One had been used, but there were 9 left. Then the girl added, I can sell you one, but we need to sign a contract. You give me 1 million in your house with your signature and thumbprint. No backing out. Seeing this message, Liang Qiuyu was so moved, she nearly cried. So there really were good people in this world. Okay, they'll go home right now to get the deed and write up the contract. Where do you live? They'll come find you. Please save one for me. Liang Qi's family was well off and money could always be earned again. She had a good job too. Her boyfriend Zhou Kaihua was an escort guard with a stable Iran-Respol job. The authorities would definitely help him. I live in building 1 unit 2, apartment 201. Bring the contract, the deed, and the ink pad. Seeing the address, Liang Qiuyu felt a glimmer of hope. This was a truly kind soul. Alright, I'm coming right now. Make sure to save it for me. She left immediately, deciding that Lin Feng could keep his damn sunburn cream for himself. When Lin Feng opened the door, all he saw was Liang Qi's retreating back. Hey, the door's open. Come in. He was delighted, thinking this was a fair transaction, mutually agreed upon. Besides, wasn't pleasure something shared by 2 people? It wasn't just for his own benefit, right? Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Liang Qiuyu turned around and strode back quickly. Slap. She delivered a resounding slap across Lin Feng's face. Then she spat right in his face. Tui, you bastard. Keep your sunburn cream for the dogs. You scumbag. You're despicable. How can there be scum like you in this world? You make me sick. Lin Feng was stunned by the slap, his mind reeling. You asked for my address just to come here and slap me. Are you out of your damn mind? Risking your life in this heat just to slap me? Even if the deal's off, we should still be civil. Do you have to make an enemy out of me? He wanted to charge out, drag her inside, and have his way with her. Then tie her up and keep her at home as his personal plaything. The apocalypse was almost here anyway. You dare humiliate me like this? I'm going to make you pay. Liang Qiuyu was only 160 centimeters and under 50 kilograms. Catching her would be child's play for him. But just as he lifted his foot, Lin Feng stopped himself. He hadn't planned on going out today, so he hadn't applied sunscreen or brought his parasol. If he got sunburned, he'd be peeling for weeks. Damn it. I was about to have some fun. And you just slap me and walk away. He didn't dare chase after her. The UV rays would ruin his face. He didn't want to get disfigured. Watching Liang Qiuyu walk away, the more he stewed, the angrier he got. He had never suffered such humiliation. Do you have any idea the psychological damage that slap has caused a 21-year-old like me? He pulled out a drone from his storage space and launched it to follow her. Fine. You want to accept a fair deal, huh? Just let me find out where you live. Tonight I'll show you what it means to be taken against your will. He controlled the drone to follow her, then closed the door. It was too hot outside, the AC would go to waste. Everyone else might be out of power, but his house never lost electricity. Back inside, Lin Feng pulled out a bottle of iced vodka and took a big gulp. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. How could the deal have been going so well, and then you just flipped the table? If you didn't agree, why did you come? It's not like I forced you. Lin Feng had a little humanity, but not much. He preferred to trade whenever possible, and if they could get along, everyone would be happy, and it saved trouble. But those who broke deals had to be punished severely. Doesn't this slap deserve to be repaid tenfold? What about my dignity? He piloted the drone, keeping a safe distance, hovering directly above Liang Qiuyu. She wouldn't look up unless she wanted to get a face full of sun. After following for a while, she entered building 3 unit 3. Having pinpointed the general location, Lin Feng flew the drone into the stairwell to see which apartment she went into. Tonight I'll show you just how much damage that slap has done to me. He directed the drone to the 4th floor because the window there was open. With the power out, the elevator was useless, so Liang Qiuyu must have taken the stairs. Lin Feng decided to wait. After 3 minutes. Still nothing. Could she live below the 3rd floor? He flew the drone down and saw the door to 303 closing. Confirmed, Liang Qiuyu lived in building 3, unit 3, apartment 303. Alright, Liang Qiuyu. You just wait until the sun goes down. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know what cruelty means. He took another sip of vodka, getting angrier with each gulp. He didn't really want to force himself on her. He wasn't that twisted. But that slap had struck at his very dignity. I've got to slap her back. I've got to get even. He piloted the drone back. Though Lin Feng wouldn't miss this drone, had rather save what he could, as money would soon be useless. As he guided it home, the drone's distant camera caught sight of someone emerging from the building again. Driven by curiosity, Lin Feng flew the drone back. Was it Liang Qiuyu again? This time, however, she clutched a red booklet. Lin Feng zoomed in. A property deed. What was she doing with that? Lin Feng tailed her with the drone, watching as she took the deed to building 1 unit 2. The camera appeared from the stairwell as Liang Qiuyu ascended to the 2nd floor and knocked gently. Moments later, the door opened to reveal a woman in black stockings with a red blotchy face. She looked oddly familiar. This close, he didn't even need the drone, as building 1 stood directly opposite his own. He grabbed his binoculars. That woman. Wasn't she Li Ying? Liang Qiuyu handed over the deed, signed a contract, and then scanned a QR code with her phone. It looked like a transfer of funds. Li Ying then produced a tube of sunburn cream, which she gave to Liang Qiuyu. The latter clutched it, sobbing, and bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Damn it. That Li Ying isn't just stupid, she's insane. She'd sell even the sunburn cream for money. Lin Feng fumed. This conniving woman had just ruined his deal. He noted her address, Building 1, Unit 2, Apartment 201. Both of those women would face his revenge. Tonight he'd drag them home and tie them up to serve his base desires. He recalled the drones seething with rage. This time his anger wasn't aimed at Liang Qiuyu, but at Li Ying. Without her interference, his business deal would never have fallen through. Fine, you think you have plenty of supplies. You like selling things. He'll give you all the publicity you need. He pulled out a spare phone, logged into his burner account First Blood for safety, and requested to join the owner's group. The cunning Lin Feng wouldn't let anyone trace this back to him. That would be asking for trouble. Joining the group was automatic, only egregious behavior got you kicked out. Lin Feng opened the chat, posted the screenshots he had taken, and forwarded the photos of supplies Li Ying had sent him earlier. Building 1, Unit 2, Apartment 201. I saw her selling sunburn cream. And she has a hoard of supplies. If anyone needs anything, go ask her. A single message sent the group into a frenzy. Is this for real? Owner of 201, say something. My son has severe sunburn. I need that cream to save his life. Name your price. Please sell me one. I want one too. Just tell me the price. Oh my god. All that food. Can you sell me a box of ham sausages? A single sausage is 100 yuan outside. A box of 50 is 5,000. They'll give you 10000 a box. Please. Meanwhile, Li Ying, holding the deed and eyeing her phone's 7-figure balance, was ecstatic. One tube of cream had netted her a fortune. Where else could you find such a deal? She had started with 10 tubes, used one, sold one to Liang Qiuyu, leaving 8. If she sold them all, that would be tens of millions. So you wouldn't give me 8 million, Lin Feng. I just sold one tube for over 3 million. Selling cream is faster than selling myself. I can only sell my body once, but I can sell this cream 9 times. Xiao Xiao, exhausted from the previous night, was still asleep in her room with the door closed. The second floor wasn't too hot, so she was unaware of the power and water outage. Li Ying opened the owner's group and found it flooded with purchase requests. Maybe Liang Qiuyu had spread the word. She didn't care if it was free advertising. I have 8 tubes of sunburn cream left. 3 million each. They'll accept 3 million in cash, property deeds, or sports cars. But we sign a contract and get it notarized. First come, first served. Limited stock. I'm also selling other supplies. Ham sausages are 2,000 a box. Instant noodles are 2,000 a box. The group exploded again. I'm on my way. Save one for me. Damn, I have to go. I've got a spare 3 million sports car. I have an empty villa worth 10 million. Save 2 tubes for me. There were plenty of wealthy people in the Shishan Villa district. Seeing supplies on sale, they slapped on sunscreen and grabbed umbrellas. I can always make more money. But if dead money is worthless. My life is precious. Seeing the explosive sales, Li Ying quickly posted line up one by one. No arguing. No loud noises. If anyone makes a scene, I won't sell to you. Okay. He'll transfer the money right now. I won't make a sound. Just sell to me, and he'll kneel and call you grandma. I swear he'll be quiet. Anyone selling is a saint these days. Good people live long. Why would I cause trouble for a good person? O Bodhisattva, you are our savior. The residents agreed readily, and Li Ying swung open the 2 steel doors. It was a classic case of a thief within the house is hardest to guard against. The iron door Xiao Xiao had painstakingly welded all night was utterly useless. As soon as she fell asleep, Li Ying opened it. Soon the first tycoon arrived, transferring 10 million for 2 tubes of cream and some supplies before leaving. A second one showed up with a 3 million sports car and keys plus 2 million in cash for a tube of burn cream and 2 million worth of supplies. The third was a mother who traded her property deed for a single tube of cream. She had no money for other supplies, as she was the one whose son was sunburned. It truly showed the boundless love of a parent. She gave up her house to save her child. Forget about whether the price was fair. The problem was you couldn't buy it anywhere else. Watching through his binoculars, Lin Feng was laughing his head off. Holy crap. Huh. I'm dying of laughter. This woman is ruthless. She's actually selling it all. She's so ruthless she'd sell herself. Go ahead and sell. I can't wait to see how much you eventually sell yourself for. The first few buyers had money and property, so the transactions were straightforward. But the ones who came later, those without money, weren't so obedient. Get the hell out of my way if you don't want to die. We just want food, we won't hurt anyone. I'm starving to death. This is an emergency. Song Chao, the emergency evasion guy, was back. He had already devoured the box of sausages and instant noodles had taken from Li Ying's place last time. It was simple. Song Chao had been alone and could have stretched it for days, but had told his buddies he had food, and they all came running. 13 of them, all brothers. How could Song Chao refuse to share? How long could that little bit of food last? When it ran out, Song Chao needed to find more, and then he saw Li Ying's post in the group chat. Song Chao immediately rallied his 12 lackeys armed with cleavers and machetes, masked their faces, and charged over. Their reputation as the 13 guardians of Shishan was not for nothing. You? Why are you back? Didn't I already give you him sausages and instant noodles? Li Ying's face paled with fear at the sight of Song Chao and his gang armed with machetes. The memory of his vicious slaps still left her cheeks burning with pain. Slap. True to form, Song Chao delivered another thunderous slap across her face. You've got all this food at home, and you only hand me this pittance. Are you mocking me? You're just begging for a beating. Li Ying crumpled to the floor, tears streaming silently down her face, while the wealthy onlookers cowered with their hands clasped over their heads. Their precious lives were far too valuable to risk. Boss, we have nothing here. Please don't harm us. We'll leave all right. The leading rich woman, trembling at the sight of the armed gang, was terrified for her own safety. She couldn't risk losing her life over mere goods. Everyone get out. I'm exercising emergency hazard avoidance. I'm not robbing. I'm not killing. Lawyer Zhang said so. Even if I killed a Siberian tiger right now, I wouldn't be breaking the law. Hazard avoider Song Chao still adhered to his principles. He simply ordered them to leave. The wealthy patrons scrambled away, clutching their heads, vowing that in the future they would only conduct transactions through private transfers. Going out in groups to shop was far too nerve-wracking. This was a lesson learned. Brothers, start hauling. Take the freezers too. Only food. We don't hurt anyone. This is hazard avoidance, not robbery. The 13 guardians of the West Hill district were men of principle. No hitting, no smashing. Just moving stuff. Downstairs, 2 small trucks with shattered windows were waiting. Why were the windows broken? Those in the know knew. The 13 guardians worked quickly, but the loud scraping of the refrigerators roused Xiao Xiao from her sleep. Rubbing her eyes, she opened the door and was stunned. Had she time traveled? Was this even her home? How did you get in? This is my house. Get out right now. Xiao Xiao was furious. But her anger was futile despite her training in Taekwondo and Sanda. Little beauty, I advise you to behave and go back to your room. We're conducting an emergency hazard avoidance here. But my brothers here wouldn't mind paying you for a quick round if you cause trouble. Xiao Xiao was speechless. She couldn't believe they could justify robbery and gang rape so brazenly. Facing the 13 armed men, she dared not resist. She retreated to her room, slammed the door, and locked it. From under the drawer, she pulled out her brother's 2 samurai swords, sharpened illegal weapons. It wasn't that Xiao Xiao was seeking a fight to the death. The goods were worth only a few $100,000, not worth dying for. They'd leave once they were done. But she needed a weapon for self-defense, didn't she? If they truly tried to assault her, she'd fight to her last breath to stop them. Xiao Xiao was seething. How did these lunatics even know she had supplies? And how had they broken in without making a sound? Wasn't her steel door welded for nothing? The bedroom door was locked, they'd have to kick it down. Xiao Xiao grabbed her phone, wanting to ask Li Ying what on earth was happening while she had been asleep. But when she opened WeChat, the owner's group chat showed over 999 unread messages. Scrolling back to the first unread message, Xiao Xiao exploded with rage. There were photos of Li Ying selling items, photos of the transactions, and photos of the supplies in her apartment. The angle was clearly from Li Ying's own phone. Li Ying, I treated you as my best friend, and you tried to get me killed. Xiao Xiao was incandescent with fury. She finally understood why Lin Feng had wanted to kill Abe. You can't keep unfaithful people just like you can't keep untrained dogs. About an hour later, the noise outside subsided. Xiao Xiao waited another 5 minutes. Confirming that no one was there, and that they had merely been conducting their hazard avoidance, she opened the door. The apartment was stripped bare of all food. Even a rat would weep at the emptiness. Xiao Xiao, I'm so sorry. I didn't think it would come to this. I just saw how high prices were getting, and I thought I could sell a few things to make some money. Didn't you buy all this for 300? He'll reimburse you. He'll transfer you $1 million. With that, Li Ying, crying profusely, picked up her phone to make the transfer. Ding! Xiao Xiao looked at her phone. Li Ying had indeed transferred her $1 million yuan. But Xiao Xiao had seen in the group chat that Li Ying had sold a single tube of sunburn cream for 3 million. 9 tubes for 27 million. And now she's offering a measly 1 million. Are you mocking me? Li Ying, from this moment on, get out of my house. Our friendship is over. Stay away from me. My temper has allowed you this one transgression, but if we ever meet again, I fear I won't be able to stop myself from killing you. With that, Xiao Xiao, without accepting the money, blocked Li Ying on WeChat. Li Ying, with a face full of grievance, cried and begged Xiao Xiao, don't be mad. Didn't you say hoarding supplies was to make money? Now you've profited too. We've been friends for so many years. Is that worth less than these things? Besides, I gave you $1 million. You're not at a loss. I didn't do anything wrong. They were the ones who robbed you. It's not my fault. Li Ying clung to Xiao Xiao's legs, but this time Xiao Xiao didn't indulge her. She kicked her, flying across the room. Get out. Don't make me use this sword on you. I don't want to be a killer. Qiao Qiao pointed the samurai sword at Li Ying, who was terrified. Grabbing her bag, she scrambled out of the door. Bang! The door slammed shut, sealing their fates and ending their friendship forever. They would go their separate ways. Qiao Qiao looked at her ransacked home, anger boiling within her. Tears of grievance streamed down her face. She was after all just a woman, and she had never experienced anything like this. It would be a lie to say she wasn't scared. Those were 13 men with machetes. If they had done what they threatened, how could she ever live with herself? Fortunately, it was only the third day of the apocalypse, and these men still had some humanity left. In a few more weeks, who knows what would happen. The living room and kitchen were completely ransacked. Not a single grain of rice was left. Even the 5 freezers full of frozen meat were taken. Wah! Qiao Qiao collapsed onto the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. She finally understood why Lin Feng had offered her a ham sausage when they first met, and said she was only worth 2 of them. If they used force, they didn't even need to give a single sausage. After crying for a while, Qiao Qiao got up and went back to her room. Fortunately, she had stored 3 boxes of sunscreen in her bedroom along with some snacks she enjoyed. It would be enough for a few days. She absolutely could not touch the supplies in the basement storage unless it was a last resort. If those were discovered, would she be able to defend them next time? Qiao Qiao's hatred for Li Ying was now absolute. She had treated her like a sister, and this was how she repaid her. If she hadn't stocked up with Lin Feng, Qiao Qiao reckoned she'd be dead by now. After thinking it over, she picked up her binoculars to see what Lin Feng was up to. Following Lin Feng was without a doubt the most correct decision she could make. Qiao Qiao raised her binoculars and found herself locking eyes with Lin Feng. It was a classic moment of recognition. She was mortified. Why was Lin Feng secretly watching her? Had he discovered she was imitating him? Lin Feng, on the other hand, was even more embarrassed. He thought, is this girl eyeing my ham sausages? Why does she keep sneaking peeks at me? Is being handsome a crime? With this thought, Lin Feng glanced down at his crotch and felt a chill. He shook his head, not daring to dwell on it further. He said, I can only rate your handling of this situation 3 stars. That Li Ying is clearly a gold-digging white lotus who'd risk her life for money. Nowadays, people get away with murder. Are you saving her for the new year? Although Lin Feng had successfully plotted against Li Ying, he still felt it wasn't satisfying enough. After some thought, he felt a bit better. That white lotus Li Ying, with no food and kicked out of her home, would suffer a fate worse than death. Sigh, this is my fault. If I hadn't bought up almost all the food around Huanghai City, the disaster wouldn't have hit it this hard. In my past life, I could still buy grain with money a month in. Why did it come this early this time? But it's not really my problem. I paid for it. It was a fair trade. A willing buyer, a willing seller. What's it got to do with me? Lin Feng had a shred of conscience, but not much. He could have easily robbed them, but he chose to pay. Just then Lin Feng's phone rang. He picked it up and saw a friend request. He could tell from the profile picture it was Qiao Qiao. The earlier eye contact had been awkward, but Lin Feng had thick skin and accepted immediately. Are you craving a ham sausage? I can spare you 2. He followed this with 3 sly grin emojis, which infuriated Qiao Qiao. Who would eat your food? I'd rather starve to death, jump off this building than touch a single bite of your stuff. She sent back 3 angry emojis, but Lin Feng wasn't in the least bit bothered. He could tell without asking that Qiao Qiao was an inexperienced, hot-tempered maiden. Taming such a wild filly would be quite the achievement. Don't be so hasty to reply. No one can escape the pull of reality. Your house has been ransacked, hasn't it? Feel free to contact me anytime you want something to eat. He'll save some for you. As he said this, he sent a picture of a case of ham sausages along with 2 boxes of braised eggs. 1 + 2 sometimes equals. Bastard. Profiteer. Pervert. Shameless. Taking advantage of the crisis and harassing me. He'll break you. Qiao Qiao was furious and issued a harsh threat. This sent a chill down Lin Feng's spine, reopening an old wound. This filly was stubborn and hard to tame, it seemed. He stopped replying, not wanting to provoke her further. What if she pretended to come to a compromise only to pull a Fang Qian? He had just been slapped and still had some memory of it. He decided to wait until she came willingly. A few days of hunger would make her more agreeable. When a person is starving, they'll eat anything. Fang Qian knew that best. Lin Feng put down his phone and stopped messaging. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiao squeezed her phone in frustration, also refusing to back down. She had added Lin Feng to ask if she could trade supplies for a room in his safe house. Even Lin Feng couldn't refuse nearly 20 million yuan worth of supplies, right? Living alone as a girl was too dangerous, and if her stash was exposed, she'd be dead for sure. It was clear Lin Feng didn't want her to move, and his words had shut her down completely. Qiao Qiao gritted her teeth in anger. Isn't he lonely in that huge safe house all by himself? No wonder he's always watching his study materials. She blushed at the thought. If she moved in, would that pervert Lin Feng try something with her? Qiao Qiao was confident in her figure and looks. She didn't think that lecher Lin Feng would have no interest in her. It seemed moving into the safe house wasn't the safest option. Lin Feng himself was the biggest danger. Woman, you have to rely on yourself. Qiao Qiao made up her mind to rely on herself. It was clear that people had different levels of intelligence, and she had wisely figured out that Lin Feng couldn't be counted on. She picked up an electric jackhammer, returned to her room, locked the door, and planned to drill a hole straight through to the warehouse. She drew the curtains to block Lin Feng's view. She pushed the bed aside and turned on the jackhammer. Power's out. Indeed, the power was out. Since Qiao lived on the second floor, it was relatively cool, and she hadn't noticed the heat. The top floor was as hot as the outdoors, just with more shade and a draft. Qiao rubbed her chin. She'd have to wait for the power to come back. This hole had to be made. If she kept going downstairs to fetch supplies and carry them up, she'd eventually be discovered. By connecting the warehouse to her second floor room, she could ensure her own safety. Good thing she hadn't told that White Lotus Li about her nearly 20 million in supplies. Otherwise, nothing would be left today. While Qiao prepared to break through the floor at home, Li sat in the stairwell on the first floor ecstatically, checking her phone balance. 18 million. I can't believe I sold it for so much. Plus a villa, 2 sports cars, and 3 apartments. I'm a multi-millionaire now. The sun hadn't even set, and Li couldn't leave the building anyway. Qiao was incredibly lucky. If Li had heard the jackhammer, things would have gone south. Perhaps Qiao was heaven's chosen one with such incredible luck. Qiao, you're so stupid. Prices are so high now, and you blame me for selling your stuff. You're missing the boat. You want to break ties with me. I'm a multi-millionaire now, I can't be bothered with you. And that Lin Feng. I asked you for 8 million, and you wouldn't give it to me. What's with the attitude just because you have a little money? My price has gone up. No one can touch me now without 100 million. Li played with the keys in her hand. So what if Qiao wouldn't let her stay? So what? Now I have a villa, I wouldn't deign to stay in your dump. Why would I live in a shabby high-rise? A successful woman carries designer bags, drives luxury cars, and lives in a villa. I, Li am the most successful woman now. I have everything. After a while it got dark. Li called to ask where the car she bought was. After getting the details, she drove the car to the villa. Although she didn't have a driver's license, the distance was short, and she managed to get there. Looking at the 2 sports cars and the villa behind her, Li felt her life was complete. I'm now a wealthy woman with tens of millions in the bank, luxury cars, and a villa. Upon entering the villa, it was oppressively hot inside. And since she hadn't had anything to drink all afternoon, Li was very thirsty. She went to the kitchen and turned on the tap. No water. She opened the fridge. No food. Then she tried the air conditioner. No electricity. Li began to panic. At Qiao's place, she never had to worry about food or drink, so she hadn't thought twice about it. Now here she was in a villa with a car and savings, but with no food or water in this unbearable heat. What was she going to do? Li decided to go to the supermarket outside the neighborhood to buy some food. With my 18 million in savings, what can— Li rose and slipped out of her apartment complex under the cover of night. The road stretched before her in pitch darkness, illuminated only by the cold light of the moon, the faint glimmer of stars, and a few solar street lamps. An eerie silence hung over everything. Not a single sound broke the stillness, not the chirping of insects, not the croaking of frogs, not even the whisper of the wind. The silence was deathly unnerving enough to make one's skin crawl. Many of the cars parked along the street had their windows smashed, and here and there she spotted splatters of dried blood. Her heart nearly stopped when she caught sight of a desiccated corpse, its skin blackened by the scorching sun. A scream tore from her throat, and she bolted, running for her life. Having been pampered her entire life, she had never witnessed such horror. She ran, cursing under her breath. What the hell are the authorities doing? Can't they handle this? If they can't, they should step down and let someone else take over. She still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. It was the spoiled, rotten attitude her parents and Qiao had instilled in her. No princess bloodline, but a full-blown princess syndrome. As Lin Feng would say, it was a civilized society that kept her alive, otherwise someone like her wouldn't last 3 days. Turning a corner, Li spotted a large travel bag lying on the ground. Driven by curiosity, Li decided to investigate. The bag looked like a high-end brand, perhaps containing something valuable. She unzipped it and froze in shock. A wave of nausea hit her, and she vomited violently at the gruesome sight within. As any seasoned killer would tell you, if you ever see a bag like this on the roadside, beware, because it's either filled with cash or with human remains. Li retched again at the rotting limbs, intestines, and internal organs spilling out. She staggered to her feet and ran off in terror. She finally made it to a supermarket, only to find its doors shattered, the interior swallowed by darkness. A terrifying sight. Her stomach growled loudly. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything all afternoon, and the vomiting had only made the hunger pangs worse. Switching on her phone's flashlight, Li decided to venture inside to see if any staff were selling food. It wasn't like this the last time she was here. The moment she stepped through the entrance, a foul stench hit her like a wall. Ugh, what is that smell? It's putrid. She took a few steps closer to investigate, and the sight before her made her collapse onto the ground in sheer terror. Bodies lay scattered everywhere, twisted in death. The oppressive heat had accelerated their decay, and the air was thick with the stench of rotting flesh. What is happening? Is this really the end of the world? Despite her fear, the gnawing hunger and thirst were undeniable. Stealing her nerves, she tiptoed past the corpses towards the food section only to find the shelves completely bare. She searched the entire store and didn't find a single soul, let alone a shop assistant. A pang of regret hit her. Was she wrong to have come looking for food? She wandered aimlessly until she reached the imported luxury goods section, which looked surprisingly untouched. High-heeled shoes worth hundreds of thousands and handbags worth millions sat there gathering dust completely ignored. Greed flickered in Li Ying's eyes at the sight of those shoes and bags. No one is watching, no cameras. If I take them, they're mine. With that thought, she grabbed a fire axe and started smashing the glass display cases. The glass shattered with a satisfying crash, and joy surged in Li Ying's heart. Mine. Mine. All mine. She finally tasted the thrill of a $0 shopping spree, and her hunger and thirst were momentarily forgotten. She grabbed a woven sack and began stuffing it with the designer bags she could never have afforded before. High heels, cosmetics, expensive designer clothes, skirts, stockings. Since there were no cameras and no one to stop her, whatever she took was hers. Li Ying filled the sack to the brim, a load that must have weighed over 100 pounds. And yet she managed to heave it onto her back. This was the classic frail woman. You ask her to carry 100 pounds of rice and she can't lift it, but give her 100 pounds of gold bricks, and not only can she carry it, she can run with it. Li Ying staggered out of the supermarket with her massive haul, determined to get it home. Once I get this home, it's all mine. But the moment she stepped outside, she ran into a man wearing a camera on his head and holding a watermelon knife. All right, folks. My dear viewers, in the on the Western Mountain, hanging by a thread live stream, hey race, the first catch of the night. Lucky me, it's just a little lady. Send some gifts, my friends. If you want to see me rough her up, type 666. If you want to rob her, tap the like button. If you want to see me do worse, send a rocket. She's got a big bag, must be full of good stuff. Send those free gifts. Let's go. You gotta hand it to this guy, he knew how to run a show. In an instant, his live stream was flooded with viewers. With everyone cooped up at home with nothing to do, they were all too happy to send their free gifts. Tens of millions of viewers poured into the on the Western Mountain, hanging by a thread stream. After all, who else would dare broadcast something like this so openly? He was truly the #1 streamer in all of China for this kind of content. Brother, I haven't done anything to you, have I? If you want high heels, there are plenty more inside. What are you planning to do? Li Ying was genuinely terrified. Facing a man with a camera on his head and a cleaver in his hand, how could she not be? Relax, sis, millions of viewers are watching. If you cooperate, I won't have to be so rough. Let's start with the fun part first, since dealing with a corpse is just too twisted for me right now. I can't bring myself to do it. Don't be impatient, viewers. I wasn't always a psycho, you know. This sudden shift is a bit hard for me to process too. As he spoke, the streamer advanced on Li Ying with the knife. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to her knees in sheer terror. At that moment, Lin Feng, bored at home and scrolling through his phone, stumbled upon the live stream out of curiosity. He immediately recognized the supermarket entrance and the woman. It was Li Ying. A mischievous thought crossed his mind, and he sent 10 rockets. At 1,000 yuan each head, just blown 10,000 yuan. Go on, bro. Stream well, and I'll send more rockets. Lin Feng typed with a wicked grin. It's not like I'm the one doing it, I'm just watching the show. What's my fault? You were the one wandering around at night instead of staying home, so don't blame me, Lin Feng. Didn't you know that after the apocalypse, staying away from people keeps you safe from 90% of the danger? You got a top spender. Your wish is my command. I can't let your rockets go to waste. Let's do this, folks. With that, the streamer walked up to Li Ying, pressed the knife against her neck, and began to unbuckle his pants. Don't be nervous, sis, it's a first for both of us. I'm live streaming right now. If you satisfy my top viewer's request, I won't kill you tonight. Li Ying stared at the scene unfolding before her, her face contorting with disgust as tears streamed down her cheeks. Brother, I'm sorry. How much money do you want? He'll give you anything, just let me go. Li Ying realized this man was clearly streaming, so he must be after money and gifts. He'll just give him what he wants and hell let me go, right? I have 18 million yuan now. Sis, you still don't get it, do you? If I kill you, your money becomes mine anyway. And besides, I stream for the thrill of it. Money is useless to me now. You can't buy anything with it anyway. So cooperate. Don't make me do something you'll regret. I've only been streaming for 2 days, and I'm not ready to go that far yet. He pressed the knife harder against Li Ying's neck. The sheer terror of the moment taught her a lesson she'd never forget, never go out at night again. No wonder the streets were completely empty. We're all streamers this twisted nowadays. Is there no justice left? Is there no law left? Li Ying nodded, tearfully, left with no choice but to compromise. Sigh. That's it. Just like that. Cooperate, or I'll kill you. Li Ying had no way out of things had come to this, so she had to obey. She felt utterly despairing, believing herself to be completely tainted. Lin Feng's malicious streak surged. He sent another 10 rockets. The top spender just gifted 10 rockets. You better cooperate. Li Ying had no choice but to follow the orders. She deeply regretted her situation, wondering why she had to encounter such a thing. What did I do wrong? Who did I provoke? Seeing this, Lin Feng sent another 10 rockets and typed, "You two read a novel and cooperate with each other." Seeing this request from the top spender, Wazai Shishan Piedandio scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Top spender, your words are quite profound." At that moment, some knowledgeable netizens began to explain in the comments. After reading the barrage, Wazai Shishan Piedandio finally understood. Damn, so that's what reading a novel means. I thought I was already twisted enough. Turns out I'm still not twisted enough. I felt out of place because I wasn't twisted enough. But soon I'll definitely fit right in by being sufficiently twisted. Send some gifts. Let's read the novel together. Let's go. Instantly, the live stream's popularity skyrocketed. Free gifts were flying in like crazy. They were just there for the spectacle anyway. What did they care if something actually happened? Besides, were there even any admins in the stream now? They might not even be alive. Who was there to police what they were streaming? Saying this, Wazai Shishan Piedandio threatened fiercely again. It's just reading a novel. Don't make me desecrate your corpse. Lin cried, but crying was useless now. She had to cooperate, so she obediently began to read the novel. In an instant, Lin bit her arm in anguish. Having experienced it herself, she was now utterly regretful. At that moment, Lin Feng played a song, Chrysanthemum Terrace. Your tearful gaze is weak, yet wounded. The pale crescent moon hooks onto the past. The night is too long, condensing into frost. Who is it on the tower in cold despair? Rain gently taps on the vermilion window. My life is on paper scattered by the wind. Dreams in the distance turn into a wisp of fragrance, drifting away with the wind. Your likeness. Chrysanthemums wither. The ground is full of sorrow. Your smile has faded to yellow. Flowers fall and hearts break. My thoughts lie quietly. The north wind rages. The night is still young. Your shadow cannot be cut away. Leaving me alone, reflected double on the lake. Just as Wazai Shishan Piedandio was feeling invincible, a watermelon knife came slashing down from above. It instantly severed his silver spear. Blood splattered all over Li Ying, and the live stream exploded with chaos. Damn, what are you doing? I didn't mess with you. I don't even know you. He clutched his broken spear, howling in agony. What was supposed to be the most satisfying moment had turned into the most painful one. You're that Wazai Shishan Piedandio. Yesterday in your stream, didn't you tell this poor loser who can't afford gifts to come find you and cut you up? Well, I'm here to cut you now. I've wanted to do this for a long time. You wanted to be cut, right? I'm granting your wish. With that, the man swung his watermelon knife, wildly unleashing a relentless assault on Wazai Shishan Piedandio. With his weapon already broken. Well, I'm here to cut you now. I've wanted to do this for a long time. You wanted to be cut, right? I'm granting your wish. With that, the man swung his watermelon knife, wildly unleashing a relentless assault on Wazai Shishan. Soon as blood splattered onto the camera, the screen of Wazai Shishan Piedandio's live stream went completely dark. Damn, live streaming is risky. You gotta be careful. 666. Wazai Shishan Piedandio is a real man. He's literally streaming with his life. What a beast. I was thinking of starting a stream myself for the fun and the money. After seeing this, I admit I'm scared. He'll just stay home and wait for the official rescue. He died at the peak of satisfaction. His life was worth it. That guy is a madman. He said he'd get cut, and he did. That's a real man, true to his word. Lin Feng was furious seeing this. He had planned to send more rockets to torment that White Lotus Li Ying, who knew an enraged netizen would come out of nowhere. After closing the stream, Lin Feng only had 20,000 yuan left in his account. That wouldn't last long, would it? How could that be enough for future tips? After thinking it over, he decided to call Wu Yong and also check if he was still alive. As soon as the call connected, Wu Yong's voice came through. Damn, boss. You are hands down the greatest trader of this century. When are we selling our supplies? Prices are skyrocketing. They've increased over 100-fold. Selling this 12 billion worth now would make it 12 trillion. You are the richest man in the world now. Lin Feng was a bit stunned by Wu Yong's words. He sounded like he was doing great, pretty comfortable. Not panicked at all. What does me becoming the world's richest man have to do with you? Why do you sound more excited than I do? Boss, when I saw you stockpiling, I did the same. I took my 50 million plus the last 80 million from the company accounts, 130 million total, and went all in without asking. I admit it was a gamble, but it paid off. Just let me know when you're selling. I don't want to miss the peak price. Lin Feng. Honestly, Lin Feng had called to ask for money, but it turned out this Wu Yong was actually useful. This old guy's got a good head on his shoulders, huh? Stockpiled 130 million worth of goods. How long would that take to eat through? He'll let you know when I'm selling. Where did you stockpile the goods? Is it safe? It's pretty chaotic out there. Call me if you need backup. After all, Wu Yong had 130 million in goods, so it was impossible for Lin Feng not to have designs on it. Rather than letting others take it, it was better for Lin Feng to take it. Besides, 80 million of that 130 million was Lin Feng's own money anyway. I'm at Villa 206 in Shishan Villa District. It's pretty remote, so it should be fine. Also, I've reinforced the villa. There are 18 company staff plus my wife and kids, 21 people in total. We bought weapons too. The only problem is the water and power are out, and it's hot as hell in here. Hearing this, Lin Feng picked up his binoculars and looked into the distance. Should he wipe them all out tonight? Wu Yong had no idea that the biggest danger in this world was Lin Feng himself. Telling Lin Feng where your supplies were, that was probably a death sentence. Lin Feng thought it over. Wu Yong had some brains, and without his help he wouldn't have made that 12 billion. He could spare the food for those 21 people. He'd make his move when they couldn't hold out on their own. Lin Feng had a bit of a conscience, but not much. Alright, stop wasting food. Take only what you can eat and prioritize the items nearing their expiry date. Stock up on water. Better yet, dig a well in the villa. Dig down about 5 meters, and you should hit water. Create a group chat, and add me to it. Also transfer all the money from the company accounts to me right now. I have a use for it. Lin Feng decided to give Wu Yong and the others a hand. Otherwise he'd have no one to talk to in the days ahead. And wouldn't that make life utterly dull? Lin Feng was already supporting his own crew. What was one more mouth to feed for Wu Yong? Sure thing, boss. Are you investing in some new project? Mind giving me a hint? Wu Yong assumed Lin Feng had another lucrative venture up his sleeve and was eager to ask, terrified of missing out on a golden opportunity. Wu Yong had long been in awe of Lin Feng. Whatever Lin Feng did, Wu Yong followed. It was a guaranteed win. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. He couldn't exactly confess that he was planning to fund a rocket launch or become a top-tier stream donor, could he? As a big-shot boss, admitting to such a hobby would be utterly beneath his dignity. No big project. Just a cash flow crunch from hoarding too much stock. I need some liquid funds for emergencies. They'll let you know when something comes up. Wu Yong nodded in understanding. With all the supplies he'd stockpiled, a cash flow break was only natural. How many times had his own chain snapped already? Without Lin Feng's 50 million to bail him out, Wu Yong's finances would still be in shambles. He wouldn't have had a cent to hoard supplies. Lin Feng was his savior. Got it, boss. He'll do exactly as you say. Don't forget me when you start selling off the supplies. I'm absolutely loyal to you. I'd go through fire and water for your sake. Good. In the center of the villa, since you all have plenty of idle hands, just dig down 5 meters. Tie ropes around your waists. Don't fall in. With that, Lin Feng hung up the phone. A true boss exudes authority without wasting words. 10 minutes later, Wu Yong transferred 9600 yuan to Lin Feng. Not just from the company accounts, but pooled together from everyone. They had no real use for money now anyway. Pledging their loyalty was far more valuable. Following Lin Feng meant a life of luxury. Lin Feng accepted the money without comment. After all, the vast majority of his 80 million had gone into supplies, a far better investment than throwing cash at streamers. 2 minutes later, Wu Yong created a group chat and added Lin Feng. 18 employees, Wu Yong's family of 3 plus Lin Feng, 22 in total. Hello, boss. Thank you for saving our lives, boss. Whatever you need, boss, will brave any danger. The moment Lin Feng entered the group, everyone greeted him. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Wu Yong was actually somewhat efficient, wasn't he? Their attitude alone deserved recognition. Change your profile pictures to your real photos, no filters. Use your real names as usernames, mark your marital status and age. Do it now. Lin Feng issued the orders via his phone, and within 5 minutes, everyone had complied. Lin Feng scanned the group. There were more women than men, and 2 of them were strikingly beautiful. One was Sun Fangfang, whom Lin Feng had met before, the female salesperson. The other was Wu Daiwe. Lin Feng tapped into her profile and paused stunned. Wu Daiwe was Wu Yong's daughter. The family photo in her moments revealed as much. She was 18, still in high school, but from now on schooling was pointless. She'd have to hole up at home. Looks like I'm going to be supporting you all after all. Wu Yong. The moment I laid eyes on your daughter, I knew I'd be claiming you as my future father-in-law. Lin Feng might lack a conscience, but Wu Yong was useful, and he had a beautiful daughter. That sealed it. Lin Feng had to protect them. Still at 18, she was barely legal. Lin Feng felt a twinge of hesitation. Had wait a year or 2. Lin Feng had a shred of conscience, but only a shred. Alright, I'll swing by your place later with some supplies. During the quarantine, you need a balance of work and leisure. Otherwise, all those people will be bored out of their minds. With that, he shut off his phone and pulled from his storage a handgun, 100 rounds of ammunition, a set of mahjong tiles, a chess set, and a crate of playing cards. A few medical textbooks, a few martial arts manuals, and several sharpened tang sabers. They were cooped up at home, but that didn't mean they had to rot. Laden with bags, Lin Feng left his safe house. When visiting your future wife and father-in-law, you always bring gifts. How could Lin Feng show up empty-handed? In this current climate, he was probably the only person in the world bold enough to stroll out of his front door. After a 10-minute walk, he arrived at Wu Yong's doorstep. Peering through the peephole, Wu Yong saw Lin Feng and swung the door open, warmly welcoming him inside. Hello, boss. Everyone bowed in unison, perfectly respectful. No need for formalities. Rise. Lin Feng had them stand up, mainly to scout for any pretty young women. As they straightened, he noticed that besides Sun Fangfang, Wu Daiwe was indeed stunning. But there was another woman who made Lin Feng crane his neck to look up. Holy crap. What's your name, beauty? How tall are you? I actually have to tilt my head back to see your face. The woman had a doll-like face, but she stood a towering 1.95 meters. a full 10 centimeters taller than Lin Feng's 185. Hello boss. I'm Jiang Qingxue, college graduate. 22 years old. I'm 182 without shoes. The 195 is only because of my heels. Jiang Qingxue quickly greeted him. Without the boss' unconventional antics, they might all have been dead by now. Dried to a crisp, crackling with thirst. From now on, no high heels. I don't like looking up at people. At Lin Feng's command, Jiang Qingxue hastily kicked off her heels, and standing flat-foot, she was finally a bit shorter than him. Yes, boss, I understand. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, walked over, and patted her shoulder, asking with curiosity. You're so tall. Must be hard to find a boyfriend, right? Jiang Qingxue nodded, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Yes, boss. I've always been taller than most boys since I was young. In college I studied nursing, mostly women, so no one ever pursued me. Lin Feng was pleased. It was exactly as Head guessed. The moment Head laid eyes on Jiang Qingxue, Head had to look up. Men are all about pride. Could want a partner, they'd need a stool just to kiss. That would be a blow to anyone's ego. Don't worry, you're still young. I know plenty of people. Once this disaster is over, I'll introduce you to some high-quality men. Of course, the high-quality man Lin Feng referred to was himself. But with all the employees watching, he had some face to save. He couldn't just negotiate terms with Jiang Qingxue right then and there. Otherwise, the staff might think he was pulling some workplace power play. Thank you, boss. I don't have high standards for a partner. Money doesn't matter. He just can't be shorter than me. At least not shorter than me in flats, or else if danger strikes, am I supposed to protect him? Or is he supposed to protect me? Lin Feng nodded. In flats, you and I both stand. I'm 185 taller than you, so I meet your criteria? I guarantee I'm taller. Let's add each other on WeChat privately, and chat more when we get the chance. Instantly, everyone cast envious glances at Jiang Qingxue. Indeed, a woman's fate is often sealed by two paths: being born well or marrying well. Clearly, Jiang Qingxue had hit the jackpot on both counts. How enviable. A partner introduced by the boss. How could that be low quality? Thank you, boss. I really appreciate it. Jiang Qingxue was overjoyed. With her starting height, she had already eliminated 90% of men. Could a man standing at 170 feel anything but inferior seeing her? Wu Daiwe. Alright, hey, race, a little bonus for you all. Food and drink, work and rest combined. Don't worry about wages. 10,000 a month. Paid leave. From now on, the women will study medical texts in the mornings, and the men will practice boxing and kickboxing. Afternoons are yours to do as you please. Keep an eye on each other. Rewards for reports. With that, Lin Feng tossed the two large bags in his hands to the ground and turned to leave. A boss, of course, must have presents. Take care, boss. A group of employees bowed in farewell. This boss was too good. Paid leave meant they didn't have to worry about going hungry after the disaster. But little did they know, when danger loomed, Lin Feng was their most reliable shield. Yet when there was no danger, Lin Feng himself was the greatest danger. After Lin Feng left, Wu Yong took the lead and checked what he had brought tonight. Mahjong, chess, and playing cards. Reasonable enough. After all, stuck at home, they needed some entertainment. Medical texts and martial arts books were fine too. It was the boss' assignment, and learning more could only benefit them. Besides, with paid leave, a morning of study was hardly a burden. A tang saber, and a sharpened one at that. No problem either. With things so chaotic now, it was only sensible to have some weapon for self-defense. Not just against thieves, but against prying eyes. But this pistol and 100 rounds of ammunition. We're starting to feel like our days are numbered. Ahem, this is a replica gun. They'll keep it safe, that you all split the rest. Wu Yong had a good head on his shoulders. Even without Lin Feng saying it outright, he knew the gun was meant for his own protection, so he quickly stashed it away. Though the employees weren't the sharpest, they weren't fools either. A boss worth billions owning a few guns was perfectly plausible, right? They were just employees, and with their paid leave and wages, no one saw fit to expose Wu Yong's little lie. It would only make things awkward for everyone. The supplies the boss provided were crucial, a lifeline in their time of need. Especially that pistol. Having a gun versus not having one was a world of difference. Lin Feng's main concern was his supplies being stolen and his chosen few little wives being violated, which is why he gave Wu Yong a gun for protection. If someone actually tried to rob you with all your weapons and a gun, and you couldn't hold them off for 5 minutes at such close range, then you truly deserve to die. Back at the wall, Lin Feng activated his spatial power and began digging into the earth. He dug straight down to a spot 5 meters below the villa, then used his space to carve out a shaft 3 meters wide and 100 meters deep. A deep well this size. If you can't even manage a 5-meter dig, then you truly deserve to die. He stood up, packed the excess soil back into his space, and headed home. Had given them everything they needed. If they still died, then Lin Feng could do no more. Alright, everyone listen to the boss. Dig right here. Men and women alike. 1 hour each. Dig down 5 meters. Take precautions so you don't fall in. Starting tomorrow, the women study medicine in the mornings, the men martial arts. Afternoons are free. A month of paid leave at 10,000. Food and board provided. That's not too much to ask, is it? No, not at all. Wu Yong certainly had leadership skills. In these conditions, they paid better than any job. Only a fool would refuse. Everyone packed up grab picks and shovels and paired up to start digging. With shifts changing every hour, the work wasn't grueling. Lin Feng had given them all he could. 105 meters deep would surely hit water plus weapons and won. That was why Lin Feng never considered pulling Zhao Jun, Wu Yong, and the others into a safe house. His space was useless on people, and with someone at home could he even get a good night's sleep? Who knew what they'd do once he was unconscious? That was why Lin Feng never considered pulling Zhao Jun, Wu Yong, and the others into a safe house. His space was useless on people, and with someone at home could he even get a good night's sleep? Who knew what they'd do once he was unconscious? Lin Feng returned home and glanced at the 9/8 of a 0 yuan left in his account, enough to splurge on tipping streamers for a few days. He scrolled through the channels, but found nothing interesting. Nothing had that thrilling raw energy of my Shishan Piao Duan Diao live streams. But Lin Feng wasn't worried. If there was one Shishan Piao Duan Diao, there would be 10,000 more. From now on, my live streaming was just a matter of time. Watching live was always more thrilling than 3D projections. Lin Feng knew that eventually no one would be streaming anymore, because all the survivors would have grown used to it. With nothing else to do, Lin Feng just lay back and did nothing. Another day passed like that. Lin Feng lived in comfort and ease while Li Ying, naked and kneeling at the supermarket entrance, couldn't calm herself for a long time. Tonight's events had completely shattered Li Ying's worldview, and her CPU had burned out entirely. Damn Lin Feng. Damn Qiao Qiao. If Lin Feng had given me 8 million, I wouldn't have sold the supplies. If Qiao Qiao hadn't kicked me out, would I have suffered such humiliation? Would I have been ravaged in the blood? Damn you all. You truly deserve to die. Clearly Li Ying's already feeble mind had completely fried. What did this have to do with Lin Feng or Qiao Qiao? Wasn't this all her own doing? Why not just stay home and lie low? Qiao Qiao had even promised to support her with those 3 rules. But no, she had to sell the supplies and go out on the town. Too weak to handle it, but still craving the thrill. Now that it's crashed, she's blaming her teammates. You're something else. Li Ying knelt there for half an hour, unable to rise. One reason was the pain, the other was sheer terror. The pain racked her body, making it impossible to even stand. Fortunately, no one came by during that half hour, and she managed to shakily get up. She pulled the broken bloodstained spearhead from the steel door and tossed it aside in disgust. The agony brought her to tears. The pain of having the steel door's absolute defense forcibly pierced through was so severe that even walking was a struggle. She lay on the ground, taking another half hour to recover until the stabbing sensation finally subsided a bit. Trembling, she stood up, put on her skirt and high heels. Even such small movements took 20 minutes. Her underwear and stockings were now impossible to wear. Any contact brought searing pain. Li Ying was furious. If it weren't for Lin Feng and Xiao Qiao, how could she have ended up like this? They truly deserved to die. But she couldn't die. Not before she had killed them. With her legs trembling, she opened her bag and picked out 2 pairs of the most expensive high heels, 2 priciest handbags, and a few costly outfits. Swaying unsteadily, she slung them over her shoulder and headed back toward the villa. This is nothing. I'm still a virgin. My final line hasn't been crossed. I can still take revenge. This was the White Lotus Li Ying. Her guts could be severed, her blood could spill, but her handbags could never be lost. And even after all this, Li Ying still believed she was clean. After all, she was still a virgin. The streets were empty since with this heat, as long as people had food and water, everyone stayed holed up at home, unwilling to risk going out. Li Ying staggered back to the villa, locked the gate, went inside, and set down her handbags and high heels. Those were worth millions. She took a few deep breaths, but the gnawing hunger in her stomach and the boat's instinctual thirst began to erode her willpower. The tough woman who had carried 100 pounds of shopping bags also had her weak moments, and this was Li Ying's most vulnerable. Li Ying collapsed onto the floor in despair, staring at the empty faucet, a sense of hopelessness washing over her. She picked up her phone, clutching at her last shred of hope, and appealed to the homeowners, the very people she had helped during the day. Can anyone give me a sip of water? I can pay for it, the price is negotiable. Many in the homeowners group saw her message, including Qiao Qiao and Lin Feng. Yet no one replied. The living bodhisattva had blessed many, but now no one was there to bless her. Those were all one-time deals. Once you sold to me, I'm not obliged to sell it back to you. Song Chao glanced at his phone with disdain. He and his 12 brothers were grilling meat from the fridge. Grilling in this weather was simple. It was already 40 to 50 degrees. They just grabbed some plastic and would set up an iron plate sprinkled on salt, cumin, and chili powder and enjoyed the feast. We, the 13 protectors of Shishan District, are merely taking emergency shelter. We haven't stolen. We haven't smashed anything. We haven't committed any crimes. We're just taking cover. We just want to survive. What crime have we committed? Hours later, Li Ying, now thirsty and hungry, felt she couldn't hold on any longer and sent another message in the homeowners group. I'm so hungry now. Can those of you who bought supplies from me give some back? He'll pay double what you paid. A bowl of instant noodles, a sausage. Please. I'm about to starve to death. Won't you give it back to me? He'll pay. Li Ying still didn't realize what she had done wrong, and the wealthy who had paid exorbitant prices for sunscreen and food certainly weren't going to speak up. They weren't foolish for paying such high prices they paid because they couldn't get the items otherwise. In 2050, due to an overabundance of supplies, everyone had gotten into the habit of buying just enough for each meal. After all, why not spend money on fresh food? You could just grab groceries on your way home from work. Who would want to eat stale frozen goods when they could have fresh for the sake of their health? They still hadn't forgotten the Hex-Tech food safety incidents of 2030. No matter your technology and tricks, they'll just not eat it right. But now trouble had arisen. They couldn't even get the tech and trick food. What's more, Lin Feng had bought 10 billion yuan worth of supplies near Huanghai City, nearly emptying the city's surroundings of food. This was the direct reason so many people in Huanghai City were starving just 3 days after the disaster struck. Lin Feng still had a bit of conscience. He could have just looted, but he spent the 10 billion instead. Li Ying stared at the silent group chat in utter despair. When I was selling to you, you were all so enthusiastic. Now that I'm in trouble, you're all playing dead. After some thought, Li Ying decided it was time to compromise with Xiao Xiao. Although Xiao Xiao no longer had food, Li Ying remembered that Xiao Xiao had stored water in a bathtub and several large buckets. Even if Xiao Xiao had no food now, just a sip of water would do. Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry I was wrong. Can you forgive me? I'm dying of thirst. Can you give me a sip of water? Knowing Xiao Xiao had blocked her, Li Ying used a secondary account to send a sincere apology. Buzz. Xiao Xiao glanced at her phone, still seething with anger. I fed you, gave you drink, gave you the chance to stock up supplies with me, but you spent your money on bags. Then you sold my supplies and nearly got me assaulted. Is this how you treat me? Do you have any conscience? Furious, Xiao Xiao blocked the secondary account too. Now Xiao Xiao finally understood why Lin Feng had killed the dog he bought for 3 million, because it was disobedient. In a situation like this, what use are you to me anyway? Li Ying kept trying to add Xiao Xiao, but she found that all her alternate accounts had been blocked as well. Xiao Xiao, I'm angry. I thought we were best friends who would share weal and woe through life and death. How could you treat me like this? If you're heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Ying stared at her phone screen, which showed her messages were being rejected, her anger boiling over. This was the very reason Lin Feng had given Xiao Xiao a 3-star rating. Being merciful to someone like her is cruelty to yourself? You think you're noble. You think not killing her outright is humane. You're so righteous. You're so great. This time you've let the tiger back to the mountain. You two can deal with each other slowly. They'll just watch the show. Xiao Xiao was truly furious. Once she blocked someone, she had no intention of unblocking them. No matter how many alternate accounts Li Ying used, it wouldn't work. Just then the power came back on. Xiao Xiao turned on the faucet, and sure enough, the water was back too. The water pressure wasn't great, but there was still water on the second floor. After filling every container with water, Xiao Xiao grabbed a jackhammer and went to her bedroom. With her anger at full capacity, she pried up the floorboards and went to work on the ground beneath her bed with the jackhammer. Before long, she broke through. After half an hour of drilling, she had created a hole big enough for a person. Xiao Xiao climbed down through the hole into the warehouse below, and seeing all the supplies safe and sound, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She picked up a welding torch and reinforced the already fortified door, welding even the small keyhole door shut. Xiao Xiao wasn't leaving any doors. After a night of welding, the entire ground floor warehouse door was fused to the wall. After the Li Ying incident, Qiaoqiu's CPU had a major upgrade. Just weld it shut, and that's that. If they're capable, let them blow up the building. Let it all be destroyed. Bring it on. I'm tired. Xiao Xiao had been busy all night, and since she'd be sleeping at home during the day anyway, and now that no one else was there, she could finally get a good night's sleep. She took out a few packs of chicken legs for Fangzi. Giving supplies to Li Ying was worse than feeding them to a dog. Since the supplies were sufficient for now, Xiao Xiao hadn't yet decided to abandon Fangzi. Back in the room, she laid down the floorboards to cover the hole, turned on the air conditioner, and let the cool air blow for a while. Before the room could cool down, the power went out again. Xiao Xiao knew this was just the beginning. It wouldn't be long before the water and power were completely cut off. Right. She opened the window to let in the hot air, without it she'd suffocate. Going to the bathroom, she looked at the bathtub full of water, and longed to jump in for a cool, refreshing bath to wash off the sweat. So I better save it for drinking. She scooped a cup with an iron mug, and placed it in the sunlight. In a few minutes, it would be sterilized. Xiao Xiao drank the warm water, feeling even worse. The tap water had a metallic taste, and was lukewarm. If she weren't so thirsty, she wouldn't have touched it. After finishing a cup of water and feeding Fangzi, Xiao Xiao lay on the bed too listless to eat. She decided to just sleep. It was the 4th day since the apocalypse began, and many people's lives were similar to Qiaoqiu's. Their sleep schedules had been turned upside down. In the early days, most people chose to hole up at home with their food reserves. Later, when the food runs out, the real chaos will begin. Since the apocalypse started, if you could avoid people, you could avoid over 99% of the danger. The true apocalypse was about to begin. Xiao Xiao had been up all night, and Li Ying was equally busy. When the water and power came back, Li Ying excitedly drank 3 glasses of water and rushed into the bathroom for a shower. She felt disgusted until she scrubbed away all the filth and blood from her body. At least I held my ground, I'm still a virgin. After the shower, the pain in her steel door didn't seem so intense. Drying off and changing into the designer clothes she brought back, slipping into high heels worth hundreds of thousands, Li Ying felt like the noble little princess she once was. Though her thirst was quenched, hunger gnawed at her. Pondering, she pulled out the 3 property deeds, deciding to go collect the houses. Collecting the houses wasn't the goal. Li Ying had a place to stay. Her main aim was to score some food while she was at it. With her slender arms and legs, how could she possibly rob anyone? She'd be lucky not to get robbed herself out there. She'd remember the terrifying encounter in the blood-soaked supermarket aisle for the rest of her life. She would never dare to wander a store alone at night again. Following the addresses on the deeds, Li Ying found the first place and knocked. "Who is it? What do you want?" A tense voice came from within. "I'm Li Ying. You sold me this house, right? I'm here to take possession." Hearing this, the man inside was displeased. "I give you my house. Then where am I supposed to live?" Peeking through the peephole and confirming Li Ying was alone and unarmed, he opened the door. "Miss, you need to give me some time, right? Even a court-ordered eviction has a grace period. You can't just show up the next day demanding the place. Isn't that a bit too hasty?" Li Ying knew she was being hasty, but her stomach was more urgent. Hunger is a cruel master. "Fine, if you want give me the house, then give me some food as rent. Anything will do, I'm not picky." "Not picky now. What about the time she took 1 bite at Xiao Xiao's and threw it away? Our place is out of food too. There's nothing to give." The man clearly refused. Could be stupid enough to give away food now. He wasn't even sure his own family could survive the coming days, let alone feed a stranger. "Then give me the house. It's mine now." Li Ying's demand angered the man. "If I give you the house, I'm homeless. You're trying to drive me to my death. Get lost. Sue me if you want. If you win, I'll move out." Earlier that day, had called her a living bodhisattva, but now he turned his back on her completely. "You're being unreasonable. We had a deal. The contract is signed. You can't just back out now." Li Ying's naivety was beyond saving, still expecting people to honor their word. "Don't push me. If I can't survive without a home, I'll kill you first. Now get out. If you come back demanding this house, I swear I'll stab you." With a menacing glare, the man pulled out a fruit knife and lunged at her. Terrified, Li Ying bolted, sprinting faster than she ever had in her life, abandoning the house, her pain forgotten, her only thought to escape. Pant. What's wrong with people these days? Where's their integrity? Their word. Once the police station reopens, I'm reporting you. Li Ying was exhausted, gasping for air. It had been a truly grueling night. After all, she had fought for her life, and that bowl of thin porridge hadn't done much to quell her hunger. She went to the second house, the one belonging to the mother who sold her home to save her son. "Sister, it's Li Ying. I'm here to take over the house." She knocked and announced her purpose, but kept her distance from the door, wary of another surprise attack. "Girl, you saved my son's life. I won't go back on my word about the house. Once this disaster is over, I'll move out immediately. Can you give me a little more time?" The mother's face was etched with worry, as she seemed like an honest, simple woman. "That's fine, but I'll need you to pay some rent. 3 loaves of bread or instant noodles a day until you move out." Seeing she was reasonable, Li Ying stated her terms directly. "Girl, we have no food. There are 5 of us, and all we have left is a few pounds of flour. You can search the house if you don't believe me. When the disaster ends, I promise I'll give you the house." The woman stepped aside, inviting Li Ying in. Li Ying thought for a moment and decided to go in and look around. She was so hungry. She rummaged through the entire place, but all she found was half a bag of flour, nothing else. She looked at it, maybe 5 pounds left. Li Ying didn't know how to cook, and her villa was newly renovated with no pots or pans. How was she supposed to eat it? "Well, just give me the flour then, and you can stay in the house for now." She was still hungry, and she couldn't leave empty-handed. "Girl, this is all we have. If you take it, the 5 of us won't survive. We're grateful you saved our son, but you can't take this. You'd be starving us all." The man of the house in his 30s clutched the flour, refusing to let go. In times like these, food was life itself. "Then give me the house." Li Ying was indignant, confident in her right. "Oh heavens. We're doomed. I'm old and have lived my life. They'll trade my life for hers. I won't be a burden to my children." Seeing Li Ying's relentless pressure, the old woman of the house grabbed a cleaver and charged at her. She'd rather die fighting than see her family starve because of this. Li Ying was paralyzed with fear. Had everyone gone mad? Ready to kill over anything? "Forget it. I don't want anything. Don't hurt me. I'm leaving. I won't come back." Li Ying fled, easily outrunning the old woman. Once safely back at the villa, the terrifying experiences at the first 2 houses made her abandon any thought of trying the third. Why are rich people so honorable? It's true the poor have no class. Li Ying was furious. Getting the villa and the luxury car had been so easy. Why was getting a bit of food such a struggle? "I can give you a villa because I have many villas. But I can't give you my house because I only have one. And I definitely can't give you my food because that's my lifeblood." She sat on the floor, stewing in her anger. She checked her phone, sent a mass message asking if anyone had extra food they'd be willing to sell at a high price. They were all friends and family, as surely someone would help her, right? Besides, she still had 18 million. She was offering top dollar. After waiting half an hour with no replies, her message vanished into the void. Then a ding. A few minutes later, a message finally came through. Li Ying excitedly grabbed her phone. See, money can buy anything. Ying, didn't you buy food with the money I sent? We have a little rice left, but only enough for your father and me for tomorrow. If you have nothing to eat, come home. Maybe this disaster will be over in a few days. Of course, the only person who will help you when you're in need is your own mother. After thinking it over, Li Ying decided she couldn't go home. There was no food there either. If even her upscale neighborhood was this chaotic, her family's home would be even more dangerous. I'm fine. I was just asking around to stock up a bit more. Don't worry about me. Good. Call me if anything happens. You're my only daughter. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Reading her mother's message, Li Ying's tears flowed again. Aside from my parents, all of you deserve to die. Amidst her sobs, Li Ying suddenly realized that while food might be scarce, water was an absolute necessity. She rushed into the bathroom and turned on the tap. The water pressure was far weaker than before. What had once been a passable trickle for a shower was now barely a drip. Li Ying turned on every faucet in the apartment, her regret deepening with each drop. If only she had stored water before leaving. At this rate, she wouldn't have enough to drink by tomorrow. Overwhelmed by her plight, she frantically scrolled through her contacts, wondering who on earth could possibly save her. Suddenly her eyes landed on Lin Feng's name. Didn't he say he'd give me a box of ham sausages if I spent the night with him? If I rationed them, they could last a long time. With nothing else left to offer, Li Ying was prepared to sell her most precious asset. Lin Feng had truly been a prophet. Over a month later, she was indeed selling her virginity for a box of ham sausages. A glimmer of hope shone in Li Ying's eyes as she prayed he would honor his word. Ding! Lin Feng was of course still awake, idly playing a single-player game and sipping wine as carefree as a celestial being. A message popped up. Lin Feng, are you asleep? He'll stay with you for a night if you give me a box of ham sausages. I can come over right now if you agree. He glanced at the message from Li Ying, his face twisting in disgust. He had watched her entire live stream of the bloody path. The spearhead broke off inside your steel gate. If I could still get it up for you after that, I'd have to be some kind of pervert. Forget it, the very sight of you makes me sick. Your live stream was too filthy, you've killed any interest I had. I'd rather feed the ham sausages to a dog than give them to you. Lin Feng held no fondness for Li Ying. Initially her looks had piqued his interest, but now even that was gone. He hadn't blocked her, thinking it might be fun to toy with her again if he ever got bored. After all, he had nothing better to do at home. Li Ying stared at the message, tears streaming down her face once more. Did that many people watch that live stream? Even Lin Feng knows. She replied, if you saw it, you should also know I'm still a virgin. And I've showered since then. I'm not dirty. I don't need a whole box. Just one sausage. They'll come over every night. You just give me one sausage each time. Please, Lin Feng, just give me one. I'm starving to death. Li Ying was completely broken. She had thought she could sell herself for a fortune, but now she couldn't even fetch a single ham sausage. Even if you offered to come over every night for a sausage, the thought of it now just disgusts me. In this heat, I hope that spearhead didn't get lodged in your steel gate. You better get that checked out. If it's really stuck, you're done for. Upon reading Lin Feng's insulting words, Li Ying broke down in hysterical sobs. It was only at this moment that she truly regretted selling Chow Chow supplies. If she still had those things, she wouldn't complain to anyone. She'd eat whatever she was given. Wah! Am I really going to starve to death here? Isn't there anyone who can help me? They'll do anything for help. Li Ying collapsed onto the floor, drowning in regret. But there was no going back, no what ifs. Just then, ding. Her phone buzzed. She looked at the screen and saw a sliver of hope. Sorry, I was just driving my boyfriend home and didn't see your message. Thank you for the sunburn cream. My boyfriend is doing much better now. I have a lot of food at home and the official rescue supplies have arrived. My boyfriend got injured on duty and received a good amount of food. If you don't mind that the compressed biscuits aren't tasty, you're welcome to come over. Li Ying sprang up the moment she read Liang Qi's message. She quickly packed her things and rushed to Building 3, Unit 3, Room 303. Good deeds do pay off. Chow Chow. Lin Feng. You two treated me like this. Just you wait. This isn't over. Arriving at the entrance of 33,303, she saw Liang Qiyu and her boyfriend Zhou Kaihua, carefully carrying boxes of compressed biscuits upstairs. Zhou Kaihua looked frail, his face badly sunburned, and his head shaved clean. He had to rest every few steps, but kept pushing on. Once the sun comes up, we won't be able to move them at all. Bro, let me help you. You go inside and rest. The sight of food invigorated Li Ying. Carrying one box up 3 flights of stairs was nothing. She could manage 10. And who is this? Zhou Kaihua asked Liang Qiyu, who gave a gentle smile and replied, this is Li Ying. Her burn cream saved your life. Zhou Kaihua visibly relaxed upon hearing this, his hand moving away from his waist. Li Ying glanced down at Zhou Kaihua's waist and was overjoyed. He He was an escort officer, and he was carrying a gun. If she could align herself with him, who would dare bully her in this neighborhood? Lin Feng. Chow chow. You just wait. Once I get a gun, I'll shoot you both. Without you, I wouldn't have been humiliated on that live stream. Keep your voice down. We don't want to be discovered. It's dangerous. Having been robbed and humiliated, Li Ying had learned to be cautious. She obediently carried the compressed biscuits upstairs, careful not to make a sound. Liang Xiaoyu was deeply grateful to Li Ying. Without her sunburn cream, Zhou Kaihua's burns could have become infected and cost him his life. She also knew that official rescue supplies were on their way, and Li Ying, a young woman, and her savior couldn't possibly eat that much. Lin Feng was also aware of the rescue supplies. However, Liang Xiaoyu knew too little. The authorities had only distributed supplies once, and only that one time. After that, the government gave up hoarding their strategic reserves for the military, hoping they could use force to suppress any unruly factions after the disaster. What happened after that, Lin Feng didn't know. The military was rarely seen, likely hiding in mountain caves to escape the heat. 10 boxes of compressed biscuits, 5 pounds, each were moved in quickly. That was 50 pounds, or 400 biscuits. Even if the three of them ate 3 each a day, it would only last about a month and a half. Liang Xiaoyu was a doctor and received her share, and Zhou Kaihua got extra for his rescue efforts, so this supply was for 2. After they finished moving everything upstairs, Li Ying stared at the biscuits, swallowing hard. She hadn't eaten all day and felt like she was on the verge of death. Hungry. Here, have one. It might not taste great, but it'll fill you up. Seeing Li Ying's desperate look, Liang Xiaoyu opened a box and handed her a pack. Thank you. You're a lifesaver. Li Ying tore open the package and took a huge bite. That bite nearly chipped her teeth. That's how official compressed biscuits were. They were military rations designed to stave off hunger, not to please the palate. They were dense and tough. Hard to chew right. Crush them up and soak them in water. It tastes awful, but it's very filling. Zhou Kaihua went inside, got a hammer, and weakly smashed a biscuit into a bowl half filled with water. After a while, it had soaked into a thick paste. Li Ying wolfed it down. It was the worst thing she had ever tasted, yet at that moment, it was the most delicious. What choice did she have? She was starving. Liang Xiaoyu spent the entire day rescuing Zhou Kaihua with the burn ointment and only returned home late. She didn't even see Li Ying's message until she got back. How could she possibly have had time to check the group chat? It's like if your parents were in the ICU, would you really be in the mood to scroll through messages? Besides, decent people mute their group chats. Who actually sits around reading every single message all day? Don't they have jobs to go to? Are they supposed to survive on air alone? Can reading group messages really support a family? If that were the case, why would Liang Xiaoyu bother working at all? She could just lie at home and read messages all day. Why even go to work? Why don't you stay at home? I've heard it's really dangerous out there now. Isn't it risky for a young woman like you? Liang Xiaoyu found it strange that Li Ying seemed not to have eaten all day. When she fetched the sunburn cream, she noticed the room was stocked with plenty of supplies. Why would there be a shortage of food? That's not my home, it's my friend's place. I made a small mistake and angered her, so she chased me out with a knife. Li Ying glossed over the details, having no intention of revealing the real reason she was kicked out. Alas, with this great calamity befalling the world, people's hearts have grown cold. To think she'd kick you out just to save a bit of food. What a heartless wretch. Liang Xiaoyu was furious. How could anyone expel a sweet girl like Li Ying? Was everyone just like Lin Feng? Someone with the power to help, but who not only refuses to lend a hand, but also exploits others in their hour of need. Is that even human? It's alright, little sister. You saved my life, so I'll take you in. In a few days, the authorities will finish assessing the damage and distribute relief supplies. Everything will get better. You must have faith in them. Zhou Kaihua had returned home to recover from his severe sunburn. He still carried his gun because the situation was so chaotic now, and they feared for his safety. Once his wounds healed, he would await orders to report back for duty. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister. Li Ying bowed obediently in gratitude, though her gaze kept drifting toward the gun at Zhou Kaihua's waist. It'll be dawn soon. Let's get some sleep while it's still relatively cool. Good thing we're on the 3rd floor. It won't heat up too quickly. This afternoon, sleeping will be impossible. Liang Xiaoyu had known the power would go out, so she'd set the AC to its lowest and never turned it off. The room was still pleasantly cool, and she was exhausted from the day's work, ready to sleep. Zhou Kaihua was equally worn out, as he was still quite weak. Which room will you two sleep in? I don't snore, so I won't disturb you. Li Ying asked Liang Xiaoyu. Her apartment was 80 square meters with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. Not wanting to jeopardize her place to stay, she quickly asked in a gentle, obedient tone. You and I will take the master bedroom. He can sleep in the spare room. Liang Qian's words made Li Ying pause. Weren't you two dating and about to get married? Why aren't you sleeping together? But Li Ying didn't pry. She just nodded and followed Liang Xiaoyu to the master bedroom. Lying on the bed, Liang Xiaoyu was soon fast asleep. She had spent the previous day delivering medicine to Zhou Kaihua and caring for him for a full day and night. She was utterly exhausted. Li Ying crept out of bed, slipped out of the room, and closed the door quietly. She then went to the mirror to inspect her face. Her sunburn wasn't severe with the cream, and time to heal it had mostly recovered, just slightly pink. She opened her bag, took out her makeup, and began to apply it. Eyeshadow, lipstick, foundation. She transformed back into the elegant little princess she once was. She tiptoed to the spare room door, pushed it open gently, and asked softly, "Brother Zhou, are you asleep?" "I can't sleep, and Sister Qiuyu is already out cold. Mind if I come chat with you?" Zhou Kaihua wasn't asleep, but had stripped down to just his shorts and felt a bit embarrassed. "Not yet. Let me put some clothes on. It's just so hot. Sorry, don't laugh at me." Zhou Kaihua hurriedly reached for his shirt, but Li Ying stepped inside and closed the door, saying sweetly, "It's fine. You're a man. No need to be shy. Don't bother with the clothes, it's too hot." She gently reached out to stop him, and he, feeling sheepish, set the shirt aside. It had to be said Zhou Kaihua, at 25, had spent years as a soldier and then worked as an armed escort after his discharge. He had a chiseled muscular build, but his face would likely be scarred for life from the severe sunburn. "Well, alright. It's only because it's you. If Qiuyu saw this, she'd call me a pervert again." Zhou Kaihua was a bit tense, but Li Ying was even more curious. "You two are supposed to be getting married, aren't you, and Sister Qiuyu about to tie the knot? Why are you sleeping in separate rooms? And she'd call you a pervert?" Her question made Zhou Kaihua sigh deeply. "Sai Qiuyu is perfect in every way except that she's extremely conservative. We've been together for 6 years. I was a soldier for 3 and an escort for 3 after that, and she's only let me hold her hand a few times. We've never even kissed. She says absolutely no crossing the line before marriage." Hearing this, Li Ying knew her opportunity had arrived. "Brother Zhou, isn't Sister Qiuyu being a bit too much? You're about to get married, and she won't even let you touch her. How can you stand it? And now with this disaster, your wedding is postponed indefinitely. Once you're healed, you'll have to go back to the front lines for relief work. Who knows how many more years that'll take. Why don't I talk to Sister Qiuyu? They'll take the spare room, and you two can have the master bedroom." Zhou Kaihua felt a surge of frustration at her words. He was a normal man, 25 years old, and still a virgin. It would be one thing if he didn't have a girlfriend, but he did, and they were practically engaged. This didn't feel like a real relationship at all. Forget it. She's stubborn and would never agree. That's her requirement for dating too. If a man isn't a virgin, she won't even look at him. She has a purity complex, and it's severe. The resentment in Zhou Kaihua's voice was unmistakable, and Li Ying knew her moment had come. "Brother Zhou, lie down. Let me give you a massage. You worked so hard for the country and its people, you deserve a rest." With that, she gently guided him onto the bed and began to massage his body with her small hands. Zhou Kaihua wanted to protest, but the sensation was far too pleasurable. He looked at Li Ying's face, beautifully made up. Big eyes, double eyelids, pink eyeshadow, and alluring phoenix eyes. What man could resist such a sight? After the massage went on for a while, Zhou Kaihua swallowed hard, unable to tear his gaze away. A nameless fire ignited in his core as he stared at Li Ying, transfixed. Had been repressed for 25 years, if he felt nothing, he'd be a eunuch. But Zhou Kaihua still had his wits about him. He closed his eyes, trying to look away. Neither of them noticed the drone hovering silently just outside the window, its camera lens blinking. "Bet you didn't see that coming." Lin Feng was back, and had arrived just in time to catch a pay-per-view show. Li Ying saw her chance, and made her move. "Lin Feng, you wouldn't even spare a single sausage for me. Just wait until I get my hands on that gun. They'll show you. The setting sun is glorious, but dusk is near." The following content is for paying subscribers only. Send gifts to unlock. The battle between the two ended within minutes. Zhou Kaihua put on his shorts and sat on the edge of the bed smoking a cigarette. But what was he to do now that things had come to this? He was about to get married. Wasn't this a betrayal of Liang Qiuyu? "Brother Zhou, don't go back to the authorities. I'm afraid you'll be in danger. I have a villa, 3 apartments, 2 luxury cars, and 18 million in savings. They'll take care of you from now on." Zhou Kaihua was stunned by Li Ying's words as she hugged his shoulder. A stunning 20-year-old, and a wealthy woman at that. Had he saved the galaxy in his past life? How could such a stroke of fortune fall upon him? Little did Zhou Kaihua know that the economy had already collapsed during his hospitalization. Had been eating government rations, so what did he know about prices? Still, he did have feelings for Liang Qiuyu. Though they'd never been intimate, 6 years of affection was nothing to scoff at. "Just give me some time to think, alright? I don't know how to break this to Qiuyu." Smoking his cigarette, Zhou Kaihua fell into deep thought. With the 3 of them living together now, the truth was bound to come out eventually. Brother Zhou's sister Qiuyu would never accept what's happened between us. You know her better than I do. Why don't we wait until she's asleep, then take the supplies and head to the villa? They'll give her an apartment and 1 million as compensation. That way she won't be hurt too badly, and you won't have to carry the guilt. It's better for everyone. As she spoke, Li Ying produced a property deed, and in front of Zhou Kaihua transferred 1 million yuan to Liang Qiuyu via WeChat. Zhou Kaihua couldn't hold it together at the sight. He must have saved the galaxy in his past life. A beautiful, wealthy woman had truly fallen for him, and was willing to spend a fortune. 1 million and an apartment. Transferred without a second thought. Alright then, let's do it. Put on some sunscreen, we'll pack our things and leave. We'll leave half the supplies for Qiuyu and take the rest with us. Zhou Kaihua was also lost in the bliss of his first taste of such pleasure, unable to tear himself away. With Liang Qiuyu, who knew how long he'd have to wait. But with Li Ying, he could feel like a groom every night. And Li Ying wasn't hard on the eyes either. Not to mention her villa, her luxury cars, and her millions. Only a fool would choose Liang Qiuyu who wouldn't marry him and wouldn't let him touch her. Brother Zhou, I think leaving one box for Sister Qiuyu is enough. Aren't you the one who said supplies are coming in a few days? She can just collect her own rations then. There are 2 of us, so what if we run out of food? Li Ying knew that food was the most important thing right now. Why would she leave half for Liang Qiuyu? That works too. The government supplies will be here in a few days anyway. We'll leave her one box. Zhou Kaihua agreed without a second thought. They were just compressed biscuits after all, not even tasty. He was sick of eating them. Alright, Brother Zhou. It's hot outside, so drink plenty of water before you go. If you get heatstroke, I'd be so worried. Li Ying certainly wasn't about to mention that she had no water at her place and wouldn't get any until midnight. You really care about me. I don't know what kind of luck I've had to meet a kindred beauty like you. Looking at Li Ying, Zhou Kaihua felt a lingering desire. You're so bad. We'll see when we get to the villa. They'll change into some black stockings for you. Those words solidified Zhou Kaihua's resolve to head to the villa. What man could resist the allure of black stockings? The 2 drank their fill of water slathered on sunscreen and crept downstairs to haul the compressed biscuits out. The villa district wasn't far, just a few minutes walk, so the sunscreen would do its job. When they drove up to the villa and saw the 2 supercars in the courtyard, Zhou Kaihua was overjoyed. Li Ying really did have a villa and luxury cars. Had hit the jackpot. From now on he was financially free. Who the hell would risk their life going back to the authorities? After moving the supplies into the villa, Li Ying smiled at Zhou Kaihua and fulfilled his black stocking fantasy. The sight drove Zhou Kaihua wild, his passion flaring out of control. A man had to fight. The battle was on. Li Ying quickly joined the fray, and their war raged on for a long time. Gazing at the sprawling villa, Zhou Kaihua felt he had reached the pinnacle of life. Mine, mine, it's all mine. It wasn't until they were both utterly exhausted that they collapsed onto the floor to catch their breath and eventually fell asleep. Meanwhile, Liang Qiuyu also woke up. The temperature in the room had risen and the heat had roused her. She sat up and noticed that Li Ying was gone. Without thinking much of it, she got up to check. But the room was empty. Where could Li Ying have gone? It was so hot outside. She couldn't have gone out, could she? Kaihua, Ying, are you in there? The only place left was the guest bedroom, so Liang Qiuyu knocked politely. Liang Qiuyu wasn't the type to overthink things. Maybe the 2 were just chatting in there. She waited a while, but there was no sound. I'm coming in, okay? She called out softly, but still got no response. She turned the doorknob and pushed it open. The guest bedroom was empty too. Then panic set in. The sheets were stained with blood, a mess of chaos. Could the 2 of them have run into danger? But the red booklet on the bed caught her eye. It looked familiar. Wasn't that her property deed? She opened it and saw it was indeed her deed, along with the transfer contract she had written herself. Liang Qiuyu panicked even more. She grabbed her phone to call Zhou Kaihua. What on earth was going on? But when she opened her phone, she saw that Ying had transferred her 1,000,000 yuan. Sister Qiuyu, I'm sorry. Brother Zhou and I have left. We're not coming back. This 1,000,000 and the property deed are compensation for your breakup. Don't be too upset. Lock the doors and windows and stay safe at home. Brother Zhou and I are truly in love. Thank you for your understanding. Liang Qiuyu was speechless. Ying, what do you mean by this? Explain yourself. Furious, Liang Qiuyu sent a voice message, but the system notified her that her message had been rejected. Zhou Kaihua, aren't you going to explain what's going on? She then sent a message to Zhou Kaihua, but it too was rejected. Staring at the blood-stained sheets, even a fool could figure out what had happened. I'm so fucking done. 6 years of our relationship. And it means less to you than a single day with her. Damn it. Zhou Kaihua, you're a bastard. I sold my house to buy you that burn ointment. And I nearly got raped by that bastard Lin Feng. And you just dumped me for some woman. Men are all the same. Worthless. It's fucking disgusting. In a rage, Liang Qiuyu tore the sheets to shreds and threw them out the window. Then she threw out everything in the house that Zhou Kaihua had ever touched. Liang Qiuyu had a mental obsession with cleanliness, and she felt nothing but revulsion. Bored at home, Lin Feng sent out a drone that surveyed every corner of Liang Qiuyu's apartment. He had intended to stage a nighttime raid and drag her back to serve as a sex prop, but through the drone's feed, he instead witnessed Li Ying embroiled in an intensely passionate scene. Lin Feng, of course, couldn't tear himself away from the livestream. He watched through the drone while sipping chilled beer and nibbling skewers, fascinated. When the broadcast ended, Li Ying and Zhou Kaihua were hauling supplies and running off. Lin Feng felt a thrill of delight. Sure enough, she had sold herself for a high price, and Zhou Kaihua even had a gun. Lin Feng remained unperturbed. My steel door cannot be broken, a one gun won't pierce it. Even if you lob a howitzer at it, I don't care. He took a swig of beer and admired Li Ying's audacious move. He fished out his phone, deciding to toy with Liang Qiuyu. After all, a smile does not vanish so much as shift to my face. Just then Liang Qiuyu's phone chimed. She picked it up and saw a message from Lin Feng. How can you be so lacking in public decency, throwing things out of the building? That's dangerous high-altitude littering. I'll report you to property management and have your medical license revoked. Liang was already angry. Now she was furious. Lin Feng, you pervert. How do you know I've been tossing things out the window? Are you stalking my home with a camera? Liang erupted. Lin Feng's messages were pouring salt into the wound. You're a doctor. Why speak so harshly? Why fly into a rage at me? Has your husband run off with his sister-in-law? Lin Feng let a wicked smile play across his lips, savoring the provocation. Liang exploded, hurling curses and flinging her phone onto the bed. She began frantically ransacking drawers and sockets, searching for any hidden camera. How did Lin Feng know about the things in my home? Coincidence, or did he plant a camera? She checked everywhere, even the outlets, and found no pinhole lens. Then her phone chimed again. Why be so furious? If you need help, contact Lin Feng. Although you humiliated me last time, and it left a bad taste seeing you so miserable now, I won't publicly shame you tonight. I rather like your virtuous, chastened air. Rest assured, ours is only a transactional arrangement with no romance involved. If you need anything, reach out to me. That message drove Liang to the brink. Block him. This creep must be blocked. I feel sick just thinking about it. She not only blocked Lin Feng, she swept through her phone and blocked every male classmate and colleague without exception. The whole episode was a crushing blow. 3 years of service, 3 years to permanent status. Though they had met only a few times, it still amounted to 6 years. How many 6-year stretches does one have in a lifetime? 6 years of youth, 6 years of affection. Even a dog you raise for 6 years wouldn't treat you like this. After blocking every man, Liang collapsed onto the bed, sobbing uncontrollably. I only wanted someone to share hardship with, to grow old beside. Why is it so hard? Is there not a single decent man in this world? After crying until she was spent, Liang locked the apartment door, went into the kitchen, uncorked a bottle of high-proof Baijiu, and gulped it down. Coughing, she exclaimed through tears, so this is alcohol. It tastes awful. She was not a drinker. The first mouthful choked her into tears. She had bought the liquor because she couldn't find medical alcohol for disinfecting. She never meant to drink it, yet she did. After coughing and weeping, she poured a little into a cup and sipped slowly. Crushed and despondent, she only wanted to drown her sorrow in drink. Sigh. You're already so miserable, I don't need to heap more shame on you. Why test people like that? Just do our deal. If you're happy, I'm happy. Happiness is for 2 people. Isn't that enough? Lin Feng shook his head and recalled the drone. Lin Feng retained a shred of humanity, though not much. After all, as a lovesick fool, Fang Qian's betrayal had wounded him deeply. If misery were measured, I, Lin Feng, am far worse off than you, Liang Qiuyu. I have pined for 6 years. At least you remain intact. How did Fang Qian treat me? She ate whatever she liked when hungry. Who could be more miserable than I am? He recalled the drone to charge it. Lin Feng checked his phone. It had been 4 days, yet that manipulative Fang Qian showed no sign of activity. He scrolled through her moments. On the first, she dined on a seafood feast with her best friend. On the second, she ate steak with her friend. On the third, she had pasta at home. Today there was no post. It was the same in another life. Fang Qian and her friend Wang Qing always had plenty of discounted gourmet ingredients at home. Only when those ran out did they think to come to me. I was simply too eager. Putting the phone down, Lin Feng reasoned that it had been only 4 days. Only those with no reserves panic and scramble for supplies. Those who stored provisions still have leftovers and are in no hurry. Wait 10 days or half a month, and then you will see what real terror looks like. Today the high in Huanghai City reached 60 degrees. Night temperatures still hover in the 40s and 50s. By day the streets lie deserted. No one can withstand such heat and brutal ultraviolet exposure. Only at night do a few starving people dare venture out to scavenge supplies, but it is mostly wasted effort. The visible stores have already been looted. There are also restless thugs who prowl the streets out of boredom. The rest are live streamers chasing followers, some copying my Shishan Piaduan Diaostat. Reality has become a lawless place, and the internet even more so. No one polices it. But I became famous overnight for live streaming Shishan Piaduan Diao. Many have imitated me, yet none have surpassed me. Live streaming extreme stunts, risking life for views. For Shishan Piaduan Diao, I am undeniably the #1 streamer in Huaxia. Ugh, so bored. Lin Feng tossed his phone aside, lying on his bed in utter ennui. Eating, sleeping, gaming, and watching streams every day. When would this life ever end? Let's see what Xiao Xiao is up to. Is she running out of supplies? I've got nothing better to do anyway. With that thought, Lin Feng picked up his telescope. Xiao Xiao lived right across the street, so it was convenient. At that very moment, Xiao Xiao was already up, peering through her own telescope at Lin Feng. Lin Feng. He never bothered to close his curtains. And Xiao Xiao was clearly starving, craving some grilled sausage perhaps. This could be the start of a mutually beneficial arrangement. Are you spying on me again? Don't you have anything better to do? I know him charming, dashing, and utterly irresistible to countless beauties. If you're hungry, just tell me. You peek at me every day. Aren't you afraid of getting styes? Chow Chow received the message and scoffed. This is an investment. And a chance to scout the enemy. Who cares about your sausages? I've got nearly 20 million in supplies stashed away. I can outlast you easily. They'll just eat my own supplies and watch you starve. Then come over to my place tonight. You seem lonely too. Always stuck at home watching educational material. Let's have some real practice. I'm just a delicate girl who's too scared to go out. The world's gone mad and am frightened. After that, Xiao Xiao sent 3 pitiful emojis. She was doing this on purpose. With her telescope, she could check if Lin Feng was armed. If he brought a weapon, she wouldn't open the door. If he came unarmed, Xiao Xiao planned to use her katana on him. A little snip for safety. Once he lost his manhood, he wouldn't need to watch those videos all day, right? Then I could move into his safe house without worrying about him trying anything. We'd be sisters then. What could he do besides drool all over me? Lin Feng read the message and immediately grew wary. This woman is up to no good. He wasn't stupid. He could handle her cursing at him, but her asking him to leave his safe house to come to her. That was suspicious. No way. Absolutely not. Lin Feng, never make the first move, never refuse, and never take responsibility. Even if you come to my place, you'll have to do all the work. If you're desperate enough, come find me. They'll feed you. It had to be said. Lin Feng was quicker with the innuendo. Xiao Xiao blushed furiously reading it. She might not have experienced it herself, but she'd seen enough of Lin Feng's educational material to know what he meant. Shame overwhelmed her, and she didn't know how to respond, the implication hitting her right in the face. After a moment, she regained her composure. She messaged Lin Feng. She didn't know why he knew so much, but he clearly knew more than she did. Lin Feng, let me ask you something. If you know, tell me the truth, okay? Is this really the end of the world? When will this catastrophe finally end? Lin Feng looked at her message, torn. Should he be the good guy and tell her the truth? Or be the bad guy and give her false hope? After thinking it over, he decided to be the good guy and tell her the facts. At most 3 days and it'll all be over. You have to trust the authorities, they won't fall easily. We survived 8 years of war. You can't give up after just a few days. You have to hang in there. Xiao Xiao was furious when she saw his reply. Can't you just tell the truth for once? Anyone with half a brain wouldn't believe this disaster will end in 3 days. Get lost with that bullshit. You talk like you're farting. Only an idiot would believe you. I'm 175 centimeters, fair-skinned and beautiful. Long flowing hair, slim and agile, big personality. Don't you want to bring me into your safe house? Aren't you lonely all alone at home? 2 people are better than 1 for survival, right? To emphasize her point, Xiao Xiao sent Lin Feng a full-body selfie. Since Lin Feng wouldn't come to her, she would go to him. Once I get in there and take care of him, that safe house will be mine. I designed it, so I know how to use everything. A 3 billion safe house. And 20 million in supplies. I could live there until I die of old age. Lin Feng looked at her selfie and swallowed hard. It was impossible not to be tempted. Li Ying was a 9 with makeup, but Xiao Xiao was a perfect 10 without any. The difference was night and day. Li Ying was a 9 because that was her max, but Xiao Xiao was a 10 because that was the scale's limit. Then Lin Feng shook his head. Lust is a knife. I've evolved from a simp to a lone wolf. I can't just downgrade myself. If you want to come over, you'll have to pay a deposit to show your sincerity. Let me see your grain storage and your seafood. Once I confirm, you can come right over. Xiao Xiao was stunned. How does Lin Feng know about my grain storage? I do have a grain storage, but I never stocked up on seafood. Is he bluffing? My brother doesn't even know about my storage. There's no way Lin Feng could know. Xiao Xiao was much sharper than Li Ying. That's why she had survived this long without incident. I don't have any grain storage or seafood. If I did, would I be running out of food? Lin Feng looked at his phone and shook his head in exasperation. Why couldn't Xiao Xiao be as quick on the uptake as Li Ying? Just look it up online. Send me a photo with your face in it. If you do, we'll believe you're sincere about this deal. Otherwise, no deal. Xiao Xiao looked it up online and immediately blushed. I can't believe this. How can there be such a shameless, despicable person in this world? Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth in frustration. He's just casually asking for my nudes. But she had no choice. To secure the safe house and to take down that bastard Lin Feng, she would endure it. In a direct fight, she was confident she could overpower him. All those years of karate and kickboxing would finally pay off. She pulled the curtains shut to block Lin Feng's view. Grimacing, she searched for a picture online, found one with a figure similar to hers, and photoshopped her own face onto it. The act itself made her feel sick. Am I really this desperate to humiliate myself? She sent it to Lin Feng, vowing to kill that bastard. Is this enough to show my sincerity? Can I come to your safe house now? I genuinely want to make a deal. I'm starving, just give me something to eat. Lin Feng looked at the photo and shook his head slightly. That Photoshop job is way too obvious. He glanced out the window. Sure enough, the curtains were drawn, blocking the view. Let's do a video call then. I need to see if you're really worth a sausage. I have to inspect the goods first, right? Xiao Xiao. I'm losing my mind. I'm seriously losing my mind. How can someone this shameless exist in the world? Even if a missile could blast through Lin Feng's steel door, it would never penetrate his thick skin. Xiao Qiao was speechless. It was clear Lin Feng wasn't going to come out. She would have to find a way to protect herself. She tossed her phone aside, ignoring him. She began to think about what to do next. She went to the kitchen, picked up a whetstone, wet it, and started sharpening her 2 katanas with a grating sound. These 2 katanas were her only reliable weapons. She would make them razor sharp to face what was coming. The supplies on the 2nd floor were already looted. She had to protect the ones in the 1st floor warehouse. If that fell too, she would use the blade on her own neck. A sharper blade would mean a quicker, less painful end. Better to be prepared. It must be said the shameless are truly invincible. Lin Feng's face is now thicker than a city wall. How could he not guess Xiao Qiao's little thoughts? Seeing Xiao Qiao silence, Lin Feng decided to provoke her further. You've seen the photos, why be too shy for a video call? Your sincerity is lacking. I'm quite disappointed. If you won't even turn on the video, how can we proceed with open communication, deep cooperation, and mutual benefit? Xiao Qiao was so furious reading Lin Feng's messages that her teeth itched. If it weren't for the fact that she designed the safe house herself and knew exactly how sturdy it was, Xiao Qiao wanted to go over and kill Lin Feng right now. She threw her phone aside, ignoring him. This guy hiding in his turtle shell was impervious to both water and fire and stubborn as a mule. On top of that, he was annoyingly cheeky and utterly shameless. Fine, Lin Feng. He'll outlast you. Let's see who gives in first. Xiao Qiao flicked the blade, hearing its ring, and felt reassured. After sharpening the knife, she grabbed a pack of dried squid and took out her frustrations on it. Out of curiosity, Xiao Qiao wondered what Lin Feng was eating. She wouldn't have checked, but seeing it gave her a shock. Lin Feng was at home, leisurely carving a 1-meter square block of ice into an ice sculpture. Then he was slicing various seafood onto it for sashimi. The outdoor temperature had already hit 60 degrees. Air conditioners were useless. But where the hell did he get such a huge block of ice? Damn it. I can't even spare water for a shower, and I'm starting to stink. This guy is carving ice sculptures in 60-degree weather. Is this how the ultra-rich live? So approachably wealthy. Xiao Qiao suddenly felt the dried squid in her hand lose its appeal. Then she watched Lin Feng pick up a piece of salmon, take a bite, and chew a couple of times. This raw stuff is terrible. They'll just have hot pot instead. He spat it out for Anbei, who, not minding at all, wagged his tail and licked the floor clean. Then Lin Feng brought over an induction cooker and started making hot pot. Oh my god. I'm about to die from the heat over here. And this guy is having hot pot next to an ice sculpture? Why is he so infuriating? I don't remember putting a cold storage unit in my design plans. Besides, Xiao Qiao knew a cold storage unit wouldn't work in this heat anyway. The more Xiao Qiao thought about it, the angrier she got. Should I expose Lin Feng? She picked up her phone and started zooming in for a long-distance shot. If she posted this in the owner's group, Lin Feng would be beaten to death. Forget it, Lin Feng might be a jerk, but I'm not like Liang. I can't do something so despicable. Xiao Qiao put down her phone without taking a picture. Just then another message came from Lin Feng. Come over and have a bite. I've got jelly and popping candy. We can have some fun with ice and fire. Xiao Qiao was baffled and replied, How old do you think I am? I haven't eaten jelly or popping candy in ages. Lin Feng replied, I wasn't asking you to eat them. Come over and I'll show you. Xiao Qiao. After sending a questioning emoji, Lin Feng went silent. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Qiao opened a search engine and looked up what else can you do with jelly and popping candy besides eating them. The search results made her blush. Lin Feng, you're the most shameless person I've ever met. You're like a toad climbing on a frog, ugly, but full of tricks. Xiao Qiao was so mad she wanted to cut him up. It's fine if you don't want to play. If this is a transaction, not a demand. Let me know when you've thought it over, okay? Whatever you want, I've got it. Reading Lin Feng's words, Xiao Qiao laughed in spite of her anger. You're full of crap. If you're so amazing, do you have an aircraft carrier? Lin Feng's next message sent her into a rage. I do, but you're not worth that price. Even if I let you play with it until it's worn out, you still wouldn't be worth an aircraft carrier. Ask for something else, something you're actually worth. Lin Feng never go against a woman's will. Xiao Qiao. He's way too arrogant. I've never seen anyone this full of hot air in my entire life. Xiao Qiao threw her phone aside in a fit of rage. Chatting with Lin Feng was infuriating. At school there were tons of guys in the architecture department, and with her looks, she had countless suitors. During holidays, the building entrance would be covered in flowers. She had never encountered anyone with Lin Feng's attitude before. Other men were perverted, but at least they had the decency to act like gentlemen. But Lin Feng, he was blatantly perverted without a shred of pretense. Guys like you, besides having a few billion in dirty money, being 185 centimeters tall, having a handsome face, what else do you have? What are you really? Thinking about it, a guy like Lin Feng probably didn't lack women. What was he really after? Since she couldn't figure it out, she decided not to. Xiao Qiao lay on the bed using a fan she had made herself to cool down. The night temperature had already reached 40 to 50 degrees. Turning on the air conditioner was pointless. A simple electric fan was more effective. But even the fan was of little use as electricity was only supplied for a short limited time in the evening, making no real difference. Meanwhile, the neighborhood was far from peaceful. Those who had lost family members watched helplessly as the bodies began to decompose in the heat. With no other option, they knew they had to bury or dispose of them soon, or the stench would overwhelm the entire house. Some, heeding Lin Feng's advice, carried the bodies to the rooftop under the cover of darkness, hoping for cremation later. Others, reluctant to leave their loved ones exposed, decided to secretly dig shallow graves in the lawns and flower beds. And some, refusing to accept reality, simply sealed the bodies in a separate room, shutting the door to avoid the grim truth. The group chat was eerily silent. These days had been tough for everyone. With supplies scarce, people gradually stopped asking. At midnight, the water and electricity came back on. Having grown accustomed to this routine, everyone rushed to fill every available pot and bowl with water. Living on the second floor, Chow had a weak water flow, but it was enough. Since she had stored plenty of water and didn't want it to go to waste, she decided to take a shower, knowing such a luxury might not come again. Just then her phone rang. "Why is the water pressure so low today? I live on the 19th floor and barely any water is coming out. I live on the top floor. Not a single drop. Can the residents on the lower floors please think about us? Stop taking showers. Give us a fighting chance. We're almost out of food. Without water, how are we supposed to survive? What does our water situation have to do with you? When you bought your apartments, you should have considered what to do if the power went out or the water stopped on the high floors." "Exactly. It's so hot. What's wrong with me taking a shower? It's not like you're paying my water bill. Do you live by the sea? You're way too controlling. Fine. You want to share the water, huh? Don't blame us if things get physical. Yeah. Residents of the high floors unite. Tomorrow it's 60 degrees during the day. Without water, we're all going to die eventually. Rather than dying from heat and thirst, we should fight these bastards." Lin Feng watched the group chat while eating his hot pot. He knew the first major conflict was about to erupt. It wasn't about a complete food shortage, but a conflict between high-floor and low-floor residents over water. The authorities were already doing their utmost just to supply water at all. What about the countries to the south? Their lands were scorched and corpses littered the fields. Even the sacred Ganges had evaporated. Even drinking cow urine wouldn't save them now. The Chinese authorities were already incredibly efficient. What more could you possibly want? Bang, bang, bang. Chow was about to take a shower when a pounding came at the door. She had no choice but to check who it was, otherwise the racket would never stop. "Who is it? What's the matter?" Armed with her katana, she approached the door, knowing she couldn't afford to be careless now. "Hello, we're your neighbors from upstairs. Our water's been cut off. Could you let us fill up some water? Without it, we'll be parched by tomorrow." A crowd of over a dozen people stood outside, each banging on the second-floor doors demanding entry. After the incident with Lin Feng, Chow knew exactly how this would go. First they ask to fill water, and when they can't, they'll just take it by force, won't they? Open the door. Was she out of her mind? My pipes are broken, and my place has already been ransacked by you people. Go ask other households for water. Chow had no intention of opening the door, hoping they'd just go elsewhere. My pipes are broken. Let me in, I can fix them. A voice from outside left her stunned, unsure how to respond. I told you we should just pry the door open. I'm dying of thirst here. Exactly. Why waste words with them? Look how many are dead already. We're not here to kill, just to get water. Listen up in there. If you open the door, we're all neighbors and can be civil about this. We'll leave after we get our water. But if you don't open up, we can't guarantee your safety. Chow trembled in fear at the voices outside. Yet she knew this door must not open. If she opened it once, she'd have to open it every time the water came on. Wouldn't it just be a matter of time before she died at their hands? Even with a truckload of water downstairs, how long could she hold out? Boom. Suddenly a deafening crash echoed from the door. The crowd outside had started smashing it with a sledgehammer. This wasn't just happening to Chow's building. It was happening in all the high-rises. Chow's first floor was a warehouse with no water pipes, so they targeted the second-floor doors. In other buildings, it was the unlucky first-floor residents who suffered. And of course the Villa District was also affected. They were all ground-floor units too. Many high-rise residents were also descending on the Villa District gates. Chaos had erupted. The entire Shishanbiyuan was in turmoil as everyone fought for survival. Only the mid-floor residents were lucky. Their water pressure was weaker, but still flowing enough to get by, so they had no need to join the fray. And no one would waste time breaking down their doors anyway. That trickle of water wasn't worth the effort compared to hitting the lower floors. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous pounding made Chow's hands shake. They were serious. If they got in, she was as good as dead. No matter how fiery her temper, she was still a girl. If she wasn't terrified now, she'd have to be incredibly brave. The door was already buckling under the assault, and Chow was on the verge of tears. It was just a standard security door. It couldn't withstand this kind of battering. Creak, creak. The iron door groaned as they pried at it. Chow gripped her katana, tightly bracing herself. Crash. Finally the door gave way and was wrenched open. Don't push me. Get out of my house, or he'll start swinging. Xiao Xiao stood behind her welded iron gate, brandishing the sword in a desperate attempt to scare them off, praying they'd just leave her alone. This iron gate was her last line of defense. This flimsy gate. 2 swings, and it's down. A middle-aged man raised his sledgehammer ready to strike. Xiao Xiao, crying in terror, squeezed her eyes shut and thrust the katana forward with all her might. If they got through, she was dead. Thud. The blade sank into his stomach. The crowd outside froze in shock. We just came for water, and you resort to murder. Dad? Dad! A boy of about 17 rushed forward to embrace his father. As his body toppled backward, blood sprayed, splattering across Xiao Xiao. The middle-aged man clutched his stomach, and within minutes his head lolled to the side, lifeless. I killed someone. Xiao Xiao couldn't believe it. She just wanted to scare them off. She had thrust blindly with her eyes closed, who knew she'd hit so accurately. You murderer. You killed my dad. They'll make you pay. The boy grabbed the sledgehammer and resumed pounding, while Xiao Xiao, snapping out of her daze, started slashing wildly again. Get out of my house. You're robbing me. This is self-defense. Xiao Xiao's frantic slashing kept the boy at bay. The katana's reach was a deterrent. He couldn't risk getting close, knowing a single cut could be lethal. Even a small wound could turn fatal in this heat with infection. Seeing Xiao Xiao in a frenzy, the other neighbors backed off and instead went to pry open the other 2 doors on the floor. Soon enough, both neighboring doors were breached. Seeing other doors open and no one coming to avenge his father, the crowd rushed in to grab water. Why should we care about the dead guy? We didn't kill him. Sort it out yourselves. Apartment 201. You killed my dad. Tang Chuan will not let this go. Tomorrow, I'll make a bigger hammer. Once I get in there, I'll make you suffer before I end you. Tang Chuan, with his dyed yellow hair, looked like trouble. He glared at Xiao Xiao with venomous eyes, already sentencing her to death. Tang Chuan tried to drag his father's body away, but couldn't manage it alone. Giving up, he picked up the sledgehammer and a bucket and headed into the neighbor's apartment. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. What goes around comes around. Don't underestimate a youth's resolve. Once I've got my water and made my hammer, I'll be back for you tonight. No, leave us some water. That was our last bag of rice. What am I supposed to eat now? This isn't just taking water. It's robbery. They'll fight you all. Sure enough, despite the claim of needing water, nothing good ever came from them entering. The male resident of apartment 202 grabbed a cleaver ready to fight for his home. Thud. But Tang Chuan, having just lost his father, and never a good person to begin with, swung the sledgehammer and smashed it right into the man's head. Blood splattered everywhere as his skull was crushed in one blow. And Tang Chuan wasn't done. He swung again, killing the wife with a single strike. He didn't even spare their 3-year-old child. One swing reduced the little one to pulp. This horrific scene terrified the onlookers from the upper floors. Xiao Xiao's kill was a blind, panicked act. This was outright brutality. In an instant, the room was a river of blood. Nothing good survives a sledgehammer. Listen up, all of you. From now on, Tang Chuan run this building. Everyone answers to me. Anyone who disobeys gets smashed. At that moment, Tang Chuan was like a god of death. His face was covered in blood, his presence imposing. Tang Chuan had always been a thug, wanting to be a gangster, but his father wouldn't allow it. Now that his father was dead, the last shackle was gone, and avenging his father was only right. Covered in blood, he strode to the tap, first in line for water. No one dared to utter a word of protest. The water supply wouldn't be on for a while anyway, so waiting in line wasn't a big deal. I'm done fetching water. Send a few of you to carry my father's body up to the rooftop. Whoever carries it will be next in line for water. If you don't obey, my hammer shows no mercy. Tang Chuan's presence was intimidating, and his recent brutality had cowed everyone. He'll do it. Me too. Count me in. And me. 4 men stepped forward one after another to volunteer. Tang Chuan was pleased with them. From now on, you 4 are my right-hand men, the 4 heavenly kings of the Tang Alliance. Since the police were no longer in charge, survival meant obeying him. He ordered them to leave their buckets so he could distribute water, promising no one would dare cause trouble. The 4 men set down their buckets reluctantly and went to carry Tang Chuan's father's body to the rooftop. They had no desire to be part of his delusional Tang Alliance or its 4 heavenly kings. They believed the authorities wouldn't abandon them, so they'd rather just do the work and earn some water. After all, they hadn't killed anyone. They were barely accomplices. As the 4 men left, Tang Chuan pointed at the 3 corpses. Throw them out the window. If they stay in here, they'll stink by tomorrow, and then how are we supposed to drink the water we fetch? The others pondered this and found his logic hard to argue with. They opened the window and tossed the bludgeoned family of 3 outside. The rest of you go cut down a tree. I need one back here before the water arrives tomorrow. I'm going to ram down that little vixen's door and I'll flay her alive as a sacrifice. With his father gone, Tang Chuan had completely let loose. He reasoned that killing 3 already meant a death sentence, so what was one more? The group felt helpless. But cutting down a tree meant leaving the compound, and they didn't even have an axe. All they had at home were kitchen knives and fruit knives. Who in a high-end neighborhood would own an axe? After all, when you buy meat or ribs, they're already cut for you. What would you need an axe for? To chop the sofa. With no other choice, they left their buckets and went off to find a tree. Fang Qian lined up the buckets, promising water first to those who worked and obeyed. For those who didn't work or obey, whether they got water would be left to fate. Overhearing the commotion next door, Xiao Xiao was terrified. If they managed to cut down a log and ram through her iron fence, she would be in for a fate worse than death. The neighbors in 203, feeling helpless and desperate to survive, stepped aside and let them take water and supplies, not wanting to experience the bloody fate of 202. You people in 203, listen to me, Fang Qian, and I'll leave you a bucket of water and guarantee your safety. How about it? Are you in or are you out of the Tang Alliance? The family of 4 in 203 didn't hesitate. Yes, Alliance leader, we're in. But can you leave us some food too? Without food, we won't last a few days. Despite his temper, Tang Qian had some cunning and knew how to win people over. Put their food back. No one in my Tang Alliance dares to steal from our own. You're out of food. Once I'm done with that little vixen tomorrow, it'll lead you to take from others. Stick with me, Fang Qian, and you won't suffer. Everyone hesitated at his words. Still, they set down the food belonging to 203. No one truly wanted to join the Tang Alliance, but without water, they would die of thirst. They figured it was better to just do the work and wait for official rescue without breaking the law. No one spoke and no one objected. And so the Tang Alliance was born. Xiao Xiao, clutching her katana, stayed awake, guarding her door all night. She thought she could hold out until she died of old age, but it seemed she might not even last until tomorrow. As dawn broke and the sun was about to rise, people finally began heading home with their buckets and tools. The villa area had fallen 60 into chaos, with nearly all ground and second-floor units wiped out. Only Lin Feng slept soundly at home, his walls and doors electrified with high voltage. A few unlucky souls had been electrocuted, and no one dared to try their luck with him anymore. The gate to Lin Feng's old villa had been smashed open, as it was also a water source. Lin Feng didn't care, had even driven his car into it before. The old villa wasn't worth his attention. Whoever wanted it could have it, since had already pawned it off to loan sharks. The big warehouse near the golf course had also been broken into, but it was completely empty. Everyone believed that Lin Feng's billions in supplies were truly gone and left disappointed. As the sun rose and people returned home with water, the chaos finally subsided. But Xiao Xiao remained at home, tense and unable to sleep. Could she make it through another night? That night had terrified her to her core. It was the closest she'd ever come to death. I need to find my brother. I can't hold on any longer. With the blood on her face and body now dried, she picked up her phone and called Xiao Feng. But no one answered. She tried calling directly, only to hear a voice prompt. Sorry, the number you have dialed is powered off. Brother, what's happening to you? Don't tell me something's wrong. Please see my message and come save me. Someone's trying to kill me tonight. Xiao Xiao hurriedly sent a voice message to Xiao Feng, unaware that he was indeed in serious trouble. A similar crisis had struck his construction site. Everyone was short on water, but the site had a well. Though the well water was muddy, it was still drinkable. Last night, a far more violent armed clash broke out at his site. It wasn't like the petty squabbles in her neighborhood. It was a full-blown melee with rebar, steel pipes, chainsaws, and sledgehammers flying. They managed to hold the water source, but Xiao Feng's safety helmet was smashed in the fight. He was now being carried into an unfinished building by his co-workers, his life hanging in the balance. Whether he'd survive depended on his toughness. There wasn't even any medicine on site, just half a bottle of cephalosporin, which they fed him. If Xiao Feng hadn't been so loyal and taken good care of his brothers, digging wells and sharing food after the disaster, they wouldn't have even given him that half bottle of antibiotics. He'd already be dead by now. Xiao Feng was clearly in no position to help anyone. He could barely help himself. A sense of dread washed over Xiao Xiao. Xiao Feng, being the devoted brother he was, had set her as a special contact. He had never failed to reply to her messages. This was the first time in her life she couldn't reach him, and she instinctively knew something terrible had happened to him. Brother, say something. If you can't come save me, at least reply so I know you're alive. You are the only heir of the Qiao family. Even if I die, you can't. Brother, if you get this message, reply to me right now. I didn't waste the 20 million you gave me. I bought 20 million worth of supplies, and they're in your warehouse. I welded the warehouse door shut. You can get in through the hole under my bedroom floor on the second floor of our house. If I don't survive tonight, you must take the supplies and survive, brother. Xiao Xiao was in despair as she knew she was dying and no one could save her. The world was in chaos, supplies were everything. In her final moments, she decided to leave everything to her brother. At least they shouldn't both die. The hole was under the bed, and she had covered it with wooden flooring so it shouldn't be discovered. Now which friend, classmate, teacher, or neighbor would come to help her, knowing the huge trouble she was in? Xiao Xiao had seen the true nature of people. Even Li Ying, her closest friend, had betrayed her. Knowing the scale of the disaster she had caused, no one but her blood brother Xiao Feng would care whether she lived or died. I might as well kill myself. Being caught would definitely be worse than death. Xiao Qiao stared at the katana, utter despair on her face. She had thought she could outlast that bastard Lin Feng with 20 million in supplies, but she couldn't hold on for even a day. Wait. Lin Feng. At that thought she actually remembered that bastard. Clinging to a last shred of hope, Xiao Qiao sent Lin Feng a message. Offer him the supplies. See if he'd let her into his safe house. Of course, she wouldn't tell him where the supplies were. What if he turned on her? Lin Feng was notoriously shameless. Giving it to him was worse than killing herself and leaving it to Xiao Feng. Lin Feng, you know what happened in the neighborhood yesterday, right? I know where 20 million in supplies are. Can you let me stay in your safe house? If you let me in, I'll tell you where they are. There's enough there for both of us to live on for several lifetimes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then Lin Feng's phone rang. Who's this? So early in the morning. Annoying. Rubbing his eyes, he looked at the screen. It was actually Xiao Qiao. 20 million in supplies. Keep them for yourself. Want into my safe house. Don't even think about it. That condition is impossible. I wouldn't agree even if you offered me 2 aircraft carriers. Lin Feng would absolutely never let anyone stay in his safe house. How could he sleep well after that? Seeing Lin Feng's message, Xiao Qiao was utterly crushed. Just how much food did he have stockpiled in there? She couldn't even buy a spot with 20 million in supplies. Putting down her phone, Xiao picked up the katana, ready to end it all. There was no point dealing with Lin Feng anymore. That bastard did nothing good except brag and mock her. Brother, Xiao is leaving. You have to live on alone. She raised the katana to her neck, and at that moment her phone buzzed. Brother, is that you, brother? She grabbed the phone. It wasn't Xiao Feng, but that bastard Lin Feng. So what's the big trouble? Tell me about it. You definitely can't come into the safe house, but I do know a thing or two about software-hardware integration engineering. Tell me your problem, and we can make a deal. She read it, and her teeth itched with rage. This bastard was still so despicable. I'm going to die anyway. But before I go, I'll take you down with me. Xiao was truly enraged. For someone about to die, Lin Feng's words were the last straw. I'm already going to kill one. Might as well kill 2. He'll make my last stand. He'll kill Lin Feng first, then die. Last night, I killed the people who were fighting over water upstairs. They're coming to retaliate. I can't hold them off alone. I'm dead tonight. Lin Feng believed her. Had already electrocuted a few unlucky sods outside his own place. Xiao lived on the 2nd floor with water access. It was bound to happen. That's nothing. Come over and play a game with me. He'll give you a handgun and 200 rounds. Defending your place will be a piece of cake. You could even shoot everyone in your building if you wanted. Xiao was stunned. She hadn't expected that bastard Lin Feng to have a gun. She was excited. If she could get into the safe house and kill him, she wouldn't just get a safe house. She'd get real weapons. This was a gamble worth taking. She wasn't afraid of death anymore, so what was there to fear? Send me a picture of the gun. I don't believe you have one. She didn't trust Lin Feng. His mouth was like a ghost's. All lies. She sent him a message for one last confirmation. Oh, that's more like it. Watch this. Seeing Xiao's sincerity, Lin Feng picked up a handgun and fired at a target in the distance. Bang, bang, bang. His aim was decent. All 3 shots hit. Not bullseyes, but they'd definitely kill a person. A real gun. Great. Wait for me, I'll be right over. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Xiao decided to go to Lin Feng's place. Lin Feng put down the gun, full of anticipation. He applied sunscreen, preparing himself in case Xiao tried to slap him and run. After all, do you know the psychological damage that slap caused me? If Xiao traded fairly, he'd be honest too. If she tried to pull something, he'd just grab her and hee. Lin Feng had a bit of humanity, but not much. At home, Xiao got dressed, applied sunscreen, grabbed a parasol, and prepared to go take out Lin Feng. She stood at the door, checked that no one was around, then quietly unlocked and locked the door behind her. No one would come during the day, and even if they did, she wasn't home. Once she got the gun, she could fight her way back. So what was there to fear? Braving the nearly 60-degree heat, she arrived at Lin Feng's doorstep. The heat was unbearable, though every breath felt like her lungs were burning. Good thing they lived close, or she'd have died from the heat. She rang the doorbell, and Lin Feng opened the door. Xiao clenched her fist, ready to strike the moment the door opened. But the instant Lin Feng opened it, he pressed a gun to her head. Don't move. In that moment, Xiao was stunned. My mind is blown. Lin Feng, you're too damn cautious. Without saying a word, you point a gun at my head. Don't move. Put your hands up. Beyond 7 steps, the gun is faster. Within 7 steps, it's faster and more accurate. We're just making a deal, and I don't want to get too rough. Walk in slowly and close the door. With a gun to her head, Xiao had no choice but to comply. She walked in and closed the door. She raised her hands, waiting for a chance to fight back. All right, have a liquor-filled chocolate, then go to the 5th room. Lin Feng kept a wary distance and tossed her a chocolate. Xiao picked it up, thought for a second, and ate it. There was no reason for Lin Feng to poison her. If he wanted her dead head, just shoot. Besides, she couldn't refuse with a gun at her head. Xiao did as she was told, knowing that at this distance, she couldn't possibly grab the gun. Carefully surveying Lin Feng's safe house, Xiao was utterly stunned. Inside there was a single 5-meter square block of ice cooling the entire place. Outside it was 60 degrees, but inside it was only around 20. Every door in the house was a solid steel door with firing ports. Even if the main gate was breached, one could still fight back from behind the steel doors. And this was just the first floor. Lin Feng's home had 3 floors above ground and 2 more underground. All the steel doors were shut, and Qiao had no idea what lay behind them. Perhaps more ice and supplies. Only the 5th and 6th doors were open. Qiao with a gun at her back was led to the 5th door and saw a massive bathhouse inside. It had every kind of bathing amenity, rockeries, green plants, waterproof tiled murals, and even a circulating water system. It was like a hot spring. Lin Feng, what's going on here? This isn't what I designed. Qiao was astonished. Had Lin Feng renovated it himself? The bathroom she had designed was nothing like this. But what was the point of all this? Who needs this much space to bathe? And water is so scarce right now. I can't even bear to drink it. Aren't you just wasting water? Ahem, just go in and wash up. Why worry about all that? Lin Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. He certainly wouldn't admit this was for parties he planned to throw once things settled down. Qiao went in, and Lin Feng locked the steel door from the outside with a key, planning to open it half an hour later. Qiao surveyed everything in the bathhouse, secretly amazed. Indeed, in the world of the rich, even a bathroom is so extravagantly welcoming. The temperature inside was slightly higher, but not uncomfortable. Qiao figured since she was doomed anyway, she might as well enjoy this last bit of luxury. She took off her clothes and slipped into the bath, and in an instant her body and mind relaxed. It had been so long since she had had such a comfortable soak. Every day was hot and exhausting, and she still had to watch out for upstairs neighbors robbing her at any moment. Forget the titanium alloy door of a safe house. Even just this one steel door was enough to fend off most attacks. Qiao swam happily in the pool like a fish. This feeling of relaxation was wonderful. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat on the sofa waiting, casually cranking up the bathroom temperature. He had to guard against this wild filly. That woman surely had ill intentions. What if she was as sharp-tongued as Fang Qian? Having been fooled once, Lin Feng was determined never to be fooled again. At that very moment, Qiao was enjoying her brief respite while plotting how to kill Lin Feng and take over his safe house. With a gun, 20 million in supplies, and such a secure, cool place with water and electricity, she could live here forever. I've already killed before. What's one more, Lin Feng? You really deserve to die, Lin Feng. As she bathed and swam, she began to feel increasingly hot. What's going on? Is the AC broken? Why do I feel so warm? Qiao felt her body heating up, but she didn't think much of it. She had survived 60 degrees, this was nothing. But as time passed, she sensed something was wrong. This wasn't just the weather. Lin Feng had deliberately turned up the heat. Damn it, Lin Feng, you're truly despicable. You're so cautious. I'm already in here. Do you have to guard against even a young girl like me? No wonder Head told her to bathe for half an hour. So that was the reason. Qiao got up and stepped out of the bath filled with regret. But now that things had come to this, regret was useless. She finally made it to the iron door and tried to pound on it to get Lin Feng to open up. Lin Feng, you're the most shameless person I've ever met. You even guard against a girl like me. Qiao's face was flushed. It was so hot, she was nearly suffering heat stroke, and her voice was growing weak. Lin Feng thought it over and turned the bathroom temperature back to normal. Head nearly steamed her into heat stroke. He got up, opened the bathroom door, and scooped up Qiao, who was so limp she was about to faint from the heat. At that moment, Qiao was so mortified she wished she could die. She knew she had lost. From today on, she would go from being a maiden to being Mrs. Lin Feng, I truly admire you. Qiao knew she had completely lost, and now she could only hope Lin Feng wouldn't go too far. Don't worry, Lin Feng, only do business, never coercion. Genuine goods, fair dealing. Carrying Qiao to the bedroom, he tossed her onto the bed and drew the curtains. She might as well accept her fate. Going against a shameless man like Lin Feng was a battle she could never win. Indeed, the shameless are invincible. And Lin Feng was so overly cautious. He wouldn't take even the slightest risk. Qiao lay on the bed with her eyes shut, refusing to look. She had imagined a wedding night of mutual affection, but she never expected this to turn into a transaction. Lin Feng fumbled around, clearly inexperienced. Qiao was furious. This feeling was indescribable and utterly embarrassing. But after a long while, Lin Feng still hadn't made his next move. Lin Feng, besides covering me in drool, what else can you do? Hearing Qiao's doubt, Lin Feng got angry. It was just his first time with no experience. He didn't know what was wrong. But that didn't mean he was incapable. This takes two people. It's not just up to me. Lin Feng was too embarrassed to admit his inexperience, knowing that thinking you can and actually doing it are two different things. But Qiao caught the implication in his words. Lin Feng, with all those learning materials you've watched, don't tell me you're still inexperienced. Facing Qiao's interrogation, Lin Feng's face turned red. Indeed, learning and practice were two completely different things. So you've discovered my secret. Am not. I haven't. Don't you talk nonsense. Lin Feng quickly denied it, while Qiao Qiao felt a flicker of delight. So all that talk was just online bravado. When it came to the real thing, you're nothing. If Lin Feng had been a playboy, Qiao Qiao would have felt humiliated. But who knew she'd stumble upon an unexpected bonus? So Lin Feng was just an online trash talker after all. Well, now it was time for the gift-giving part. Lin Feng had blustered so much, yet here he was being taken the lead. Was there no justice? Was there no law? The temperature was scorching, the passion burning like fire. Fortunately, Lin Feng's divine technique shielded him, barely allowing him to withstand Qiao Qiao's relentless assault and defuse the crisis. Having tested himself in this practical exercise, Lin Feng was certain he had no issues. He had lasted a full hour, and the weight in his heart finally lifted. It seemed that losing his brothers in the past hadn't affected his performance. Qiao Qiao, exhausted, had fallen into a deep sleep on the bed. Lin Feng sat at the head of the bed, lit a cigarette, and sank into thought. Should I keep Qiao Qiao here? After all, she is my first woman, and it was her first time too. She probably wouldn't betray me, right? Lin Feng had a shred of conscience, but not much. After mulling it over, he shook his head. This wild filly was too untamed, better to keep her in the stable for a while, to break her spirit. After finishing his cigarette, he dressed himself, and then helped Qiao Qiao into her clothes. She wouldn't wake up for a while. He applied sunscreen, and did the same for her. She was his woman now, and if she got sunburned, he'd be the one at a loss. As he picked up Qiao Qiao, Lin Feng honestly wished he could keep her. Even if this was just a transaction, their first time together was something neither could ever forget. But Lin Feng was too cautious. He absolutely couldn't let her move in until he was certain she'd never harm him. Once her hands were stained with blood, and she understood the cruelty of this world, she'd realized that only by staying with him could she sleep soundly. Only then could he bring her in. The secret of his space Lin Feng would never reveal to anyone. Not even one Qiao Qiao, not even 10. In his past life, hadn't Fang Qian known about Lin Feng's space? Wasn't that why he died so miserably? He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Leaving the safe house, he pulled out his heat-resistant war vehicle from his space. The distance wasn't far, but driving would keep him out of the sun. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of these neighbors at all. With his spatial perception, he could locate all of them. His space could store objects and bullets alike, making long-range attacks useless against him. There was nothing a little water from him couldn't solve. If he wanted to, he could flood the entire city of Huanghai. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't that idle. If he drowned the authorities too, they'd nuke him, wouldn't they? Lin Feng had already stepped over the threshold of invincibility. These ordinary people were just walking into a slaughter. Arriving at the base of Qiao Qiao's building, he parked, carried her inside, and used her key to open the iron gate. That flimsy gate wouldn't survive a few kicks from him. No wonder she'd compromised. She couldn't hold out tonight. He laid Qiao Qiao on the bed and began inspecting the place. Checking around, he found water in the house. The bathtub was half full, and the second floor wouldn't lose water anytime soon. There was some food, enough for about 2 days. Perfect. When she ran out, she'd have to come to him for another trade. But then Lin Feng spotted a dog. A Tibetan Mastiff. Female. They'll take her back to keep on bay company. Otherwise, he'll have a hard time finding a mate later. Just as Lin Feng's cigarette in mouth picked up Fangzi, a few people appeared at the door. I heard a car. The door's open, huh? That little slut is dead today? And you? Hand over the car keys and get lost. Tang Xuan will spare your life. It was Tang Xuan and his 4 heavenly kings. Tang Xuan raised his hammer with one hand. Blocking the doorway, he prepared to unleash his whirlwind hammer technique on Lin Feng. If he got this car, he'd fear the scorching UV rays. He could go anywhere and grab all the supplies he wanted. Lin Feng set down Fangzi and pulled out a pistol from his space. He aimed at Tang Xuan's head and fired. Bang! A single gunshot. Tang Xuan's head exploded. Russian pistols pack a punch. One shot sent brains splattering across the 4 heavenly kings' faces. In an instant, the 4 heavenly kings panicked. Their leader's whirlwind hammer technique never even got a chance. And he used a firearm for a sneak attack. That's not fair play. Where's the fun in that? They joined the Tang alliance reluctantly anyway. They scattered and fled, each running home to their mothers. Just then, Tang Xuan's mother, coming down to check on him and persuade him to turn back, witnessed her son's head blown off. You killed my son. He's just a child. He only wanted to avenge his father. What crime did he commit? Bang! Lin Feng, without a word, fired another shot, blowing her head off too. A family should stay together neat and whole. Fans of apocalypse novels know if you provoke the male lead, he might spare you. Even feed you some beef jerky to keep you alive for 2 more chapters. But if you provoke the female lead, no matter how powerful your setting, you rarely survive 3. Tang Xuan, a would-be overlord, unluckily had his base in Building 1 and got his ticket punched immediately. In an instant, the residents of Building 1, hearing the gunshots, scrambled to lock their doors. They armed themselves with kitchen knives and rolling pins. Who the hell has a gun? Is there no law anymore? China's public security was too good. A single gun was enough to scare off 99% of people. Cigarette in mouth, Lin Feng went to check the other two rooms on the second floor. One was covered in blood, so he used his space to absorb all the sofas, beds, furniture, and flooring. The other family armed with knives blocked the door, refusing to let him in. They'll give you a chance to live. Come out now and head upstairs. Lin Feng pulled out a grenade as a threat. Blocking the door was useless. He could blow it open anytime. Boss, please, don't throw that. We'll put down our weapons. We're going upstairs. Terrified, the family dropped their weapons, opened the door, and hurried up. The guy had a pistol, so a grenade made sense, right? Lin Feng entered, checked the place, and absorbed all their furniture and flooring too. Cigarette in mouth, Lin Feng reached the third floor. The doors were shut tight, and he had no intention of robbing them. He covered their peepholes, piled up broken furniture and flooring to block the corridors solidly, then poured 2 barrels of gasoline over it all. Chow Chow was his woman now. If he did nothing, wouldn't that make him heartless? If Lin Feng couldn't solve the problem, it had just solved the people causing it. He took out a lighter, lit it, and tossed it onto the gasoline. Instantly, the third-floor corridor erupted in flames. In 60-degree heat, with all that furniture and 2 barrels of gasoline, the fire was no joke. Soon the third-floor residents, seeing smoke seeping through their door cracks, were utterly despairing. Lin Feng was going to burn the whole building down. What did we ever do to you? You're inhuman. Knowing they'd die if the fire reached them, the third-floor residents decided to jump. Never mind the heat outside. Who cared if they broke their legs? The 4 on the second floor saw the fire and understood. Lin Feng was too lazy to move their bodies, so he made them climb up themselves. Did he have no humanity? Cigarette in mouth, Lin Feng returned to the second floor. Wasn't this just about water? With no one left who'd fight Chow Chow for water. Besides, fire burns upward, not down, so Lin Feng wasn't worried at all. He wasn't worried, but every resident in Building 1 of Shishan was panicking. Those on lower floors could jump, but what about the higher ones? Even jumping from the third floor risked broken bones and certain death. Without medicine, any injury meant infection and doom. Back at Chow Chow's place, Lin Feng used his space to remove the door frame, then pulled out a steel door and welded it into the wall with a welding machine. This steel door was his backup, bulletproof with a firing port. Even if Chow Chow couldn't hold out head, get her distress signal, and come running, he didn't live far. The wild filly had to be caged and tamed, or she'd never obey. He casually tossed Tang Chuan and his mother's bodies out the window and returned to Chow Chow's home. Inside, he tossed her the keys, left a pistol with 200 rounds, and took Fonzie. This wasn't robbery. Had swapped the door, handled all the trouble upstairs, and taken a dog. That was a trade, and she came out ahead. Locking the door, Lin Feng naturally kept a spare key. What if he ever wanted to study human software hardening engineering? Had need a way in. Fonzie didn't resist being held. She was only 3 months old and didn't bite yet. Lin Feng sat in his car for a long while, confirming the fire wouldn't spread back to the second floor, then drove home. Above the third floor, the blaze was fully out of control, leaving the residents of Building 1 wailing in agony. Weren't they suffering enough with no water and no food? How could there be a fire too? Who the hell did this? Was this something a human could do? Can someone tell me what's going on? Why is Building 1 on fire? Oh my God, Building 1 is on fire. It's already reached the 8th floor. Building 1 is doomed. Anyone above the 3rd floor is as good as dead. Help! Someone save me. I live on the 13th floor. Even if I jump, I'm dead. With the heat this intense and no water, this fire seems unstoppable. ITLL just have to burn itself out. Lin Feng returned home and checked the owner's group chat, which was once again in an uproar. Lin Feng shook his head and sent a message. Better to climb to the rooftop and jump from there. Less suffering that way. Seeing Lin Feng's message, a resident from Building 1 who survived jumping from the 3rd floor spoke up. Lin Feng started this fire. He packed the stairwell on the 3rd floor with flammable materials, doused it with gasoline, and lit it up. He never intended for anyone in Building 1 to survive. Lin Feng, you're a murderer. What did we ever do to you? Lin Feng, you'll die a horrible death. I've already put on my red dress and am ready to jump. Even as a ghost, he'll never forgive you. They hadn't mentioned that Lin Feng had a gun. If they had, who would dare seek revenge on him? Lin Feng just smiled and said nothing. I've already killed people and burned buildings. Why would I fear ghosts? If Lin Feng hadn't burned down the building, Chow Chow would never have found peace. The water supply was dwindling by the day, and fights over water were only going to get worse. Lin Feng, you've finally shown your true colors. I condemn you on behalf of all the residents of Beishan Bun. Once order is restored, I will definitely call the police on you. Seeing what Lin Feng had done, Wang Guifan once again climbed onto her moral high horse and activated her invincible mode. Had Wang Guifan finally found her chance to punish Lin Feng? Lin Feng saw this and smiled slightly, completely unafraid. Wang Guifan, which building do you live in? Give me your address, and he'll personally pay you a visit with a fire. I do good deeds without leaving a name. Call me the Agent of Justice, Justice Superman, or the Pancake Hero. With one message from Lin Feng, no one in the group dared to insult him anymore. except for the residents of Building 1 who were on the verge of death. This guy has no humanity. If you provoke him and he gets angry, what if he comes to burn down our building? He's already burned down one building. Nobody doubted that Lin Feng would hesitate to burn down a second one. We've all seen living bodhisattvas, but this is the first time we've seen a living king of hell. You have been removed from the group chat. At that moment, Lin Feng was kicked out. Lin Feng wasn't worried. He still had plenty of alt accounts in the group. Picking up another phone to check the group's activity, Lin Feng truly had no idea which building Wang Guifan lived in. Xishanbiyuan was huge, home to over 100,000 people. He couldn't just burn down every building one by one, could he? Wouldn't that make him completely inhuman? Lin Feng still had a shred of humanity, but just a shred. Zheng Dahai, Lin Feng's neighbor, am willing to take the lead in punishing Lin Feng. Who's willing to join me tonight? Sign up. Gather at my place after sunset. Zheng Dahai spoke up in the group. He wasn't trying to be a good person. He wanted revenge on Lin Feng for getting his mother Yu Jing locked up in detention. And on top of that, he wanted to take over Lin Feng's safe house. Zheng Dahai's family was almost out of food. That was the real motivation. The two homes were closed, and Zheng Dahai had long noticed that Lin Feng's place had plenty of food and drink, and even electricity. The temperature inside seemed comfortable too, and with that much space, how could he not have stockpiled supplies? But before, Lin Feng had been throwing money around in the group chat, and everyone was praising his generosity. Zheng Dahai had no chance to attack him without looking like he was just picking a fight. But now I've got my chance. Lin Feng, tonight you're dead. There are so many of us in Xishanbiyuan. We could drown you in our spit. Brother Dahai, I've got a power drill at home. It'll come with you once the power's back. Count me in. My brother was electrocuted to death by the high voltage current on Lin Feng's wall yesterday. I must avenge him. I'm going to. A heartless demon like Lin Feng deserves death at everyone's hands. Looking at these neighbors with ulterior motives, Lin Feng simply smiled. You're not really waving the banner of justice to punish me. You just want to seize my safe house, don't you? Lin Feng dared to burn the building, so he wasn't afraid of their retaliation. It was only a matter of time before they tried to break into his home anyway. Even if he hadn't burned Building 1 today, would Zheng Dahai, Wang Guifan, or Fang Qian have left him alone? Lin Feng took out an ice cream bar and silently lurked in the group, watching their plans unfold. Could any of it pose a threat to him? The cautious Lin Feng couldn't afford even the slightest mistake. After watching for a while, Lin Feng lost interest. Their plan was nothing more than hiring a locksmith, smashing windows, and using crowbars. You think a crowbar can break through my titanium alloy door? If your crowbar doesn't break, it'll change my surname to yours. Bored, he casually petted Fangzi. Her belly was so soft. Still, it couldn't compare to the fullness of Xiao Xiao's granary. That feel was absolutely unmatched. Lin Feng was already starting to regret sending Xiao Xiao home. Fangzi was very well behaved. She didn't bark or fuss, just let Lin Feng pet her freely. Meanwhile, Anbei had his tongue out, drooling all over the floor, staring at Fangzi like a lovesick fool. Sure enough, following Lin Feng meant not just meat to eat, but a wife too. From now on, I, Anbei, am Lin Feng's loyal dog. And if I die, I'll be Lin Feng's hot pot. Whatever Lin Feng says, he'll do. Lin Feng looked at Anbei strangely. Those dog eyes seemed to hold a glimmer of wisdom. Anbei, go grab a rag and wipe up your drool. Lin Feng tested the waters with a question, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Woof! Anbei wagged his tail, fetched the rag, and wiped the floor. Lin Feng froze. Anbei had never understood such complex commands before. What was going on? Could he be mutating early? It seemed that since the apocalypse began, not only did you have to be careful about who you brought into your safe house, but even a dog needed thorough scrutiny. Should I just put these two dogs down right now? What if they open the door for me while I'm sleeping? Anbei was completely stunned by Lin Feng's words. Though Anbei couldn't fully understand, he could grasp the gist of what Lin Feng meant. After wiping the floor, Anbei obediently walked into his dog cage and closed the door behind him. Indeed, the only safe place in this world was my own dog cage. Alright, let's see how the mutation goes. But I'm warning you, Anbei, if I catch even a hint of disobedience, you're becoming dog meat hot pot. Anbei lay obediently in his cage. How would he dare? I'm just a dog. How could I possibly open your fingerprint and password lock? Seeing Anbei so well-behaved, Lin Feng took out a padlock. Headlock Anbei up every night before going to sleep. Better safe than sorry. Lin Feng was incredibly cautious, unwilling to take even the slightest risk. He even guarded against a dog. There was truly no one else like him. Lin Feng glanced at the group chat messages. They were all crude, old-fashioned methods with no hint of technological sophistication. Those who had jumped from the third and fourth floors had resulted in over a dozen deaths, dozens seriously injured, 3 with broken legs, 3 with scrapes, and 1 who was miraculously unharmed, desperately calling for shelter in the chat. Unfortunately, no one paid them any mind. Every household was struggling to make ends meet, and no one wanted to take them in, not even Wang Guifan from the neighborhood committee, who had some surplus supplies. With no other choice, the 7 survivors leaned on each other and made their way to an empty room on the second floor. But there was nothing inside now. Lin Feng had stripped it bare. Only a trickle of water appeared at night, and it was uncertain how many days they could hold out. As for those who jumped from the 5th floor or higher, the least of their injuries were broken legs. The survivors had no way to rescue them, no ability to help. Being able to keep themselves alive was already a feat. In such dire circumstances, most people were struggling just to survive, who had the capacity to care for others. Even if Lin Feng were to give away all his supplies, could he save the entire world? It was better to look out for oneself. Xiao Xiao lay in bed, growing hotter and hotter as she slept, as if the room temperature had soared to 70 degrees. Of course it was hot. Lin Feng had set the entire upstairs ablaze, and now the 2nd floor was like an oven. It was a blessing that the place wasn't on fire. Xiao Xiao was jolted awake by the heat. She sat up and took a look around. Isn't this my home? Could it be that my encounter with Lin Feng was just a steamy dream? Xiao Xiao shook her head, trying to banish the wicked thought. That bastard Lin Feng had only covered me in his saliva. Pacing back and forth at the front door. He stays home all day watching educational videos. How could he be a virgin? And I actually dreamed of doing it with Lin Feng. And I was the one who initiated it. This is mortifying. Xiao Xiao got up, but then she spotted the key on the bed along with a handgun and 200 rounds of ammunition on the table. She was instantly shocked. I wasn't dreaming. I actually did something that embarrassing. How am I supposed to live this down? I'm so ashamed. It wasn't that Xiao Xiao wanted to take the lead, it was just that Lin Feng's candy was too potent. She tried to control herself, but she couldn't. But she couldn't stay in the room any longer. It was unbearably hot, even hotter than outside. Xiao Xiao grabbed the gun and ammunition, intending to step out and see what was happening, only to find that her door had been replaced. Wasn't this Lin Feng's steel door? Whoa, it's scorching. What on earth is going on? She wanted to leave, but the steel door handle was burning hot, making it impossible to open. I'm done for. Am I going to be roasted alive in here? Lin Feng, you heartless bastard, you're so cold after getting what you wanted. You said it was just a transaction, and you meant it. I'm your woman now, and you're leaving me to die. Xiao Xiao was furious. She grabbed her phone and unleashed a torrent of curses at Lin Feng, cursing his ancestors for 18 generations. Lin Feng, you motherfucker. You son of a b. You a holy. Xiao Xiao sent a barrage of furious voice messages so loud that Lin Feng on the other end had to dig his fingers into his ears. See, this is exactly why I shouldn't have left you in the safe room. With a temper like that, you'd probably off me in my sleep. Lin Feng was relieved he had made the right call, then calmly replied. Don't worry, the fire won't reach your place. You still have half a bathtub of water, right? Get in there and cool off for a few hours. The temperature will return to normal after a while. Seeing Lin Feng's message, Xiao Xiao was livid. You've even planned my escape route. You're too cunning. I'm already your woman, and you're still this wary of me. Do you think I'm some kind of loose woman? With no other choice, she grabbed her phone and gun, went into the bathroom, and lay down in the bathtub, finally feeling some relief. Fortunately, the bathroom in this upstairs room hadn't caught fire, so the temperature was a bit lower. But only slightly lower. It was still like a sauna, hot and steamy. Some saunas exceed 70 degrees, and luckily Xiao Xiao had been to one, so she could tolerate the heat. The bathroom was around 60 degrees, which was bearable. Lin Feng, you're truly inhuman. I'm your first woman, damn it. Weren't you afraid that the drug's effect would be too strong? And I'd never wake up baking to death in here. Lin Feng looked at his phone. He hadn't actually considered that. He had only made sure the fire wouldn't spread back to the 2nd floor and left. Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. How could he explain this to ease the wild Mara's resentment? He had indeed been thoughtless in his actions. After all, it was his first taste of forbidden fruit, and he was still craving more. The best outcome for everyone, Sake, was to tame her and get her into the safe room as soon as possible. You're happy, and I'm happy. Everyone's happy together. Joy is meant to be shared, it doubles the pleasure. Don't worry, I made sure the Candace effect was wearing off before I left. If you weren't so hot-tempered, I would have considered letting you stay in the safe room. With a temper like yours, you're a ticking time bomb. Aren't you afraid I'd kill you in my sleep? Xiao Xiao stared at her phone, her cheeks puffed out in anger. Lin Feng was right, as she did want to kill him. Getting her drunk and taking her first time. Was that something a decent person would do? Ugh, this is so embarrassing. If anyone ever finds out, I won't be able to show my face again. Xiao Xiao covered her face with her hands, then dunked her head in the water to cool down and calm her nerves. But the moment she closed her eyes, all she could see was herself in a frenzy with Lin Feng. She didn't know where Lin Feng had gotten those rum-filled chocolates, but she remembered every single detail of the encounter. The only silver lining was that Lin Feng was also a first-timer. Despite being all talk, he wasn't a player. Could it be that I'm destined to marry Lin Feng? But would that guy even take responsibility for me? Xiao Xiao lifted her head out of the bathtub and began to ponder her future. Women are like that. They place immense importance on their first time. Some women even fall for the man who took their virginity. They give their whole heart to their first man, and Xiao Xiao was no exception. Lin Feng, stop provoking me. I'm so angry I could die from your antics. You changed my door, which shows you still care about my safety. Let's talk this through calmly. We were both each other's first. I don't think you're a womanizer, are you? Let's date properly, and once the apocalypse is over, if we truly have feelings for each other, we can get married. What do you think? That's not an unreasonable request, is it? Xiao Xiao mustered up her courage and asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng was handsome, capable of making money, wealthy, and had great foresight. Aside from his questionable tactics, he was every woman's Prince Charming. Xiao Xiao was no exception. Lin Feng read the message. Honestly, Qiao's request wasn't unreasonable, but now it was, because this was the end of the world. I told you I don't initiate, I don't refuse, and I don't take responsibility. And changing your door was part of the deal. I took your dog, so the door is compensation. Besides, I've made up my mind. I need to marry at least 8 wives to make up for my lost brothers. Xiao Xiao. Reading his message, she was stunned. On the very first day they met, he was crying about his brothers. How exactly did they die? Why can't he let it go? And what do your wives have to do with your dead brothers? Lin Feng, who exactly are your brothers? What's the connection to your wives? And isn't that bigamy? You're breaking the law unknowingly. Then the message Lin Feng sent nearly made Xiao Xiao die of anger. You've met my brother, haven't you? And if we don't get a marriage certificate, what law am I breaking? Xiao Xiao. Indeed, chatting with Lin Feng could be the death of you. That guy is definitely not right in the head. I've met your brother. When? Do you have a photo? Send it over, let me see. Then Lin Feng sent a picture of his brother, which made Xiao Xiao so furious. Her face turned purple with rage. So all this time your brother was just that thing. You could have just said so. Why did you have to send me a picture? Lin Feng, have you no sense of shame? Lin Feng replied, sounding very exasperated. Didn't you ask for a picture of my brother? I thought you wanted a souvenir. I also have a video of you chasing after me, want to see it? If my brother hadn't held up so well, I would have been broken by you. Xiao Xiao stared at his message, speechless, her teeth grinding in frustration. Delete that right now. Lin Feng, how can you be so despicable? Lin Feng hadn't expected this wild filly to place such importance on her chastity. It seemed keeping a copy of the recording was the right call. He chuckled to himself, having found the way to tame her. Deleting it is out of the question. In fact, he'll set it to post automatically. If anything ever happens to me, this video goes straight to my moments. I have your brother on WeChat, and I'm sure he'll see it. And there aren't just cameras in the bedroom. The bathroom has them too, all in high definition, completely uncensored. Xiao Xiao was speechless. She was utterly defeated by this shameless bastard who had no sense of decency whatsoever. If Qiao Feng ever saw her being so forward, she'd die with eternal regret. She could no longer kill Lin Feng, as she simply couldn't take that gamble. This bastard was truly capable of following through. Despicable, shameless, vicious, cunning, and so damn sneaky and shameless. Why didn't I just slit my throat back then? Why did I have to be so impulsive as to try and take over Lin Feng's safe house? Who could possibly take anything from such a despicable man? Xiao Xiao was filled with regret, true profound regret. Though my body may shatter, I fear not. My only wish is to leave my innocence untarnished in this world. Yet she knew her innocence was destined to be lost. She stood up intent on ending her life. If she were dead, could she finally escape this tormentor's psychological torture? Just then her phone buzzed. She looked at it and grew even angrier. Don't you dare think about killing yourself. If I find out you're dead, I'll send it to your brother and post it online anyway. It's not like you can sue me for using your likeness when you're gone. With a body like yours, the video would get massive clicks, and I could make some decent cash on the side. Lin Feng, you bastard. Can't you even let me rest in peace? What have I ever done to you to deserve this kind of torment? Xiao Xiao broke down into sobs, completely crushed by Lin Feng's relentless assault. He seemed almost omniscient. How could he know she was contemplating suicide? Even Lin Feng felt a pang of guilt upon hearing her cries. Xiao Xiao was genuinely a good woman. Smart, brave, meticulous, loyal, beautiful, with a figure to match as gorgeous as a celestial being. Her only flaw was her fiery temper. If it weren't for the apocalypse, he would have been committed to her wholeheartedly, courting her, marrying her, starting a family, and giving her everything she desired. Unfortunately, this apocalypse was expected to last at least 3 years with no upper limit. Who knows what lies ahead? Do I have time for a romance? A romance in the apocalypse? Are you kidding me? After a moment of thought, Lin Feng decided to share some crucial information with Xiao Xiao to prepare her mentally. After all, I, Lin Feng, have the great responsibility of repopulating humanity. If you, Xiao Xiao, have 1 child a year until you're 60, how many is that? I've stockpiled all these supplies for my descendants. Who else would I give them to? I can't possibly eat them all myself. Stop crying and listen to the current situation. The solar flare's magnetic storm has destroyed the ozone layer, and ultraviolet radiation is now lethal to all life. Current technology can't stop this catastrophe. The Earth is no longer habitable for humans as we know it. You've been to college, you know how long it takes for the ozone layer to recover. The apocalypse is here, and it will only get harsher. Since you're my first woman, I can promise you this: no matter how many wives I take, as long as you stay loyal, you will always be my first wife. Xiao Xiao wept as she read his message. Finally, had shared some useful information she hadn't known. If what he said was true, then everything happening around her made perfect sense. The ozone layer destroyed. That would take decades, not years, to recover. Did that mean this life of constant fear and dread would last forever? Even with her 20 million in supplies, would she be trapped indoors forever? This was worse than death. It was more suffocating than prison. No chance for a peaceful sleep, living in constant fear of death. No wonder Lin Feng had built such a massive safe house, converted the bathroom into a hot spring, and splurged millions in the group chat. He knew there was no escape, which is why he did all those seemingly irrational things. Had even bragged about their first time together, hoarding weapons and supplies, being cold-blooded and ruthless. If the ozone layer was truly gone, everything Lin Feng did made perfect sense. Lin Feng, give me some time, okay? I'm not sure if what you're saying is true. But if it is, I agree to you taking multiple wives as long as I'm the first wife. And I won't be a burden. They'll contribute my 20 million in supplies as a dowry. That should be enough to sustain us and our children for a lifetime. Xiao Xiao was proving to be quite shrewd, which pleased Lin Feng. If she weren't smart, she'd be dead by now. As long as she accepted reality and stopped thinking about suicide, he could consider letting her into the safe house. Lin Feng lit a cigarette, pondering whether she really did have 20 million in supplies. It didn't sound like an empty boast. But where was she hiding it? Could it be in the warehouse downstairs? That seemed likely. Should he go raid it tonight? Otherwise, with her own food and water, when would she ever come to him for a trade? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. If he stole from his own woman's supplies, he'd be lower than scum. She wasn't going anywhere anyway. He'd just have to keep a close eye on her. There's no way she could move 20 million in supplies without him noticing. Xiao Xiao was smart, a worthy candidate to be a good wife. Letting her into the safe house as the first wife wasn't out of the question. As for someone like Liang, even without the blood drought incident, Lin Feng would only use her for a bit of fun and never let her live there. Li Ying's head was filled with nothing but nonsense. Any child she bore would be a detriment to the next generation. If you run into any problems you can't solve, contact me anytime. Once I'm sure you're safe to move in, I'll let you. Of course, you'll still need to pay for my help before that. Right now, we're just in a transactional relationship. Xiao Xiao blushed deeply at his message, aghast at the thought of that again. But then, thinking about it, it was a little enjoyable. Ugh, what's wrong with my head? That bastard has corrupted me. Indeed, happiness is always meant to be shared. Lin Feng took out a cigarette and had a few puffs. Telling Xiao Xiao about the ozone layer wasn't a big deal. She would have found out sooner or later anyway. Because according to his memories from his past life, when the US realized they couldn't control the disaster, they used their last remaining national strength to launch their final satellite. It was because of that satellite that global network signals were reconnected and everyone learned of the coming apocalypse. It was then that the Lake Baikal survival base began its worldwide recruitment. The US had done nothing good for centuries, and their final satellite launch was no different. When they fell into chaos, they wanted to drag the whole world down with them. They didn't recklessly launch nuclear weapons because China, South Korea, and Russia all had their nukes pointed at them, ensuring the US would only end up in a worse state. That year, Russia had it the easiest. They had the lowest global temperatures, with Siberia only reaching 50 degrees and the Arctic ice circle at 3,040 degrees. Of course, their good fortune lasted only that 1 year. This was also why Lin Feng hadn't built a shelter in Russia. Who wants to move after just 1 year? Why bother with all that hassle? Besides, there were still these neighbors, his uncle, former teammates, and Fang Qian to deal with. If he left, and they managed to survive until their abilities awakened, they'd be even harder to kill. Don't worry, this is only the beginning. Lin Feng will play this game with you slowly. If I don't make you regret ever being born, then I've lived this life for nothing. He stubbed out his cigarette, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Living a second time, he absolutely could not afford to take any risks. If I ever encounter a problem I can't solve, I'll just have to water things down a bit. There's nothing that a little watering down can't fix for me, Lin Feng. Really? Is it the end of the world? Xiao Xiao lay in the bathtub staring at her phone screen, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Yet thinking about everything that had happened these past few days, she began to believe what Lin Feng had said. If the apocalypse truly arrived, it was undoubtedly someone with Lin Feng's temperament who would survive the longest. Thinking back on the things she had done, many could have been avoided. If she had coldly driven Li Ying away and installed a steel door like Lin Feng, would all those uncontrollable events that followed have been prevented? I think I understand now why you killed in Bay and why you wouldn't let me into the safe room. You still don't fully trust me, do you? You're not entirely wrong. I did plan to kill you when you weren't looking, even though it was our first time. Putting down her phone, Xiao Xiao began to ponder her next steps. Fortunately, Lin Feng had a shred of conscience. He had installed a steel door for her and left her a gun. There were supplies worth 20 million in the warehouse downstairs. Even with a complete cutoff of water and electricity, with the steel door, the gun, and ample food and drink, Xiao Xiao could hold out for a long time. Yet lying in the bathtub, she still felt afraid. What if she caught a cold or ran a fever? What if she suffered heat stroke from the scorching heat? What if she got heat exhaustion? Without medicine, with no one around, she would be no different from waiting to die. Indeed, a woman truly can't survive on her own strength. I'm really in a tough spot. Thinking of this, she recalled Lin Feng's shy demeanor back then. He was all talk on a daily basis. But when it came to the critical moment, he just fumbled around. Couldn't even manage deeper intimacy. Is it because you're afraid of hurting me, eh? Xiao Xiao covered her face, her mind racing with wild fantasies. That bastard Lin Feng, no matter what happens in the future, she would never forget him. I'm so embarrassed. What's wrong with me? Why can't I stop thinking about that bastard? What's so good about him anyway? He nearly burned me to death in my own home. Xiao Xiao covered her face, not daring to think about it, but the memory was too vivid. And it was her first time, making it impossible to erase. After a long while, the fire in the building naturally extinguished and the temperature inside gradually dropped. Xiao Xiao climbed out of the bathtub. Looking at the water, she wanted to drain it, but hesitated. She had bathed in it twice, and it was now murky and dirty. But if she drained it and the water didn't come back tonight, what would she drink? Oh my God, what's wrong with me? This is just bathwater I'd normally pour out without a second thought, and I'm hesitating about whether to keep it for drinking. Xiao Xiao was losing it. She was truly breaking down. Remembering Lin Feng's hot spring with its auto-circulating water that seemed like paradise on earth. And she had only seen a mere fraction of it. The safe room had 5 floors. With so many unknown rooms, what could be inside them? Xiao Xiao had always been curious. That's why she had followed Lin Feng in the first place. Now, having glimpsed just a fraction, she was even more desperate to know what else was in there. That safe room was 5,000 square feet. Just how much had Lin Feng modified? I hope Lin Feng was lying to me this time too. I hope the world returns to order soon and my brother comes back early. Xiao Xiao looked at the bathwater, but in the end she couldn't bear to drain it. She decided to wait and see if the water came back tonight. If it did, she could change it. Leaving the bathroom, she checked the pistol Lin Feng had left. She didn't dare fire it to test if it was real, afraid of wasting bullets. However, she was certain of its quality. It was a real gun. At least if someone tried to break in tonight, she wouldn't be entirely helpless. Even if she couldn't hold the door, she could use it on herself, ensuring a less painful death. She checked the steel door. It was welded very securely. This Lin Feng did have a bit of conscience. Doing business with him was basically never a loss. A dog in exchange for such a secure steel door was a good deal, especially since keeping the dog now was just wasting food. Fangzi now with Lin Feng would probably get food as good as in Bice, right? That was fine, at least she wouldn't have to eat dog food and jerky anymore. But as she thought about it, Xiao Xiao felt even more wronged. Why was it that she, an innocent maiden, had given her first time to Lin Feng, yet she ate worse than the dog he had taken away? Who wouldn't feel wronged in her position? Lin Feng, is this the kind of thing a human does? Ugh, he forced me. How can I still be thinking about him? What's wrong with me? I should be plotting to kill him. Xiao Xiao stomped her feet in shame. There was no helping it, as she was still a virgin. A prostitute wouldn't remember past clients as she greets new ones every day. But how could a virgin ever forget her first man? Xiao Xiao stomped around the room for a while, then let out a sigh. I've killed and my first time is gone. He'll just live one day at a time, right? What else can I do? She sighed, sat on the floor, and lost hope for the future. It wasn't until midnight that the water came back. Seeing it, Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. She drained the bathtub and waited for it to slowly fill again. At this rate, filling the tub wouldn't be a problem. With her water issue solved and the upstairs neighbors dealt with by Lin Feng, Xiao Xiao had nothing to do. She took out her night vision binoculars and saw in the distance a large group of people carrying various demolition tools heading towards Lin Feng's safe house door. Lin Feng, is it because you were protecting me that you've made so many enemies? A wave of gratitude washed over Xiao Xiao. If not for helping her, would Lin Feng, who was so cautious, have resorted to burning the building? Xiao Xiao was smart, as she guessed right. Lin Feng was indeed helping her, but to him it was simply no big deal. After all, this group would have come to his door eventually. Sooner or later was the same, the difference was minimal. Everyone follow me. Tonight we bring down Lin Feng. Zheng Dehai commanded. Under the cover of night, he led dozens of people. They arrived at Lin Feng's doorstep. Dozens of people held tools. Some had hammers, some had jackhammers, some were pulling wires. They were determined not to go home until they had dug Lin Feng out. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao felt a twinge of worry for Lin Feng. Then Xiao Xiao shook her head violently. If Lin Feng dies, shouldn't I be the happiest one? What am I worried about? Xiao Xiao didn't know what was wrong with her. Why had she changed so much after being with Lin Feng? Where was her former decisiveness and ruthlessness? Could it be that she had actually fallen for that bastard Lin Feng? After thinking it over, Xiao Xiao sent a message. Lin Feng, do you need me to provide cover fire from my second-floor window? Help draw some of their attention. If Lin Feng dies, and he really posts that video to his friends, how would I live with myself? Be careful, everyone. Lin Feng's walls are covered in high-voltage electricity. Don't touch them. Zheng Dehai warned the group urgently, and they all nodded in acknowledgement. Is that all? Boss, are you overestimating Lin Feng? With my blade skills, I can hack this flimsy door apart in a few strokes. A lackey eager to prove himself grabbed a cleaver and swung with all his might, landing a single powerful blow. Clang! A sharp crack rang out. The cleaver snapped in two. The broken blade flew up and lodged itself in his throat, blood gurgling out in thick bubbles. Everyone. It was clear he was beyond saving. The poor fool, why had he used so much force? Zheng Dehai examined the titanium alloy door. The fierce strike had only left a faint white scratch, nothing more. Old Wang, you go. You're the professional locksmith. If you can pick his lock, we'll all save ourselves the trouble. Zheng Dehai had brought a team of specialists, this time with all kinds of talent. Old Wang nodded, a veteran of over 30 years in the trade. Electronic locks, mechanical locks, combination locks, fingerprint locks. What lock had he? Old Wang never opened. But when he saw the lock on Lin Feng's door, Old Wang was stunned. Dehai, this is bad. From what I can see, this is the most advanced facial recognition lock combined with a swastika mechanical lock, a combination lock, and a fingerprint lock. All four in one. If a single one fails within 30 seconds, the door will seal permanently. With my 30 years of experience, there's simply no way I can unlock it in time. Old Wang, who had been a locksmith for 3 decades, felt utterly helpless at this sight. Just get on with it. Stop stalling. If it were easy, why would I need you? Zheng Dehai had plans for this door and lock. Once he got rid of Lin Feng, and then Old Wang, this safe house would be his. Alright, I'll give it a try, but don't blame me if I can't crack it. Old Wang sighed, bracing himself for the ultimate challenge. He extended his tweezers, deciding to tackle the mechanical lock first, then resort to brute force on the electronic fingerprint and combination locks. This was his lifetime of experience talking. After all, the more intricate something is, the more vulnerable it is to force. Only after the mechanical lock was open would there be any possibility. Old Wang inserted the tweezers into the swastika-shaped keyhole, trying to feel the mechanism to craft a key by touch. Don't panic. Leave it to me. Let me feel this out. This was a lifetime of skill. Even with a live tutorial, few could master it in years. But the moment the tweezers entered the lock, Lin Feng, standing behind the door, smiled wickedly and flipped the circuit breaker. Yelp! Yelp, yelp, yelp. Old Wang was zapped by the high voltage, yelping like a dog. Yelp! Yelp, yelp, yelp. A young lackey rushed to pull him away and got electrocuted too, yelping in pain. This terrified everyone. That bastard had electrified the entire front door. How were they supposed to touch it? What are you doing? It's live, and you touch it with your bare hands. You want to die? Zheng Dehai used his club to knock Old Wang's hand away. Then Old Wang and the young lackey kicked their legs and lay still, scorched black. Clearly, although they hadn't known each other before, they were now well acquainted. The leg twitching. That was just the normal muscle contraction reflex after being cooked through. A smell of roasted meat wafted through the air, and the group staring at the two corpses that were crispy on the outside and tender inside felt a strange urge to take a bite. Zheng Dehai, furious at losing 3 teammates in an instant, roared, "Damn it! What are you all standing around for? Get me a sledgehammer. Smash the windows." I don't believe his glass is electrified too. His shout jolted them from their daze. They shook their heads, grabbed the sledgehammers, and began their performance. Thud. A dull thud. Zheng Dehai felt his hand go numb. The wooden handle snapped cleanly, and the impact split the skin at the base of his thumb. What the hell? How thick is this glass? Zheng Dehai shone a flashlight on it. The glass was over a meter thick. Forget bulletproof glass. Even ordinary glass that thick couldn't be broken by human strength. The dozens of people were dumbfounded. Wasn't Lin Feng building a private top-tier hospital? Was this really a hospital? Zheng Dehai noticed a white mark on the glass. Maybe that was damage. He was overthinking it. It was just a tiny scratch on the sun protection film that cautious Lin Feng had applied. Get the cables. Bring the jackhammers and drill through it. They dragged over tens of meters of wire, grabbed some jackhammers, and plugged them in, starting to drill with a vengeance. Each impact on the glass left a white dot. This gave Zheng Dehai and his crew a glimmer of hope. As long as there was an effect, they could break the glass. Constant dripping wears away a stone. An iron rod can be ground into a needle. At that moment, Lin Feng smiled slightly, took out a water hose, and started spraying them. Splash. Sizzle, sizzle. In an instant, the sockets short-circuited. The water flowed onto the high-voltage grid. The men holding the jackhammers immediately started dancing an impromptu jig. Before long, they too went from strangers to acquaintances. Damn it, Lin Feng. You must have water and supplies in there. I'm rationing my drinking water, and you're using it to hose people down. Zheng Dehai was frantic. Lin Feng had bought supplies worth 10 billion. They couldn't have disappeared. It seemed he had filed a false report and stashed all the supplies in this house. That was 10 billion worth of supplies. Enough to feed everyone in West Mountain Villa for a lifetime. I had some bathwater to get rid of. Didn't expect anyone to be out here. Stay away from my house, alright? If I spray you and you get electrocuted, don't blame me. Lin Feng waved the hose again, sending the dozens of people scrambling back. Getting electrocuted was no joke. Bathwater. Who are you trying to fool? Who uses this much water for a bath? That's enough to fill a public pool. Zheng Dehai, keeping his distance, was completely enraged, while Lin Feng, having emptied the bathwater, stopped spraying. Poverty limits your imagination. I use this much water for my baths. Lin Feng wasn't lying but really was bath water. After his bath, the shampoo and body wash residue made it undrinkable and unsuitable for watering plants, so he stored it in his space to use on people. It turned out to be quite effective. One spray could take out a whole group. It was all just a game to him. The dozens of people swallowed hard at the sight of Lin Feng's bath water. Not because they wanted to bathe, but because they wanted to drink it. An elderly man desperate with thirst lay down and lapped at a small puddle. At this point, water was water, no matter what it had been used for. Sizzle sizzle. In an instant, the old man also underwent a final evolution into an acquaintance. This sent chills down everyone's spines. How the hell were they supposed to deal with this bastard Lin Feng? He even electrified his bathwater so they couldn't get a single drop. Have you no humanity? We're dying of thirst and hunger here. Most of those who came tonight were out of water and food, hoping to find a chance to break down Lin Feng's door and loot his supplies. But looking at this situation, forget about looting. Getting anywhere near the place was a problem in itself. The dozens of people looked at each other completely at a loss. How were they supposed to rob Lin Feng? Lin Feng, you've not only set the building on fire, but you've also electrocuted so many people. If you know what's good for you, open this door and accept the investigation. I'm here to arrest you on behalf of the authorities. If you open the door now, I can consider it as you surrendering yourself. At most, you'll get a suspended death sentence. You're rich. You'll be out in a few years. Think carefully about the consequences of not opening this door. Zheng Dehai raised the banner of justice, demanding Lin Feng open the door and surrender. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. How did you come up with such an idiotic excuse? You, a demolition thug. You're telling me you represent the authorities. Who gave you that right? Anyway, whether I kill one person or a building full of people, it's the same. Don't bother with the suspended death sentence. Oh, just sentence me to death. Go ahead, come in and kill me. If you can get in, my head is yours for the taking. Come on, come on, come in. At that moment, Zheng Dehai was furious. Lin Feng, you're too damn infuriating. Fine. Lin Feng, you think I can't get in, huh? If I can't get in alone, I'll call for backup. I refuse to believe 10,000 people can't break in. With that, Zheng Dehai sent a message in the group chat. All members, this is Zheng Dehai. I've discovered a secret. Lin Feng said he lost billions in supplies, but he didn't. He's hidden it all in his safe room. Anyone out of water or food, get over here. Once we get into Lin Feng's safe room, everyone will have food and drink. That's 10 billion in supplies. As he spoke, Zheng Dehai sent a few photos of Lin Feng eating. It seemed he had admitted he couldn't get in alone and was now sharing this secret with everyone. Damn, Lin Feng even has ice in his house, and he's using it to make hot pot with sashimi. I can't take it anymore. We're going to die of heat anyway. Give me a piece of ice to cool down and I'll die without regrets. Let's do it, brothers. Lin Feng has killed so many people. We're here to execute justice. Down with the murderer Lin Feng. Avenge the dead. In an instant, the group chat exploded. All those living in high-rises without water or food came. There were over 1,000 of them. They surrounded Lin Feng's safe room in a dark mass. Lin Feng, let's see how you handle this now. There are so many of us. If you've got the guts, kill us all. Seeing the crowd, Zheng Dehai puffed out his chest again, feeling confident once more. Some who didn't know the situation started pounding on the walls and were instantly electrocuted by the dozens. This sobered the rest up considerably. They quickly backed away from the walls. Then they started smashing the windows, but it was futile. They discovered that after all that pounding, they'd only cracked the sunproof film on the surface and nothing else. Damn it. This glass is over a meter thick. Forget a hammer, even a rocket launcher couldn't break it. Finally, some realized the reality, shook their heads, and put down their small hammers. It was a completely futile effort. And this back door is made of titanium alloy. My crowbar broke before the door even budged. Lin Feng's house had 4 doors, north, south, east, and west, and some went to try the back door, but it was useless. The crowd stared at this iron fortress in shock. Forget keeping out people, it could even withstand a zombie apocalypse. Lin Feng watched the surveillance feed from the front door, smoking a cigarette, pondering. Should I just take them all out? After a moment's thought, Lin Feng decided against it. His space couldn't hold corpses. If he killed them all, wouldn't their bodies rot right in front of his house? Wouldn't that cause a plague? How troublesome would disposing of all those bodies be? And what if he accidentally got sick? He thought it over and decided to just let them be. They couldn't break in, so they'd eventually give up and leave. They were really lucky. If Lin Feng weren't so cautious about catching an infectious disease, they'd all be dead tonight. This was only because they were at Lin Feng's doorstep. Try this anywhere else. Can't get in from above, huh? Fine. Split into groups and dig. Dig in from underneath. I don't believe it. Lin Feng, is your foundation made of titanium alloy too? At Zheng Dehai's words, Lin Feng laughed. You're clever. How did you guess my foundation is also titanium alloy? Dig all you want. Dig in your big golf course, dig, 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 until you hit the giant steel plate and despair. The group grabbed shovels and started digging a few meters away from Lin Feng's house, not daring to get too close due to the high-voltage electricity on the walls. Lin Feng smiled and beckoned to Zheng Dehai, who was still shouting outside. "Brother Dehai, tell them to stop digging. Come over here, let's talk this out." Hearing that Lin Feng was backing down, Zheng Dehai was overjoyed. "Keep digging. They'll go see what Lin Feng has to say." Zheng Dehai swaggered over and said to Lin Feng, "Scared now, are you? Open the door. Once I'm inside, we can talk properly." Zheng Dehai still wanted Lin Feng's safe room. If they dug it up, it wouldn't be safe for him to live in either. "All right, Brother Dehai, let's talk. Stay right there. He'll only let you in." Hearing how submissive Lin Feng sounded, Zheng Dehai felt much better. Indeed, when people unite, they can move mountains. Lin Feng was nothing. Lin Feng pulled a hand crossbow from his space and smeared dog feces and urine on the bolt. He opened the firing port aimed at Zheng Dehai's ear and fired. "Zheng Dehai, do you know how a dog barks?" Before Zheng Dehai could even process Lin Feng's words, a cold glint shot through the air. A massive gash was torn across Zheng Dehai's face by the bolt. His ear was pierced clean through. This was why Lin Feng had called him over. Lin Feng wasn't a great shot, and he was afraid he might accidentally kill Zheng Dehai with a single bolt. "In my past life, you stole all my food. If I just killed you outright, would I still be Lin Feng?" "Oh, my face, my ear. Lin Feng, he'll kill you. He'll kill you." Zheng Dehai clutched his face, screaming in agony. Blood poured down his face onto the ground. The massive wound drenched him in his own blood. "Oh, my face, my ear. Lin Feng, he'll kill you. He'll kill you." So that's how a dog barks. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zheng Dehai was so enraged he wished he could kill Lin Feng on the spot. But he knew he needed to stop the bleeding, disinfect, and stitch the wound immediately. Otherwise the wound would get infected in this heat. He'd be dead for sure. "Lin Feng, you just wait. We're not." Splashed. Tui. Ugh. Lin Feng, you threw shit. Not just any shit, but dog shit. Before Zheng Dehai could finish his curse, he was showered with dog feces. His mouth was open and it went straight in. You have to admit the dog eats well. This shit was both smelly and sticky. It looked like it wouldn't wash off easily. "Lin Feng, just you wait. Just you wait." Zheng Dehai knew well what happens when dog filth meets an open wound, so he hurried home clutching his face to wash it clean. Otherwise he was as good as dead. Lin Feng meanwhile watched with keen interest. Strolling over to where the diggers had been working, he opened the firing port, lit a Molotov cocktail, and tossed it straight in. "Since you've already dug your own grave, saves me the trouble of burying your corpses." "Oh, help. Lin Feng, you'll die a horrible death. Someone save me. Just give me a quick end." The 5 men in the pit were engulfed in flames. And without any water, they had no way to put out the fire. Before long, right before everyone's eyes, the 5 were burned into a heap of charred corpses lying in the pit they had dug themselves. No one even needed to bother filling it in. The remaining people witnessing this scrambled dozens of meters away from Lin Feng's safe house, terrified that Lin Feng might toss a Molotov at them next. All these people toiling through the night, losing over 100 lives, and they had accomplished absolutely nothing. As the sky began to pale with the first light of dawn, everyone slunk away, tools in hand. Already parched and starving, and now having wasted all that energy, today was going to be brutal. Back home, Zheng Dehai plunged headfirst into the bathtub, desperately scrubbing the dog filth and blood from his wounds. If this got infected, his life was forfeit. Why hold back on the water now? "Dehai, what happened? Don't scare Mom." Seeing the bathtub stained red with blood and filth, Yu Jing was terrified. She had never witnessed anything like this. "Quick, change the water. We have to clean the wound thoroughly. If it gets infected in this 60-degree heat, I'm done for." Just then Zheng Dehai's wife, Su Hongrui, hurried over anxiously. She yanked open the tub's drain, grabbed a bucket of clean water, and began washing the wound. "Dehai, did Lin Feng do this? Is he even human? Not only did he shoot you, but he also threw dog shit all over you." Su Hongrui was seething with rage. She had walked the streets herself, a full-fledged delinquent since childhood. When had she ever been bullied like this? Su Hongrui, 163 centimeters, 29 years old, possessed a wild, untamed beauty. A massive tattoo of Guan Yu with glaring eyes covered her entire back, and her temperament yielded to no one. Every inch of her body, she spared none. Su Hongrui had it all inked on. This woman was an absolute force to be reckoned with. "Quick, get the iodine and the medicine kit. Apply it for me." Yu Jing rushed to fetch them. Given that Zheng Dehai and Su Hongrui were always brawling, anti-inflammatory supplies were a staple in the house. "Got it. Dehai, bear with it. We can't afford any mistakes in this heat. If you die, I'll take the kid and remarry." Su Hongrui wasn't about to coddle Zheng Dehai. She snatched the iodine from Yu Jing and poured it directly onto the gaping wound. "Ah, Lin Feng, just you wait. When I get my hands on you, if I don't slice you into 1,000 pieces, it'll change my last name." Zheng Dehai screamed like a stuck pig. But Su Hongrui, this ruthless fiend, cared not a whit for his pain. She pulled out a needle, threaded it, and stitched up Zheng Dehai's face as if she were mending a pair of quilted trousers. The agony was unbearable for Zheng Dahai. His legs kicked out once twice, and he passed out cold. Unconscious, his fate unknown. After spraying on the Yunnan Baiyao, Zheng Dahai's life was left to the heavens. Su Hongrui had done all she could. Rest easy, Dahai. Even if you die, I'll avenge you. No man of mine, Su Hongrui, dies in vain. Su Hongrui wasn't joking. She had killed before. Her previous husband, a gang leader, had been chopped down. She had grabbed 2 cleavers and butchered over a dozen of his killers. Every time Su Hongrui was injured, she'd cover the scar with a new tattoo. This woman simply had no concept of fear. Apart from her face and the soles of her feet, which had never been wounded or inked, there was hardly a spot on Su Hongrui's body that hadn't been hurt. But after marrying Zheng Dahai, Su Hongrui had gone straight. Zheng Dahai earned enough that she didn't need to dirty her hands. It seemed that today Su Hongrui was about to come out of retirement. You're all a bunch of useless trash. A whole mob can't handle one man. And you still have the nerve to come back and eat. From today on, no water, no food for any of you. After stitching up Zheng Dahai, Su Hongrui began to lay into his lackeys. The lackeys cowered, not daring to make a sound. They all knew the name Huanghai, 13th sister, but she had retired from the underworld a few years back to get married and have kids. None of these underlings dared to doubt that this big sister would really chop them into pieces and feed them to the dogs. Hey, is this Brother Wang? It's me, 13th sister. My husband's been beaten into critical condition, life hanging by a thread. Do you still have guns and explosives? Give me some. I want revenge. What? Guns and explosives are in short supply now. You want me to spend 3 days with you before you can give them to me? Fine. He'll drive over tonight. 3 days it is. I'm just afraid your dick will fall off from exhaustion. If you die, who do I get the explosives from then? The dozen or so lackeys. They were truly in awe of this big sister. Couldn't she keep this kind of talk private? They glanced at Zheng Dahai, who was hovering between life and death, their eyes filled with sympathy. With a wife like that, are you really sure that kid is yours? Carry Dahai to the bedroom. 3 days from now, when I get back, I'm blowing up Lin Feng's damn house with dynamite. God fucking damn it, you pack of idiots. A whole mob can't crack one measly house. When I was 18, I cracked the vault of the Huanghai City Bank. If my husband hadn't been killed, and I hadn't killed so many people and spent all my money greasing palms to settle, would I have married this waste? The lackeys cowered in silence. They were demolition workers, not gangsters. They were out of their league. So the 2039 Huanghai City Bank heist was pulled off by you, big sister. Big sister is a legend. You've got 3 days. Dig a tunnel from Lin Feng's old house to right under that turtle shell of his. If it's not done by the time I get back, you're all dead meat. Staring at the unconscious Zheng Dahai on the bed, Su Hongrui gave her final order to the lackeys. Back in the day, she had blown up the Huanghai City Bank by digging a tunnel. Lin Feng, your house might be tough, but is it tougher than a bank vault? Yes, big sister. We won't let you down. The dozen lackeys were completely on board. After all, there were plenty of laborers to do the digging. They'd just grab people to dig. All they had to do was supervise with machetes in hand. Easy work. Then Su Hongrui began to pack her things, a red dress slid up to her thigh with a backless cut. She applied red eyeshadow and lipstick, revealing the tattoos covering her back and legs, looking like a seductive yet thorny rose. Zheng Dahai didn't know about this, but if he did, he'd probably die of rage. Indeed. You don't marry a gangster. Seeing the dawn break, Lin Feng lit a cigarette. If it weren't for the hassle of cleaning up after killing them all, he would have done it. Bored and drowsy, he pulled out his phone and glanced at it. Lin Feng, are you there? I'm so worried with all those people coming to cause you trouble. Lin Feng smirked. This green tea bitch Fang Qian must have seen the news about his 100 billion supplies and couldn't contain herself at home. Qian, I've missed you so much. I was so scared when all those people came after me last night. Lin Feng chuckled wickedly and sent 2 pitiful emojis. He was going to toy with her. At Fang Qian's place, she and her bestie Wang Qing fanned themselves while eating plain boiled noodles. Ugh, this is disgusting. When will this misery end? Fang Qian slammed down her chopsticks in anger, refusing to eat. Spoiled as she was, she couldn't stomach such bland fare. She lived on the 8th floor of Building 5. The floor wasn't too high, they had water and a stash of discounted steaks. No one bothered them, and they weren't starving, but the food was terrible. Earlier, when she saw in the group chat that Lin Feng had lost his 100 billion supplies and was out of food, even instant noodles, Fang Qian wouldn't have given him the time of day. Why should she care if he lived or died? Her steaks weren't for some simp. But last night, she saw that Lin Feng's safe house was stocked with 100 billion in supplies. And ice. That got her attention. With a single command, that simp would come running right. Ugh, Qian, we should be grateful we have anything to eat at all. Look at how people outside are killing each other over a sip of water or a pack of noodles. I don't even dare post on my moments anymore, afraid someone will show up at my door. Just eat it. Wang Qing pushed the bowl towards Fang Qian, urging her to eat. I don't want it. I want Australian lobster. Steak. A glass of iced wine. That's the life I deserve. Fang Qian pouted, throwing another tantrum. Wang Qing shook her head and remarked casually, Right now Lin Feng is probably the only one in all of Huanghai City with lobster steak and red wine. Isn't he your simp? The one who bought you bags and a house outright? Well, has he replied yet? Wang Qing craved red wine and steak too, but she didn't have that kind of connection. She was decent-looking 158 centimeters tall with a good figure, but she couldn't compare to Fang Qian, and those rich playboys didn't give her a second glance. After all, they went for high-class women, and Wang Qing never had the chance to collect simps and scam them for money and bags like Fang Qian did. Let me check my messages. That simp used to have me on special alerts. He'd deliver takeout at 2:30 a.m. if I asked. Why hasn't he replied all night? She opened her phone and saw Lin Feng's message had arrived half an hour ago. Maybe the signal was bad. Her phone didn't ring. A simp is always a simp. See, he misses me. One word from me, and he'll come crawling bringing us into his safe house. Fang Qian happily showed the message to Wang Qing, who looked on with envy. If only Lin Feng were that devoted to her. She didn't need many simps, just one high-quality simp like Lin Feng would be enough. Then hurry up and show him some concern. Get him to let us into that safe house. I've had enough of this suffering. With his 100 billion supplies, we couldn't finish it in 3 lifetimes. Wang Qing's words made Fang Qian roll her eyes in disdain. No wonder you can't land a simp. Your game is too weak. Why should I care about him? A simp just needs to know I'm suffering, and he'll come running to lick my boots. Watch and learn. Wang Qing leaned and eager to learn from the master on how to handle a simp. Oh Feng Feng, look at my breakfast, just plain boiled noodles. I'm craving steak, but I wonder if this awful weather will even allow it. As she spoke, she inched her leg towards the table, pretending to photograph the noodles, while actually showing off her fair leg. Wouldn't your simp instincts kick in? Come running with a barrage of flattery. Lin Feng received the message and saw the photo amused. Gotta hand it to you, Fang Qian. You really know how to play the game. He pulled out a bottle of 1982 Lafite from his storage. Funny how there's so much 82 Lafite around, it's 2050, and they still haven't run out. Then he laid out Wagyu beef, lobster, caviar, and a dozen types of seafood on ice, took a photo, and sent it to Fang Qian. She loved that stuff. My breakfast is a bit much, I can't finish it alone. Why don't you come over and join me, Qian? Seeing the photo, Wang Qing's eyes went wide. Holy shit, Qian. How much money does your simp have? Lin Feng. Could he be that Lin Feng who sold all those rental apartments? Didn't you hear? He sold nearly 4,000 units in less than a month. His assets are definitely over 10 billion. Treating him like a simp is way too much. If you married him, you could bathe in Lafite and never spend it all. Why choose Lin Tian of Lin's real estate over him? And Lin Tian nearly went bankrupt. Are you stupid? Fang Qian frowned at Wang Qing's words. Back when Lin Feng was being crushed by Lin Tian, she had sided with Lin Tian. But who knew Lin Feng would make a comeback? Had wrecked Lin's real estate so badly Fang Qian didn't even know if Lin Tian was dead or alive. Either way, he was broke, and she couldn't be bothered with him. Alright, stop it. I get it. They'll give this simp a little taste of sweetness. All it takes is one caring word, and hell come groveling. Fang Qian had made up her mind. She didn't care about Lin Tian's fate anymore. First things first, she needed to fill her stomach. A 82 Lafite. Barely good enough to rinse her mouth. Well then, can you drive over and pick me and ching up? This sun is scorching, it's almost 60 degrees out. It's dangerous for 2 girls like us to walk that far. What if something happens? Fang Qian's manipulative nature was on full display. She actually wanted Lin Feng to drive over and get her. Lin Feng chuckled. Bored anyway, he decided to keep playing along. Qian, it's not that I don't want to pick you up, I just can't. Everyone in Shishan Bun knows I have 100 billion in supplies. If I step outside, they'll beat me to death. If I die, you won't get to eat this breakfast either. If you want to eat, you'll have to come here yourselves. Hardly anyone goes out during the day. Call me when you reach the gate, and he'll let you in. Neither Fang Qian nor Wang Qing suspected a thing after reading his message. Fine, we'll come over and message you when we arrive. Fang Qian figured Lin Feng definitely wouldn't dare leave the house now. If he couldn't come to them, they'd go to him. Risking a little danger was worth it for food this good. After replying to Fang Qian, Lin Feng took a sip of his 1982 Lafite and continued scrolling through his phone messages. Boss, how's the situation? With so many people attacking you, are you alright? Boss, we're ready. If they break down your door, we'll charge in from behind to cover your retreat. Damn. Boss, what is your house made of? Over 1,000 people couldn't break it down. Boss, please take me in. I can warm your bed. I can do laundry and cook. Nothing less than a 5-star chef. You're just too handsome. Reading the concerned messages in the group chat, Lin Feng nodded slightly. At least when I'm in danger, you all still think of saving me. I didn't raise you all for nothing. Though he wasn't sure if they'd actually come to his rescue if the door were breached, their attitude was commendable. He tapped on the message about wanting to be taken in and warm his bed. It was from Wu Daiwa. That girl is too young. It was just a playful remark, not to be taken seriously. I'm fine. This kind of situation will happen often in the future, so don't worry about me. Little girl, you're still too young. Come back when you're 20. The moment Lin Feng sent the message, Wu Yong received it, having set a special notification for him. Holding his phone thinking of his still immature, naive daughter, the resourceful Wu Yong conceived a plan. Honey, I need to discuss something with you. Wu Yong's wife Dong Shi was beautiful though older at 40, still she maintained herself, while looking around 30 with lingering charm. What is it? What do you want to talk about? Dong Shi and Wu Yong had a strong relationship, rarely arguing, so they always discussed things together. Our daughter is 18 now. Shouldn't she have a partner? You saw what happened yesterday. If we send her to the boss house, don't you think that'd be the best outcome? Dong Shi immediately understood his meaning. Which rich man isn't a womanizer? It's just you afraid of me, a henpecked husband. Your boss has sharp taste and a fortune starting in the billions. If you send our daughter over, won't she get bullied by other women? Our daughter is too innocent. She has no cunning. Wu Yong himself was worth 50 million, and in Dong Shi's circle, none of those wealthy men were decent. Honestly, she didn't want to send her daughter over. Honey, I think following the boss is the safest bet. Look at those people. They attacked without even knowing if the boss had 10 billion in supplies. If they found out we have 130 million in supplies here, do you think we could hold them off with just this one pistol? Think about it. If I hadn't followed the boss in stockpiling supplies and reinforcing the villa, wouldn't we be out there with those people right now? The boss has never intended to sell supplies, which proves that supplies are now more important than money. If our daughter is with him, at least she'll be safe and never want for anything for life. Even if we die, we can rest easy, right? Hearing Wu Yong's words, Dong Shi frowned. She had to admit Wu Yong had a sharp mind. He made a valid point. Without Lin Feng, their family of 3 would probably be stuck with a bankrupt 50 million real estate agency frozen stiff. Find a chance to sound out your boss, then ask our daughter's opinion. If either of them disagrees, I won't go along with it. And if something like last night really happens here, you man up and shoot me and our daughter first. We must never be captured. Dong Shi was open-minded and understood the rules of the wealthy world. She would never have accepted her daughter marrying a man like Lin Feng with multiple women before. But now she too sensed that this calamity was no simple matter. All right, I'll ask the boss when I get the chance. Wu Yong adjusted his glasses, resolved to take a gamble. He went to his daughter's room and pushed open the door, finding her looking at her phone. He crept closer and saw Wu Daiwe browsing through Lin Feng's photo album. Wow, so handsome. And he's only 21 this year. Brother Lin Feng is such a man. 1,000 people came at him, and he wasn't scared. If I could marry him, I'd give him so many babies. Hearing his daughter's infatuated ramblings, Wu Yong understood. He quietly slipped out of the room. His daughter's stance was clear as she had already become Lin Feng's little fangirl. Saya daughter is no match for a suitor. He shook his head helplessly as he left. Choosing a son-in-law was serious work, and Wu Yong could only hope Lin Feng wasn't a heartless playboy and would treat his daughter well. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Just then shouts erupted from downstairs, startling Wu Yong. Could someone be attacking? It was broad daylight. He grabbed the pistol in his pocket and rushed downstairs, only to see several people were pulling on ropes, and at the end of them were 2 men. Quick! Pull them up! What happened? Wu Yong hurried over to help, and others hearing the commotion rushed over to assist. They hauled the men up. The 2 men's pants were soaked, liquid dripping down their legs. What the hell happened? Scared you both that bad? You pissed yourselves. Wu Yong wiped the sweat from his forehead and holstered his gun. He was starting to get jumpy himself. Manager, it scared me to death. There's a pit down there, super deep. If I hadn't been tied to the safety rope, I'd be dead. In that instant my foot slipped, everything went black. I even saw my grandma waving at me from the bridge of helplessness. It almost scared the crap out of me. Both men had pissed themselves. It was more thrilling than bungee jumping. After all, no one expected to suddenly fall into a hole while digging. Lower a bucket down there. See if there's water. At Wu Yong's command, they immediately complied. They lowered it nearly 30 meters, and sure enough, they struck water. Wu Yong stared at the bucket, stunned. Boss, are you superhuman? How did you know there was water here? Even the safety rope was exactly the right length, not an inch off. Quick! Someone taste it. See if this water's drinkable. A dozen people looked at each other, none willing to try. They weren't that desperate for water, and besides, Wu Yong glanced at the 2 men with soaked pants and understood. Who told you two to piss in the well? You two taste it yourselves? The 2 men. No choice. They'd done it themselves, so they had to drink it, tears and all. They frowned, took a sip, and then let out a refreshing sound. So cool. Way better than that lukewarm tap water. It's deep well water, manager. Safe to drink. Hearing that everyone's interest was piqued, they grabbed cups and tasted it. Finally, after all these days, they got a sip of cold water. Everyone's tired. Normal study this morning, then well draw water this afternoon, and all take a cool shower. Time to relax. At that, all the women jumped for joy. With the boss, they had food, drink, and cool showers. The boss was truly amazing. Meanwhile, Wu Yong rubbed his chin, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He had to send Wu Daiwe to Lin Feng. His daughter was so beautiful. How could Lin Feng not be tempted? Achoo! Who's thinking about me? Lin Feng rubbed his nose, completely oblivious to what was happening. Just then, he heard the doorbell ring. Glancing at the monitor, he saw Fang Qian and Wang Qing outside, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, fanning themselves in the shadow of the house. The two of them were terrified by the corpses scattered outside and would never have come had they not known Lin Feng's safe house was extremely secure. Go ahead and ring. With this heat, you two scheming bimbos will roast. Lin Feng turned off the doorbell sound and powered down his phone. He was going to sleep. You two can go play cards with the heavens. What's going on? It's been 5 minutes. Why hasn't he come to the door? It had taken over 20 minutes to walk here from Fang Qian's place, and now another 5 had passed. Wang Qing was sweltering. She felt like she was about to be cooked alive. Let me send the simp a voice message. Maybe the house is too big, and he didn't hear the bell. Fang Qian took out her phone and sent Lin Feng a voice message, but it rang for 60 seconds with no answer. Qian, what's going on now? Even in the shade, it's not as cool as inside the building. I feel like I'm about to pass out. Hurry up and get a hold of him. Wang Qing was truly panicking. Was this 60-degree weather a joke? Although the shade-blocked UV rays, Lin Feng's safe house was made of titanium alloy. The heat radiating from it made Wang Qing's scalp tingle. If she stayed out here much longer, she thought she might actually die. I'm calling him. What the hell is that simp doing? Fang Qian was also at her limit, so she dialed Lin Feng's number directly. Sorry, the number you have dialed is powered off. Even in 30-degree weather, this outfit would make them sweat profusely, let alone in 60 degrees. The two of them crouched far away from Lin Feng's front door, using the parasol to block the sun. Fang Qian kept sending voice messages. Wang Qing at least had some foresight. She had brought 2 bottles of water before leaving, though they'd already drunk one on the way. Fearing sunburn, they wore long pants, sunscreen, gloves, long-sleeved shirts, and mesh shoes. Even in 30-degree weather, this outfit would make them sweat profusely, let alone in 60 degrees. The two of them crouched far away from Lin Feng's front door, using the parasol to block the sun. Fang Qian kept sending voice messages to Lin Feng, but he, exhausted from a long night, had already fallen asleep. Feng, what are you doing? Why aren't you answering my calls? I'm here, Feng. Open the door. Feng, this sun is killing me. Didn't you say you treat us to steak, sashimi, and red wine? Fang Qian had come all this way and was determined not to go home to plain noodles. She continued crouching under the parasol, sending Lin Feng messages, a perfect mirror of how Lin Feng used to grovel at her feet. But Lin Feng was even more extreme than she had been. Had turned his phone off entirely. Fang Qian and Wang Qing took small sips of water when they couldn't bear it anymore, fuming with anger. What in the world was going on? Going back meant enduring the scorching sun the whole way, and there was barely any food at home either. Indoor temperatures hit over 50 degrees during the day and over 40 at night. It was pure misery. Staring at the massive steel fortress before them, all they wanted was to get inside and cool off by lying on some ice. But over half an hour had passed, and Lin Feng still wasn't responding. Meanwhile, Xiao was already holding a pair of binoculars, her cheeks puffed out in anger as she watched the 2 women outside. Lin Feng, you bastard. You're getting more and more outrageous. 1 woman isn't enough for you anymore. Now you're seeing 2 at once. And here I was worried about whether you were okay. You don't deserve it. Xiao was jealous. He wouldn't reply to her messages, and now had even drawn the curtains. Lin Feng never closed the curtains. Unless he was doing that. The only time Xiao could remember him drawing the curtains was when they were going at it themselves. Any other time, he wouldn't even close them when using the bathroom. Xiao now seriously suspected there was another woman in Lin Feng's room. Why else would he have closed the curtains? Wah, you jerk. I gave you my first time. And this is how you treat me. Xiao sobbed as she sent Lin Feng a voice message. She had always known he was a player, but seeing it with her own eyes was a whole different story. In that moment, Xiao couldn't handle it. She thought she could accept Lin Feng having many women since she was the main wife. But seeing so many women lining up for him, her tears of grievance flowed uncontrollably. You bastard. Just go ahead and have your fun. Goodbye. Send that video to whoever you want. I'd rather die than care about you again. I'm angry and I won't be pacified. Xiao started throwing a tantrum. Well, what could you do? Women are like that. Xiao drew her own curtains, deciding that out of sight was out of mind. She too had been on edge all night with her gun. Fortunately, the water thieves saw the steel door was hard to crack, and Xiao had also written on it, guns inside. Danger. Keep out. Enter at your own risk. So no one bothered Xiao, and they all went to the 2 neighboring rooms to fetch water instead. Xiao wiped her swollen red eyes with a damp towel and got ready to sleep. She placed the damp towel on her forehead. It was the only way to cool down. An hour later, Fang Qian and Wang Qing were still crouching under the parasol, their legs completely numb. Fang Qian finally understood what it felt like to wait for someone and be stood up. And to be stood up in 60-degree weather. What a thrill. Lin Feng. They'll fucking kill you. You stood me up. This isn't over between us. Fang Qian didn't dare send that as a voice message. She was afraid that if she cursed him out, she'd never get into his safe house. Let's go back, Qian. If we keep waiting out here, we'll get heat stroke and pass out, and then we're dead for sure. Wang Qing stood up, wiggling her feet. The fact that they'd managed to last over an hour in this heat with just one bottle of water without fainting was a testament to how strong their will to eat sashimi was. Fine, let's go. I've given that simp way too much face. Just you wait, I'll make you pay. You'll regret this. Fang Qian had no choice. Her legs were numb from crouching, and she rose unsteadily to head home. After another half-hour walk, the two collapsed from exhaustion the moment they got back. They grabbed water from the bathtub and started chugging it down. After downing several cups, they stripped off their clothes and used damp towels to cool their bodies. Soon after, Fang Qian collapsed onto the bed, passing out from the heat. This startled Wang Qing. If Fang Qian died, how would she get into the safe house? After a moment's thought, Wang Qing made up her mind. Better to rely on herself than on others. She picked up Fang Qian's phone, unlocked it with her fingerprint, found the owner's group chat and Lin Feng's WeChat, and sent a friend request. Then she put the phone back in its place. Wang Qing changed her profile picture to her most attractive photo, then edited it. She lengthened her legs, enhanced her chest, applied beauty filters and skin smoothing. The works. She had no choice. If Lin Feng became her simp, she could get into the safe house, escape the heat, and enjoy seafood. As for Fang Qian, she'd be easy to deal with. Wang Qing knew all about Fang Qian's hookups with countless men. If she told Lin Feng about that, would he still be interested in her? And whether Fang Qian lived or died, why should she care? Fang Qian only kept her around as a bestie to brag about her collection of simps, right? Attention everyone. Report the number of people remaining in your household and your ID card numbers to your building leader. Official relief supplies will arrive at 3 a.m. They will be distributed per person, 1 share each. With these words from Wang Guifan, the entire owner's group chat exploded instantly. Oh heavens, the authorities have finally come to our aid. I'm almost out of food. If the relief supplies hadn't come, I would have starved to death. Thank you, officials. Thank you, Community Director Wang Guifan. Thank you, building leaders. See, calamity is ruthless, but humanity has compassion. The authorities won't abandon us. Director Wang, you are a saint. My family has been out of food for 2 days. We were on the brink of starvation. Will officials come down here? Let's report Lin Feng for arson. He rigged up an electric fence in his house and electrocuted over 100 people. Such acts deserve the death penalty. Exactly. As long as Lin Feng lives, we will never have peace. That profiteer must be brought down. The monopolist deserves to die. If he hadn't hoarded 10 billion worth of supplies, would Huanghai City be so short of goods? Would we be unable to buy anything? The severity of the supply shortage in Huanghai City this time was indeed much worse than in his past life. The direct cause was Lin Feng spending a fortune to buy up massive stockpiles, along with others like Xiao Qiao and Wu Yong following suit. This directly led to a situation where just days into the disaster, money couldn't buy supplies. In his past life, even after half a month, Lin Feng could still buy goods, albeit at 100 times the price. The group chat was seething with anger, but Lin Feng was still at home, fast asleep. Wang Guifan watched the messages in the group and slowly smiled. Lin Feng, you've incurred the wrath of the masses. Your days are numbered. The disaster was severe, rescue personnel were scarce, and their tasks were heavy. The authorities lacked the capability and manpower to deliver supplies to every single household. So they had to tally the number of survivors and use trucks to deliver the supplies to each building leader, who would then distribute them downwards. Wang Guifan had already planned to skim a profit from the supplies meant for her building. As for how much to skim, that would depend on how much the authorities provided. The building leaders were overjoyed, urging survivors to register with their ID cards to receive the official relief supplies. Finally, seeing a glimmer of hope, these people began to regain a semblance of order. Xiao Qiao, however, coveted the relief supplies, but feared the danger of going outside. After some thought, she decided against it. It was safer to stay and guard the home. What if she went out and her place got ransacked? That would be a loss. Besides, her building had no leader anymore. In fact, there were hardly any residents left. Lin Feng certainly couldn't be bothered to claim his share: 2 packs of compressed biscuits, 5 packets of vitamin supplement drink mix, and 5 packs of pickled vegetables. This paltry amount would barely sustain a person for 7 days, and venturing out carried immense risk. Was it worth it? Having slept his fill, Lin Feng got up and glanced at his phone. Fang Qian had sent 99 messages. Ignoring them for now, he decided to tease her again tomorrow during the day and let her continue sunbathing. There was also a friend request. Looking at it, it was from Fang Qian's bestie Wang Qing. Damn, this photo is so heavily edited. The skills are something else. This granary is bigger than Xiao Qiao's. These legs are longer than Jiang Qingsu's. If I didn't know you, Lin Feng, I might have almost believed it. Lin Feng didn't accept. Had replied to all of them tomorrow. 2 scheming betches, neither of them any good. At that moment, Lin Feng thought of Xiao Qiao. He opened his phone and checked. Damn, Xiao Qiao, the jealous one, was upset. Shed even cried. It wasn't that she hadn't messaged him. Shed started sending messages from midnight last night. But her messages were sent earliest, so they got buried under the group chat and Fang Qian's messages. Lin Feng hadn't seen them. What to do? Xiao Xiao has a bit of a conscience asking at midnight if I needed fire support, saying she could shoot from her window. Then that BTCH Fang Qian's messages came later and pushed hers down. He took out his binoculars and looked at Xiao Xiao's place. Her curtains were drawn, clearly indicating she was genuinely angry. So I let her be angry. Her jealousy is unavoidable. If you can accept it, you can be the first wife. If not, then well, just have to be business partners from now on. After all, Lin Feng will have many wives and concubines in the future with children everywhere. There's no helping it otherwise who would eat all that food. Lin Feng sent Xiao Xiao a message and she, wiping her tears, looked at her phone, just like a jealous little girlfriend. Don't talk to me. Just let me die. Post those videos if you want. If I die, it's because you drove me to it. It'll make you regret this for the rest of your life. Reading the message, Lin Feng lit a cigarette. If Xiao Xiao really died, he'd probably regret it. How could he forget such a good girl, especially his first woman? And one head driven to her death by his own actions. Am I being too harsh? Moving too fast? She can't handle it. Smoking, Lin Feng pondered a solution. Compromising was out of the question. Compromise once, and you'll compromise forever. So the only option was to make her compromise. Let's make a deal. If you call me hubby and say good morning every day, they'll give you 3 ice cream bars daily. What do you say? Thinking it over, Lin Feng decided to stick with the transactional approach. After all, he had nothing but supplies in abundance. Who wants your damn ice cream? Xiao Xiao would rather die of heat stroke or jump off this building than eat a single bar of your ice cream. Xiao Xiao was furious. Why was Lin Feng so stubborn? Why was getting an apology from him harder than prying open a steel trap? Lin Feng, if you just coax me a little, I'd be fine. Can't you say one soft word? If you don't want the mill, just ask in the group chat, okay? We're already one fused together like armor. If a bunch of women start calling me hubby, you'll be the one losing out. As he said this, Lin Feng sent a photo. Indeed, 3 ice cream bars. Looking at them, Xiao Xiao swallowed hard. These past days, except for that brief coolness at Lin Feng's place, if she hadn't had a single good night's sleep. She'd wake up from the heat, or not be able to sleep at all. Pouting, she truly craved the ice cream. On such a hot day, that cool, smooth feeling would be absolutely delicious. Besides, they'd already been intimate, done everything there was to do. Calling him hubby for 3 ice cream bars was a much better deal than spending a night with Lin Feng for a single ham sausage. Hubby. After some deliberation, Xiao Xiao gave in. Don't type it. Send a voice message. Lin Feng felt triumphant. Compromise only happens once or never. He, Lin Feng, would never compromise. Hubby. After saying it, Xiao Xiao felt even shyer, her face turning bright red instantly. Arg. Lin Feng. You're so wicked. Using ice cream to test me. Couldn't you have just given them to me directly? Seeing Xiao Xiao's compromise, Lin Feng was satisfied. Truly no one can escape the truth of true fragrance. He took a lobster from his storage space, packed it in a box with the 3 ice cream bars, and attached it to his drone. Open the window. This is a gift for being obedient. If you stay obedient, you'll have good food every day. Xiao Xiao quickly got up and opened the window. Soon she indeed saw what Lin Feng had sent: 3 ice cream bars and a lobster. Instantly, Xiao Xiao's anger vanished. You do care about me, right, Lin Feng? In the apocalypse, no girl can't be appeased with 3 ice cream bars. And if she can then add a lobster. Xiao Xiao eagerly unwrapped the popsicle and took a bite, the chill instantly sending a shiver through her body. Enjoying a cold popsicle on such a scorching day was pure bliss. Is it good? If you like popsicles, come to my place, and I'll treat you every day. But you have to let me taste your ice cream too. Reading Lin Feng's message, Xiao Xiao nodded proudly. He could be quite charming when he wanted to. Just as she was about to reply, sure, he'll come over, she suddenly realized he was probably making another dirty joke. She opened a search engine and typed keywords popsicle, ice cream, man, woman, eat together. Instantly, Qiaoqiu's face flushed even redder. Lin Feng, don't push it. All you do every day is annoy me. Can't you just be nice to me like other guys pursuing girls? Lin Feng chuckled. You'll get used to it. If you were obedient, I'd have let you move in long ago. But with you thinking about either killing me or killing yourself to protect your virtue every day, how could I feel safe letting you in? Furious, Xiao Xiao finished her first popsicle, then angrily unwrapped the second one. She needed to eat it quickly before it melted. But Lin Feng wasn't wrong, she was indeed a bit too extreme. Why am I starting to think Lin Feng is right? Xiao Xiao sensed that she was imperceptibly already being corrupted by him. One takes on the attributes of one's associates, it was unavoidable. So maybe I should just accept my fate. If it weren't for Lin Feng, I'd be dead by now. And compared to the sharp lions, at least Lin Feng deals with me fairly. Eating popsicles while chatting with Lin Feng. If he weren't so flirtatious, Xiao Xiao wouldn't have such a hard time getting over this hurdle. Savoring the delicious lobster, Qiaoqiu's face was full of satisfaction. She hadn't had food this good in ages, living on snacks and junk food. Qiaoqiu's mood improved considerably. Indeed, the way to a bowtie's heart is through her stomach. They chatted until 3 in the morning. Lin Feng stopped teasing her, and Xiao Xiao felt much more relaxed. It seemed that with Lin Feng around, the world felt safer. The residential area was bustling but orderly. They saw hope, since the official relief supplies had arrived. It proved the authorities hadn't abandoned them. This was not the time for chaos, and the restoration of order was imminent. Witnessing the scene downstairs, Xiao began to doubt Lin Feng's claim about the ozone layer's destruction. If it were truly destroyed, why would the authorities be distributing relief supplies? Lin Feng took a drag of his cigarette and shook his head. Though the government might be weak in its foreign policy, it had genuinely done its utmost for its citizens. Even knowing they couldn't manage everything, they didn't want to see their people starve. The building captains had received the supplies and began distributing them in an orderly fashion. Everyone got a share, but the quantity matched Lin Feng's prediction exactly. It would last at most 7 days. Everyone who received the supplies was deeply dissatisfied. They had expected fish, meat, and vegetables, not this paltry amount. But they never considered how many people there were in China. The pressure of providing 7 days of food for every individual was immense. Lin Feng knew this was a major reason the government was going bankrupt. If they had kept these supplies for themselves, they wouldn't have lost control so completely. In the apocalypse, you must first eliminate the saints. And this time the government had played the biggest saint of all. If they don't take care of themselves, who will? Lin Feng wouldn't even dare to hand out supplies to freeloaders. What's the use of supporting them? If you give them food and drink, they'll behave. If you don't, they'll revolt. Even though Lake Baikal's water could sustain all of China for a century, it wouldn't matter. Give them water, and they'll demand food. Give them food, and once they're full, they'll demand to protect animals. Protect the environment. Protect Mother Earth. Every time you satisfy one demand, they'll come up with even bigger, more outrageous ones. It's endless. Until you can't provide anymore. That's why Lin Feng refused to give an inch. Whether you live or die, what's it to him? At most, he'd lower the requirements for his own trade partners slightly. Like with Xiao, he could give her popsicles, but she had to call him hubby. That was also a transaction. If you can't control them early, you can't control them later. They throw tantrums at the slightest thing. Who's in charge here, you or me? Lin Feng smoked, launching a drone to watch the commotion. At times like this, there were always some restless people. At the supply distribution point for Building 3, Liang Qiuyu, reeking of alcohol, walked over with vacant eyes. She had clearly been having a rough time. Her hair was disheveled, and she smelled sour. Looking at the people before her, Liang Qiuyu felt nothing but despair. Liang Qiuyu had heard from a call with a hospital leader that this would be the first and last supply drop. The leader, having taken a fancy to her beauty, had specifically called to tell her, "Come with me, continue working as a doctor, eat from the government's grain, and move to the official underground shelter. You won't have wealth or honor, but as my woman, I guarantee you'll never want for food or clothing. If you don't come, stay home and slowly wait to die. The solar storm caused by sunspots has already destroyed the ozone layer. As long as you stay on the surface, your death is only a matter of time." Upon receiving the call, Liang Qiuyu immediately blocked the leader. Men. Liang Qiuyu chose to wait for death. Her food supplies at home were nearly gone. Zhou Kaihua had taken 6 years of her love, and also her share of the survival supplies. After days of contemplation, Liang Qiuyu finally understood why Li Ying had done what she did. Li Ying had seen the situation clearly. She traded her body for supplies, weapons, and a man. Without supplies, without weapons, without a man, how long could a woman truly survive in the apocalypse? Liang Qiuyu had to admit that Li Ying had taught her a lesson. If she hadn't placed such importance on her chastity, maybe she could have kept Zhou Kaihua's heart. 6 years of feelings shattered by Li Ying, who had only met once. But Liang Qiuyu shook her head. Even if she had given her body to Zhou Kaihua, the result would have been the same, right? An unreliable man is unreliable forever. Liang Qiuyu. At that moment, the building captain for Building 3 called her name. Liang Qiuyu walked over listlessly to receive what she thought would be her final ration. She was about to take it, planning to go home, lie down, drink, and wait for death. But then, bang! A gunshot. The captain's head exploded. Murder. In an instant, screams erupted everywhere. All you men who don't want to die, get the hell back into the building. Men scram. Women, don't move, or it'll blow your heads off. A scar-faced man pointed a pistol at the crowd, throwing them into chaos. The men fled back into the building with their hands on their heads, while the women crouched on the ground, too terrified to move. The only exception was Liang Qiuyu. Her expression unchanged, she stepped forward and pressed her head against the muzzle of his gun. Shoot. Kill me. Liang Qiuyu knew her death was only a matter of time. Dying now would be the most merciful end. Hey, so there really are those who aren't afraid to die. They'll blow your brains out right now. The scar-faced man raised his gun, ready to fire. Liang Qiuyu closed her eyes, choosing to leave this terrifying world. She was utterly despaired. No one was coming to save her. Death was a relief. The experience of living was too terrible, though she wished never to return in her next life. Click. The gun was pressed against Liang Qiu's head. She shut her eyes, bidding farewell to this world, hoping never to come back. The next second would be her death. Death was the only way to be free. Everyone stared in horror at the scar-faced man, but he stopped. "Oh, little lady, though you're filthy, you're not bad-looking. Don't be in such a hurry to die. Let me have some fun with you first." Ha ha. The man yanked Lin Feng's arm and began tearing at her clothes. They knew this was the last official supply drop, since everyone was doomed anyway. Instead of eking out a miserable existence in an official shelter, it was better to grab a gun and live it up. Even if they went to a shelter, they'd just get barely enough to eat and be at the bottom of the labor force. Those who get in are all the powerful, the rich, or the decorated. With this ugly mug at the bottom, you'd never even dream of finding a wife in there. It wasn't that this escort had suddenly lost his mind, the facts were plain to see. Everyone going to the official shelters is either elite or labor, and knowing full well he'd be labor. He'd be at the very bottom, serving the upper class for life. Why should he go in? Live each day to the fullest, and you haven't lived in vain. No, what are you doing? Kill me. Just kill me. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, utterly distraught. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was terrified of losing her honor. It was clear now. Not only would she die, she'd be violated and die in the most miserable way. Huh. I don't mind that you're dirty, so don't you mind that I'm ugly. Come on. No one can save you today. The man frantically tore at Lin Feng's clothes in public, completely disregarding the onlookers. Tears streaming, Lin Feng clutched her clothes. I was already prepared to die. Won't you just leave me alone? The witnesses did nothing to stop him. They lacked the power and feared the trouble. Watching through his drone, Lin Feng shook his head. Although Lin Feng had slapped him and had fantasized about taking her home, the fact was, the world had gone mad. With all those guns out there, what if he got shot and got tetanus? Then all his hoarded supplies would be for nothing. Lin Feng started recording and zoomed in. The only thing I can do for you is capture your most miserable moment. Maybe when order is restored, I can use this video to get you justice. The ultimate survivor, Lin Feng, did nothing but film with his drone, indifferent to the outcome. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's clothes were shredded, her eyes filled with despair. She was a frail medical student, barely 160 centimeters tall, and weighing just 40 kilograms, utterly powerless to resist. Haha, little lady, you're still a virgin, aren't you? I like that. I love watching a chaste woman like you crying beneath me. He was very pleased with her reaction. Having torn her clothes and pants to shreds, he was about to take her right there. No one came to her aid. He had a gun, and they were mere mortals who couldn't stop a bullet. Who could possibly help her? On the other end of the drone, Lin Feng streamed the scene to Qiao Qiao. See this? This is what it's like out there. You can survive with me, Lin Feng. But if you're out there alone, even with a gun, you're as good as dead. Qiao Qiao watched the stream on her phone, her mouth agape. Wasn't this an official supply drop? How had it descended into such chaos? With so many people, was no one in control? At that moment, the scar-faced man flashed a lecherous grin. Little lady, here I come. Lin Feng closed her eyes in despair, knowing no one would save her. Lin Feng watched with interest. You slapped me, didn't you? Now you see how fair I am. I never go against a woman's will. Qiao Qiao couldn't believe her eyes. It seemed Lin Feng was right. No wonder he was so cautious. Human nature was truly terrifying. Compared to these people, Lin Feng showed some humanity, though at least had installed a steel door for her. Shi Yuan, stop right there. Let her go. At that moment, Zhou Kaihua's command froze Shi Yuan in his tracks. Captain, Shi Yuan was confused. Why are you stopping me? Didn't you say we weren't going back to the official shelter? Women, supplies, take whatever we want. Kaihua, have you come to save me? Lin Feng saw a glimmer of hope. After 6 years, could he still not bear to let go? At the critical moment, I can still count on you. Shi Yuan, she's your sister-in-law. If anyone's having a turn, it's me first. Let me handle this. With that, Zhou Kaihua stripped off his clothes, revealing a sinister smile, and sauntered over. 66,666. Lin Feng spammed SIXS at the scene. But the victim, Lin Feng and Qiao Qiao, watching the stream, had their worldview shattered. This was insane. Sorry, Captain. I didn't know. You go first. When you're done, let the brothers have a taste. Shi Yuan quickly pulled up his pants. If it weren't for the captain's burned cream and inside info, they'd have died long ago. Zhou Kaihua, grinning wickedly, stood stark naked before Lin Feng. 6 years. You never let me touch you. Do you know how I've suffered all these years? Since you're about to be violated anyway, give me your first time to make up for the pain you've caused me, and I'll forgive you. You know the apocalypse is here, right? Since the world has ended, I don't have to hold back anymore. Today, not only will I have you, but I'll have my brothers have you too. Lin Feng was stunned. I was ready to entrust you with my life, 6 years of love. And this is how you repay me. I thought Lin Feng was a beast, but Zhou Kaihua, I sold my house and land to save your life. You're worse than a beast. Zhou Kaihua, I was blind. I was with you for 6 years and never saw you for the scumbag you are. I almost got violated trying to save your life. I sold my house and used all my savings to buy that burn cream to save you. And this is how you treat me. Just as Zhou Kaihua was about to make his move, her words snapped him back to reality. In an instant, Zhou Kaihua remembered their sweet past and held back his impulses. Wait, you're saying you sold your house to get me that burn cream? Zhou Kaihua had no idea. Lin Feng hadn't told him to avoid stressing him out, nor had she mentioned how she got the cream. At that moment Li Ying, who was watching, couldn't stand it anymore. She ran over, pulled Zhou Kaihua aside, and slapped Liang Qiuyu across the face. Zhou Kaihua must never find out the truth, or her position would be in jeopardy. Liang Qiuyu, get lost. Don't you dare try to ruin what we have. Zhou and I are the real deal. Who do you think you are? Liang Qiuyu clutched her stinging cheek, utterly shocked. After everything I sacrificed for you, I can't even protect my own honor. And you actually tried to rape me, even bringing your brothers along. Fine. Zhou Kaihua. Li Ying. Sure you want. Liang Qiuyu nodded through her tears, looking at them, clutching her torn clothes, as she retreated to Building 3. A gentleman gets his revenge in 10 years. But this woman gets hers from dawn to dusk. Ying, what's really going on? Is there something you're hiding from me? Zhou Kaihua, pulling up his pants, questioned Li Ying. Ever since that night, when people tried to rob their villa of water, and he had to use his gun to drive them off, Zhou Kaihua realized that the world had changed. Zhou Kaihua decisively contacted his friends in the escort team, and explained the situation for no other reason than they all had guns. The 3 friends who received the news agreed to abandon official orders and follow Zhou Kaihua. However, the vast majority of soldiers still on active duty chose to follow the authorities, as people like Zhou Kaihua were always in the minority. For escorts with 4 guns meant no one dared to touch their villa, so Zhou Kaihua and his crew set their sights on the relief supplies, planning to make a big score. This was the last batch of relief supplies. If they didn't seize it now, it would be gone for good. Brother Zhou, I asked her to leave to help you. You two have 6 years of history. If you really do something like that to Sister Qiuyu, I'm afraid you'll regret it for the rest of your life. It had to be said. Li Ying, that scheming lotus, knew how to play her cards. A few words and Zhou Kaihua was convinced. Ying, I was wrong. I was too impulsive. Qiuyu never let me touch her, but seeing others get near her filled me with jealousy, and I lost control in the heat of the moment. Sure, Yuan, you can have any other woman you want, but Liang Qiuyu is off limits. Hurry up and move the supplies. It's almost dawn. Got it, boss. This is nothing. There are plenty of women around. What's the difference which one you play with? Sure, Yuan smirked as he pointed his gun at the dozens of women, scaring them into tears. Big brother, don't kill me. Take the stuff and go. Just spare my life. I'm sorry. Don't rape me. They'll do anything else. Hearing this from that 50-year-old woman, bloated with a face full of flabby flesh reeking of filth from not bathing in ages. Sure, Yuan was so furious he nearly shot her on the spot. But bullets were precious, one less with each use, so he held back. You. The 6 of you get out and load the truck. The rest of you get lost. The 6 women pointed at were all relatively young and pretty, the oldest being 30 and the youngest only 14. They already knew what awaited them. If they obeyed and served them well, maybe they'd get a scrap of food and survive. If they didn't, did the outcome even need asking? Witnessing this scene, Xiao Xiao covered her mouth in disbelief. Is this what it's come to? Robbing water and food was one thing, but now they're taking women. Lin Feng at least had some humanity, trading fairly. But falling into the hands of these people, death would probably be a mercy. Xiao Xiao, do you understand now? Think it over carefully at home. Me agreeing to make you the first wife is already the most generous offer. With that, Lin Feng hung up the video feed because he still had things to do. The looting of supplies at Shishan Villa wasn't limited to Building 3. The moment gunfire rang out there, almost everyone started grabbing what they could. Zhou Kaihua and his 4 men armed with guns seized the relief supplies of Building 3. Zheng Dahai's gang of underlings, relying on sheer numbers, also started looting. The 13 guardians of Shishan, not ones to back down, initiated their own emergency measures. The situation in other buildings was much the same. Almost everyone sensed this was their final chance at survival. Wang Guifan was even more ruthless. She and her son's family never even bothered to collect the relief supplies. At Shishan Villa, word spread that in Building 3, they weren't just looting supplies, but also women. Every woman with any hint of attractiveness panicked. Of course, there were also some shameless, self-absorbed women who deluded themselves into thinking they'd be targeted too. Like that bloated, foul-smelling, middle-aged woman. Things had spiraled completely out of control. From this point on, aside from the increasingly scarce water and electricity, the authorities would utterly abandon the useless common folk. Only scientists, elites, leaders from various fields, and young men and women who submitted to official management would qualify for entry into government shelters, awaiting the end of the disaster to rebuild civilization. Everyone else, left to fend for themselves. The authorities were truly powerless. Ding! At that early morning hour, Lin Feng received a text message. He glanced at it. Who sent this? Mr. Lin Feng, greetings. This is the Huanghai City Disaster Relief Command Center of Huaxia. You have now been granted eligibility to enter the Huanghai City Official Disaster Shelter. Please report to the designated location within 3 days. After 3 days, entry will be impossible. This is your final chance at survival. Please consider this carefully. Do not disclose or relay this information to anyone. This information is classified official intelligence. Disclosure will result in severe consequences. Huaxia State Huanghai City Disaster Relief Command Center. An official text message complete with a location coordinate. Idiot. They just want to see if I have that billion in supplies. Do I look stupid enough to fall for this? Lin Feng deleted it without a second thought, utterly dismissive. In his past life, he never received such a message. But this time he did, and why? Did Lin Feng not know? So the authorities weren't playing the saint and handing out relief supplies out of the goodness of their hearts. It's to keep the masses calm and give them a sliver of hope so things don't descend into chaos before the elites and leaders evacuate Ha. Lin Feng realized that the authorities weren't pure saints either, they had their own agendas. Meanwhile, elites from all walks of life were receiving official messages. Of course, these were the cream of the crop, strictly vetted by the authorities or immensely powerful tycoons in their respective industries. Having climbed to this stratum, none of them were idiots. They wouldn't forward or publicly reveal the information to ordinary people. If the authorities found out, they'd not only lose their shelter eligibility, but also likely end up eating a bullet. Never underestimate the power of the state. Even a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. The authorities couldn't control natural disasters, but controlling people was a simple matter. You could choose not to come, but you couldn't speak of it. At least not within these 3 days. Xiao Qiao had no idea any of this was happening. She was just a college student, an ordinary person with no power or connections. How could she possibly receive such a message? Could it be because she was pretty? Meanwhile, Lin Feng fished the message out of the recycle bin, took a screenshot, and sent it to Xiao Qiao. Don't share this. Read it and delete it. If you dare to forward it, I won't be able to protect you. Xiao Qiao looked at the message and burst into tears. If Lin Feng left, what would she do? What good were her 20 million in supplies and a single gun? Once the 200 bullets were gone, wouldn't she still die? Husband, will you abandon me? Xiao Qiao was truly terrified. She pulled a bullet out of the magazine. If the day ever came when she couldn't hold on, that bullet would have to be for herself. Depends on how you behave, doesn't it? If you play with me, have fun, and stop getting jealous and throwing tantrums over nothing, why would I want to go to some shelter when I'm living fine at home? Reading Lin Feng's message, Xiao Qiao's face flushed crimson. You're so annoying. You always know how to get under my skin. One day you'll be the death of me. A bit of the weight lifted from Xiao Qiao's heart. Judging by Lin Feng's tone, he had no intention of going to the official shelter. Lin Feng, however, said nothing more, letting Xiao Qiao see the situation for herself. In time, she would come to understand the gravity of it all. With nothing better to do, Lin Feng piloted his drone to Building 3 to watch the live feed. Zhou Kaihua and his crew had already hauled away the women and supplies, leaving the Building 3 leader's corpse uncollected. Every door was locked tight, no one daring to step outside. The drone arrived at Unit 303, Building 3. I didn't see this coming, did you? Lin Feng was back. Inside, Liang Qiuyu had bolted the door shut, drinking in despair. She never imagined that Zhou Kaihua, the man she had risked everything to save, would bring others to assault her. I absolutely cannot die. At least not until I've slaughtered every last one of you bastards. Liang Qiu's heart had completely darkened. How could anyone not be corrupted by such relentless blows? A gun. I need a gun. Give me a gun, and he'll do anything for it. Liang Qiuyu knew the importance of a firearm. As a frail woman, she stood no chance against Zhou Kaihua without one. Even unarmed, she couldn't overpower him. A bullet fired by an 80-year-old hits just as hard as one fired by a soldier. So she had to get a gun no matter the cost. With tears streaming down her face, she pulled out her phone and unblocked the men she had blacklisted. Liang Qiuyu knew several soldiers. She sent a mass message. This is Liang Qiuyu. I need a gun. Does anyone have one? They'll pay whatever price I can afford. Many who received the message scoffed. She had just blacklisted them days ago, and now she remembered them. This was the apocalypse. Who cared about her now? Most people were packing up to head to the official shelters. After all, following the authorities meant hard work and strict rules, but obedience guaranteed food safety and survival. 90% of those with guns were official soldiers. If they lost their weapons, they wouldn't be allowed into the shelters. Only Lin Feng watched his phone with a grin. He had never messaged her, so he didn't even know had been blocked. So now you're serious about a deal. Do you have any idea how much damage that slap you gave me did to my fragile psyche? Liang Qiuyu was stunned to see that bastard Lin Feng had replied. She gritted her teeth in fury. The moment I get a gun, you're the first one who'll kill Lin Feng. You're an animal, but Zhou Kaihua is worse than an animal. Men, not a single one of them is worth a damn. You have a gun. What's your price? Liang Qiuyu hadn't checked her phone in days and knew nothing of Lin Feng's recent atrocities. She had no idea she was making a deal with a demon. Spend a day with me, and you get a handgun with 200 rounds. If you ever slap me again, don't blame me for tying you up in my place and using you as a gun mount. Reading his words only steeled Liang Qiu's resolve to kill him. Is that all you men ever think about? That filthy, disgusting act. Every man deserves to die. Once I have a gun, I'll kill every man in the world. Send me a photo of the gun first. He'll decide after I see it. Liang Qiuyu feared being scammed. What if he refused to honor the deal afterward? Here, take a look. Russian-made Makarov 2045 latest model 20-round magazine, one shot to the head. With that, Lin Feng fired 3 shots at a target on camera. Have to admit, Russian handguns are tough, durable, and pack a punch. Liang Qiuyu watched the video, as if seeing a ray of hope. Lin Feng really did have a pistol, and the latest Russian model with the most power. She didn't know where he got it, but as long as she got her hands on it, she'd blow his stupid head off. I agree. As long as you give me the gun, I won't resist. Liang Qiuyu had resigned herself to fate. She truly wouldn't fight back, but the moment she had that gun, she would kill Lin Feng without mercy. He'll be waiting at home. This is your last chance. Lin Feng had a shred of humanity, but not much. He had already decided he wouldn't be as gentle with Liang Qiuyu as he had been with Xiao Xiao. That slap had to be avenged. He'd show her a ride through hell. Liang Qiu's eyes burned with murderous intent. She downed half a bottle of baijiu, tore off her shredded clothes, changed into fresh ones, and applied sunscreen. It wasn't vanity. Before she killed Lin Feng and Zhou Kaihua, she couldn't afford to die or get hurt. Revenge was now her only reason to live. She would slaughter every man on the face of the earth. Liang Qiuyu got up and headed out to find Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng picked up his phone, accepted Wang Qing's friend request, and replied to Fang Qian's message. Qian, I'm sorry. I was injured and passed out for a day. I just woke up and saw your messages. Fang Qian and Wang Qing saw the message and were overjoyed. So he was hurt. That's why he hadn't answered all those calls. They had heard about the chaos during the supply distribution and were terrified. Thank goodness they had gone early, otherwise they might have missed out on supplies and been captured as gun mounts. Feng, don't worry. Wang Qing and I are coming to take care of you right now. If you're injured and no one's there to help, how will you manage? Lin Feng saw the nickname and felt his stomach churn with disgust. Feng. Ugh, that makes me sick. You're just hungry. When you're starving, you'll eat anything. Feng this, Feng that. You want to take care of me. You just want to come in and mooch off my supplies. Then feigning concern, he replied, I'm hurt and can't leave the house, so I can't pick you up. If I weren't injured, I'd definitely come get you. The outside is so dangerous now, Qian. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't know how to go on. Fang Qian sneered with contempt. As expected, Lin Feng was still the same pathetic simp. A simp is always a simp and a bitch is always a bitch. You don't move when led and you retreat when beaten. Lin Feng, just wait until I get in there. Then you'll know what cruelty really means. You're injured, perfect. He'll kill you while you're down and take your place as the queen. Listening to Fang Qian, Wang Qing felt something was off. She wanted to warn Lin Feng, but something told her now wasn't the time. She couldn't risk Fang Qian finding out. It's fine, we're coming to take care of you now. We'll be there in half an hour. Make sure you open the door. Alright, I'll have the door open on time. Receiving his reply, Fang Qian's face twisted with venom. You stood me up yesterday, and that's not over. The moment I get in, I'll stab you when you're least expecting it. It's the least you deserve after all those years of simping for me. With that, Fang Qian found a metal hairpin, sharpened it to a point, and tucked it into her hair. That's when a man is most vulnerable. If she struck the right spot, it would be an instant kill. Wang Qing swallowed hard watching her. That woman was truly ruthless. Confident the sharpened pin could kill in one strike, Fang Qian dressed, headed downstairs, and made her way to Lin Feng's safe house. Lin Feng smiled at his phone. Let her bake in the sun one more day. No rush, slow and steady wins the game. Liang Qiuyu lived nearby, so Lin Feng didn't have to worry about running into Fang Qian and her companion. As expected, speaking of Liang Qiuyu, she arrived at the door. Lin Feng drew the curtains and went to open it for her. Today I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. It's not that I, Lin Feng, am cruel. But you broke the rules and slapped me. That psychological damage is too much for a 21-year-old like me. I have to inflict some psychological damage on you too. The kind you'll remember for a lifetime. Holding the pistol, he opened the door. Don't move. He immediately pressed the gun against Liang Qiuyu, preventing her from delivering another slap and storming off. A real gun. Is this for me? Liang Qiuyu showed no fear, her eyes instead filled with delight. It's yours once the deal is done. Get inside. Eat this. It was the same routine, the same formula. After receiving a slap, the cautious Lin Feng couldn't afford any mishaps with the deal. Liang Qiuyu entered the room, took the chocolate liqueur, and swallowed it without a second thought. I'm not afraid of death anymore, so what else is there to fear? I'd even eat rat poison right now. The 5th door on the left. Go in and take a shower for half an hour. What's going on? How can a girl smell so bad? How much have you been drinking? Lin Feng fanned his nose, surprised by how unkempt Liang Qiuyu was. She had been doing nothing but drinking these past days. How could she not smell in this heat? Seeing the massive ice blocks used for cooling in Lin Feng's home, and feeling the comfortable cool temperature, Liang Qiuyu was astonished. Is this the power of money? Outside you could kill someone with a single sausage, and you use this to cool your house. Truly the world of the rich is beyond my imagination. If I could kill Lin Feng, live here, shelter, and protect some women, could that prevent many tragedies? Thinking about it, Liang Qiuyu shook her head. She would never forget what happened with Liang. She would never trust anyone again. She couldn't take in anyone. Men are no good, and neither are women. No one is any good. After killing Lin Feng, she would go after Zhou Kaihua, Li Ying, and Shi Yuan. After killing them, she would kill herself. She had already sold her dignity, once her revenge was complete, she would bid this world farewell. This life had been too bitter, there was no point in living anymore. Arriving at Lin Feng's bathroom, Liang Xiaoyu was stunned. Was the rich's bathroom always this extravagantly luxurious? People outside struggle to get a sip of water, yet you have an artificial hot spring in your house. Lin Feng locked the steel door, lit a cigarette, and returned to the sofa. Liang Xiaoyu didn't overthink it. She took off her clothes, stepped her delicate feet forward, and slowly entered the water. Dying cleanly was a small mercy. Unlike Xiao, Liang Xiaoyu was very thin, a testament to her recent poor appetite. She was skeletal. Liang Xiaoyu quietly scrubbed her body with a washcloth, her eyes showing neither relief nor emotion. The events of these past days had clearly broken her, her spirit was dead. After a long while having cleaned herself, Liang Xiaoyu sensed something was wrong. Being a doctor, Liang Xiaoyu immediately understood why. Men are indeed all despicable. I'm this weak and frail, and you still feel the need to drug me. Her eyes were calm, showing no surprise or shock. Liang Xiaoyu had endured far worse, this was nothing new to her. Moreover, she had no intention of refusing Lin Feng's deal. She just wanted to get the gun as quickly as possible. She would do anything. Selling her body was nothing, shed, even sell her soul. Lin Feng checked his watch, stubbed out his cigarette, and decided it was time. He entered the bathroom and carried Liang Xiaoyu out. She remained silent, not even appearing angry. Her face was as cold as ice, devoid of emotion. She was light, weighing only about 80 pounds at 160 centimeters tall. Too thin. He gently placed her on the bed. Lin Feng sat on the edge, quietly smoking, making no further move. Although she had slapped him, it was clear she had lost the will to live, unlike Xiao. If he went through with it now, wouldn't that be kicking someone while they're down? Lin Feng still had some humanity left. Looking at her cold, desolate face, he couldn't bring himself to do it. It was obvious Liang Xiaoyu didn't fit the criteria for the safe house. Even his desire for revenge over the slap had vanished. She had suffered enough. Why cause her more pain? Maybe I should do a good deed for once. Give her a gun and send her on her way. Lin Feng wasn't a saint, but he wasn't a pure villain either. He couldn't help but feel sympathy for what had happened to her. I said I'd give you a... Lin Feng began, intending to offer her a gun, but Liang Xiaoyu suddenly sat up and silenced him with a kiss. Huh? What's happening? Did I get the wrong script? Lin Feng was stunned, but Liang Xiaoyu, her face still icy, took the initiative and pressed her attack. You men all like to take the lead, don't you? Well, today I'm going to take the lead on you. For some reason, Liang Xiaoyu seemed perfectly sober, not drunk at all. Then she launched her assault. Why should men always get the upper hand? Even my first time, I'm going to get the upper hand for once. For a moment, Lin Feng was baffled. What was going on in her head? But at this point, if he didn't put up some resistance, he wouldn't be a man. Despite weighing only 80 pounds, Liang Xiaoyu was full of fierce energy. This time I'm going to get my revenge on you. Lin Feng had no choice but to be gentle, afraid of breaking her thin arms. Liang Xiaoyu was wild. A Pyrrhic victory. She was determined to have her revenge, her face a mask of cold fury. It was a brutal, chaotic struggle. Liang Xiaoyu was like a woman possessed, exhausting Lin Feng to his limits. 3 hours and Lin Feng was ready to call the whole deal off, but Liang Xiaoyu showed no signs of stopping. Damn it. I'm never making a deal with someone who has a death wish again. She doesn't just want to die herself, she wants to take me down with her. Art. And she was so skinny. All skin and bones, it was painful. You kept saying you wanted to make a deal with me. Only 4 hours, and you're already spent. Only after confirming he was completely exhausted did Liang Xiaoyu speak to him coldly. Lin Feng was speechless. Was it wrong to respect a woman's boundaries? At this moment, Liang Xiaoyu wasn't faring any better. It was safe to say neither had gained the upper hand. It was a mutually destructive stalemate. This battle, spanning 4 grueling hours, had exacted a heavy toll on both parties. Lin Feng was utterly speechless. What did she mean by only 4 hours? Did she think he was made of iron? Even a beast of burden on a farm wouldn't be driven this relentlessly. A man's greatest fear is a woman questioning his stamina. But this time Lin Feng was truly spent. Sis, I know life hasn't been kind to you lately, but even a living dog is better than a dead lion. Why are you risking your life like this? Clutching his aching back, Lin Feng swore he'd never do business with this woman again. They were absolutely insane. This deal was a massive loss. Give me the gun. I'm leaving. Liang Xiaoyu stood up, extending her hand for the firearm. Are you crazy? I can't see any reaction from you at all. Lin Feng pulled out the chocolate and checked the alcohol content. That's right, no mistake, it was liquor-filled chocolate. Xiao got dizzy after just one piece, so how could she be unaffected? My grandfather was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. He used herbal remedies to condition my body since I was a child. I was frail from birth, and years of medication built up a tolerance. Most drugs have little effect on me now. Liang Xiaoyu dressed herself, her demeanor utterly calm, as if the previous encounter had never happened. Damn, is that even possible? Looks like even I, the cunning Lin Feng, couldn't plan for everything. There was no helping it. This exchange had pushed him to his limits. He felt like he was on the verge of spitting blood. Give me the gun. I'm leaving now. After dressing, Liang Qiuyu was determined to get the gun. The moment it was in her hands, she planned to shoot Lin Feng. Sis, given your current state, do you really think I'd hand you a gun? Your face is colder than a corpse's. If I gave it to you, you'd shoot me dead on the spot, wouldn't you? For 4 hours, Liang Qiuyu hadn't made a single sound. Clearly she was frigid. Are you backing out of our deal? It figures. Someone like you would never keep their word. I'm leaving. Liang Qiuyu remained calm and turned to go. In her eyes now nothing was worth getting angry about, not even death itself. Here, put on this sunscreen. You'll get your gun. Just go home, open your window and wait. Taking the sunscreen from Lin Feng, Liang Qiuyu applied it to her face. Meanwhile, Lin Feng began to dress, a look of utter exasperation on his face. What a ridiculous situation. I'm heading home. I hope you'll honor your word. After seeing Liang Qiuyu off, Lin Feng brought out his drone. Searching through his storage for medicine to treat women's ailments, he decided to do a good deed. Head treat her condition, otherwise what was the point of her living like this? He ground the medicinal pills into powder and mixed them into some milk tea, ensuring the taste would be undetectable. Then using the drone, he delivered a handgun, 200 rounds of ammunition, and a cup of iced milk tea to Liang Qiu's window. Liang Qiuyu had been waiting by the window since she got home. The moment she saw the drone, she finally understood how Lin Feng knew about everything that happened at her place. So it was all drone surveillance. Don't you know this is an invasion of privacy? She took the supplies and sipped the milk tea. It was even chilled with ice. It was delicious, and after the 4-hour ordeal she was exhausted. After all, for a woman, the longer it lasts the better. She had to admire Lin Feng for lasting 4 hours. His stamina would make any 3-second man want to die of shame. Remembering everything that happened during those 4 hours, a blush crept onto Liang Qiu's face as she got home. Liang Qiuyu wasn't frigid, she was just stubborn. She refused to lose. Why should men always take the initiative? Can't a woman? This encounter had allowed Liang Qiuyu to vent her frustrations on Lin Feng, and she didn't feel she was at a disadvantage. As a doctor, she knew exactly what consequences Lin Feng would face after her little act of revenge. Liang Qiuyu deliberately withheld any look of satisfaction and made no sound, planting seeds of doubt in Lin Feng's mind. It was her revenge. It was a ruthless one. I won't kill you, but it'll make you question your own manhood. A man's worst fear is a woman saying he's inadequate. And today Liang Qiuyu had said it to Lin Feng. Thinking of those unprecedented hours, her face burned bright red. This was truly a case of injuring the enemy by 1,000, losing 800 of your own. Then she took out her phone and messaged Lin Feng. So you've been spying on me all along. Do you like me? Why did you send me milk tea? Liang Qiuyu sipped her tea, wondering what he was playing at. I like all beautiful women. The tea is a gift. If you want more, just be at your window every morning and night, and I'll send it. Clutching his sore back, Lin Feng looked at the instructions for the medicine treating frigidity. This should fix her right. Pleasure is a two-way street. This time neither of us had any fun. That just won't do. I've taken a huge loss on this deal today. Little did Lin Feng know Liang Qiuyu was merely faking her lack of pleasure. Only he was genuinely miserable. Reading his messages, a flicker of warmth touched Liang Qiu's broken heart. Even with the apocalypse upon them, he still sent her milk tea. Maybe Lin Feng had some humanity after all. At least he kept his promises, and despite her terrible behavior, he hadn't lost his temper. Any other man would have refused, or even struck her, but Lin Feng hadn't. Thanks for the milk tea. It was really good. Liang Qiuyu took a selfie of herself drinking the milk tea and sent it to Lin Feng. She was petite at 160 centimeters and 40 kilograms, while he was tall and sturdy at 185 centimeters and 80 kilograms. If it came to a physical fight, she knew she'd be dead, but Lin Feng hadn't hurt her. Looking at her delicate face on his phone, Lin Feng shook his head vigorously. His heart was still too soft. Why couldn't he just be cold and detached? Just live your life. Contact me if you have any problems. Next time, let's keep it to an hour. Wouldn't that be more enjoyable for both of us? Reading his message, Liang Qiu's face flushed even deeper. She was a normal woman after all. Feigning coldness was different from feeling nothing. Liang Qiuyu had felt plenty, but she'd never let Lin Feng know that. That was her revenge. Although Lin Feng had a sharp tongue and questionable morals, he never forced himself on a woman, which was far more than she could say for scum like Zhou Kaihua. Seeing you hobbling away clutching your back was priceless. Will you dare mess with me again? All that big talk, but when it came down to the wire you were useless. Are you even capable, you scrawny little runt? Liang Qiuyu finally sent a parting shot, infuriating Lin Feng. She called him a scrawny little runt. You're the one with the problem. Since when is respecting a woman's choice a crime? Lin Feng was furious, but he was helpless. I'm hanging up now. I'm a doctor, and I know my own body better than anyone. With that, Liang Qiuyu fell silent. A sudden thought struck Lin Feng. Maybe he still wasn't ruthless enough. Next time she would definitely pay the price. It seems I, Lin Feng, am not ruthless enough. Should I just drag her back here and use her as a target? Lin Feng was furious. Why did he always end up at a disadvantage with that stubborn Liang Qiu? Forget it, this woman is bent on dying, and she has a gun now. If I go over there, she'll definitely shoot me. Even though I have a bulletproof vest and helmet. Even if I could somehow absorb the bullets, what if I get a scratch that gets infected and I die? The cautious Lin Feng wasn't about to risk his life to capture Liang Qiu. He'd deal with her another time if the opportunity arose. Fine, 4 hours. Hubby, you're pretty impressive, huh? Looks like you'll have to work harder next time too. Just then a message came in from Qiao Qiao. Lin Feng knew what was going on, and Qiao Qiao was at home and must have been spying on him again. At least Qiao Qiao was easier to handle. Oh, she was already calling him hubby now. So, want to come over and try? My little brother is undefeated. It's never lost a battle. Lin Feng sent a string of lewd emojis, which embarrassed Qiao Qiao. Was that thing of his made of iron? Qiao Qiao didn't dare to respond. For hours. Last time it was just 1 hour, and it still hurt. Wouldn't 4 hours just wreck her? Little did Qiao Qiao know that only the first time is painful, and it gets better after that. She was still an innocent young girl. What about my dinner? Didn't you say calling you hubby would get me good food? Qiao Qiao quickly changed the subject, not daring to continue the risque banter with Lin Feng. You did well today, no complaints, no fuss. You can order whatever you want. Lin Feng lit up a post-coital cigarette. This was exactly the effect he wanted. There would only be more women in the future. Being obedient was a must. I want some spicy malatang. Extra spicy, extra numbing, and lots of vinegar. Do you have any? Qiao Qiao didn't expect Lin Feng to actually let her order food. That was amazing. Open the window and wait. Lin Feng took out a bowl of malatang and 3 ice cream bars, then sent them over via drone. 1 bowl of spicy malatang. You should know that's 13 times. I'm keeping count. With that, Lin Feng pulled out a little notebook and started tallying it up. On this day, Qiao Qiao ate a bowl of my malatang, owing me 13 times. Qiao Qiao opened the window and took the bag containing 3 ice cream bars and a steaming hot bowl of malatang. It looked like it had just come out of the pot. She quickly grabbed the chopsticks and took a bite. The noodles weren't even soggy, and it was made so fast. Lin Feng, how on earth did you do it? Hubby, you're the best. Qiao Qiao hugged the malatang happily and sent a message to Lin Feng. Behave, and you'll have whatever you want. Misbehave, and you'll be stuck at home eating plain bread and ham sausages. Lin Feng was satisfied with Qiao Qiao's current state. This little wildcat had finally been tamed by reality. Qiao Qiao ate her malatang sulkily. Being smart, she knew she had no choice but to accept it. Lin Feng was too mysterious. From the very first day they met, he had already controlled everything. Qiao Qiao was smart. Since she couldn't change her environment, she would change herself. One had to learn to adapt. Besides, Lin Feng had promised she would be the first wife, so it probably wouldn't be too bad of a deal. Hubby, those 2 girls from yesterday came looking for you again today. Who exactly are they? They come every day, and you won't even let them in. Looking at Qiao Qiao's message, Lin Feng checked his call log. Sure enough, Fang Qian had over 99 missed calls and messages. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to read them. I'm going to toy with you. This is just the beginning. Just eat your malatang. Remember, 1 bowl costs 13 times. Don't come crying to me later. Qiao Qiao ate a fishball and frowned. Is Lin Feng making another dirty joke again? She opened her browser and searched for what is 13 times for a bowl of malatang mean. Suddenly the malatang in her hand didn't smell so appetizing anymore. You're so bad. I hate you. Qiao Qiao was gradually getting used to it. Lin Feng was like this. Apart from being a bit perverted and fickle, he was actually quite good to her. He wasn't violent or abusive, just all talk and no action. Besides, without Lin Feng, Qiao Qiao would have died countless times by now. It was the end of the world, who needed a loyal and devoted man. As long as she had good food and drink and wasn't captured or violated, she shouldn't ask for more. They chatted like this until evening. Qiao Qiao was bored at home with no one to talk to. Her brother's fate was unknown, and now Lin Feng had become her only support. Lin Feng had a great day, but Fang Qian was absolutely livid. Is this even food for a human being? You could kill someone by hitting them with this thing. Fang Qian gnawed on the official compressed biscuit, her lungs about to burst with rage. Lin Feng had stood her up twice in a row. Doesn't he want to be my simp anymore? I'm his goddess. How could he treat me like this? Just eat, Qian. What's the situation now? We're lucky to even get relief supplies. Wang Qing had also seen the reality of things. Fang Qian was useless now. Lin Feng probably knew about Fang Qian's schemes and was deliberately toying with her. That damned Lin Feng. Hundreds of messages and not a single reply. Once I get into that safe house, I'm going to bite it off. I won't feel better until I do. Fang Qian gnawed on her biscuit and drank tap water that tasted of rust, her teeth grinding in hatred. Wang Qing ate half a compressed biscuit and returned to her room. Better to rely on herself than on others. Fang Qian was definitely useless. If she wanted to get into the safe house and live comfortably, she would have to sell her own body. Fortunately, Wang Qing was still a virgin. She thought she wasn't bad looking, and one man would be enough. Lin Feng, are you there? Wang Qing sent a pretty selfie. Lin Feng should be able to see it right. After waiting half an hour, there was still no response. I'm Wang Qing, Fang Qian's best friend. You probably don't know me. I know you saw my message. I know you're deliberately messing with Fang Qian. I know a lot of Fang Qian's secrets. Do you want to hear them? Seeing this message, Lin Feng knew that this pair of plastic sisters had turned on each other. Well, then he might as well add fuel to the fire. You're quite smart. Yes, I am deliberately messing with her. I don't want to hear her secrets because I already know them all. Why are you telling me this? What is it that you want? Seeing this message, Wang Qing was ecstatic. She guessed right. Lin Feng was indeed getting revenge on Fang Qian. Fang Qian was such an idiot. Did she think no one knew about her gold-digging ways? Lin Feng is worth billions. With money, what can't he find out? Lin Feng am 162 centimeters, tall, weigh 98 pounds, and am still a virgin. I can do laundry, cook, clean, and I can even warm your bed. Can I please come into your safe house? I can sneak over by myself after Fang Qian falls asleep. I don't eat much, just instant noodles and ham sausage for each meal is fine. Wang Qing was quite self-aware, but Lin Feng had no interest in this second-rate schemer. Hey, race, a task for you. Pull out one of Fang Qian's fingernails, and it'll give you a box of instant noodles. Including her toenails, that's 20 boxes total. Enough to feed you for half a year. Seeing this message, Wang Qing was completely stunned. Are rich people this inhumanely generous? Pulling out one nail in this heat could be fatal. All 20. Wouldn't that kill her? That's too cruel, isn't it? I can't even pull out a chicken's foot, let alone a living person's. Wang Qing was telling the truth. She wasn't that cruel. This is a long-term task. You can do it whenever you want. Send me a photo as proof when you're done. Don't bother me until then. Wang Qing wanted to say something, but didn't dare to continue. If she angered Lin Feng, how would she ever get into the safe house? After thinking it over, Wang Qing put on her most seductive outfit and started taking selfies, editing them, and posting them on her moments. Visible only to Lin Feng. He'll post more every day. You're bound to see them eventually. Are you home alone? The nights are long and lonely. What if just by chance you become interested in me?